Chapter 1. What did I do to deserve this lightning? Today is a radiant day in Beijing. Atop the majestic Dongling Mountain, a distinguished middle-aged man with graying hair gazes skyward. For 1,600 years ago, the Yellow Emperor flayed me. The Thunder God Feng Long and caused my untimely demise. I have endured hardship and bided my time, gathering strength and inhabiting a human form. At long last, the day of retribution draws near. Suddenly, a surge of electricity erupts from one of his hands, unleashing 12 dazzling bolts of lightning that ascend towards the heavens, scattering across the vast expanse of the Shenzhou land. Lightning, seek your hosts, find those most suited to you, transform them into my warriors, and let them declare war on the Yellow Emperor in 7 years. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Hengyang City, Hunan Province, a fine arts teacher named Qin Lang is conducting a class. Little does he know that his life is on the verge of a profound transformation. This is the pattern of Tao Tai, an ancient mythical beast with its eyes located beneath its armpits. The class is unusually quiet today, and in a good mood, he decides to elaborate further. He passionately discusses the intricate designs of bronze wares from the Xia dynasty, but his enthusiasm is abruptly interrupted when he notices a student groping the back of a female classmate while surreptitiously filming under her skirt with his phone. The young woman, filled with indignation yet unable to voice her anger, casts a pleading glance towards Qin Lang. This is utterly unacceptable. He strides down from the podium and approaches the offending student. "What do you think you're doing? Hand over your phone." The student retorts, "Why should I give it to you? Who do you think you are?" Furious, Qin Lang replies, "How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Aren't you aware that using your phone during class is prohibited? And to film someone without their consent?" The student defiantly counters, "Which of your eyes saw me filming? Did I film you?" As Qin Lang reaches for the phone, the student clings to it stubbornly, and during their struggle, the device slips from their grasp and crashes to the ground, shattering the screen. The student erupts in anger. "Damn it, you owe me my phone?" Qin Lang, now beside himself with rage, cannot contain his fury. A student publicly cursing a teacher, where is the law in this? Where is justice? His hair stands on end in outrage. "You dare to insult your teacher? I will call your homeroom teacher." The student scoffs, "Go ahead, I'm not afraid of that old hag. There's no one I fear in this school. Just wait." After classes, Qin Lang drives home as the weather begins to turn ominous. Dark clouds swiftly gather in the sky, and the wind picks up. The gusts outside are so fierce that they nearly drown out the ringing of his phone. Finally, he manages to hear the faint sound of a call coming through. It is his former classmate, Deng Ziming. Deng Ziming's enthusiastic voice fills the air. "Qin Lang, how have you been? Still not married?" One awkward question. With his temperament, Qin Lang is hardly the type to pander. Earning a modest salary of 4,000 a month, he is instantly dismissed as an eligible bachelor in the eyes of women. Can he even consider marriage? Qin Lang replies, "What about you? Have you tied the knot?" Deng Ziming responds, "Not at all. How could I? I don't even have a job." "Qin, do you know of any good job openings? I envy you for having a stable position, with good pay, and little work, close to home." Qin Lang chuckled. "Money for little work and close to home? Ha ha ha. Would you like to try managing discipline? Money is all that matters." "Why so serious, Brother Qin? I previously failed in stock trading, and I urgently need you to lend me some funds, otherwise I won't even have enough to eat." "Hey!" Before he could finish, Qin Lang hung up. "Lend money? My hard-earned cash? Why should I lend it to you? You never reach out otherwise, and now you appear only when you need money. This is nothing short of blatant exploitation. This cruel world, this wretched time, where human feelings are as thin as paper." The sky had turned ominous, shrouded in dark clouds, casting an eerie gloom over the earth. A fierce wind howled as an object plummeted from the top of a high-rise building, crashing right in front of Qin Lang's car. "Damn!" Qin Lang exclaimed, veering sharply. A thunderclap echoed from the heavens, and torrential rain began to pour. Visibility diminished drastically. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings, akin to a magnesium light piercing through the downpour, revealing everything, including Qin Lang's terrified eyes. In that fleeting moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, slicing through towering buildings, weaving through curtains of rain, and evading the panicked throngs. It sensed a tempestuous amalgamation of resentment. Qin Lang, This man was the reincarnation of a malevolent star, destined for misfortune, enduring tribulations, yearning to overturn the destruction of all that once was. How fortuitous it was to choose him. With an exultant cry, it surged toward Qin Lang and his vehicle. Qin Lang suddenly beheld a blinding white light, rendering everything before him a blur. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, shaking violently. A scent of charred matter filled the air. The white light extinguished instantaneously, plunging him into darkness. After a considerable time, he finally discerned his surroundings. Onlookers had gathered, pointing and exclaiming, some laughing. "Look, that person was struck by lightning. Ha ha ha. I've never seen someone struck by lightning before. Has he committed too many wrongs? Is he still alive? The car didn't explode?" Qin Lang's mind was a blank slate. After a while, he finally grasped the situation. The inside of his car was charred, his hands were blackened, and a glance in the rearview mirror revealed his face was similarly darkened. His clothes bore singe marks. "My goodness, I was truly struck by lightning." The crowd continued to swell, countless individuals pointing at him, many capturing the moment on their phones, chuckling as they posted on social media. Today was an eye-opener. I witnessed someone struck by lightning, and he came out unscathed. They were treating him like a sideshow. Qin Lang, unable to contain his frustration, shouted, "Haven't you ever seen someone struck by lightning? You bunch of fools, get away from me." His voice boomed like thunder, startling everyone in the vicinity, who simultaneously felt a slight electric jolt coursing through them, prompting a hasty retreat. After a moment, a traffic officer mustered the courage to approach. "Concerned, sir? Are you all right?" Qin Lang shook his head, revved the engine, and resumed his journey homeward. The rain had eased somewhat as he navigated into an alley, only to be confronted by a group of young people ahead. Having just been struck by lightning, Qin Lang's mood was exceedingly foul as he shouted, "Get lost!" The leader, wielding a baseball bat, approached and asked, "Are you Qin Lang?" Qin Lang asked, "I am, but who are you?" The man replied, "You broke young Master Rin Tao's phone today. Come out and face the consequences." He swung a baseball bat forcefully against the front window of the car, producing a resounding crash as the glass splintered into a spiderweb of cracks. At that moment, Qin Lang's mind became acutely aware. He recalled the student he had clashed with at school, whose name seemed to be Ren Tao, and who hailed from a wealthy and influential family. Outside, there were at least 10 people. How could he possibly contend with him? Qin Lang was not so reckless as to disregard his safety and hastily dialed for help. Before he could connect the call, a voice from outside shouted, "Look at this mutt calling the police, let's get him." More individuals wielding baseball bats began to violently strike the car windows, while others hurled paint at the glass, chanting, "Get out, you dog." Rage surged through Qin Lang, and he could no longer contain himself. He burst out of the car and seized a baseball bat from one of the assailants, delivering a fierce blow to his head. "Ah!" The man was sent sprawling, his face hitting the ground first. "Ah! He's attacking. This guy really has the audacity to fight back. Isn't he a gym teacher?" Qin Lang shouted, "I will not hesitate to end you. You thugs initiated this violence." "The guy is fighting back, brothers. Charge." The crowd surged toward him. With no time to think, Qin Lang swung the bat with all his might. 4 or 5 people were instantly propelled backward, soaring a meter into the air before crashing to the ground with cries of agony. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was this man a martial arts master? Qin Lang himself was astonished. How did he possess such strength? Why had he suddenly become so formidable today? They hesitated briefly before lunging at him again. Qin Lang targeted one individual and delivered a punch that sent the man shrieking, "Ah, I've been electrocuted. He's got electricity." As Qin Lang landed several more punches, the struck individuals exhibited signs of electric shocks coursing through their bodies, convulsing in pain on the ground. "What's happening? Everyone stay away from him. He can electrocute you." Those who had been shocked lay prostrate, begging for mercy. "Hero, we recognize our mistakes. We failed to see the mountain for the hills. Please spare us." A young man who had been shocked multiple times trembled as he pleaded, "I have an elderly mother aged 80 and a 1-year-old child. I am the sole provider for my family's 9 generations. Please, show mercy and do not kill me." The others who had remained unscathed fled like startled rabbits, scattering in all directions. Staggering back to the car, Qin Lang started the engine and drove away. He touched his head and back, noting that his injuries were not severe. With a wry smile, he remarked, "These thugs finally gave me a chance to fight after all these years. I had no idea I could be this powerful." Chapter 2. Rescuing the beautiful girl's father. Upon returning home, Qin Lang's parents were understandably shocked by his appearance. His clothes were charred, his face blackened, and his hair smoldered as if he had just emerged from fire. After hearing Qin Lang recount the events leading up to this moment, astonished, he exclaimed, "You were struck by lightning and still refused to seek medical attention? The burns are quite severe. Your vehicle was also hit. How could you dare to drive back? Are you not afraid of an explosion? What audacity you possess." Qin Lang replied, "I am perfectly fine. I feel remarkably invigorated. I will not go to the hospital." After a brief dispute, both parties conceded somewhat, and Qin Lang resolved to visit the hospital the following day. The next day, Qin Lang, accompanied by his parents, made their way to the city first hospital. The distance was merely 2 kilometers, not too far to walk. Fortunately, after a night of wind and rain, the clouds had dispersed, and the sun shone brightly. Qin Lang was in high spirits, considering it a pleasant stroll. The streets brimmed with pedestrians, each a vibrant scene in itself. A warm family of 3 ventured out together, while handsome young couples strolled hand in hand. Among them was a striking woman, leisurely linking arms with an elderly gentleman, enjoying a tranquil walk. Though described as beautiful, Qin Lang could only see her back. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her soft pink knitted sweater exuded warmth, complemented by a flowing, floral-patterned dress. The elderly man, with his graying hair, wore a smile that seemed to brighten the day. Could he be the woman's sugar daddy? If that were the case, it was quite unfortunate such beauty should not be paired with an elderly man in this day and age. Suddenly, the old man shuddered violently and collapsed like a toppled onion. The woman gasped in horror, reaching to grasp his hand, attempting to lift him back up. His complexion turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, a hand pressed against his heart. In an instant, his grip faltered, his head drooped, and he lost consciousness. This transpired within mere seconds, leaving everyone stunned. Not just the woman, but even Qin Lang and his parents were rendered speechless. The woman cried out, "Father, what has happened to you?" It turned out he was indeed her father. Qin Lang dashed forward, checking the old man's pulse, finding none. He felt for his heartbeat, discovering it absent. The woman sobbed, "He is having a myocardial infarction. What should we do?" Qin Lang shouted, "Quick, call 120. As he spoke, he commenced chest compressions on the elderly man, performing artificial respiration. Thankfully, he had learned this technique at school not long ago. Qin Lang's parents, now regaining their composure, shouted anxiously, "Leave it be, this is their affair. What if something happens to him? You will be blamed." Qin Lang understood the gravity of the situation. With the old man lying there, no one dared to assist him, yet here he was, audaciously attempting to save a man on the brink of death. Perhaps his mind had faltered, or perhaps he was simply fearless. Yet, inexplicably at that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to save the elderly man. Furthermore, he sensed that he was capable of doing so. He pressed down on the man's chest with determination, each compression firm and resolute. The woman had already begun to weep while calling for help, but Qin Lang had forgotten her presence. A voice from the crowd interjected, "Young man, do not perform CPR recklessly. Do you even know how? If this man cannot be revived, can you bear the responsibility?" A middle-aged man bellowed, "Do not be foolish. Have you studied medicine? I am a physician, and I must inform you that your technique is flawed. Such actions could lead to the demise of this individual. If you do not cease, even if he survives, your negligence may still bring about his death." A gossiping onlooker, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "When the time comes, you'll be the one liable." This individual is still flailing about, truly believing himself to be a professional. Qin Lang could no longer endure the remarks. It is individuals like you, who turn a blind eye in the face of death, that contribute to the increasing apathy in our society. People hesitate to assist an elderly person who has fallen, and they shy away from aiding someone suffering a heart attack. Yet you presume to criticize me. What right do you possess to judge my actions? I shall take responsibility for my own deeds. Do you believe you are worthy to speak to me in such a manner?" The crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback, only to resume their hushed whispers moments later. "Let him be. If something goes awry, it will be his own doing. Humph. Kind words are wasted on the damned. Qin Lang persisted, administering artificial respiration and chest compressions to the elderly man, disregarding the naysayers. They were unworthy of his time. He pressed firmly upon the man's chest, gazing intently, as if he could perceive the heartbeat. Qin Lang rubbed his eyes. This was no mirage. Truly witnessed the stillness of the man's heart. Awaken. In that instant, Qin Lang felt a surge of energy akin to electricity emanating from his hands and directly striking the elder's heart. It was as if the forces of fate had intervened. Hud, hud, hud. The elder's heart began to beat once more. The old man's hand trembled and his eyes fluttered open. Qin Lang beamed with joy. The previously tear-streaked face of the beautiful woman now wore a smile. The onlookers buzzed with astonishment. He truly lives. The middle-aged doctor who had earlier criticized Qin Lang rolled his eyes dismissively. He was merely fortunate a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse. Had I been the one, he would have been revived sooner. Thank goodness he survived. I genuinely feared this young man would be taken advantage of. Qin Lang stood up. In his haste to save the man, he had neglected to observe the beautiful woman. Now, he finally had the chance to appreciate her beauty. She was a genuine vision of loveliness. In her early 20s, her face was as delicate as jade, with large doe-like eyes and softly arched brows. Her petite nose was complemented by lips of a captivating crimson hue, the kind of red that stirs the hearts of men, neither gaudy nor overly subtle. She stood elegantly at about 168 centimeters, with a well-proportioned figure that spoke for itself. Qin Lang had never encountered such perfection in a woman. The beauty, with tears still glistening in her eyes, offered him a sincere smile. Hello, I am immensely grateful for saving my father. Let us exchange WeChat so that I may properly thank you in the future. My name is Bu Xiaoyu. Bu Xiao, what an endearing name. Greetings, I am Qin Lang. The ambulance arrived, and the nurse escorted Bu Xiaoyu and her father away. Remembering that he too needed medical attention, Qin Lang headed toward the hospital with his parents. Upon reaching the reception desk, the nurse warmly inquired, "Hello, which department would you like to register for?" Qin Lang pondered for a long while. What department should I consult if I've been struck by lightning? The nurse paused momentarily, unable to suppress a laugh. When exactly were you struck? Qin Lang replied, last night. The nurse scrutinized him carefully. You don't appear to have been struck. There are no signs of burns. Everything seems normal. Perhaps you should see the emergency department, or maybe the surgical or neurology departments. Qin Lang found this rather peculiar. After taking a shower the previous night, the dark marks on his face and body had vanished, and he felt entirely well. There were no burns. In fact, he felt invigorated. This was hardly a lightning strike. It resembled electrotherapy. He wandered through the emergency and surgical departments, where doctors gaped in astonishment, declaring that he bore no evidence of an electric shock. The electrocardiogram, blood tests, and CT scan all yielded normal results. After some deliberation, the neurologist suggested an MRI. Lying on the examination table, he was enveloped by a large cylindrical machine as lights within began to whirl. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and a flash of blue light, at which point the machine ceased functioning. Has the machine exploded? The radiologist exclaimed, rushing over to inspect it. After wiping his brow, he said, due to a strong electric current, the MRI machine has been damaged and no results can be obtained. It may be a fault in the hospital's electrical system. Upon returning home, Qin Lang scrolled through his phone, feeling rather perplexed. What on earth had transpired today? Suddenly, a notification appeared indicating a friend request on WeChat. He glanced at it and felt invigorated. It was a message from Bu Xiaoyu. Bu Xiaoyu made a WeChat call, her voice sweet and melodious. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Lang? Qin Lang replied, yes, hello. Your father is all right now, isn't he? Bu Xiaoyu responded, he is fine. He had a heart attack. The hospital said that if it had been a few minutes later, he wouldn't have made it. My father is immensely grateful to you. Please come to our home tomorrow morning, as he wishes to thank you in person. Qin Lang inquired, and where is your home? Bu Xiaoyu replied, we live at Villa 1804, Yongsue Haoyuan, in Baohua District. Please do come. Qin Lang was taken aback. Yongsue Haoyuan was renowned as a wealthy neighborhood, and she resided in a villa. Had he saved a beautiful heiress? As he continued to contemplate, he felt increasingly elated, thinking this could be a turning point in his life. a departure from his previously mundane existence. Thoughts of Bu Xiaoyu's stunning visage, her fair arms, and warm hands kept him awake throughout the night. Chapter 3. The Prince is Sent Flying. The following day dawned bright and sunny as Qin Lang drove toward the opulent Villa 1804 in the affluent Baohua district. This was a realm of the wealthy, a place he would never have ventured into were it not for this particular matter. The community was adorned with lush greenery, flourishing flora, and blooming pink crepe myrtle, with melodious birdsong resonating amidst the verdant shade. Yet, in Qin Lang's heart, the most exquisite sight was undoubtedly Bu Xiaoyu. Today, she donned a delicate green chiffon dress, adorned with a pale yellow crystal hairpiece, waiting with a charming smile at the entrance of the community. Her figure was statuesque, with alluring curves. "Mr. Qin Lang has arrived. Welcome, please follow me," she greeted, as they strolled along the tree-lined path, crossing an arching bridge entwined with tender green vines. Rows of bamboo glowed golden under the sunlight. Before them stood an extraordinarily grand villa, characterized by its pristine and elegant design, flanked by 4 ancient Greek columns at the entrance, and a vast azure swimming pool graced with 2 lounge chairs and a sunshade. Qin Lang gaped in awe, momentarily speechless. Such splendor was typically reserved for the realms of television dramas. The owner of this villa must be worth at least tens of millions. Bu Xiaoyu smiled at the wide-eyed Qin Lang, leading him into the expansive living room on the first floor. The room spanned over 200 square meters, offering ample space. Qin Lang's gaze quickly fell upon an elderly gentleman and a striking young man seated on a deep blue leather sofa, both smiling warmly at him. The elder was the same man he had saved the previous day. "This is my father, the chairman of Yuntian Group, Bu Feitian. And this is my brother, Bu Tangyun," she introduced. Bu Feitian stood to greet Qin Lang, extending a hearty handshake. "Hello, Mr. Qin Lang. It is a pleasure to finally invite you to my home. Please, have a seat." He enthusiastically poured Qin Lang a cup of tea. "This is top-tier Ceylon Highland black tea. I hope you enjoy it." The tea, a rich amber hue, exuded a delightful aroma of malt and rose. Even Qin Lang, who had never been fond of tea, could not resist taking a hearty sip. The flavor was robust and lingering, with a hint of creaminess, likely from milk added. Bu Feitian continued, "I founded Yuntian Group from scratch 20 years ago. Over these 2 decades, I have toiled tirelessly, transforming a modest company of just over 20 employees into a modern biotechnology enterprise with over $1 billion in assets and more than 10 subsidiaries." Over $1 billion. Qin Lang realized his earlier estimation of 10 million was far too conservative. Bu Feitian sigit, ruime uterli e hosted. At some point, I began to feel increasingly drained, often experiencing chest pains and shortness of breath. I know my health is failing, and I long for rest, yet my successors lack the capability, and I cannot relinquish control. If I do, this enterprise would collapse swiftly. Yesterday, while taking a stroll with my daughter, I unexpectedly suffered a heart attack. Had it not been for your timely intervention, Mr. Qin Lang, I might have lost my life right there. As he spoke, Bu Feitian poured another cup of Ceylon Highland black tea for Qin Lang. Qin Lang felt overwhelmed. Rescuing someone in distress is merely a small act. There is no need for such formality, sir. Bu Feitian chuckled. Such kind-hearted individuals are indeed a rarity these days. In the present day, with the moral decay of society and the erosion of human kindness, who would dare to assist an elderly man who has fallen to the ground? Who would risk their own safety to rescue him? One cannot entirely blame these individuals. There are simply too many fraudsters about. One misstep, and they might accuse you of causing their plight, demanding exorbitant compensation. As the wicked age and the virtuous dwindle, it is thus commendable that Mr. Qin Lang displayed such courage in coming to the aid of another. He is indeed a beacon of hope for the youth of China. Mr. Bu produced a bank card, placing it upon the table. To express my gratitude, I implore Mr. Qin Lang to accept this card. It contains 5 million, and the password is 200,311, my daughter's birthday. 5 million, an amount that Qin Lang could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. His heart raced at the thought. It felt inappropriate to accept such a gift so readily. Bu Xiaoyu smiled and urged him, "Please accept it. A life-saving grace cannot be repaid adequately." Among the multitude yesterday, you were the only one brave enough to extend a hand. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in saving my father. This is but a token of our appreciation. Please, accept it. To refuse would imply disdain for our goodwill. She extended her hand, warmly grasping Qin Lang's. Qin Lang was taken aback, feeling the softness and warmth of her hand for the first time in over 2 decades. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, shattering the moment. Who are you to touch her hand? A young man, a mere 5 meters away, approached with an expression of fury, flanked by several henchmen. Though handsome, his demeanor was marred by anger, and the expensive attire he wore only accentuated his arrogance. Bu Xiaoyu's expression instantly soured upon seeing him. Herr Brutter, Bu Tangyun, Intergestet. Zhao Shisheng, this gentleman is our esteemed guest, the one who saved our father yesterday. We were merely expressing our gratitude. If you have no business here, kindly leave us be. Zhao Shisheng scrutinized Qin Lang, noting his lack of branded attire, and scoffed. Esteemed guest? This beggar, with his pitiful appearance, dares to hold my sweetheart's hand? Bu Xiaoyu retorted fiercely. Zhao Shisheng, we have long since parted ways. We share no ties any longer. Who I choose to hold hands with is none of your concern. Please leave immediately. Qin Lang's understanding deepened. This was Bu Xiaoyu's ex-boyfriend. Zhao Shisheng sneered. You want me to leave? When we were dating, you praised my looks and charm. Yet after 3 months, you never allowed me to touch your hand. Now, you're holding this man's hand? Was it merely for my wealth that you were with me? Your company has profited greatly from our collaboration with the Huangdi group. Are you now so eager to cast me aside? And so generous, offering 5 million to thank another? That money belongs to the Huangdi group. Return it to me. He audaciously reached for the bank card. Quick-witted and swift, Qin Lang snatched the card away, thinking, even if I do not keep it, I will not allow this scoundrel to possess it. Zhao Shisheng, seeing Qin Lang resist, laughed mockingly. I told you he was a beggar. Look at him, clutching the money like a dog guarding a bone. 5 million has you all flustered. The beggar implored. Give me the money. I no longer desire this woman. I am weary of her. You may have your fun with her, but the money must be given to me. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Lang's patience had reached its breaking point. Any decent person would find it impossible to endure the vile words of this scoundrel, even for a fleeting moment. Qin Lang retorted, You fool, silence yourself. Zhao Shisheng, taken aback, exclaimed, You, a beggar, dare to insult me? If you possess any courage, strike me. I stand here inviting your blows. Qin Lang clenched his fists, restraining himself, knowing that such an outburst amidst the crowd would be unwise. Zhao Shisheng laughed mockingly. You lack the guts to hit me, don't you? If you cannot strike, then be quiet, you coward. You do not deserve to be here to hold Bu Xiaoyu's hand, nor to converse with me. You are even beneath a dog. In that moment, a string within Qin Lang snapped. To endure any longer would be beneath his dignity. If it meant death, so be it. With all his might, he unleashed a punch that connected squarely with Zhao Shisheng's nose. Blood erupted, and Zhao Shisheng was propelled backward like a rag doll, crashing to the floor. In the instant Qin Lang's fist made contact, an electric blue spark ignited throughout Zhao Shisheng's body. Blue currents surged within him, even emitting wisps of white smoke from his hair, as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 4. Punishment of the school bully Bu Xiaoyu, Bu Tingyun, and Mr. Bu gazed in utter astonishment at the scene before them. The once arrogant Zhao Shisheng was sent flying by a single punch from the seemingly frail Qin Lang, blood streaming down his face as he crashed onto the floor. This was the second son of the Huangdi group, a figure who had always been the center of attention and the recipient of his father's unbounded affection. Who would dare to lay a finger on him? Did Qin Lang not fear that Zhao Shisheng would report him to the authorities or that the Huangdi group would seek vengeance against him in the future? What was most astonishing was that as Zhao Shisheng was struck, his body seemed to convulse as if electrified, emitting wisps of smoke. What on earth was happening? When Mr. Bu Tingyun and Bu Xiaoyu turned to look at Qin Lang, their eyes were filled with profound reverence and delight. After all, Zhao Shisheng's earlier words had been a grave insult to Bu Xiaoyu and the Bu family, a slight no one could endure. Yet, truth be told, They had not dared to retaliate against Zhao Shisheng, understanding the severe repercussions that could ensue. But now, Qin Lang had stood up for them. Clap, clap, clap. Bu Xiaoyu was the first to applaud, exclaiming, "Well done. Teach that scoundrel a lesson." Zhao Shisheng, staring at his charred hand in shock, realized that his burns were not severe. It was the crushing blow to his nose that had broken his bridge and caused a profusion of blood to cascade down his body, staining the floor. Panic set in. With all his might, he shouted, "What are you fools doing? Hurry and help me eliminate this beggar and that witch." The bodyguards, who had witnessed Zhao Shisheng's humiliating defeat, hesitated to approach. They knew well of Zhao's notorious reputation for violence and his formidable combat skills, yet they hadn't anticipated his swift downfall. Nevertheless, they could not disregard their master's command and steeled their resolve to advance. "Mr. Bubello, this is my home. What do you intend to do?" "Stand down." He feared that sheer numbers would overwhelm the heroic Qin Lang, who might have merely caught them off guard. Bu Tingyun shouted, "Security. Get here quickly." Qin Lang, however, replied calmly, "There's no need." His body appeared to transform into a mere shadow as he delivered a powerful punch to one of the bodyguards, sending him soaring towards the ceiling, where he collided violently with a crystal chandelier. With a scream, he plummeted to the ground amidst a shower of glass shards. Seizing this moment, the remaining 3 bodyguards launched a flurry of punches aimed at various parts of Qin Lang's body, believing that he would soon be injured and incapacitated. Bu Xiaoyu gasped in alarm. In that instant, Qin Lang swung his arm with ferocity, unleashing a brilliant bolt of blue lightning that illuminated the room as if it were bathed in daylight. The 3 members of the Bu family shielded their eyes, unable to behold the dazzling display. The lightning struck with the grace of a swift dragon and the ferocity of a crackling whip, simultaneously hitting all 3 assailants. The bodyguards were electrified, their bodies erupting with blue sparks as the current coursed through them. They collapsed to the ground, smoke billowing from their forms before they slumped down like heaps of mud. Zhao Shisheng gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene, exclaiming, "Monster! Beast! You truly can emit electricity. You possess sorcery. What exactly are you?" He glared at Bu Feitian, declaring, "You will regret treating us this way. Just wait." Qin Lang, pinching the bank card between his fingers, retorted, "Kerr, do you believe I covet this card? 5 million is nothing to me." With that, he playfully flicked the card against Zhao Shisheng's face, taunting, "Does a little pup wish for a treat? Not a chance." Fuming, Zhao Shisheng shouted, "You vile creature, you beggar. Do not revel in your triumph. I shall summon others to deal with you." Bu Zong clapped his hands, and the security finally arrived. With a tone laced with sarcasm, he remarked, "Calm down. Young Master Zhao." In a fit of rage, Zhao retorted, "Calm my mother. You are severely injured. Do not let your anger worsen your condition. Quickly, take young Master Zhao to the hospital and ensure he receives proper care." As he was carried away, Zhao continued to threaten, "You all wait. I shall make you suffer greatly." Ignoring his outburst, the 3 regarded Qin Lang with reverence, their admiration transforming his previously unremarkable features into a visage of allure, and his not-so-tall stature into an imposing presence. Bu Tingyun enthusiastically shook Qin Lang's hand, inquiring, "Where did you acquire such remarkable martial skills? What was that flash of lightning earlier?" Bu Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "From my understanding, Mr. Qin is merely a high school art teacher. I initially thought he was solely gifted in painting, but it seems he possesses extraordinary abilities as well. Is this not a superpower? Has Mr. Qin trained under some exceptional master?" Qin Lang himself was bewildered. He had never fought nor possessed such courage. How had he suddenly become so formidable? It was one thing to excel in martial arts, but to conjure lightning? It all seemed to have begun when he was struck by lightning a few days prior. Had he mutated? Transformed into a superhero? A wry smile crossed his lips. Bu Zong reassured him, "We will manage the aftermath of today's events. Mr. Qin need not worry about potential retaliation from the Zhao family. We are grateful for your timely intervention in teaching those scoundrels a lesson." Placing the bank card on the table, Qin Lang replied, "No need for thanks. I appreciate your goodwill, Bu Zong, but I shall not accept this card." I prefer to rely on my own efforts. I take my leave. Having firmly vowed to refuse any money from that Zhao Ke, he could not possibly retract his words. After all, he had a class to attend that afternoon and needed to return early. Bu Zong and Bu Xiaoyu's gazes toward Qin Lang grew more respectful and admiring. Yet he remained oblivious to their regard as he strode away, feeling as if he had achieved a perfect score in bravado. Upon returning to school, everything appeared as it had the day before. Yet the classroom felt notably quieter. The girls who had donned makeup no longer did so, and the boys who played chess ceased their games. Everyone became as silent as a chicken, gazing at him with admiration. Rin Tao, who had previously hurled insults, now fixated on him with a mixture of hatred and fear. If a gaze could kill, his would have slain Qin Lang 100 times over. Noticing that Qin Lang ignored him, he began to harass the girl in front of him, inappropriately touching her, while she dared not express her anger. Qin Lang could no longer stand by. He approached him, asking, "What are you doing?" Rin Tao replied defiantly, "What business is it of yours?" Qin Lang pressed on, "Were you the one who summoned people to assault me yesterday?" Rin Tao scoffed, "When did I ever call anyone to hurt you? Do you have any proof?" Qin Lang retorted, "If you deny it, I shall inform your homeroom teacher and let her interrogate you. Then you will truly know fear." Rin Tao laughed mockingly. "Do you think I fear that old witch? I've harassed every girl in this class, and not a single word of reprimand has come from her." His statement elicited gasps from the boys in the room while the girls fell silent, suggesting there might be truth to his boast. Furious, Qin Lang declared, "I command you to cease your harassment of the girls." As he placed his hand on Rin Tao's, a jolt of electricity surged through him. Rin Tao screamed as the current coursed chaotically through his body, his hair standing on end. The classroom erupted into chaos. Rin Tao cried out, "You think you can shock me? I'll report you to the Education Bureau." Qin Lang pressed, "Do you admit that you called for someone to assault me last night?" Rin Tao frantically dodged Qin Lang, avoiding any physical contact. Qin Lang unleashed another surge of electricity from a distance, intensifying the current this time, causing Rin Tao to wail in agony. Books were flung into the air as the electric charge struck them, their pages fluttering like snowflakes. The entire class rose to witness the spectacle. Some cheered, others applauded. It seemed Rin Tao, who typically ruled the classroom with tyranny, had finally met his comeuppance. "Stop shocking me. I was the one who called for someone to attack you. Please, don't shock me anymore. Did you call the gang to threaten the teacher? Will you admit your wrongdoing? I was wrong. Please, I beg you, stop shocking me. Will you ever dare to insult teachers or harass classmates again? I want tea. It hurts so much, please stop." Finally, Qin Lang ceased his assault, leaving Rin Tao disheveled and frothing at the mouth. Qin Lang called upon 2 students to escort him to the infirmary, instructing them to say that the classroom socket had malfunctioned and caused the shock. The 2 students happily obliged, and the class erupted in applause, grateful to their art teacher for ridding them of a menace. Qin Lang felt an unprecedented sense of authority, oblivious to the adoring and infatuated gazes directed at him from several girls. Chapter 5. The Storm of the Class Meeting After School. The enchanting Zhang Yuan of Class 394 strolled home with her dear friend Su Xiaoxiao and her boyfriend Guo Zhifang. The city was aglow with countless lights, and the vibrant neon hues illuminated their youthful, exuberant faces. Zhang Yuan remarked, "Who would have thought our art teacher possessed such remarkable talents? It seems the one who boasts loudly has truly been vanquished by him." Su Xiaoxiao replied, "I never realized he was this formidable. He can even generate electricity." Guo Zhifang interjected, "That is utterly abstract. The notion of a person generating electricity is beyond belief. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have never accepted it. He could very well apply for a Guinness World Record." Zhang Yuan exclaimed, "Electricity generated skillfully and brilliantly. That Rin Tao used to bully me often, and today, he has finally met his comeuppance." She cast a sidelong glance at Guo Zhifang when he was tormenting me. "Why didn't I see you stand up for me?" Guo Zhifang appeared slightly uncomfortable, forcing a smile. "The art teacher isn't specifically avenging you today. Why are you being so vain?" Su Xiaoxiao chimed in, "You are merely afraid of offending Rin Tao and incurring his wrath. Our art teacher, however, fears nothing. Zhang Yuanyuan agreed. Indeed, I suddenly find him quite dashing. He dares to confront even Ren Tao. He must have dealt with many villains, transforming them into mere shadows of their former selves. Truly a beacon of justice. Those who bully others deserve their fate. They should be brought down to their knees. The three youthful figures gradually faded into the distance along the street. In the inpatient department of the municipal hospital, Zhao Ergongzi, swathed in bandages reminiscent of a mummy, suddenly sneezed. Who is cursing me? In such sweltering weather, I find myself sneezing. Surely someone is maligning me. Why have I been so unfortunate lately? First I was beaten, and now I'm being scolded. He sobbed and cursed as he dialed his father. Father, I have been so brutally wronged by the Bu family. You must avenge me. It's not just me. Ada, San, and Xiao Wu have all been mercilessly beaten. A dark voice responded from the other end. Is it you who has stirred up trouble again? Instead of attending to the family business, you are out making a nuisance of yourself. How badly are you injured? Zhao Shishing cried out. I am on the brink of death. The doctor says I have fractures all over and second-degree burns. We were all electrocuted. There was a pause on the line. Electrocuted? By what? Zhao Shishing replied, by a man. That impoverished wretch can generate electricity. He is a monster. Are you out of your mind? People cannot generate electricity. Really? Father, if you bring some capable individuals to confront him, you will see for yourself. He is indeed abnormal. A monster. Son, do not fret. I shall come to see you tonight. The Bu family has bullied us so, and I will ensure you are avenged. As Zhao Shishing hung up, a sinister smile spread across his lips. 2 days later, Class 394 convened for a meeting, gathering joyfully as they arranged their desks and chairs into a square formation. Within this makeshift stage, they sang, danced, performed comedic sketches, and acted in skits. The tables overflowed with an array of sweets, snacks, and spicy treats. They had extended a special invitation to Qin Lang to participate. Under the guidance of the homeroom teacher, the host conducted the program in an orderly manner, leading the performances one after another. The acts were utterly captivating, and laughter filled the air. The final performance was a dance by the class beauty. The most enchanting girl in the class, Zhang Yuanyuan, adorned in traditional attire, danced gracefully, captivating everyone's attention. After her performance, she approached Qin Lang and said, Mr. Qin, why don't you perform a piece too? Surprised, Qin Lang chuckled. I have no particular talents to showcase. What could I possibly perform? He thought, surely she doesn't expect me to showcase my skills in electrocution. I excel at that. Zhang Yuanyuan responded, Mr. Qin is our art teacher. Why not draw a portrait for us? The classmates unanimously agreed, that is perfect. An art teacher should demonstrate their skills. Meanwhile, someone had already handed Qin Lang paper and pencils. Qin Lang remarked, creating a portrait takes at least an hour or two. We don't have enough time for that. The crowd urged, Teacher, please draw quickly. Astonish us. We believe in you. Under such circumstances, Qin Lang had no choice but to begin drawing swiftly, opting for a portrait that was more detailed than a sketch, yet simpler than a full-fledged painting. He observed Zhang Yuanyuan closely. Indeed, she was a strikingly beautiful girl with a round face, large expressive eyes, a small nose, and a few faint freckles that did nothing to diminish her charm. Compared to Bufian, she appeared more youthful, her unadorned skin slightly darker without any makeup, yet exuding a natural beauty. For Qin Lang, who frequently painted portraits, this was not a daunting task. He completed the artwork in just 20 minutes. Wow, it's stunning. Zhang Yuanyuan exclaimed upon receiving the portrait, astonished by the beauty captured in the drawing, which seemed even more radiant than her actual self. Upon closer inspection, it appeared almost alive. Was it an illusion? Her beautiful eyes widened in delight as she displayed the portrait to the entire class, who gasped in amazement, exclaiming, It's so lifelike. It seems to move. Zhang Yuanyuan approached Qin Lang, her gaze softening as she said, Thank you, teacher. There is something I want to tell you. I think you are very handsome, and I like you. Before Qin Lang could react, she embraced him. A chorus of excitement erupted from the class. The exuberant cheers grew louder, nearly shaking the roof. Students from other classes gathered around to witness this extraordinary scene. The homeroom teacher stood frozen, eventually regaining composure to call out, Zhang Yuanyuan, please let go of Mr. Qin. She quickly attempted to smooth things over. Zhang Yuanyuan adores Mr. Qin. His charisma is just too great. But let us not be too forward. Please release him now, Mr. Qin already has a girlfriend. Zhang Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, yet a smile lingered on her face as she uttered a shocking statement. I wouldn't mind having a girlfriend. I wish to compete with her. Qin Lang found himself at a loss, his mind racing with 1,000 bewildering thoughts. Had he suddenly encountered a stroke of romantic fortune? Even a younger female student had developed feelings for him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanyuan's boyfriend, Guo Zhifeng, stood there in acute embarrassment. The eyes of those around him subtly directed his way. His complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and green, and he suddenly shouted, Zhang Yuanyuan, how could you do this? Didn't you claim to like me? All eyes in the classroom turned toward him. Upon closer inspection, Qin Lang noticed that Guo Zhifeng was an extraordinarily handsome boy, tall, standing over 6 feet. Zhang Yuanyuan coldly retorted, when did I ever say I liked you? Guo Zhifeng protested, aren't you denying it? Weren't we a couple? Zhang Yuanyuan replied, that was in the past. I no longer have feelings for you. Your grades are poor, your athletic skills lackluster, your speech is unappealing, and you can't even draw. In what way are you superior to the teachers? Guo Zhifeng shot back, but you once said I was incredibly handsome, that I played the guitar beautifully, excelled at games, and was good at everything. You claimed to love only me. Was it all a lie? I wrote you countless love letters and gave you numerous gifts. We promised to be together forever. Zhang Yuanyuan returned to her seat and threw a large stack of love letters at him, exclaiming, those were all a game. Here, take them back. I have no use for them. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Guo Zhifeng stared blankly at the letters, and after a moment, tears began to stream down his face as he ran out of the classroom. Chapter 6. Preventing Guo Zhifeng from committing suicide, several students rushed out, suddenly hearing a shout from above. Not good. Someone is about to jump. Qin Lang never anticipated that a joyful class meeting would take such a dire turn. He sprinted towards the rooftop, where a large crowd had already gathered, and indeed, it was Guo Zhifeng who was poised to leap. Guo Zhifeng had climbed to the edge of the rooftop, one leg already dangling over the precipice. The homeroom teacher had arrived, shouting, Guo Zhifeng, don't do anything foolish. Come back. The head of the teaching department gently urged, student, please come back, we can talk this over. We can help you with anything. However, Guo Zhifeng paid no heed to their pleas, fixated solely on his desire to end his life, continuing to inch closer to the rooftop edge. Zhang Yuanyuan also arrived, taken aback by the unfolding scene. She cried out, Guo Zhifeng, come back, please. Uncontrollably, she stepped towards him, not expecting that in the face of her indifference, Guo Zhifeng would rather choose death. Seeing the fire in her eyes, Guo Zhifeng shouted, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll jump. Suddenly, Qin Lang interjected. Go ahead, jump. Do it now. The atmosphere turned eerily silent. Everyone was astonished. Was Teacher Qin truly urging him to commit suicide? Was he suggesting he should hasten his demise? Guo Zhifeng retorted angrily, don't think I want to do it. Qin Lang tightened his grip around Zhang Yuanyuan's neck, declaring, if you jump, I will kill her. Guo Zhifeng exclaimed, are you out of your mind? Qin Lang continued, aren't you filled with hatred for her? She just abandoned you in front of everyone. Wouldn't you feel elated if I were to end her life? You should be overjoyed. Applying slight pressure, Zhang Yuanyuan gazed at Qin Lang in terror, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. The head of the teaching department shouted furiously, Qin Lang, what are you doing? No one wants this from you. Stop it. Qin Lang shot him a fierce glare, silencing him. He pressed on. This woman doesn't even care for you. You would jump for her? If you did, everyone would call you a fool, a simpleton. Your death would hold no value. One sacrifices only for those who love them. Your parents raised you with love, not for you to leap to your death. If you die, they will suffer as well. Do you wish for their demise? Guo Zhifeng hesitated. Observing this, Qin Lang raised his voice. I will count to 3. You better come over quickly, or I will kill her. 3, 2, 1. As Qin Lang exerted more force, it appeared he would strangle Zhang Yuanyuan. The classmates held their breath, having witnessed how Qin Lang dealt with Rin Tao. He could indeed end Zhang Yuanyuan's life. Don't kill her, I'm coming. Guo Zhifeng dashed over without a second thought. Qin Lang released Zhang Yuanyuan, and Guo Zhifeng rushed to embrace her, regardless of the presence of the homeroom teacher and head of the teaching department. The two wept bitterly, their sobs echoing in the air. In their tears, they exchanged smiles. Zhang Yuanyuan tightly held Guo Zhifeng, murmuring, "You silly boy." Guo Zhifeng's friend wrapped an arm around his shoulder, exclaiming, "You scared me to death just now." Everyone present collectively exhaled in relief. The homeroom teacher and head of the teaching department finally revealed smiles. Qin Lang approached the tearful yet smiling Zhang Yuanyuan and gently said, "Do not love me. Direct your affections toward Guo Zhifeng, for he is truly deserving of your love." That evening, while perusing the WeChat group for class 394, he noticed the group was abuzz with activity. Upon clicking in, he discovered a student had posted. The school journalist wrote an article about teacher Qin's heroic actions today, showcasing both his courage and wisdom in saving Guo Zhifeng, along with the painting he created for Zhang Yuanyuan, which has also been shared on Hongjun Information Network. Can you believe it? In just 2 hours, it garnered 10,000 views and 400 likes. Let me share the link with you. Curious? He clicked on the link shared by the student, where the headline boldly proclaimed, "Teacher Qin Lang of Hongjun No. 4 High School, brave and wise, saves a student from despair." The article was vividly written and accompanied by photographs from the scene, concluding with the painting he had made for Zhang Yuanyuan. The comments below uniformly praised, "What a marvelous painting. The teacher is impressive, and his skills are remarkable." His colleague, Yin Wenong, promptly sent a message to celebrate. "Congratulations. I saw the article about you. Your painting is excellent. It's been ages since we played billiards together. Shall we arrange a game?" Before Qin could respond, a video call from Bu Xiaoyu came through. This enchanting young lady, with eyes as refreshing as spring breezes, could captivate any man. "Mr. Qin, I read the article about you, and I had no idea you were such a talented artist. I would like to commission you for an oil painting. I am willing to pay any price. Would it be possible for you to paint in my garden?" Qin Lang felt a surge of delight. He chuckled. "Actually, I usually paint oil paintings from photographs. If you provide me with a picture, I can create it at home." Bu Xiaoyu replied. "Painting me in my garden would feel much more authentic. It would be far better than painting from photo." Her brother, Bu Tengyun, chimed in with a smile. "I know what my sister is thinking. Let me speak for her.
She is very interested in you and wishes to see you more often to get to know you better." Before he could finish, Bu Xiaoyu playfully struck him. "Stop.
You're talking nonsense." Laughter erupted among them, creating a wonderfully jovial atmosphere. Qin Lang agreed. "Very well. I shall come to your home tomorrow morning to paint. Come rain or shine." He hesitated, pondering how much to charge. Previously, he had never sold a painting for more than 1,000. To suggest such a price to someone from Bu Xiaoyu's affluent background would be rather embarrassing. Charging 100,000 would seem too exorbitant, almost akin to extortion, and he was well aware that his work did not warrant such a sum. "I will charge you 20,000. Bu Xiaoyu responded. 20,000 is far too little. You should add a zero to that. 200,000 sounds appropriate." Qin Lang was taken aback. He had feared that his initial offer of 20,000 was already too high, yet here she was proposing 200,000. However, considering the Bu family's immense wealth, it was not entirely surprising. The Bu family had expressed gratitude for the 5 million he had declined, and, at the very least, securing this 200,000 would be a fair recompense for his labor. The next day, Qin Lang drove once more to the Bu family residence, where Bu Xiaoyu was already elegantly dressed and waiting for him. Her visage was as delicate as jade, adorned in a soft yellow chiffon gown, with her bosom elegantly elevated. Upon her head rested a verdant hairpiece, while pearl earrings graced her ears, imparting a newfound allure to the pearls that Qin Lang had never before appreciated. She lounged gracefully on a swing, the gentle breeze caressing her tresses. Beneath her feet lay a carpet of lush green grass, a shade that brought comfort to the soul, dotted with myriad petite white blossoms. In the distance, a small pond shimmered under the sun, its surface glistening with golden reflections, illuminating her exquisite silhouette. Qin Lang felt an irresistible affection for her bloom within him, a man's instinctive admiration for an unparalleled beauty. akin to a glutton's innate love for the finest delicacies in the world. As she spotted Qin Lang, she rose and approached him with a smile, saying, "Qin Lang, you're here. How do you find my attire today?" Qin Lang nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Bu Xiaoyu indeed had an eye for aesthetics. Her ensemble was neither garish nor overly subdued, but rather perfectly framed. With earnestness, Bu Xiaoyu continued, "I would like to ask you to paint a portrait, capturing my most beautiful self for eternity." "Of course," Qin Lang replied, opening his easel and retrieving his paints to commence his work. He began with charcoal, sketching the outline to ascertain the proportions of her form, delineating her facial features before applying color. Each stroke flowed effortlessly, for Qin Lang had painted countless portraits before, and the task was executed with ease. Chapter 7. The story of Bu Xiaoyu's mother. Time subtly slipped away for 2 hours. The sun had risen high, and the temperature gradually ascended. The sunlight illuminated Bu Xiaoyu's face, and Qin Lang, feeling a pang of concern, suggested, "Why not take a break and use a parasol to shield you from the sun? We wouldn't want you to get tanned." Bu Xiaoyu, unfazed, replied, "No need to block the sun. Otherwise, my face will be in shadow, and the painting won't look good." At that moment, a lady in a qipao approached, carrying a platter of fruit, and said, "Artist Qin, take a break and enjoy some fruit." "Xiaoyu, come and have some." Bu Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight, "Mom, you came out today." It turned out that this was Bu Xiaoyu's mother. Qin Lang scrutinized the elegant lady. She appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, adorned in a black qipao embellished with vibrant flowers, a dazzling diamond brooch glimmering at her chest, and large, intricate diamond earrings that exuded opulence. Her phoenix-like eyes mirrored the beauty of Bu Xiaoyu's, complemented by a slender nose and ruby-red lips. In her youth, she must have been a great beauty, yet her pallor suggested an ill constitution. Noticing Qin Lang's unwavering gaze, Bu Xiaoyu's mother smiled. "Artist Qin, hello. My surname is Chun. You may call me Mrs. Chun. I am Bu Xiaoyu's mother. I am well aware of your noble deeds, and am immensely grateful for your life-saving efforts for my husband. And you did not even accept payment. Young individuals of such integrity are a rarity these days. I also heard you disciplined Zhao Shixing on Xiaoyu's behalf. I did not realize your martial prowess was so commendable, truly a man of both letters and arms." As she spoke, a fit of coughing interrupted her. Qin Lang inquired, "Mrs. Chun, it seems your health is not well." Bu Xiaoyu replied, "My mother has suffered from an ailment since her youth. She frequently experiences insomnia and nightmares, often catching up on sleep during the day. It is quite rare for her to venture out, so her appearance today is indeed a novelty." Mrs. Chun, frowning and pressing her temples, lamented, "I am indeed unwell. I cannot sleep at night, and I suffer from headaches during the day. Alas, age has taken its toll on my body." A nearby maid quickly offered her a bottle of medicine, suggesting, "Madam, please take some Tianwang Bushin Dan." Qin Lang interjected, "Do not take that. My mother used to take it for insomnia as well, but it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Prolonged use can lead to nausea and dependency. Allow me to assist Mrs. Chun with a massage." The maid scoffed, "Who are you to make such claims? What do you know? Our lady has taken it for over a decade without issue. Who are you to speak? Can massage truly resolve her problems? What if you do it wrong? Are you willing to take responsibility? What do you know, coming from a humble background?" Qin Lang, irritated, retorted, "What of humble backgrounds? Are you from a prestigious family? You are merely a servant." The maid was rendered speechless by his response. Mrs. Chun sharply rebuked the maid, "Tang Jia, I detest when people belittle others based on their background. Does having more money equate to nobility? Ordinary individuals can possess great wisdom, while affluent families often produce wastrels. Are you not aware? Just look at yourself. Your family once had millions squandered by your father, leading you to work here as a maid. If not for my kindness in employing you, you might be begging on the streets. You are in fact worse off than Mr. Qin from his modest background." The maid was rendered speechless by Madame Chen's scolding, too intimidated to retort. Madame Chen glared. "You, I shall deduct a month's salary." The maid gasped, "Please, madam, I need to support my children." "Well, I do this month," Madame Chen replied. "You can have your humble husband take care of you. Mr. Qin, come, massage me." Both Bu Xiaoyu and the maid widened their eyes, eager to observe his technique. Qin Lang was quite confident, having previously learned massage techniques while often assisting his mother. He placed his thumbs on Madame Chen's temples, fingers cradling her chin, and began to massage in a clockwise motion, followed by gentle pushes in all directions. Madame Chen closed her eyes, gradually relaxing her body. He then reversed the motion, this time counterclockwise, applying the same gentle pushes. Subtly, he released a faint current of energy that coursed through her temples and spread throughout her head. Madame Chen experienced a warm sensation entering through her temples, nourishing her mind and eyes, enveloping her head before permeating her body. This comforting warmth traveled along her meridians, reaching her abdomen and radiating to her limbs, dispelling any chill. It was as if she were basking in the warmth of a fireplace. Her throbbing headache vanished, and the fatigue from her sleepless night dissipated entirely. When Madame Chen opened her eyes, her complexion glowed, her spirit invigorated, as though she were an entirely different person. "Mr. Qin, you are remarkable. I feel completely rejuvenated. It has been ages since I felt this vibrant. I never imagined you possessed such medical knowledge. How fortunate we are to have encountered you." With a cheerful demeanor, Madame Chen departed. After her exit, Bu Xiaoyu turned to Qin Lang and said, "Actually, my mother was in excellent health when she was younger. She was the daughter of a prominent family, cherished and pampered in her youth. In her 20s, she fell in love with my father, who came from a humble background. My mother's family vehemently opposed the match, accusing my father of being after our family's wealth. Despite their objections, my mother insisted on being with him, leading her family to disown her, calling her shameless for clinging to a pauper. After being cast out, my mother lost the grandmother who had always doted on her. Unable to even say goodbye, my aunt and grandmother would frequently berate her over the phone, inflicting significant psychological trauma that caused her frequent insomnia and headaches. Eventually, my father, determined to prove himself, built a fortune from scratch, allowing my mother to enjoy a life of comfort once more, but they never reconciled with her family. My mother often lamented that if not for her family's prejudice against the humble, these tragedies would not have befallen her." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang finally understood why Madame Chen harbored such disdain for those who looked down on the less fortunate. He grasped Xiaoyu's hand firmly, assuring her, "Do not worry. I will ensure your mother returns to her family in glory," teaching those snobbish relatives a lesson for their disdain towards the impoverished. That evening, his colleague Yin Wenong invited Qin Lang to play billiards. Although Qin Lang's skill far surpassed that of Yin Wenong, the latter had little interest in the game itself. He was there for the gossip. He eagerly inquired, "I hear you've been quite formidable lately, leaving a student with connections to the underworld in a dire predicament. How did you muster the audacity to confront the class beauty and compel that young man to reconsider jumping off a ledge? Why not pursue a career as a negotiation expert? I've also heard that the class beauty has expressed her feelings for you. Impressive. With such talents, why do you remain single?" His eyes sparkled as he broached the topic that intrigued him most. "I've heard whispers that you possess an electrifying charm. Is it true? Is it your gaze that captivates, or is there another source of your allure?" Qin Lang, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Are you here to challenge me to a game of billiards or to indulge in gossip? Do you genuinely believe that a person can emit electricity? Do you possess any fundamental knowledge?" Yin Wenong, with an air of mystery, continued, "I've heard that a wealthy and beautiful woman has requested your assistance in painting an oil portrait. Your fortune in romance and wealth seems to be flourishing. Surely, you must be earning a tidy sum. When the time comes, don't forget to treat me to a meal. Perhaps you should hasten her to conceive. Becoming a son-in-law wouldn't be such a bad prospect." He admonished him for his wild speculations. Qin Lang placed his hand on Yin Wenong's shoulder, sending a jolt of exhilarating energy through him. Chapter 8. Striving against Gong Long Hai in the ensuing days. Qin Lang visited Bu Xiaoyu's residence daily to assist her with her painting endeavors. Bu Xiaoyu earnestly invited him to stay at her home during this period, and Qin Lang acquiesced. He pondered their circumstances. Bu Xiaoyu, a wealthy heiress worth billions, contrasted sharply with his own modest background as an ordinary citizen earning a mere 4,000 a month. The disparity in their social standings was stark, compounded by the fact that he was several years her senior. Yet, It appeared that the Bu family was indifferent to such distinctions. Bu Xiaoyu, having been saved by him and having repelled the advances of Zhao Gongzi, seemed to possess an extraordinary sense of gratitude and curiosity towards him. Her burgeoning affection for him was palpable, and he speculated that, given more time together, their bond might indeed blossom into something deeper. He was certain of his feelings for Bu Xiaoyu, and she reciprocated his affection. Even an additional day spent together would be cherished. If fate were to unite him with Bu Xiaoyu in a blissful marriage, it would be the most profound blessing from the heavens. After diligently working on the painting for 7 or 8 days, Bu Xiaoyu's artwork neared completion, expected to be finalized within a day or two. Although Qin Lang had not graduated from an oil painting program, his foundational skills were commendable. The painting, though unfinished, already exuded vitality and captured the essence of its subject, leaving Bu Xiaoyu immensely pleased. Thus, upon concluding their work for the day, she enthusiastically invited Qin Lang to indulge in a grand feast. With excitement, she drove her Lamborghini, whisking him away towards the bustling food street. Having never experienced such luxury, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile wryly. She had consulted him beforehand, aware of his disinterest in upscale dining establishments and preference for the warmth of street food. Naturally, she was accommodating. Qin Lang's favorite dish was the shrimp dumplings at Huangdi, so they settled at a lively food stall, savoring the delectable shrimp and grilling beef skewers while enjoying a cold beer. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Although Bu Xiaoyu, the affluent lady, did not particularly favor such cuisine, she accepted it wholeheartedly, deriving joy from Qin Lang's happiness. As they shared bites and raised their glasses in cheerful toasts, Bu Xiaoyu began to feel a pleasant intoxication. She relished the vibrant atmosphere around them, with the cacophony of life and the allure of lights, all while seated next to someone she admired. Could it be that, unknowingly, she had developed feelings for him? Surely not. It had to be a misunderstanding. In terms of income, appearance, and height, Qin Lang did not fit her criteria for a partner. Just as Qin Lang was relishing the moment, he noticed the beauty before him gazing at him with a dreamy expression. A warmth enveloped him, compelling him to take her hand. Her touch was remarkably warm and smooth, and her gaze radiated a comforting warmth, akin to a small sun illuminating his world. He had never experienced such a feeling before, as if Bu Xiaoyu's eyes were embracing him. Suddenly, Bu Xiaoyu snapped back to reality. At that moment, Qin Lang caught sight of a menacing group approaching from behind, each member wielding a black iron rod, exuding an intimidating aura. At the forefront stood a man, towering at nearly 6 feet, moving with a steady gait and possessing dark skin. A scar graced his face, and a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in his eyes, revealing him to be a formidable individual. He approached Qin Lang with an air of arrogance, declaring, "You must be Qin Lang. Come along with us. Young master, Zhao wishes to see you." Bu Xiaoyu's complexion turned pale. She recognized him as Qin Lang, the right hand of Zhao Shisheng, the foremost expert of the Zhao family security team, here to cause trouble. Qin Lang retorted with a cold smirk, "And if I refuse to accompany you?" Recent battles and his bodily transformations had unknowingly bolstered his confidence. Qin Lang sneered, "If you refuse to accept a courteous invitation, do not blame me for being discourteous." He turned to the group of thugs and commanded, "Attack." A pack of men charged forward like ravenous wolves, causing the surrounding crowd to scatter in panic. Qin Lang shouted to Bu Xiaoyu, "You must leave now," before he engaged the assailants head-on. With a powerful punch, he struck the foremost thug squarely in the face, sending him sprawling into the crowd, blood spilling from his mouth. The thugs were momentarily taken aback, but surged forward with unrelenting ferocity. Qin Lang unleashed a flurry of punches, targeting the midsections of several thugs, who fell to the ground as if struck by an electric shock. Yet, more assailants continued to pour in. With both hands thrust outward, he released 2 arcs of blue lightning that spread like the branches of a tree, striking dozens simultaneously. The air was filled with anguished cries as they collapsed, smoke billowing from their bodies. How could this be? How can he possess such strength to attack so many at once? In the darkness, the blue and white lightning blazed even more brilliantly, dimming the lights of the night market and leaving the onlookers in awe. Another wave of attackers surged forth, and Qin Lang clasped his hands together, summoning a blue electric whip that appeared in his grasp. He swung it fiercely, toppling another group of adversaries. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, Qin Lang sensed an imminent danger. A tremendous force struck him from behind, hurling him backward into a counter, shattering the glass and inflicting severe pain upon his back. As he rose, he saw Gong Longhai sneering at him, his fists clenched, revealing a rubber glove adorning one hand. It was evident that he had come prepared. Enraged, Qin Lang shouted, "You cowardly sneak! How dare you attack me from behind?" He tightened his grip, and once more, a long blue electric whip materialized, aimed directly at Gong Longhai. Gong Longhai dodged swiftly, the electric whip crashing into the ground, creating a deep dent and sending debris flying. Qin Lang struck again, but Gong Longhai evaded his blows with remarkable agility, leaping aside repeatedly to avoid the whip's arcs. At that moment, two henchmen seized the opportunity to assault Qin Lang. With sparks of fury in his eyes, he released currents of electricity from his left hand, ensnaring the two attackers like a whip. Then, he swung the electric lash, propelling both men towards Gong Longhai, who had to leap away to avoid them. In the midst of this, Qin Lang swung his blue electric whip once more. While Gong Longhai was preoccupied with evading the henchman, he could not dodge the electric lash in time and was struck at last. A smile crept across Qin Lang's face, only to vanish moments later. Gong Longhai, seemingly unfazed, grasped the blue electric whip and continued to smile at him. His gloves were insulated, rendering the lightning a mere nuisance. A sharp pain pierced the back of Qin Lang's head as he was ambushed by a minion. Blood streamed down, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a burst of electric energy, dispatching the assailant. Gazing at his trembling hands, he realized the blue electric whip had vanished. The surrounding thugs continued to surge forward, yet the power within him waned. A sense of foreboding began to creep in. Gong Longhai bellowed and charged at him. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, fists clashing and feet colliding, delivering a brutal exchange of blows. Qin Lang belatedly recognized the depth of Gong Longhai's prowess. He was indeed a formidable opponent. The force of his punches crashed upon Qin Lang, rattling his arms and causing a dull ache in his internal organs, nearly overwhelming him. Gong Longhai's strength carried a destructive force that ruptured Qin Lang's muscles upon impact. If this continued, his organs would surely burst, leading to utter ruin. He needed a swift resolution. Time was of the essence. In a life-or-death struggle, Qin Lang's fury ignited, summoning all his strength for this decisive battle. Failure equated to death. He thrust his fists forward, only for Gong Longhai to seize them with his palms. Electric energy erupted from Qin Lang's entire being, his hair standing on end as if stirred by an unseen wind. Gong Longhai clenched his teeth in determination. The two remained locked in a stalemate, with Qin Lang radiating a sphere of blue electric energy that illuminated the night market, incapacitating any minions daring to approach. Gong Longhai, engulfed in electric shock, felt his insulated rubber suit gradually crack and peel, while his insulated gloves began to show signs of wear. His eyes bulged with fury. Insulation was not absolute. When the voltage reached a certain threshold, even insulators could be breached. Gong Longhai could not afford to delay any longer. He finally unleashed a powerful strike. Releasing Qin Lang's hands, he delivered a crushing blow aimed at Qin Lang's head, channeling all his strength into this punch, accompanied by a thunderous roar. He aimed to eliminate Qin Lang before the electric surge could take effect. This was the moment Qin Lang had been waiting for. As Gong Longhai exposed a weakness, he ducked low and delivered an uppercut that connected with Gong Longhai's chin. Several of Gong Longhai's teeth flew out, and a spray of blood erupted forth. Finally, the electric current coursed through him, the blue energy enveloping his head. The lightning struck him fiercely, igniting multiple points on his body simultaneously with explosive sparks, echoing with thunderous detonations and sending blood mist spraying into the air. He was propelled into the air, soaring 10 meters high, before crashing down like a rag doll. He landed heavily on the street, rendered motionless, his body crackling and sparking with blue electricity. Chapter 9. Rescued by a mysterious figure, Gong Longhai lay motionless on the ground, his voice trembling with disbelief. How could I possibly be defeated by you? I'm the foremost expert. You, a mere commoner, are unworthy of this confrontation. This time I was careless, but next time I shall ensure your demise and that of your entire family. Qin Lang interjected. You are mistaken. Your abilities pale in comparison to mine. There will be no next time. Today, you shall meet your end. He advanced step by step towards Gong Longhai, bright arcs of electricity crackling in his hand, reminiscent of a reaper's chainsaw. Fear began to creep into Gong Longhai's heart. No, please, don't, Qin Lang declared. I am a man who does not initiate conflict, but if you provoke me, do not expect to leave unscathed. This day next year shall mark your day of reckoning. The electricity in his hands surged, sharp as a blade. Please no. Gong Longhai was overwhelmed by his terror. Qin Lang bellowed, launching a torrent of electric energy. Don't. Ah! Gong Longhai's scream pierced the night. The blue lightning struck him directly, resulting in a thunderous explosion, transforming his body into a fireball. At long last, it was over. Remnants of the explosion still flickered in the air, while the night market lay in disarray. The tables and chairs of Li Huanshi's shop were shattered, and the shopkeeper had fled in panic. Red and blue lights flashed as police cars approached. Injured and nearly depleted of strength, Qin Lang succumbed to the ground. A charming man, resembling a large-faced cat and clad in black attire, appeared, helping Qin Lang into a car before vanishing into the market. In a haze of semi-consciousness, Qin Lang felt as though he were being taken into a building filled with people. He was led into a room where concerned voices murmured about his severe injuries. Is this the person you mentioned? Let him take a pill. Someone placed a medicinal pill in Qin Lang's mouth, and he felt a warm sensation spread through his abdomen, alleviating some of the pain. Another individual pressed their palms against his back, a greater wave of warmth coursing through him, revitalizing his body. The surrounding voices continued to chatter. He has truly never practiced before. How can this be? His condition is remarkably unique, possessing such capabilities. As Qin Lang's spirit revived, he opened his eyes to survey the room. A hand swiftly waved before his eyes, and he lost consciousness once more. The following day, Qin Lang awoke to find himself on a bench at a bus stop, bewildered. He opened his eyes to clarity and vigor he had never experienced before. Although remnants of scars lingered on his back, arms, and face, they no longer hindered his movements. The pain in his back was merely a whisper now. Feeling within himself, he realized he had regained 6 or 7 parts of his strength. A slight ache remained in his arm, but was bearable. He rolled up his sleeve to discover a dark spot on his upper right arm. It seemed he had been rescued yesterday, though he could not recall who had saved him, nor had he seen their face clearly. Was it Bu Xiaoyu? No, it was not. A phone call came in. It was from Mother. Qin Lang glanced at his mobile phone nestled in his pocket. Miraculously unscathed after last night's tumultuous affair, a testament to its remarkable durability. With a wry smile, he answered, "What's the matter? You didn't return home last night?" His mother's anxious voice resonated through the line. "Nothing much. A few friends visited, and I spent the night at a friend's house," Qin Lang replied. "Please come back quickly. I've heard that the streets are unsafe. There was a gang brawl in the south of the city last night, which led to a short-circuit explosion, claiming many lives. You must return tonight." "All right," Qin Lang thought to himself, what gang brawl? It was merely me taking on a group of thugs. What short-circuit explosion? That was just me discharging energy. You have classes today, right? You've been painting for that wealthy young lady these past few days. Have you attended any classes? Classes? The home roachers have commandeered all my lessons. Do I still need to attend? At this point, I'm merely collecting a salary without any work. How blissful it is to have nothing to do every day. Qin Lang shed tears of boredom. But with 2 million now, attending classes seems unnecessary. Another call came in. It was Bu Xiaoyu. Her anxious voice remained melodious. "Qin Lang, how are you now? I reported the incident and brought my family to help you, but we couldn't find you. I'm fine now. I defeated them yesterday and was later rescued. I've been sleeping on the street since then." "Oh, Qin Lang. There's a situation now. Zhao Shixing's father, Zhao Daming, has summoned the president of the city's artists association, claiming he wants to challenge you to a painting duel. He has invited many media outlets to witness this event. Will you attend? A painting duel? Qin Lang felt a flicker of interest. This Zhao's second son truly possessed creativity. Unable to best me in a brawl, he now sought to compete in artistry. A duel in painting is not out of the question. Qin Lang had self-studied oil painting for several years and had a solid foundation. Yet he knew there would be a considerable gap compared to the president of the Artists Association. What if he lost? Another call came through, and Qin Lang answered. A deep voice resonated. Hello, I am Nangong Wang, the president of the Hingyang City Artists Association. Qin Lang was taken aback. What merit do I possess to receive a personal call from Nangong Wang? Anyone in the local art scene would recognize his name. Nangong Wang was a prominent figure in Hingyang's art community, an artist of national rank, enjoying special government allowances, a celebrated cultural figure, a member of the curatorial committee of the National Artists Association, and a specially invited professor at Yanhuang University's Training Institute. It was said that he could produce a finely detailed oil painting in just 3 hours and a grand, ethereal landscape in half an hour. Every year, the mayor, secretaries, and various government officials sought his paintings, while many affluent individuals queued with gifts at his doorstep, hoping for a work of art. The line for his paintings could stretch from the south to the north of the city throughout the year, with many never even catching a glimpse of him. On the black market, his paintings had soared to a staggering 50 million each, yet demand still outstripped supply. Qin Lang felt a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Such an extraordinary figure. What merit do I possess to compare myself with him? Nangong Wang interjected. Mr. Zhao has previously entrusted me with his landscape paintings. He mentioned that recently, Mr. Qin has boldly proclaimed that his oil paintings surpass my landscapes by 1,000-fold and intends to replace my works with his in Mr. Zhao's residence. Mr. Qin further asserted that my paintings are mere fabrications, devoid of genuine merit, and that the accolades I have received were purchased, including my position as the chairman of the Art Association, which I acquired through covert dealings. He threatened that should Mr. Zhao refuse to remove my art, he would hold a press conference to unveil my fade of deception, exposing me as a charlatan who exploits the art world and suppresses emerging talent. Mr. Qin, we have never met. Why harbor such animosity towards me? As Nangong Wang spoke, his indignation intensified, revealing a desire for retribution against Qin Lang. The more Qin Lang listened, the more despondent he became. He exclaimed, Chairman Nangong, I did not say that. I swear, I have never uttered such words. I am wronged, more wrong than Do-e. Nangong Wang retorted, Mr. Zhao has divulged everything to me, including the media's expose of my disgraceful reality, to uphold my reputation and that of the entire Hingyang Art Association. We must engage in a fair contest to determine a victor. Has this escalated to the preservation of the entire Hingyang Art Association's reputation? Qin Lang mused, noting the efficiency with which this old dog Zhao had orchestrated such slander, producing fabricated news in record time. Nangong Wang continued, I have heard you are painting a portrait of Old Bu's daughter. Let us both paint her portrait simultaneously and invite several chairpersons from art associations in other cities to judge our work. Hurry to Old Bu's residence. Our competition is about to commence. As the call ended, Qin Lang hung up, speechless, lamenting that calamity had befallen him while he remained at home. Driving to Yongzhou Haoyuan, he was greeted by a throng of journalists armed with cameras and an eager crowd of onlookers. They had never seen Nangong Wang's visage, and the news of his impending artistic duel was nothing short of sensational, an unprecedented event. The gossip mongers speculated, with whom is Nangong Wang competing? I've heard he is challenging a young art teacher in his 20s, a self-taught oil painter who has never won an award. How audacious for such a youthful novice to dare contend with Master Nangong. I have never encountered such shamelessness. They laughed. Perhaps it's more accurate to say, I have never witnessed such audacious folly. Chapter 10. A Duel of Art with the President of the Art Association. Silence. Qin Lang could no longer contain himself. Are you slandering me in my presence? He pointed at the gossipy crowd and reporters, declaring, at least they possess the courage to challenge. You mere gossipers have spent your lives gnawing on others' tails and writing sensationalist news. Do you dare to challenge a master? What heroic deeds have you accomplished? You merely echo the words of others. As for you journalists, devoid of original thought, you write only what your superiors dictate. How many heroes have you reduced to caricatures? Do you have the audacity to say no to authority? The faces of the reporters flushed with embarrassment. One of them queried, "And who are you to speak to us this way? Do you even deserve to?" Qin Lang's face was laced with sardonic amusement. "Because I am that shameless individual, that audacious fool." A murmur rippled through the crowd, and the reporters, like flies drawn to blood, rushed to capture the moment on their cameras. "Even if I were to lose today, I would still be 1,000 times superior to you," he scoffed, ignoring the gossips and reporters, and strode directly toward the Bu family villa. Bu Xiaoyu awaited him with an anxious expression. Upon seeing Qin Lang, she exclaimed, "Qin Lang, did you truly say such things about Mr. Nangong? You should apologize and cancel the competition. With so many people here, losing would be quite humiliating." Behind her loomed a throng of reporters. Several major media outlets were present, along with a crowd of onlookers, perhaps 700 or 800 in total. Qin Lang replied, "I never uttered such words. It was the old dog of the Zhao family who slandered me. Now that we have come this far, if I were to withdraw now, I would be looked down upon even more. I have resolved to compete. Even if I lose, I shall do so with dignity." Clapping erupted from the crowd as an elderly gentleman, around 60, stepped forward. His hair was streaked with gray, and his features bore the marks of a once handsome youth. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of distinction. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. "Mr. Qin Lang, since you dare to act, you must also dare to acknowledge it. If you claim I am inept, let us engage in a fair contest. I am Nangong Wang." He gestured to several middle-aged men beside him, stating, "These gentlemen are the presidents of the art associations from Zhuyang, Xiangyang, Yinzhou, and Chengzhou, who will evaluate our artworks. Rest assured, I have no personal ties with them. They will not be biased in my favor." Nangong Wang continued, "As I am significantly older than Mr. Qin Lang, I shall grant you some leeway. The painting Mr. Qin is creating for Miss Bu is nearly complete. He may continue. I shall start anew and finish within today. If Mr. Qin has no objections, we may begin." With that, he set up an easel, retrieved his brushes and paints, and commenced his work. Qin Lang had no choice but to start as well. Fortunately, his own painting was already 3/4 finished, requiring little effort to complete. Countless reporters began filming the event, providing commentary as the two masters of the local art scene prepared for their showdown. Oh, in truth, Qin Lang does not quite measure up to being a master. Rather, it is a contest between a novice and an expert. Nangong Wang indeed possesses genuine talent. He completed his draft in a mere 10 seconds, swiftly laying down broad strokes of color and establishing light and shadow. In less than half an hour, the canvas vividly revealed Bu Xiaoyu's delicate brows and enchanting eyes. Her fair complexion, lustrous black hair, the swing upon which she sat, and the grassy meadow behind her, all coming to life. Throughout the painting process, he exhibited remarkable certainty and precision, each stroke impeccably executed without the need for revision or hesitation. At this pace, he would require no more than half a day to finish his work. Qin Lang, too, exerted great effort, meticulously refining the unfinished details, the highlights in Bu Xiaoyu's dark, lustrous hair, her long eyelashes, the pearlescent sheen of her cherry lips, the fullness of her bosom, the delicate folds of her semi-transparent skirt, and the ethereal blossoms scattered across the meadow, all rendered as perfectly as possible. The one he cherished resided within this painting, seated upon the swing, smiling at him. Her face bore the glow of youth, the wind playfully tousling her flowing hair, her figure elegantly curved. She was a flawless creation of the divine, untouched by the ravages of time. As the sun dipped low in the sky, both artists completed their works simultaneously. The two paintings were projected onto a large screen in the meadow via a camera, allowing everyone to observe them clearly. Journalists swiftly directed their lenses toward the screen. Qin Lang's portrait was strikingly lifelike. Bu Xiaoyu appeared just as she did in reality, sitting gracefully on the swing, her large eyes sparkling like autumn waters, a smile gracing her lips. Her complexion was a delicate blend of white and rosy hues, and her jade-like hands grasped the swing's ropes, while the tiny white flowers on the grass were rendered with exquisite detail. achieving the pinnacle of realism. The audience nodded in quiet approval, acknowledging that this young man, bold enough to challenge a master, indeed possessed a measure of skill. Next, Nangong Wang's painting appeared on the screen. His depiction of Bu Xiaoyu did not boast the same level of detail as Qin Lang's. She seemed to be enveloped in a gentle haze, certain parts of her figure appearing somewhat indistinct. Nonetheless, her face remained clear and strikingly similar to her real self. The color variations were far more abundant than those in Qin Lang's work, presenting a vibrant spectrum. The background was darker, imparting a sense of depth and gravitas reminiscent of classical masterpieces. So, which artwork was superior? All eyes turned toward the visiting chairman of the Art Association, awaiting their final verdict. Bu Xiaoyu and Qin Lang watched anxiously, while Nangong Wang appeared relaxed, exuding confidence as if he had already secured victory. The chairman engaged in heated discussions, occasionally glancing at Nangong Wang. After a prolonged moment, the chairman of the Xiangyang Art Association stepped forward. Adjusting his glasses, he announced, "Both paintings are remarkably excellent. Mr. Qin Lang has demonstrated exceptional realism, achieving a high degree of likeness with meticulously crafted details and a solid foundation in technique." However, Qin Lang's heart leapt in his throat. What would follow? Would he be deemed lacking? Yet, he could not help but wonder. How could one critique a work that fundamentally relied on a sketch-like quality, with limited color variation, lacking the artist's personal interpretation? Like a photograph, if the intent is merely to replicate reality, then we might as well take a picture instead of exerting ourselves to create art. As Su Dompa aptly noted, if one equates likeness with artistry, such a perspective is on par with that of a child. The audience was thrown into a state of bewilderment. Although they were unfamiliar with the concept of sketching relationships, how could Qin Lang's remarkably lifelike work be deemed inferior? How could Nangong Wang's painting, which appeared enigmatic and obscure, be considered superior? Did Nangong Wang employ some trickery? However, a young artist in his 20s, who has yet to receive any accolades, competing against a seasoned master with numerous awards and a painting valued at 50 million. Any rational individual would not deem the young artist victorious. Even if his work were exemplary and flawless, he could only be faulted for choosing the wrong opponent. The president of the Shenyang City Artists Association continued, "Mr. Nangong's painting has undergone refinement and transformation by the artist himself, transcending mere realism. This piece exhibits an extraordinarily rich variety of colors and contrasts of light and shadow, with an artistic level evidently surpassing that of Mr. Qin Lang's work." Therefore, after deliberation among several presidents of the Artists Association, the outcome of today's artistic duel is Nangong Wang emerges victorious. Chapter 11. The figure in the painting transforms into reality. A hush fell over the crowd, soon followed by an eruption of fervent applause. This outcome was anticipated. The average person lacks the discernment to judge the merit of a painting. However, Qin Lang, in terms of age, status, experience, and past achievements, was thoroughly overshadowed by Nangong Wang. The spectators had long since predicted this result. Yet, as the cheers continued to resonate, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The painting by Qin Lang suddenly exhibited a subtle ripple, shimmering with an ethereal blue light, akin to delicate currents of electricity. The flat canvas unexpectedly revealed a profound three-dimensional space, as if the artwork had acquired a tangible depth. It appeared as though another genuine world resided within the painting, with the image serving merely as a portal connecting it to our reality. Within this painted realm, the leaves began to sway, the grass danced in the gentle breeze, and birds chirped melodiously upon the branches. The figure of Bu Xiaoyu in the painting had her hair tousled by the wind. In an astonishing moment, she turned her gaze toward the journalists and audience beyond the canvas. Her large, clear eyes brimmed with curiosity. The first person to meet her gaze erupted into frantic shouts. "Look at the screen! Qin Lang's painting! Quick! My goodness! It's coming to life!" Nangong Wang, drawn by the frenetic emotion, could not resist casting his eyes upon Qin Lang's artwork. He beheld Bu Xiaoyu rising from her seated position. Their eyes locked, and she began to step toward the outside world. Nangong Wang trembled uncontrollably, his pupils dilating to an alarming extent. He felt as if he were witnessing the most terrifying phenomenon imaginable, something that should not exist in this world, a complete defiance of reason. "She is alive!" A voice rang out, filled with sheer power, cutting through the cacophony of the crowd, reverberating through the very fabric of existence. The outcry grew louder. "She is alive! My heavens! How can this be? This is impossible! Is this real? Did you see that? Am I dreaming? Is this truly happening?" An increasing number of people began recording videos, initiating live broadcasts, transmitting this utterly unbelievable scene across the nation. The viewership surged, the likes multiplied. The chat rooms overflowed with frantic messages. "Is this real? Get a clearer shot." Those in the back pressed forward with desperation, eager to witness this once-in-a-millennium spectacle. All attention had shifted away from Nangong Wang and his painting. Every gaze was fixated upon Bu Xiaoyu within the artwork. Citizens of the city began hailing taxis, rushing to Bu Xiaoyu's home, eager to behold the girl from the animated painting with their own eyes. The figure of Bu Xiaoyu was striving to emerge from the canvas, which served as a portal. Fortunately, the opening was sufficiently large and positioned on the ground, making her escape less arduous. As the onlookers observed the girl from the painting breaking free, a chilling thought crossed their minds. Reminiscent of the horror film character Sadako crawling out of a television screen, inciting a wave of dread. Someone shouted, "No, don't let her out." Why was she not allowed to emerge? The people had not pondered this deeply. They vaguely sensed that the situation was already horrifying enough. If she were to crawl out, even more terrifying events would unfold. Yet, no one dared to approach and obstruct her or send her back. The authentic Bu Xiaoyu gazed at this scene with profound shock, murmuring to herself, "How is this possible? How can this be?" Was Qin Lang not equally astonished? The terror within him was no less than that of the others, for he understood clearly that this was not the result of his magic. The Bu Xiaoyu from the painting had finally stepped out of the canvas, and the sunlight of the real world kissed her face. Now, everyone could ascertain that she was indeed a living being. Her hair was voluminous, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes squinted as if unaccustomed to the intensity of the sunlight. Perhaps the light within the painting was rather dim. People could feel the ethereal texture of her gauzy dress. One brave soul dared to reach out and touch her skirt, confirming it was genuine fabric. Behind her, the canvas revealed only a swing in grass, devoid of any human presence. Countless mobile phones were aimed at her, capturing photos, videos, or live streams, while the crowd fell into a hushed silence, so quiet that the sound of camera shutters echoed. She spotted Qin Lang and joyfully exclaimed, "Qin Lang!" Striding towards him. Before he could gather his thoughts, she abruptly embraced him. That moment seemed to crystallize into eternity, as innumerable phones and cameras immortalized this warm embrace. Qin Lang was momentarily bewildered, gazing at the real Bu Xiaoyu before him. She was indeed flesh and blood. Her warmth radiated, so close that the pores of her skin were visible, adorned with the very green hairpin from the previous day, sparkling in the setting sun. After a brief moment of intimacy, Bu Xiaoyu released Qin Lang, and he pointed towards her back. When Bu Xiaoyu turned to look, it seemed she beheld the most terrifying sight in the world. The Bu Xiaoyu from the painting was approaching step by step. She gathered her courage to advance, as if rowing upstream toward the very thing she dreaded. Her entire body trembled. The painted Bu Xiaoyu stuttered, "You are." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly vanished. A collective gasp of shock filled the air. Then silence descended, as if the crowd had plummeted from a crescendo to a valley. Though only one person was gone, the atmosphere felt utterly desolate. The real Bu Xiaoyu and Qin Lang locked eyes, their gazes reflecting astonishment, confusion, and a sense of survival after calamity. Many secretly thought, "Thank goodness she disappeared. How would this all conclude otherwise? Which Bu Xiaoyu is the true one?" The very thought crossed Bu Xiaoyu's mind as well. Then, together, they turned to look at Nangong Wang. He was so stunned by the series of events that his mind seemed to stall, utterly unaware of what had transpired or how he should react. The venue was enveloped in a deathly silence, all eyes fixed on Qin Lang and Bu Xiaoyu, too shocked to utter a word. Had all of this been an illusion? Was this woman real or merely a figment? Someone glanced at Qin Lang's painting and shouted, "That woman has returned to the canvas." Look, as everyone gathered to admire the paintings of Qin Lang, it became evident that Bu Xiaoyu was still swinging, precisely as before, encapsulated in a moment of stillness. But what had transpired moments ago, was it real or merely an illusion? Those present, who had just recorded the event, hastily shared the video with those around them. Undoubtedly, the figures within the painting had once lived, only to vanish thereafter. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the first person exclaimed, "This is the master of painting. This is the true master. The figures he paints can transform into real beings. Master Qin Lang must prevail. If he does not win, I shall leap from this building. This is unjust." Nangong Wang and the other judges appeared insignificant amidst the throng, trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. A person broadcasting live glanced at their phone, connected with someone who spoke a few words, linking the device to the large screen on the grass. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared on the screen, his expression a whirlwind of emotions: shock, joy, panic, forced composure, feigned kindness, and a reluctant authority flickering across his face. "I am Wanshana, the chairman of the National Artists Association of Yanwang. I have watched the entirety of this live broadcast, and for reasons well known, I declare that in this contest of artistry, Qin Lang is victorious." Chapter 12. Can the Ferrari depicted on canvas become a reality? Qin Lang triumphs. The entire venue erupts in fervor. The crowd unites in jubilant cheers. A remarkable upset has occurred. Once merely a metaphor, the term lifelike now gains new meaning. If an artist's portrayal is so vivid that it could transform into a living being, what reason would he have to lose? Even the likes of Da Vinci, Raphael, Wu Dazi, and Hongjun would be compelled to bow before him. Reporters swarm around Qin Lang, thrusting countless microphones into his vicinity, while flashes from cameras illuminate the scene incessantly. "Mr. Qin Lang, do you have any words of gratitude for this award? Which master did you study under, Mr. Qin Lang? How long have you been painting? How did you manage to bring the figures in your painting to life? What extraordinary talent have you acquired? What profession does Mr. Qin Lang currently pursue? Is Mr. Qin Lang married? Is there someone special in his life?" Bu Xiaoyu boldly steps forward, proclaiming, "I am Mr. Qin Lang's girlfriend." The crowd gasps in excitement once more. Mr. Qin Lang's girlfriend is strikingly beautiful and hails from a prestigious family, perfectly complimenting him. Truly, a match made in heaven. Bu Xiaoyu winks proudly, aware that Qin Lang has now become the darling of the national art scene. Countless beauties must be vying for his affection. She must secure her position without delay. Qin Lang, both astonished and elated, finds himself approached by a sharply dressed gentleman. "Mr. Qin Lang, I'm the owner of Art Gallery. I am utterly in awe of your astonishing artistic prowess, and I wish to purchase the portrait you created today. What price do you propose?" Bu Xiaoyu raises her finger, declaring 100 million. The audience gasps, regardless of the painting's brilliance. Such a price is exorbitant. Only a reborn Da Vinci or Van Gogh could command such a sum. To everyone's surprise, the owner of Art Gallery immediately agrees, stating, "Our gallery intends to sign a long-term contract with Mr. Qin Lang, securing all his future works. Would you be amenable to this, Mr. Qin Lang? Let's draft a contract." Before Qin Lang can respond, more gallery owners rush forward, clamoring to make their case. "Sign with us at Gaogu Xin Gallery. We are far more capable. We are the most influential and renowned gallery in Asia. Hauser Wirth Gallery can offer 200 million for that painting. Join us. Is there a queue? We were first to speak with Mr. Qin Lang. You are merely wishful thinking. Has Mr. Qin Lang agreed to you? Hauser Wirth will pay double what you offer." As the competition intensifies and Qin Lang finds himself in a humorous yet helpless predicament, several presidents of art associations from other regions move through the throng. Pay no heed to these merchants driven by greed. We come with sincere intentions to invite Mr. Qin Lang to represent our city's art association at this year's provincial and national exhibitions. With your extraordinary talent, selection, and accolades at both events are assured. Mr. Qin Lang, would you consider this opportunity? Only those affiliated with the Art Association are aware that winning awards in various online and even offline art competitions is not particularly difficult. It is only through selection in provincial and national exhibitions organized by the Provincial Art Association and the National Art Association that one can truly substantiate their prowess. Provincial and national exhibitions represent the pinnacle of the artistic realm. This was something Qin Lang, who had once self-taught his way to mastery, could scarcely have imagined. Yet now, having unveiled his astonishing artistic talent before the nation, many believe he possesses the potential to enter these prestigious exhibitions. Enough! A thunderous voice eclipsed the clamor of gallery owners and the remarks of the visiting Art Association president, silencing all in attendance. The crowd turned to see Nangong Wang, a figure long forgotten by many. His face was a tempest of anger, disdain, and resentment, his gaze sharp as a dagger as it bore down on Qin Lang, as if he wished to carve him apart with his eyes, extracting every ounce of flesh and blood. Is a mere child deceiving you all with a trick? Where in the world can a painted figure become a living being? What scientific principle underpins this? Even Da Vinci and Raphael could not achieve such a feat. How can he? As the audience listened, they too began to ponder. No matter how skilled Qin Lang's artistry, it could not surpass that of Da Vinci or Raphael. If you truly believe this, then where is the living embodiment of the painted figure? Ah, it has vanished, hasn't it? This is but a ruse, a mere illusion. As many began to calm, they found themselves secretly aligning with Nangong Wang's perspective. Qin Lang realized he must speak up. He could not remain silent, lest Nangong Wang turn truth into falsehood. I did not employ any trickery. Nangong Wang, have you ever heard of a magic that can transform painted figures into reality? Nangong Wang scoffed. Oh, you did not use trickery? You claim to have genuine ability that brings painted figures to life? Then do it again. Qin Lang was taken aback. Do it once more. Make the painted subject real again. A flicker of trepidation coursed through him. He was uncertain whether he could replicate such a miracle. This marvel had only occurred once. Would it happen again? What if, like Bu Xiaoyu, he had infused so much emotion into the painting that it briefly came to life? To attempt to recreate Bu Xiaoyu on site was evidently impossible. The last piece had taken him 7 or 8 days to achieve such an effect, and Nangong Wang's challenge demanded immediate results. There was no time to wait. Seeing Qin Lang silent, Nangong Wang smirked. Are you afraid? If you lack the ability, conceding is also an option. To avoid embarrassment, I shall claim victory in this contest. Qin Lang resolved not to falter. He could not back down. Very well, I shall paint once more. You can choose the subject, anything you wish. But I assert that if I succeed in bringing my depiction to life again, you must graciously exit this place and call me father. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the assembled journalists. This was a bold move that threatened to tarnish Nangong Wang's reputation. With gritted teeth, Nangong Wang retorted, fine. If you lose, you shall exit gracefully and refer to me as grandfather. Now, what shall we paint? Nangong Wang pondered for a moment and said, draw a Ferrari. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Nangong Wang's intent. Noticing Qin Lang's modeste attire, Nangong Wang deliberately chose a luxury car that he believed Qin Lang was least likely to be familiar with, thereby increasing the challenge. He was confident that in a public setting, Qin Lang would feel too embarrassed to frequently check his phone for images of Ferrari. However, he underestimated Qin Lang's audacity. As he sketched, Qin Lang meticulously examined pictures of the Ferrari on his phone, scrutinizing the details and consulting Bu Xiaoyu or other affluent individuals whenever he encountered uncertainty. The crowd erupted in stifled laughter, yet Qin Lang remained unfazed. After all, he had little to lose. In truth, this situation transcended the divide of wealth. Even someone who drives a Ferrari daily would struggle to conjure an identical image from memory without the actual vehicle present. It was akin to ascending a staircase countless times over a year. Would you know the exact number of steps beneath your feet? To facilitate the process, Bu Xiaoyu simply drove a Ferrari 296 GTS from his garage, positioning it merely a meter away from Qin Lang for ample observation. Amid the gathered throng in the Bu family's garden, Qin Lang dedicated an hour to rendering a red Ferrari on the canvas. Though the representation was significantly reduced in scale and lacked photorealistic detail, resembling more of an American advertisement, The accuracy of the details was impeccable. All eyes were fixated on the Ferrari depicted in his artwork. As the blue electric lights flickered to life, they resembled countless tiny ants scurrying across the car's surface, emitting a faint buzzing sound. In an instant, a red Ferrari 296 GTS materialized before the astonished crowd. Chapter 13. The painter's renown spreads across the nation. Even those utterly unfamiliar with automobiles could not help but admire the exquisite beauty of this Ferrari. Drenched in a vibrant red hue, the car exudes a festive charm. Its doors rise gracefully like wings, while the windows shine with an immaculate clarity, unblemished and smooth as a mirror. The sleek, aerodynamic design boasts a striking front end, while the rear is elegantly tall and rounded, embodying an overwhelming sense of power and velocity. It stands there, motionless, a symbol of wealth, a testament to beauty. Nangong Wang collapsed on the ground, utterly at a loss for words. A daring individual approached to touch the car, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's real." The key was inserted in the ignition. He climbed inside and drove the Ferrari around amidst the gazes of countless onlookers. It was undeniably a genuine vehicle. Many, unable to contain their curiosity, reached out to feel the cool, smooth steel of the Ferrari. A $3 million car. Could such a thing truly be painted? What about the castle? He truly is the master of painting. The crowd's attention involuntarily shifted towards Nangong Wang, whose complexion turned pale, eyes wide, and facial muscles trembled violently. Qin Lang pointed at him. "What did you say earlier? Call me father, and then make a graceful exit." After a long period of stammering, Nangong Wang finally managed to say, "You're using illusions again. It will disappear soon enough, yet here you are boasting." Qin Lang crossed his arms. "All right, let us wait half an hour and see if it vanishes." In truth, he felt uncertain, but he couldn't show weakness. He had to maintain his facade. Half an hour elapsed, and the Ferrari remained. It had not disappeared. It continued to exist right there, and Bu Xiaoyu now possessed yet another Ferrari, a genuine one worth over 3 million. Qin Lang remarked, "So, can you now call me father?" Nangong Wang's eyes widened, his face flushed, his previous refined demeanor completely shattered. "You impudent child, do not overstep your bounds. You won once by chance, and now you dare to pressure an elder of the art world. Your blatant disregard for your betters and moral decay warrant your own expulsion from the realm of painting." He walked away step by step amidst the crowd's jeers. The onlookers taunted, "Can't you handle defeat? You lost and refused to honor your wager. Yet you chastise others for lacking morals. You truly are something." The crowd's gaze shifted back to Qin Lang, who appeared increasingly radiant. He was no longer merely the painter. He had become an inexhaustible source of wealth. Did he need to participate in provincial or national exhibitions? Did he require contracts with prestigious galleries? Not at all. He could conjure boundless riches directly. As the crowd clamored for more, Qin Lang proceeded to paint a pile of gold. Moments later, the gold materialized into reality. Professionals tested it with precious metal analyzers, confirming it was indeed genuine gold. The attendees were utterly enraptured. The journalist has thoroughly exhausted the spotlight. The gold has been entirely divided among the fortunate. Those who managed to seize it revel in ecstasy, while the live-streaming hosts who missed out have still garnered tips, ranging from tens of thousands to millions in their broadcasts. When the surrounding crowd began to implore Qin Lang to illustrate diamonds and currency, he decisively retreated, fleeing with the speed of a hare. Today marks a day of jubilation for all media outlets. They proclaim in the largest font, "A prodigious painter has emerged in Hengyang City, transforming Ferraris from canvas to reality." The unparalleled artist, Qin Lang, possesses the extraordinary ability to manifest everything he paints into existence. A divine brush has been born, and a painting saint walks among us. Each headline more exaggerated than the last, each prose more fervent than the previous. Yet, Qin Lang wishes to avoid it all. He secludes himself at home, engrossed in television dramas, seeking to evade interaction with anyone, until a phone call interrupts his solitude. It is the voice of Chu Xiong, the head of the arts, physical education, and music department. "We are having a gathering at the Eastern Phoenix Hotel. You should come." Qin Lang retorted grumpily, I am unwell today and cannot make it. The principal is also attending, and he specifically requested your presence. With the principal's personal invitation, a modicum of respect must be granted. Thus, he relented. Very well, I shall attend. Upon arriving at the hotel, he found a large round table where the Faculty of the Arts, Physical Education, and Music Department, along with several principals, awaited him. The principal, he beamed upon seeing him. Qin Lang has arrived. Please take a seat. Zhang Hua, the previously contentious physical education teacher, laughed. Qin Lang has truly made a name for himself as the painting saint. We all witnessed your match against Nangong Wang. Your comeback was remarkable. Principal, he chuckled. With your current prowess, surely any painting you create could fetch millions. You ought to sell a few more to sponsor our school. Qian Yud, another physical education teacher who had once clashed with him, grinned widely. Is it true that what you paint can become real? I watched the videos online and found them hard to believe. Could you demonstrate for us live? Zhang Hua added with a sly smile. Qin Lang, you're still unmarried. Perhaps you could paint a lovely lady for yourself. You could create a new one each day, 365 days a year, each unique. Laughter erupted, and the principals abandoned their dignified demeanor. The striking music teacher, Guo Hui, who had previously ignored him, flirted. Why paint a girl? Am I not suitable? I don't have a boyfriend yet. She cast a flirtatious glance at Qin Lang, her beauty evident, with a slender waist and ample curves. Yet her high standards had kept her single as she approached 30. Zhang Hua sneered. You could paint a 20-year-old beauty. Can you compare a 29? Guo Hui shot him an indignant glare. You ageist. I possess experience, charm, a house, a car, and a business. How do I fall short of 20-year-old? Another music teacher, Wang Jia, chimed in. Qin Lang, could you paint a Ferrari for me? I'm stuck driving a modest QQ worth only 70,000. Meanwhile, the art teachers, Yang Fan and Zhu Quan, along with Li Lily, purposely maintained their silence, adopting an aloof demeanor. Qin Lang remarked, Yang Fan, why have you fallen silent? I am now in a position of triumph. Are you not pleased? I understand your reticence. Previously, those physical education teachers dismissed me entirely. For the Arts and Sports Department holds the teachers of physical education in high regard. You perceive me as lacking status. You are most adept at assessing the situation. So why would you deign to acknowledge me? I am your master, having entered into a mentorship agreement with you. Do you regard me as such? You spend your days in the company of the principal's daughter, Li Lily, perhaps wishing to elevate her to the status of your mentor instead. That mentorship agreement means nothing to you, merely a piece of scrap paper. As Yang Fan absorbed these words, the muscles in his face twitched, yet he remained silent. They adhered to the belief that silence shrouds one in an air of profound mystery. Zhang Hua interjected, Wait, when have we ever dismissed you? Qin Lang replied, Did you not once claim that I would never attract a partner, that I was ineffectual, inferior to your keen perception? 5 years ago, when I sought a ride with Yang Fan to attend a gathering of the Arts and Sports Department, you hoisted me like a fledgling chick, forbidding me from taking the car. You used to argue with me at every turn. When I offered you a drink, you refused and lashed out, despite my cup containing nothing but water. Surely, if it were the principal offering you a drink, you would accept it, even if it were merely a cup of urine. Qian Yud's face flushed crimson as he coughed. Ahem, with the principals present, perhaps we should refrain from revisiting such bygone matters. Chapter 14. The Hotel Showdown Gong Shi. Principal He and Principal Peng were utterly astonished upon hearing these previously unheard tales. They had long believed that the Arts and Physical Education Department was a harmonious entity, only to discover a plethora of discord beneath the surface. Indeed, where there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. Qin Lang continued his discourse with fervor. When Yang Fan and Zhu Quan witness your treatment of me, it is only natural that they would not extend kindness in return. Despite my lack of enmity towards them, people tend to follow the crowd, seldom acting according to their own conscience. Guo Hui retorted, But I have always treated you well. With a smile, Qin Lang replied, Guo Hui, I recall Wang Jia jokingly suggesting that since neither of us is married, we might as well pair up. Yet, your disdain is palpable, as if you fear any association with me. You insist on seeking a partner of considerable wealth. Yet you're merely a teacher earning a modest salary. Have you ever contemplated whether you are worthy of such aspirations? Huei's face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, Qin Lang, you speak nonsense. Do not presume that your newfound fame renders you exceptional. Qin Lang retorted, such is the nature of humanity. They mock others in misfortune while fawning over those in success. If I were not renowned, would any of you deign to utter a word to me? You regard me with disdain, while you bow and scrape before those physical education teachers. I regret to say, offer you no monetary gain for your flattery. What purpose does your sycophancy serve? I cannot fathom why you two would exhibit such arrogance in my presence, especially when your artistic skills are a mere shadow of mine. In terms of academic achievements, you have nothing to show, and you have failed to establish any side ventures or earn a single penny. After all these years, what have you truly accomplished? The scorn directed at them was palpable. After delivering his diatribe, Qin Lang resumed his meal, disregarding the stunned silence that enveloped the room. No one had anticipated that the typically timid Qin Lang would voice such bold statements, compelling Yang Fan and Zhu Quan to reassess their perception of him. Now transformed into a wholly different being, Principal Peng interjected to diffuse the tension. It is inevitable for colleagues to encounter minor disagreements. Let bygones be bygones. We must look forward together. Qin Lang's artistic prowess has reached remarkable heights, and he stands to contribute significantly to our school. We should all learn from him, especially Yang Fan and Zhu Quan. Unity is essential for the betterment of our institution. Principal, he added, indeed. Let us raise a glass to Qin Lang and cast aside any previous grievances. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a thunderous voice reverberated through the room. Who is Qin Lang? To everyone's astonishment, a group of over 10 men clad in black, wielding iron rods, stormed in. The leader, a young man in his mid-20s, declared, Qin Lang, step forward and face your fate. Annoyed, Qin Lang pondered the audacity of these thugs, having already endured a brutal encounter with them the previous day. While biting into a chicken leg, he inquired of the leader, You lot again? What do you want? Who are you? What is your name? Which organization do you represent? Who sent you? The teachers and principal were left utterly astounded, rendered speechless. How could he dare to converse with those gangsters in such a manner? The leader proclaimed, I am Gong Shichu of the Zhao family's first hall. You have beaten Zhao Shuai to such a state, and yesterday murdered my brother Gong Longhai. Today, you shall pay with blood for your transgressions. The educators and principal were taken aback once more. Had Qin Lang truly taken a life? Just moments ago, they had expressed their intent to learn from him. Qin Lang scoffed dismissively. Your brother came to me first. He perished due to his own inadequacies. That is no concern of mine. Gong Shichu retorted, Nonsense. A life for a life. Not only you, but none of you shall leave here today. Before he could finish speaking, a cup struck him squarely in the face, dousing him in wine and blood. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Lang had seized a wine glass and hurled it at him, striking his nose with such force that the glass shattered, spilling wine across the floor. As the alcohol invaded his eyes, pain coursed through him, driving him to madness. You lot, kill him. His lackeys surged forward. Qin Lang, undeterred, seized several wine glasses, shattering them against the faces of those rushing toward him. Two of them, merely struck in the body, continued their advance. With no time to ponder, Qin Lang grabbed a bottle and brought it down upon the head of an approaching thug. Electricity surged from his hand, striking several individuals in succession, their bodies drenched in alcohol. The electrical currents coursed through them, igniting a cacophony of screams as they were engulfed in sparks, collapsing amidst a cloud of smoke. Yet, more assailants continued to flood in. With the intent to subdue the leader, Qin Lang set his sights on Gong Shichu. To his astonishment, Gong Shichu had drawn a submachine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets in his direction. Qin Lang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Gong Shichu wielding a firearm. Realizing he could not deflect the bullets in time, he rolled to the side, narrowly evading the onslaught. The table, laden with bottles, glasses, and dishes, was obliterated in the barrage. The teachers and principal could no longer contain their terror, screaming and covering their ears in horror. They inwardly cursed Qin Lang. questioning the wisdom of inviting such a calamity into their midst. Gong Shichu surveyed the room, continuing to fire at Qin Lang. In this cramped private room, Qin Lang found himself with nowhere to hide. He could only transform into a fleeting shadow, darting and evading. Seizing the moment when the gunfire momentarily ceased, he grabbed a downed thug and hurled him towards Gong Shichu. The latter, spotting the shadowy figure, unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the hapless thug, blood splattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lang launched a punch at Gong Shichu. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Gong Shichu could not aim and fire in time, and could only respond with a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a resounding boom, echoing like thunder in the ears of the onlookers, rendering them momentarily deaf. Gong Shichu's arm felt as though it had been struck by lightning, an excruciating pain coursing through him, as if his bones had shattered. He could no longer muster the strength to retaliate. Although his martial prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of Gong Longhai. Now, before Qin Lang, he was utterly outmatched and fell short of even a single strike. He exclaimed, "How is it possible? How are you so formidable?" Qin Lang swiftly lunged forward, seizing Gong Shichu by the throat. Sensing the perilous situation, Gong Shichu's henchmen grasped the necks of the principals and teachers, pressing their firearms against their temples. Qin Lang shouted, "Release these teachers at once, or your leader shall meet his demise." The henchmen retorted, "You must let our leader go, or your friends will face the same fate." Qin Lang chuckled, "They are not my friends. Your threats hold no weight with me." Zhang Hua, Qin Yud, Yang Fan, and Zhu Quan, terrified, cried out, "Indeed, he despises us to the core, wishing us dead. He was just berating us moments ago. Your killing us would be futile." The henchmen sneered. Then surely killing these lovely ladies would serve a purpose. They aimed their weapons at the music teacher, Guo Huihui, and the prominent figures of Huangdi. Chapter 15. The entry within the police station, the beautiful Guo Huihui was utterly devoid of composure, nearly paralyzed with fear. "He despises me as well. Threatening him with me is futile." "Silence," commanded Gong Shichu's henchman, gripping her chest and squeezing mercilessly, silencing her. Gong Shichu roared, "Regardless of its efficacy, eliminate them all. Annihilate them to avenge my brother. Do not concern yourself with me." Qin Lang retaliated, delivering a powerful punch that struck Gong Shichu squarely in the mouth. "Cease your incessant drivel." The blow was devastating, causing Gong Shichu to shriek in agony, his teeth dislodged, blood spewing forth. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lang extracted the fallen teeth and hurled them viciously at the henchmen, each tooth gleaming like a streak of crimson light, piercing their bodies. The henchmen, taken aback by Qin Lang's unorthodox weaponry, were thrown into disarray. Physical education teacher Zhang Hua and Qin Yud swiftly subdued the remaining henchmen, regaining control of the situation. With a sense of assurance, Qin Lang delivered a crushing blow to Gong Shichu's abdomen, unleashing a torrent of electric currents that surged through his body. Countless arcs of electricity crackled and detonated around him, eliciting anguished screams as he succumbed to weakness. Qin Lang pressed Gong Shichu down onto a chair, unleashing a barrage of slaps. "This is for your brother's vengeance." A resounding slap echoed. "This is for using my colleague as leverage." Another slap followed. "And this is for aiming a submachine gun at me." Yet another slap landed. Having received over a dozen strikes, Gong Shichu's mouth bled as he groaned helplessly, his spirit broken. Qin Lang shook his hand. "Ah, I've exhausted my strength in this endeavor." Yang Fan obediently presented a metal rod. "Brother Qin, use this." Qin Lang grinned. "At last, you've come to your senses. Splendid." Armed with the iron rod, he prepared to strike Gong Shichu in his most vulnerable area, threateningly proclaiming, "If I were to unleash my full strength upon this spot, who knows what might become of you? You might find yourself wishing for a fate worse than death." Gong Shichu, terror-stricken, cried out, "Stop. Do not tread the path of crime." Guo Huihui interjected, "Feel free to strike him hard. His henchman just groped me." Just as Qin Lang was about to deliver the blow, the blaring sirens of the police interrupted. It appeared that onlookers outside the hotel had alerted the authorities, leading the police to apprehend everyone involved. In the Zhao family mansion, a sign read Yipentang. The One Yuan Group the Zhao family's biotechnology enterprise, stood as a premier entity within Yin Huang, ostensibly centered on a comprehensive stem cell industry, offering services in cell storage, clinical treatments, and anti-aging technologies. However, its clandestine collaboration with the Western Dake biotechnology company had yielded significant breakthroughs in genetic biology and the cloning of extinct species, an absolute secret known to but a few across the nation. The Wen Yuan Group boasted its own armed force, Yipentang. Zhao Daming, the president of the Wen Yuan Group and the leader of Yipentang, a grim, bespectacled middle-aged man, was on the phone aghast. What? Our top security expert, Gong Longhai, has been slain by Qin Lang. How could it be? Although Gong Longhai is young, he has trained for many years and has reached the level of a second-tier warrior. Yet he was defeated by a mere art teacher, who is utterly incapable of harming a fly. Indeed, our second-in-command went to avenge Brother Hai, only to be beaten into a pulp, as reported through tears over the phone. Zhao Daming was even more astonished. What? Gong Shichu also fell victim to Qin Lang, with 5 or 6 individuals perishing. Everyone was apprehended by the police. Our second-in-command, armed and firing at him, could not bring him down. He is not human, but a monster. Zhao Daming furrowed his brow and exhaled a smoke ring. Who exactly is this Qin Lang? I have never heard of him before. Suddenly, he is transformed into a revered artist, with combat prowess exceeding all expectations. He has taken down so many of our people. We must eliminate him, or what face will our esteemed hall have left? At the police station, Qin Lang was providing his statement. Officer Lu Qi inquired with curiosity. Are you the renowned artist Qin Lang? I just saw your report today. How did you get involved in this gang brawl? Qin Lang innocently responded. I have no idea. My colleagues and I were enjoying a delightful dinner when this gang barged in, declaring their intent to kill me. Officer Lu Qi pressed on. Gong Shichu claims you killed his brother, Gong Longhai. Is that true? Qin Lang replied. His brother came to confront me yesterday, and we fought, but I did not kill him. Officer Lu Qi retorted. We have video footage of your street brawl from yesterday. Do not attempt to deny it. Qin Lang countered. Then tell me, how did his brother die? Officer Lu Qi played the video, showing the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Sparks flying as Gong Longhai was sent flying, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning that engulfed him in flames. Officer Lu Qi exclaimed, Did you see that? It was you who unleashed that bolt of lightning, killing Gong Longhai. Qin Lang replied, Officer, please think this through. Can a human emit lightning? Of course not. Even a taser cannot produce such a bolt. Officer Lu Qi was at a loss for words. I don't know how you accomplished it, but it was certainly you. Another officer, Chun Xiang, approached and said, Director Shin requests your presence in his office. In the director's office, Director Shin Xiaohong was quite perturbed. Moments ago, Zhao Daming from the Wen Yuan Group had called him, his tone fervent, nearly to the point of tears. Director Shun. This Qin Lang has left my son with a second-degree disability, killed our security department's general manager, Gong Longhai, severely injured the deputy manager, Gong Shichu, and harmed over 20 employees. The evidence is indisputable. You must enforce the law and bring him to justice. Director Shun smiled, adopting a conciliatory tone. Certainly, Mr. Zhao. Let me first assess the situation, shall I? We have maintained a good relationship. You must assist me in this matter. Qin Lang has completely disregarded the law. Very well. I shall strive to do my best. But this is not merely a matter of effort. Will effort suffice? I put to you plainly. If you spare him, I shall escalate this to your superior, the provincial police chief, and you will no longer be the director. Director Shun, drenched in sweat, hung up the phone. Zhao Daming wields considerable influence and frequently engages in mahjong with him, offering gifts and fostering connections. Thus, outright refusal is not an option. If the situation unfolds as he described, Qin Lang must face severe repercussions. To my astonishment, no sooner had Zhao Daming hung up than Chairman Bufeiqian of Yintian Group called. Director Shun, I have heard that Qin Lang has been apprehended by you. I must discuss this matter. Qin Lang acted heroically. How has this suddenly transformed into an act of heroism? Director Shun mused. Just days ago, Zhao Shisheng, son of Zhao Daming from Wen Yuan Group, caused a disturbance at my home. He was once my daughter's boyfriend, but his character was reprehensible, leading to their separation. That day, he came to my house and verbally assaulted my daughter with such vitriol that even an old man like me felt compelled to retaliate. Subsequently, he resorted to violence, attempting to seize a bank card worth 5 million yuan from the table. Would you not consider this a threat to our safety and property? Thus, Qin Lang, unable to tolerate the provocation, struck back in self-defense, a commendable act of valor. Very well, Director Shun conceded. Let us regard this as self-defense and an act of heroism. However, what of the incident yesterday when he killed the general manager of the security department, Gong Longhai, and today severely injured the deputy manager, Gong Shichu, resulting in casualties among 20 individuals? Chairman Bu Feiqian replied, last night, Qin Lang was dining with my daughter at Li Huanshi's establishment when Gong Longhai arrived with a large entourage to exact revenge for Zhao Shixing. Qin Lang was merely defending himself. Today, while Qin Lang dined with colleagues, Gong Shichu again came with a large group, armed, intent on assaulting them. Qin Lang was forced to retaliate. Gong Shichu brazenly opened fire with a machine gun, an act of illegal possession of a firearm, intentional bodily harm, and attempted murder. These charges are inescapable, are they not? Director Shun pondered, recognizing the validity in Chairman Bu's words. The Gong family's henchmen, brandishing firearms and resorting to violence, left no choice but to retaliate. One cannot simply remain passive in the face of such lawlessness. In broad daylight, wielding clubs and firing weapons. This is what it means to disregard the law. In the face of the Gong family's criminal conduct, Qin Lang's response was a desperate necessity, and casualties, regrettably, were inevitable. The laws of the Yinhuang nation explicitly state that when one's life and property are threatened, citizens possess an unlimited right to self-defense. Just as Director Shun ended the call, Zhao Daming arrived at the police station with remarkable speed. Clenching a pipe, draped in a cape, accompanied by several bodyguards and carrying a mourning ribbon, he approached with a visage of deep grievance. Qin Lang must not be released. The perpetrator of the murder must be punished. Justice for Gong Longhai must be served. Shortly thereafter, Chairman Bu arrived, demanding release Qin Lang at once. He acted in self-defense. Your son insulted my daughter and attempted to steal 5 million yuan from me, and I have yet to settle accounts with you. The tension escalated between the two in the police station, a confrontation seemingly imminent. Director Shun felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, pondering how to navigate this precarious situation. Both men were formidable adversaries. At that moment, Officer Lu Qi arrived, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen and observe the surveillance footage." The screen illuminated with images of Qin Lang and Gong Longhai engaged in a fierce altercation at the night market, sparks flying as Gong Longhai was struck and sent sprawling, while Qin Lang unleashed a dazzling bolt of energy, transforming Gong Longhai into a fiery spectacle. In a hotel, Qin Lang struck Gong Shichu's abdomen with a powerful punch, unleashing a torrent of electric currents that enveloped Gong Shichu in a blue haze. His anguished cries echoed through the room. Zhao Daming exclaimed with fervor, "Did you witness that? This is the very moment the villain committed his heinous act. The evidence is irrefutable. He must be incarcerated or even executed." Lu Qi remarked, "From this footage, we discern a significant truth. Qin Lang is no ordinary individual. He is a being endowed with extraordinary powers, and indeed, he is a formidable one." Zhao Daming retorted, "What if he possesses such powers? Even if he were the Jade Emperor or the Heavenly King, he would still be answerable to the law like any common citizen." Lu Qi countered, "According to our nation's laws, should a powerful superhuman commit a crime, it falls not under the jurisdiction of the police or the criminal investigation unit, but rather under the purview of the Alliance of Superhumans." Chapter 16. The meeting of the Alliance of Superhumans. Have you heard? The esteemed painter, Qin Lang, has killed someone. This statement has spread like wildfire within the Alliance of Superhumans, becoming sensational news. The Alliance is the governing body of extraordinary individuals and supernatural occurrences in the Yinhuang nation, operating under the Central Military Commission. This morning, the Judicial Department of the Hingyang Division received a call that stirred considerable commotion among the staff. It was the director of the municipal police reporting that Qin Lang had fatally assaulted Gong Long Hai, the general manager of the One Yuan Group Security Department, severely injuring Gong Shichu, the deputy manager, and injuring over 20 employees in a significant criminal incident. Qin Lang, who had just risen to fame yesterday, immediately captured the attention of the alliance. His ability to transform his paintings into tangible objects is a manifestation of a creative auxiliary power. Moreover, in this incident, Qin Lang exhibited remarkable combat prowess and characteristics typical of the mage faction. He is indeed a rare talent. The alliance is treating this matter with utmost seriousness. Director Li Aigua and Deputy Director arrived promptly at the city police station to meticulously investigate the background and details of the criminal event, reviewing video surveillance. They concluded that this was a case of justifiable self-defense. Qin Lang was exonerated. Zhao Daming walked away, cursing under his breath, harboring countless grievances. Yet he dared not confront the members of the alliance. These individuals are superhumans, many of whom are far more formidable than Qin Lang, capable of crushing him with a mere finger. As he departed, he muttered, "Qin, you lucky scoundrel, I can't deal with you this time, but I shall await my chance. Our company's Yipentang will ensure your demise. The monstrous creations of our biotechnology shall surely bring you down." Meanwhile, President Bu left in high spirits, believing his future son-in-law was exceptionally fortunate. He had already considered Qin Lang as his son-in-law. The following day, an emergency meeting was convened at the Alliance's office building in Hengyang City. In the first-floor conference room, the attendees, all of remarkable demeanor and restrained brilliance, were undoubtedly experts in their fields. Director Li Aigua proclaimed, "The legendary demon Refining Pot has appeared as a prize in the Hengyang Decorative Painting Design Competition. My company has already registered for this contest." President Ouyang inquired, "Is it truly the demon Refining Pot? If so, its value is immeasurable. How could it possibly be awarded in a municipal competition?" Feng Hua, the deputy director of the calculation division, dressed in a white shirt, asserted, "Our division's director, Yi Jida, has confirmed its authenticity. It is indeed real." An uproar ensued. If Yi Jida of the calculation faction, renowned for her unparalleled foresight, declared it genuine, it cannot be false. In a black suit, the slender warrior, Adu, declared, "Then what are we waiting for? Let our warrior faction retrieve the demon Refining Pot." Li Aigua replied, "There is no need for that. I will personally invite the painter Qin Lang to participate in this contest. With his involvement, we should have a fair chance." The room erupted in astonishment. "Qin Lang?" Whispers filled the air. Is it the same painter who had just committed murder, only to be acquitted? The verdict of our judicial department is the sole reason for his acquittal. It is time he contributed in return. Could this be considered a way to redeem himself? His participation in this art competition seems most fitting. It is said that the beauties he paints can come to life, and the Ferraris he depicts can materialize as well. Perhaps he should simply be tasked with creating a demon Refining Pot. However, that is not so simple. The creations he renders exist only for a fleeting moment, though they are indeed remarkable. If he were to compete, he should stand a chance of victory. President Ouyang cleared his throat and announced, "Silence. I believe Director Li's arrangement is sensible. Why resort to martial conflict when we can engage in intellectual competition? I sense that the organizers of this competition are formidable, for they offer one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts as a prize. There must be a significant conspiracy or trap involved. The organizers likely have formidable figures as security. Why should we risk our own people? Let us allow Qin Lang to enter the competition and secure the prize through legitimate means. If he fails, we can then deploy martial artists, mages, and support specialists to devise a plan to seize it later." A member of the support group, Zhang Yang, inquired, "The question is, will Qin Lang willingly assist us in the competition?" President Ouyang replied, "Our human alliance has just rescued Qin Lang from the police station. Thus we hold a considerable favor over him. He should be inclined to assist us. Had it not been for our leniency, his actions would have been deemed excessive self-defense, and he would face at least 3 years in prison." Adu added, "But can Qin Lang truly win? While we are aware of his artistic prowess, if this competition is indeed a conspiracy, The judges would likely not be impartial. Would they truly declare him the victor? Would they willingly bestow the demon-refining pot upon him? President Ouyang pondered for a moment and asked, directorly, what is Qin Lang's current level of ability? Liu responda. Based on the surveillance footage I reviewed at the police station, Qin Lang currently possesses the strength of a first-level martial artist and is close to becoming a second-level electric mage. Moreover, he has the ability to momentarily transform his painted creations into reality. This ability is quite peculiar, typically found only among those specializing in the creation aspect of support magic. Feng Hua expressed her astonishment. So, Qin Lang simultaneously possesses the abilities of a martial artist, a mage, and a supporter. Such a combination is truly rare. Perhaps one in a century, Li Aiguo affirmed. Indeed, while his skills in these three areas may not be particularly strong, our understanding of Qin Lang indicates that he has only recently awakened his superpowers, leaving ample room for future enhancement. Strangely, during his last duel with the martial artist Gong Long Hai, where he sustained severe injuries, we discovered that Qin Lang's body had never undergone any training. How did he suddenly develop these three abilities? Feng Hua suggested. Let us set that aside for now. Ultimately, this decorative painting competition will focus primarily on artistic skill. What is Qin Lang's true painting ability? Li Aiguo deliberated. Qin Lang is renowned as a painting sage, mainly due to his unique ability to momentarily bring his painted creations to life. However, if we consider his actual painting technique, he likely still falls short of professional decorative painters. After all, he was merely a secondary school art teacher and did not specialize in oil painting in university. It seems he has not extensively studied traditional Chinese painting either. President Ouyang, since this is the case, let Luda assist him once more to ensure absolute certainty. Qin Lang finally returned home, yet he was perplexed by his acquittal. He simply felt an overwhelming fatigue, an exhaustion unlike anything he had ever experienced before. The past few days had been a tumultuous roller coaster. He had met a wealthy and beautiful woman, engaged in a fierce artistic battle with the president of the Art Association, emerged victorious, berated colleagues, confronted gangsters, committed murder, participated in brawls, been incarcerated, and finally released. In just a few days, he had lived through what others might never encounter in a lifetime. Bu Xiaoyu had once humorously suggested that the portrait could fetch 100 million, though it was evident that such a sum was unattainable in the short term. Earlier, she had sent him 2 million via his phone, which was the agreed-upon reward for that very painting. He glanced at WeChat, where Deng Ziming was lamenting his misfortunes, claiming he had failed in stock trading, amassed debts of over 100,000, and was on the verge of starvation, pleading for the mercy of his illustrious former classmate. Out of respect for their past friendship, he transferred 40,000 to Deng Ziming to alleviate his immediate crisis. What lay ahead? Would people regard him as a revered artist or a murderer? As for the future, that could wait. I remain who I am. Qin Lang failed to notice that the dark spot on his right arm had elongated into a short black line. Chapter 17. Qin Lang agrees to compete. The following day, Bu Xiaoyu visited Qin Lang's residence. Upon entering, she exclaimed, "You startle me. I heard that you attended a gathering with your colleagues the other night, and that group of thugs came after you again. Did you end up fighting them off and getting arrested?" Qin Lang chuckled. "It's nothing to worry about. I appreciate your father for bailing me out from the police station. As you can see, I am perfectly fine now." Bu Xiaoyu, still shaken, replied, "Thank goodness. Many people outside are speculating that you might be facing a downfall, just as you've started to rise to fame. I'm not a celebrity. What downfall could I possibly encounter?" Qin Lang retorted. "In fact, I came here not only to check if you were hurt, but also to share some news. The Ferrari and gold you saw me draw have vanished a day later." Qin Lang's eyes lit up with joy. "Really?" "Yes," Bu Xiaoyu confirmed. "I checked the garage the day before yesterday. The Ferrari you drew disappeared. I reviewed the surveillance footage, and it vanished in a puff of smoke around 7:30 in the evening. It existed for approximately 13 hours. Moreover, I heard that the gold you created also disappeared, leaving those who acquired it utterly disappointed." Qin Lang sighed in relief. "That's wonderful." Bu Xiaoyu continued. "Indeed, if the gold, luxury cars, or extravagant items you drew were to exist permanently, it would spell disaster for you. Consider how many individuals would seek to capture you. coercing you into creating more wealth for them, and you would never find peace. The wealthy would desire nothing less than to see you utterly destroyed, as your ability to generate infinite wealth threatens their status. Just the fact that you can endlessly produce gold would lead to a catastrophic plummet in the global gold prices. The higher echelons of our nation's banks and regulatory authorities would wish to see you executed 1,000 times over. Qin Lang remarked, "It's splendid that what I've drawn are mere illusions. This fervor will eventually subside, and people will forget about me. Otherwise, how could I ever walk the streets again?" Bu Xiaoyu smiled. "I came today to inform you of something significant. My father and Mr. Li, the president of the legendary decorative painting company, wish to meet you. They have arranged a dinner for you at the Liangchen Night Banquet on North City Road, stating that there are important matters to discuss. Of course, if someone is treating, I shall attend. Just don't ask me to draw a Ferrari." The Liangchen Night Banquet, one of the most upscale restaurants in Hengyang City, left Qin Lang in awe as he stepped inside with Bu Xiaoyu. He regretted his previous poverty and lack of exposure. The restaurant was dimly lit, immersed in a breathtaking light show, featuring thematic walls depicting an underwater world, ancient Chinese pavilions, cranes, and auspicious clouds, alongside abstract and vibrant floral designs. Mr. Bu and Mr. Li from the legendary decorative painting company had chosen a private room with a traditional Chinese theme, where projections of ancient court ladies adorned the walls, and miniature models of pavilions and groves filled the space, with sumptuous dishes illuminated by lavish lighting displays. The gentle sound of a pipa resonated around them, akin to soothing ripples. As Qin Lang and Bu Xiaoyu entered the private room, a middle-aged man stood up with a beaming smile and greeted Qin Lang. "You must be the esteemed painter, Mr. Qin Lang. Yam Li Aiju, the chairman of the legendary decorative painting company." He extended a warm handshake to Qin Lang. As everyone settled down, Qin Lang remarked, "It is rather dim here. Could we perhaps brighten the lights a bit?" The ambience, though aesthetically pleasing, was too obscure for him to discern the appearance of Liaigua. Chairman Li promptly instructed the waiter, "Adjust the lighting. Are you incapable of performing your duties?" Once the lights were enhanced, Qin Lang finally beheld his surroundings. In the private room, apart from himself and Bu Xiaoyu, there were three others: the beaming General Manager Li, the benevolent General Manager Bu, and an unfamiliar yet strikingly beautiful woman. This enchanting lady exuded a bold and sultry demeanor, with captivating large eyes and fiery red lips. Her appearance was remarkable, her figure exquisite, boasting a bosom even more ample than Xiaoyu's, and a backside to match. Clad in a low-cut dress that showcased her long legs, at least one, 72 meters in height, she directed her alluring gaze towards Qin Lang, smiling intermittently. General Manager Li introduced, "This young lady is my daughter, Li. The reason for inviting Mr. Qin Lang here today is straightforward. Our company intends to participate in a prestigious live painting competition, the Hengyang Decorative Painting Design Contest. Unfortunately, our employees and contracted artists do not possess suitable candidates. Recently, Mr. Qin Lang triumphed over Nangong Wang, establishing himself as the foremost figure in the realm of Chinese painting. Thus, I extend an invitation for Mr. Qin Lang to represent our company in this competition." Qin Lang responded, "That seems rather inappropriate. I am neither an employee of your company nor a contracted artist. How could I possibly represent you in this contest?" General Manager Bu interjected, "Mr. Qin, you may not be aware that Chairman Li is the head of the Judicial Department of the Human Alliance. Your recent release was due to Chairman Li and his subordinates deeming your actions as justifiable self-defense, resulting in your acquittal." Qin Lang was taken aback. So was this Chairman Li who had saved him? He began to scrutinize the middle-aged man before him, who, despite the traces of time etched upon his brow, still radiated an aura of fervor. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Lang sensed a kinship in their spirits. Chairman Li continued, "I sincerely hope that Mr. Qin Lang will represent our company in this competition. I extend an earnest invitation for you to assume the role of our art director and chief contracted artist, with an annual salary of 1 million. This way, you can officially participate in the contest as an employee of our company. Moreover, the champion's prize is 20 million. Should Mr. Qin Lang emerge victorious, the entire sum will belong to you." We shall take not a single cent, 20 million. Qin Lang felt his heart race once more. Such a sum could alleviate all the woes of an ordinary individual. He could abandon his previous position as a teacher entirely. Moreover, this financial windfall would significantly narrow the chasm between him and Bu Xiaoyu's economic standing. Qin Lang inquired, "What does Chairman Li hope to gain from this competition?" Chairman Li replied, "We seek this vessel. Please take a look." He displayed a picture of a green square porcelain pot on his phone, resembling a small square building with a lid akin to a pavilion's roof. Qin Lang was perplexed. "What kind of antique is this?" Chairman Li explained. "This is called the Julie pot, also known as the Lin Yao pot. It is a Tang Dynasty artifact, an ancient rarity, and a prize for this competition. If Mr. Qin Lang triumphs in this competition, it suffices for us to receive this pot. Beyond this vessel, this victory holds immense significance for us. Our legendary decorative painting company ranks among the top 3 in the province, and all our competitors are participating in this contest. Should we emerge victorious, we shall claim the title of industry leader." Qin Lang gazed at the pot of refining spirits, experiencing an unusual sensation akin to a long-awaited reunion, bringing a profound sense of comfort to his body and mind. Is this fate? Very well, General Manager Li, rescue me from this predicament. I am willing to assist you in any endeavor. I promise you. Upon hearing Qin Lang's enthusiastic agreement, General Manager Li was filled with joy and promptly raised a toast to Qin Lang. "Thank you, the master of painting, Qin Lang, for joining our team and undertaking such a crucial task. Cheers." After finishing the drink, Qin Lang noticed that General Manager Li still seemed hesitant to speak, prompting him to ask, "Is there something else on your mind, General Manager Li? Please feel free to express it." General Manager Li scratched his head, replying, "This is a matter I find quite difficult to broach." Chapter 18. Li Liying's willingness to be a concubine. Li Liying, the daughter of President Li, stood up and declared to Qin Lang, "I wish to be Mr. Qin Lang's girlfriend." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, radiating the adoration that only a truly devoted heart could express. "I am utterly enamored with Mr. Qin Lang. I am prepared to do anything for him." Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "Miss Li, you are unaware that I already have a girlfriend." He then wrapped his arm around Bu Xiaoyu, showcasing a tender affection. Although Qin Lang appeared nonchalant on the surface, he was inwardly astonished. Had the young lady become so bold as to confess her feelings to a stranger? Moreover, surely the news of his existing relationship was common knowledge by now. Li Liying, undeterred, responded, "I could be a concubine. As long as I can be by Mr. Qin Lang's side, I would gladly serve as a maid or a servant." Her persistence was unwavering. "I could be a concubine. I could be a concubine." Qin Lang's worldview was shattered. Bu Xiaoyu attempted to maintain her composure, suggesting, in truth, "Miss Li, you are exceedingly beautiful and could easily find a more suitable Prince Charming." She was ready to pull Qin Lang away from this scandalous situation. However, Li Liying remained resolute. "I simply adore Qin Lang. Miss Bu, I know you also harbor feelings for him. Let us come to an agreement. I shall be his wife, and we can share him, 70-30. I am not here to disrupt your relationship. I wish to join it." As she spoke, her hand began to caress Qin Lang's chest, descending further. Bu Xiaoyu could no longer contain her outrage. Her patience had reached its limit. This was utterly shameless, daring to compete for her husband right in front of her. She shouted at Li Liying, "Have you never encountered a man before? There are countless men on the streets. Why must you covet my husband? It is one thing to desire him, but to confront me so brazenly, how utterly disgraceful." Li Liying, now flustered, retorted, "Do not refer to him as her husband. Mr. Qin Lang is not married yet, which means I still have a chance. I intend to compete with you fairly. You may not even stand a chance against me. I am more beautiful than you, my figure more alluring." Before she could finish her sentence, Bu Xiaoyu slapped her across the face. With fury, she shouted, her words laced with indignation, "My husband and I are getting our marriage certificate tomorrow. You have no opportunity, none whatsoever." With that, she seized Qin Lang's hand, leaving the 3 stunned individuals behind as they rushed out of the hotel. Outside, The vibrant nightlife glimmered with dazzling lights and bustling energy.
It was the first time Qin Lang witnessed Bu Xiaoyu in such a furious state. She usually preserved her graceful demeanor.
Seeing her lovely face and large eyes contorted with anger was quite a sight to behold. Qin Lang mused, although our bond is not particularly deep, having only rescued her father once and painted a portrait for her, she publicly referred to me as her husband and intends to marry me immediately. Is this woman deeply infatuated or merely naive? Bu Xiaoyu, still seething with anger, wondered how she had encountered such an outrageous individual today. Truly, how could President Li have raised such an audacious girl? She still wanted to play the role of a little wife, as if we were still in the feudal era, but it required your willingness. Qin Lang looked at Bu Xiaoyu and asked, "Do you truly have feelings for me?" Bu Xiaoyu was momentarily caught off guard. Huh? Qin Lang pressed on, "What is it that you like about me? Is it the fame and fortune I have now as the master of painting? Is it my ability to depict Ferraris in gold? Is it because everyone is now enamored by me? Otherwise, given our disparate social standings, one soaring high above while the other languishes below, it would be implausible for you to profess love for me, to call me your husband." Bu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, gazing steadily at him. "Must there be a reason?" "Indeed," she replied. "When you encounter my father having a seizure on the street, you selflessly rush to save him. That alone is worthy of my affection. At that time, you likely hadn't even seen my face clearly. Many admire me, but they do so for my appearance and the wealth of my family. Your initial interaction with me was not driven by my looks or my money. You sought to save a life. Later, in my home, when Zhao Xiaogo insulted me, you stood up for me and confronted him. Then, at the night market, you bravely took on a gang of thugs for my sake, nearly losing your life in the process. I believe your willingness to fight for me was not motivated by financial gain, but by a sense of justice. Doesn't that make you worthy of my love?" Bu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled like stars, and for the first time, Qin Lang felt that someone truly loved him for who he was. He realized he had qualities that were admirable. This girl, though born into wealth and accustomed to a life of luxury, was warm and alive, capable of joy and anger. Clinging to him as if he were her world, unable to contain himself, Qin Lang embraced her tightly and whispered warmly in her ear, "Come to my home." At Qin Lang's house, they lay together on the bed, and he slowly undid her clothing, to which she offered no resistance. He held her close, and she reciprocated, embracing him tightly. For the first time, Qin Lang felt that this woman was entirely his. He loved her deeply, and she loved him in return. They merged into one another, experiencing a profound joy in their union. The following morning, when they awoke, both felt a hint of shyness, exchanging awkward yet polite smiles as their eyes met. Qin Lang's parents were overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wow, he brought home a girlfriend for the night. And such a beautiful young lady at that. Our son has finally moved on, achieving something significant." Bu Xiaoyu greeted Qin Lang's parents just as the doorbell rang. "Is Qin Lang in?" High school classmates Zheng Shirong, Wang Hongmin, and Deng Gao's arrived, each carrying various bags. Upon seeing Qin Lang, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Qin Lang, you made it. You are now the renowned master of painting in Hingyang City. No, you are famous throughout Xiangnan province and even nationwide. We witnessed your artistic duel with Nangong Wang, and your skill is truly extraordinary. It's as if your paintings breathe life, turning into reality. What else can't you accomplish?" Upon seeing his classmate Qin Lang come to visit, Bu Xiaoyu excused himself to converse with Qin Lang's parents in another room. A bittersweet smile crept across Qin Lang's face. These classmates, once distant and even tormentors, had not communicated with him for a decade since their graduation, and he had never been invited to any reunions. Now, witnessing his success, they flocked to him, a true testament to the ebb and flow of fortune. During his high school years, Qin Lang grappled with severe depression and social anxiety, leaving him utterly unaware of how to forge friendships. His sole focus was on academics. Ironically, his mind was seldom engaged in studying. He often found himself in a daze, with no one to acknowledge him. How could he concentrate on his studies? What was the point of memorizing knowledge if it held no significance for him? He merely went through the motions of studying while lost in thought, resulting in dismal academic performance. Consequently, many remarked on his fierce demeanor contrasted with his poor grades, questioning his intellect. A multitude ostracized and even bullied him. Qin Lang's youthful days were spent enduring a living hell. Now, the very individuals who had cast him into that abyss stood before him once more. Chapter 19. Retribution against those who once tormented him. Qin Lang chuckled softly. I extend my gratitude for your visit. In the past, you were exceedingly kind to me, so much so that I can hardly forget your kindness. After graduation, as you are well aware, I faced considerable challenges in securing employment. Fearing that my struggles might affect your lives, you seldom reached out, and today marks your first visit. Have you come bearing good news? Are you here to lead me to fortune? Each of his words dripped with irony. To his astonishment, Zheng Shirong and the others failed to grasp his sarcasm, or perhaps they deliberately chose to overlook it. With a beaming smile, Zheng Shirong replied, "Oh, dear classmate, you jest. You are now a celebrity. Your artistic prowess is nothing short of miraculous. A single painting of yours can fetch tens of millions in the black market. You must take us along on this path to wealth." Wang Hongmin added, "Indeed, Qin Lang, do us a favor. Gift each of us a painting, and we shall instantly become prosperous. This is your authentic masterpiece." Their current circumstances were far from favorable. Zheng Shirong worked as a mere laborer in a sugar factory. I toiled in a design firm, and Run Dachuan fared even worse, selling barbecue on the streets. "Come and rescue us," they implored. "With just a flick of your fingers, we could ascend from the depths of despair to the heights of prosperity." Deng Gao's chimed in, "Yes, we lack your talent. I'm the most unfortunate of all, unable to secure even a job. I spend my days selling barbecue on the streets. Qin Lang, please assist me. If you could bestow upon me 2 of your paintings, I would immediately become a millionaire." "Why should I assist you?" A chilling voice emerged from Qin Lang's lips. Zheng Shirong, Wang Hongmin, and Deng Gao's were momentarily taken aback. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zheng Shirong. "Remember when you wrote a love letter to Wu Dan but lacked the courage to deliver it yourself? You asked me to hand it over, yet she dismissed you, tearing your letter apart, publicly declaring you a toad yearning for a swan. In your humiliation, you claimed the letter was penned by me and berated me as a fool, did you not?" Then he directed his ire toward Wang Hongmin, and during our examinations, while I performed slightly better, you had the audacity to accuse me of cheating in front of the entire class, leading the teacher to erroneously believe your claims. And now, you shamelessly come to solicit my assistance? Zheng Shirong and Wang Hongmin exchanged awkward glances, unsure where to place their hands, torn between leaving and staying. Deng Gao's hastily interjected, "We were once desk mates. Surely, we shared a bond." "Ah, Deng Gaozi," Qin Lang retorted. "You were the only one among the boys who dared to study while the rest conspired against me. You wagered with them, certain I would falter. As my desk mate, you regaled me with lewd tales, pilfered my pens and books, and distracted me during English listening exercises, sabotaging my concentration. Ultimately, your machinations led to my abysmal performance. And you even celebrated with them over late-night snacks, reveling in your success at my expense. Is this what you consider friendship?" These were the painful memories Qin Lang wished to forget, and now these instigators had the audacity to approach him for paintings? What audacity they possessed! Zheng Shirong's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of pale and crimson as he broke into a cold sweat. "Qin Lang, we were young and foolish back then. You're the bigger person. Let bygones be bygones. We shared a bond as classmates. Surely you can extend a helping hand." Wang Hongmin gestured towards the gifts strewn across the floor. "Indeed, look at how many presents we have procured today, all to express our sincere apologies. We purchased several boxes of Huangdi, costing us thousands, and we acquired 10 bottles of Faitian Matai, totaling over 20,000. Before he could finish, Qin Lang forcefully slammed a box of Matai onto the ground, producing a resounding crash. The bottles within shattered violently, sending the liquor splattering across the floor. Qin Lang seethed. "I neither smoke nor drink. Why do you offer me these bottles of alcohol? You fools, imbeciles." Nearby, Bu Xiaoyu and Qin Lang's mother rushed out to assess the commotion, but Qin Lang motioned for them to retreat. He lifted the packaging, letting the shards of glass cascade out, littering the ground. You claim to have come to apologize? Then kneel upon this glass debris, and I shall grant you forgiveness. Come, do it. The faces of Zhang Shirong, Wang Hongmin, and Deng Gao's shifted dramatically. Zhang Shirong's lips trembled as he stammered, Qin Lang, don't be so ungrateful. We should not have sought out a petty man like you today. With a resounding slap, Qin Lang struck him hard across the face. You wretches bullied me into dropping out, and now you dare to label me as petty? Zhang Shirong's face contorted in pain. Collapsing to the ground where the glass shards pierced his hands, blood pooling amidst the debris. Deng Gao's, contemplating, wore a sinister grin. Qin Lang, do not think yourself so formidable now. We are aware of your dark past. Should I choose to disseminate it through the media, your reputation will crumble. People will say, what a so-called master of painting. He is merely a fool, and your artwork will lose all value. Before he could finish, Qin Lang landed a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to scream in agony as he collapsed onto the shards of glass. Wang Hongmin, now in a panic, fled. Qin Lang swiftly pursued him, seizing him like a chick and forcefully slamming him onto the littered glass. Qin Lang unleashed a surge of electricity from his hand, striking the three men. They convulsed uncontrollably, unable to stand, collapsing onto the glass, their hands stained with blood. As electricity coursed through them, they cried out, I was wrong. Qin Lang, show mercy, forgive us. Ah, how painful. We should not have come today. They lamented. How can he still wield such power? He was never this formidable in school. Amidst their struggle, Wang Hongmin pleaded, Qin Lang, we have knelt. Will you not grant us a painting? Qin Lang, incredulous, found humor in their audacity. Even at such a moment, he ceased his onslaught, having delivered sufficient retribution. He did not wish for their demise. As he halted, the three men, summoning their remaining strength, fled through the door, leaving behind a bloody handprint. Qin Lang chose not to pursue them further. Letting them linger another moment in his home would be a disrespect to himself. As Qin Lang's parents emerged, they were taken aback by the scene before them. What is going on? Did you have a quarrel with your classmates? Do not cause any trouble. You have just begun to gain recognition. If you resort to violence, you will be apprehended, and your reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Qin Lang, however, shrugged indifferently. Why should he care about reputation or status? This altercation served as a definitive closure to his past. Bu Xiaoyu appeared equally unconcerned and turned to Qin Lang, asking, is it over? Can we set off now? Qin Lang noticed another charming aspect of her character. Beneath her gentle and innocent exterior lay a fierce boldness, a sense of indifference, as if the sky could collapse around her without a care. He smiled and inquired, where to? Bu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she replied, to obtain our marriage certificate. We must prevent other women from coveting you. Qin Lang chuckled. Shall we invite that woman from last time to witness our certificate acquisition? Bu Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. What a splendid idea. How'd I not think of that? This way, she will not pester us any further. She indeed dialed Li Liying's number, saying, Li Liying, this is Bu Xiaoyu. Qin Lang and I are heading to get our marriage certificate now. If you have any objections, feel free to express them at the Civil Affairs Bureau. You are welcome to witness our entire certificate acquisition process. Chapter 20. Obtaining a marriage certificate before arrival. How provocative. At the Marriage Registration Center of Hengyang City, a long queue stretched endlessly, with no discernible beginning or end. Qin Lang felt a twinge of disappointment. Was it not said that marriage rates were low and divorce rates high? Yet, here were so many people. Given such a lengthy line, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to obtain a certificate. At that moment, a sleek black Bentley glided into view. Li Liying had arrived. Clad in a black gown and high-heeled shoes, adorned with a sparkling gemstone necklace, she resembled a true femme fatale. Her complexion was stark, accentuated by dark circles beneath her eyes, which glimmered with animosity. The moment her gaze clashed with Bu Xiaoyu's, Qin Lang could almost feel the electric tension in the air, as though two adversaries were confronting each other, eager to consume one another alive in this battleground of emotions. However, the lengthy queue meant that neither Qin Lang nor Bu Xiaoyu could proceed with their registration, and they remained oblivious to how long they would have to wait. Bu Xiaoyu, with a determined set of her jaw, resolved that since she had finally come, she would not allow her rival to endure any delays. She would create opportunities for Li Ying to feel discomfort. Seizing Qin Lang's hand, she declared loudly, "This is Qin Lang, the illustrious painter." Instantly, countless eyes turned toward Qin Lang, their attention riveted upon him. The queue dissipated as people rushed to him, some taking photographs, others capturing the moment for their social media feeds, while some even began live streaming. "Mr. Qin Lang has graced my wedding venue. Allow me to interview him," though the line had vanished. Qin Lang found himself ensconced in a throng of admirers, gasping for breath. Bu Xiaoyu devised another scheme. She pulled a handful of cash from her bag and tossed it into the air. A flurry of red bills soared upwards. Oh my, money is falling from the sky. The allure of wealth proved irresistible, and the crowd momentarily forgot about Qin Lang, all heads bending down to collect the fluttering bills. Seizing this opportune moment, Bu Xiaoyu grasped Qin Lang's hand and, traversing the path paved with money, dashed into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Ying, of course, followed closely behind. When the staff at the registration window beheld 3 individuals approaching for marriage formalities, their expressions shifted to one of bewilderment. "Who among you is marrying whom?" Bu Xiaoyu pointed at Qin Lang, exclaiming, "I am marrying him. That woman is the mistress." Li Ying's eyes blazed with fury. No, she was merely an observer. Throughout the registration process, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on the couple, the flames of hatred igniting both in her eyes and within her heart. Nearby staff members sensed the tension and attempted to console her, saying, "Young lady, don't be too disheartened. Why cling to a single tree?" Once the paperwork was completed, Bu Xiaoyu triumphantly held aloft the vibrant marriage certificate before Li Ying, proclaiming, "See, we are officially married. From this day forth, he is my husband. You have no chance." Finally, Li Ying uttered her first words of the day. "Bu Xiaoyu, do not rejoice too soon. As long as Qin Lang is alive, I shall have my opportunity. Just wait. Everything you have done to me, I will reclaim." With that, she turned on her heel and strode away, leaving no room for further confrontation. To speak frankly, Qin Lang felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Ying, believing that Bu Xiaoyu had gone a bit too far. Considering she was merely a girl who harbored affection for him, Li Ying was simply enamored with him and had committed no wrongdoing. Upon returning home that evening, Li Ying's father, Mr. Li, sent a WeChat message to Qin Lang. "Mr. Qin, the Hengyang Decorative Painting Design Competition will take place in 3 days at the Hengyang Art Exhibition Center. Please ensure your attendance at 8 a.m. My daughter is rather naive. Please disregard her words and do not let them disrupt our plans." Qin Lang replied with an acknowledgement. Upon arriving home, Li Ying was overwhelmed with tears, unable to bear the humiliation inflicted upon her by that woman. After all, she herself was a stunning beauty, possessing an exquisite appearance, and her figure surpassed that of Bu Xiaoyu by several measures. In terms of talent, she was undoubtedly superior to Bu Xiaoyu. From a young age, she had demonstrated exceptional artistic skills, winning 5 provincial exhibition awards and 3 national exhibition awards. While many toil for a lifetime to enter the Provincial Artists Association, she had already crossed the threshold into the National Association by her 20s. The kinship of kindred spirits and the notion that like attracts like were significant reasons for her affection toward Qin Lang. In the realm of art, she was an undeniable genius, and it is said that genius attracts genius. Moreover, Li Ying not only excelled in talent, but also possessed remarkable martial prowess. In the 6th grade, she bravely confronted a thief on a bus and apprehended him. A grown man thief stood no chance against a 6th grade girl. Later, this thief's gang, incensed by their humiliation, plotted to abduct her, intending to teach her a lesson and extort money from her family. One evening, they followed Li Ying, armed with daggers and wooden clubs, planning to ambush her in a secluded area. Unfortunately for them, before they could execute their plan, the astute 6th grade Li Ying sensed their presence, effortlessly dispatching the 5 or 6 attackers and rendering them incapable of fulfilling their manly duties. In a fit of rage, the gang leader lost his composure and reported her to the police, accusing her of intentional bodily harm. The outcome was predictable. The entire gang was apprehended, leading to their utter downfall. Since the age of 6, Li Liying had trained under a master of great repute in the Yinhuang nation, and by 10, she had already proven invincible throughout the city. By 11, she had claimed the National Karate Championship for children, and by 19, she had achieved a 4th-degree black belt in karate and a 7th-degree black belt in taekwondo. The fighting prowess of 100 ordinary men was negligible in her presence. Coupled with her affluent background, she typically paid little heed to suitors. However, one day, she stumbled upon Qin Lang, a dual genius in both art and martial arts, possessing the astonishing ability to generate electricity which astounded the nation. Unintentionally, she began to regard him as the only man worthy of her affections. Her unwavering confidence led her to publicly confess her feelings to Qin Lang. Having never experienced defeat in her life, she believed she could attain anything she desired, only to face a humiliating setback in the presence of Qin Lang. The sight of Bu Xiaoyu obtaining a marriage certificate with Qin Lang before her very eyes was a disgrace that no one could endure. Her close friend, Ma Shunjing, witnessing her tears flowing incessantly as if they would never cease, consoled her, saying, "Liying, why are you crying? You haven't lost yet. There is still a chance." Li Liying wept, exclaiming, "What chance do I have left? They have already obtained their marriage certificate." Her friend, Ma Shunjing, responded with a sly smile, "But they haven't held the wedding yet. You could take the opportunity to embrace and kiss Qin Lang right in front of everyone at the ceremony, infuriating that Bu Xiaoyu and avenging this grievance." Wiping her tears, Li Liying asked, "But won't Qin Lang be furious with me?" Ma Shunjing, confident, reassured her, "Rest assured. Being a woman, Qin Lang would never dare to strike you in front of so many witnesses. He will be utterly astonished. In those few seconds of his shock, you can seize the moment to kiss him passionately and even confess your feelings, perhaps even propose." With numerous media present, Bu Xiaoyu would be utterly humiliated. Li Liying responded, "And then what? Qin Lang would surely reject me outright, and I would be left utterly embarrassed in front of all those media outlets, my shame broadcast nationwide." Ma Shunjing countered, "Fear not. Once you confess, I will swiftly arrange for a few people to divert Bu Xiaoyu's attention. At that point, Qin Lang will have no opportunity to refuse you." Li Liying questioned, "Are you suggesting we kidnap Bu Xiaoyu?" Ma Shunjing affirmed, "Precisely. We will abduct Bu Xiaoyu, and you can torment her as retribution for today's humiliation. Slap her a few times to exact your revenge." Li Liying protested, "That's illegal." Ma Shunjing dismissed her concerns. "What does that matter? We will wear masks and use voice modulators. Once we have Bu Xiaoyu, you can humiliate her and then release her. We want to demand ransom or leave any marks. Who would ever know it was us? Even if something were to go awry, your father, the head of the judicial department, could help you out. Every true man must endure some hardship. Think about it. Can today's disgrace simply be overlooked?" After pondering for a moment, Li Liying agreed. "All right, let us proceed with this plan." Chapter 21, The Conspiracy of the Competition, with only 2 days remaining until the competition. Qin Lang drove to the Hengyang Art Exhibition Center to survey the venue. The center was an immense white square structure, accompanied by a vast expanse of green lawn in front. At the entrance, a colossal poster had been erected, boldly announcing the Hengyang Decorative Painting Design Competition, featuring the staggering prize of 20 million yuan and the participation of 700 contestants, who would emerge victorious. As Qin Lang contemplated the imminent contest, where he would pit his artistic skills against those of 700 adept decorative painters, a wave of trepidation washed over him. After all, he had never formally studied decorative painting. In truth, his knowledge of oil painting was self-taught, devoid of any mentorship, and his experience with traditional Chinese painting was minimal. He realized that his reputation as a master painter was somewhat inflated. Nevertheless, he reassured himself. What was there to fear? He had already triumphed over Nangong Wang. Why should he be intimidated by these competitors? Suddenly, he noticed a young man at the entrance, hawking grilled sausages. The young vendor called out, "Grilled sausages for sale. Delicious and springy." Qin Lang had no desire to indulge in sausages and intended to turn away. However, the young man continued, "Hey there, handsome. It's fine if you don't want to buy, but I have something important to tell you. Qin Lang paused, curiosity piqued. What is it? The young man replied. You forgot to bring your house keys. Qin Lang instinctively checked his pocket and discovered he indeed had left them behind. Oh no, I need to call someone, my mom or dad, to let me in. But how did this young man know? The vendor added, you should hurry. Your phone battery is down to 13%. Qin Lang glanced at his phone. It was true. Having owned the device for 2 or 3 years, the battery had begun to deteriorate, and he had forgotten to charge it the previous night. Yet again, how did this young man possess such knowledge? Qin Lang scrutinized the vendor. The young man, with a round face resembling a chubby cat, wore a bright blue outfit and appeared to be in his early 20s. There was something familiar about him. The vendor continued, the third thing I must tell you is that in 10 minutes, you will find yourself yearning for my grilled sausages. Intrigued, Qin Lang asked, how do you know I forgot my keys and that my phone is at 13%? With a charming smile, the young man replied, I know you're formidable, skilled in combat, and capable of generating electricity. However, there are things beyond your awareness. He pointed to his head, explaining, each of us possesses a consciousness within our minds. An ordinary person's consciousness is typically inward-focused, used for thought and managing daily affairs. Yet, individuals who have cultivated their abilities to a certain extent can project their consciousness outward to perceive their surroundings. It serves as your third eye, allowing you to observe things invisible to the naked eye, such as distant objects or those obscured, like your phone in your pocket. Qin Lang interjected, so, it's akin to what ordinary people refer to as X-ray vision and remote sensing? Young man, indeed, I perceive you as a formidable individual. You might wish to give it a try. Can you guess how many coins I have in my pocket? Qin Lang closed his eyes and beheld a radiant orb of golden light before him. Young man, the luminous sphere you now perceive is your consciousness. Focus your gaze with both eyes and envision your consciousness depart your body to stand before me. As Qin Lang imagined this, an epiphany struck him, and suddenly the world was aglow. He beheld everything around him, even with his eyes still shut. His consciousness had detached. It was akin to a flying camera, which he could navigate at will. He directed his consciousness towards the young man's trousers, penetrating the fabric, and discovered a bulging mass within. The young man blushed, exclaiming, where are you looking? Qin Lang, apologies, I'm still quite inexperienced at this manipulation of consciousness. He veered to the right, delving into the darkness of the pocket's interior. Indeed, a plethora of coins awaited him. They appeared before him as magnified coins, yet the dimness obscured their precise number. His consciousness began to engage with the coins, akin to a hand reaching out to touch. Consciousness could indeed feel. Qin Lang opened his eyes and declared, 4. The young man's face flushed slightly as he retrieved 4 coins from his pocket. Correct. Then he said, now, allow me to show you my consciousness. He did not need to close his eyes. He simply locked gazes with Qin Lang. Suddenly, Qin Lang envisioned a vibrant red sausage, its casing bursting forth with an enticing aroma. He imagined biting into it, savoring the crunchy exterior and the tender, springy meat within, sweet and flavorful, warm yet not scalding. It was utterly delectable, and he yearned to indulge. He watched the sausages sizzling on the grill, each one seemingly sweeter than the last. His mouth watered uncontrollably, a primal desire overwhelming him. How much for one of your sausages? The young man chuckled. You've fallen for it. Haven to you? This technique is called consciousness invasion. You can transmit desired thoughts into another's mind, allowing them to see what you wish them to see and act accordingly. Control their thoughts? If you wish to frame it that way, so be it. You are soon to partake in a decorative painting competition, and mastering these 2 techniques will significantly enhance your chances of victory. Ha. The young man began to gather his belongings in preparation to depart, prompting Qin Lang to shout, who are you really? You cannot possibly be just a sausage vendor. The young man replied with a smile, once you triumph in this competition, you shall naturally discover my true identity. With that, he departed, and Qin Lang re-entered the expansive venue on the first floor. A grand space adorned with hundreds of easels and chairs, all meticulously arranged. Silence reigned, yet Qin Lang sensed the presence of others above. He found a place to sit, closed his eyes, and released his consciousness. It meandered freely, soaring to the second floor, merging with the walls, and entering various rooms. At last, he he discovered a chamber where 4 individuals were engaged in fervent discussion. Among the judges, Qin Lang immediately recognized Nangong Wang. Perhaps it was true that adversaries are particularly striking to one another. Nangong Wang was articulating. The competition committee has just concluded its meeting. We, those responsible for the questions, have gathered here for a brief discussion. Some foolish companies have selected individuals completely devoid of understanding regarding decorative paintings to participate, such as that Qin Lang. It is utterly insulting to this competition. He must not be allowed to win. What does he amount to? One person beside him remarked. Chairman Nangong, but Qin Lang's painting skills are exceptional. The figures he creates seem almost lifelike. Chairman Nangong responded, and what of it if they appear real? Does that signify true artistry? This is sorcery, mere illusions. It is not art. Furthermore, this is decorative painting. Does it necessitate realism? To demand realism is a regression in art. This Qin Lang is a mere name without substance, just a secondary school art teacher. What does he truly understand about art? What does he comprehend regarding decorative painting? Another individual inquired, then what does Chairman Nangong intend to do? Chairman Nangong pondered for a moment. For what I gather, Qin Lang's weakness lies in traditional Chinese painting. He usually specializes in oil portraiture, so we shall set the theme as Chinese landscape painting. His abilities should not suffice to render a landscape lifelike. How could there possibly be a towering mountain at our venue? That is inconceivable. As for determining the champions, we shall base the awards on the financial contributions from various companies, with the highest bidder, Fengxiao Night Mooring Company, being crowned champion, and the second highest, IKEA, as the runner-up. Let us, a few of us, synchronize our stance to eliminate Qin Lang. The other judges can weigh in later. After all, I am the chief judge, and I possess a veto vote. Another judge concurred. Indeed, let us unite to thwart Qin Lang. We must assign him the lowest score, subjecting him to public humiliation, ensuring he suffers a crushing defeat, allowing him to appear foolish before the nation, never to recover. Chapter 22. The competition begins. 2 days hence, the competition officially commences. The morning sun casts its golden rays over the expansive arena, where over 700 contestants from more than 200 companies stand in orderly formation, creating a magnificent spectacle. The host delivers a fervent address. It is well known that decorative painting necessitates specialized equipment and is time-consuming. Thus, the Hingyang Decorative Painting Design Competition primarily focuses on hand-painted artworks, encompassing traditional Chinese painting, oil painting, acrylics, and more. Each participant will create their artwork based on a randomly drawn topic, with a time limit of 1 day, and judges will score on the spot. With a crisp sound, the drawing of lots begins. Contestants gather around desktop computers to select their topics, armed with paints and brushes to translate their visions onto canvas. Little do they know, the topics have been predetermined. Qin Lang draws the topic of landscape painting, a genre he is least proficient in, presumably the assumption of Nangong Wang, who believes it to be his weakest area. In truth, Qin Lang had previously self-studied landscape painting. He simply never showcased his works publicly, leading Nangong Wang to mistakenly conclude that he lacked the skill. Moreover, over the past 2 days, Qin Lang has diligently practiced at home, now capable of producing a commendable landscape painting, avoiding a blank canvas. As he surveys his surroundings, he notices that some contestants are applying oil paints to create abstract geometric designs. Others are replicating masterpieces by Van Gogh or Gauguin, while still others are depicting Chinese expressive figures or landscapes with ink and brush. In the distance, Nangong Wang, in the judge's lounge, observes Qin Lang, who has yet to make a mark, with a cold smirk. Qin Lang, your illustrious name as a painter is destined for ruin today. Qin Lang returns his gaze with a charming smile and begins to paint his landscape. The outcome remains uncertain. With confidence and flair, he sketches the rough contours of mountains and rocks, reserving space for spring, outlining distant peaks, and adding figures and a small bridge. A landscape painting swiftly takes shape under his skilled hand. Suddenly, Qin Lang senses an ominous force behind him. Turning around, he finds nothing amiss. However, upon closer inspection, he notices many around him displaying signs of exhaustion, their hands trembling, their bodies swaying precariously. How could they be so fatigued when only an hour has passed since the competition began? Recalling a technique taught to him by a young mentor, he closes his eyes and projects his consciousness, which manifests as a translucent version of himself, traversing the competition arena. At last, he spots the source of the disturbance. It is a man clad in deep green attire, with a hawkish nose, who is gesturing with his left hand while holding a crystal vial in his right, mumbling incantations. The vital essence of those nearby, appearing as wisps of white smoke, is being gradually siphoned into the vial. Those from whom the essence is drawn immediately reveal signs of fatigue, their hands trembling and bodies on the verge of collapse. As more energy is absorbed, the glow within the crystal vial intensifies. Yet, the man in green does not intend to drain anyone to the point of death. After a time of absorption in the upper left corner of the arena, he moves to the center, then proceeds to the right. The contestants were uniformly absorbing the essence of their vitality, which would only lead to exhaustion, not death. They mistakenly believed their fatigue stemmed from excessive nervousness or the lack of oxygen caused by the crowd. Moreover, it was not everyone who was affected. Only a select few seemed to be drawn in. If this continued, he would soon approach Qin Lang, who might also succumb to the draining of his essence. Unable to remain passive, Qin Lang stealthily advanced, leaping forward to seize the man's throat. The man in green, entirely engrossed in absorbing others' vitality, was taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events, his courage faltering as he exclaimed, "Who are you? What do you intend to do? Are you trying to strangle me?" Qin Lang retorted fiercely, "What are your intentions? What conspiracy lies behind your siphoning of others' essence?" He tightened his grip further, and the man in green gasped for air, pleading, "You're about to kill me. Let's talk this over. Don't resort to illegal actions." As he spoke, he seized the opportunity and threw a punch, striking Qin Lang. Taken by surprise, Qin Lang was knocked back, his right hand poised to unleash a bolt of lightning at the man. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself empty-handed, unable to release any power. The man in green seized this chance and vanished without a trace. Gazing at his hand, Qin Lang saw a pale outline, through which the bustling crowd of the arena was visible. It seemed he was in a spiritual state, which rendered him incapable of executing his skills. To unleash lightning, he must rely on his physical form. Time had passed considerably, and the competition was still underway. Qin Lang hastily refocused his spirit and resumed his artistic endeavors. A day swiftly passed, and by evening, his work was submitted and began to be displayed on the screen, with judges commencing their scoring. Several remarkable decorative paintings appeared first, such as an acrylic portrait of a woman painted by Fengxiao Night Mooring Company, adorned with rose-colored flowers and intricate floral patterns. The woman possessed beautiful dark eyes and fiery red lips, with exquisitely detailed decorative motifs on her forehead and cheeks, the veins of the petals and leaves vividly evident. The judges awarded an average score of 98. Next was a delightful oil painting of a kitten from IKEA, with thick layers of paint. The kitten's golden round eyes resembled amber, complemented by a tiny pink nose and a slightly protruding tongue. The canvas featured a myriad of candy-colored patches, seamlessly blending with the kitten's fluffy fur, truly capturing the hearts of young girls. The average score from the judges was 97. Following this, dozens of decorative paintings of various styles emerged, but their scores generally ranged from 85 to 95, failing to surpass the two previous works. At last, it was time for Qin Lang's landscape painting to be presented. The host exuberantly introduced, "Now we behold Mr. Qin Lang's landscape painting, The Crimson Peaks. Mr. Qin has triumphed against the National Painting Association president, Nangong Wang, earning the title of the Saint of Painting." The expression on Nangong Wang's face darkened to an extreme, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Everyone gazed at the painting, where majestic mountains were adorned with vibrant crimson maple leaves. Nestled between the peaks were two waterfalls, one large and one small, cascading down to form a grand lake. Along the shore, quaint cottages and a stone bridge complemented the scene, while clusters of fiery red and golden maple leaves adorned the landscape, even tinting a few pine trees crimson. This was the culmination of Qin Lang's arduous practice over 2 days, alongside his prior self-study in landscape painting. The crowd erupted in exclamations, acknowledging the impressive effect of the artwork. Although it could not rival that of a professional landscape artist, it was certainly enough to astonish the judges of decorative art, who were not experts in the field. Furthermore, the aura surrounding Qin Lang as a master painter significantly influenced the spectators' perceptions, leading them to regard the piece as remarkable. Only Qin Lang's keen perception caught the unspoken thoughts of Nan Gongwang, commonplace and unremarkable. The host announced, "Now, the judges will begin scoring." Just as the first judge was about to press the scoring button, he suddenly realized the computer had vanished. Not only the computer, but the table, the screen, and the entire venue had disappeared. A collective gasp escaped the judges' lips as they found themselves amidst magnificent mountains, with towering peaks stretching beyond imagination. The mountaintops were painted in shades of red from the maple foliage, and nestled among them were the two waterfalls, cascading down with grandeur. The larger waterfall rivaled the Huangdi Falls, its wide expanse of water plunging forcefully, creating a colossal mist that enveloped the area, drenching the judges' garments. The thunderous roar of the water echoed like a tempest. What is happening? How do we end up here? Is this an illusion? The judges surveyed their surroundings, their eyes scanning the breathtaking vista. Below the waterfalls lay a vast emerald lake, shimmering with light. On the shore stood several white-walled, black-tiled houses, beside which a small bridge arched over the water, where a few individuals were observing the smaller waterfall to the right. All of them, alongside the contestants, were on the opposite bank, marveling at the stunning scenery. In the distance, a sea of clouds swirled, concealing several distant mountains within its misty embrace. The morning sun cast a rosy glow, partially hidden by the clouds, bathing everything in hues of red. Surrounding the judges were splendid maple trees, their branches forming canopies of rose red, interspersed with a few golden maples that shone brilliantly amid the vibrant backdrop. The judges glanced down at the grassy ground beneath their feet, strewn with crimson maple leaves. One person picked up a leaf, its red hue pure and reminiscent of youthful love. How is this possible? Could it be? Someone stomped their foot in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible!" One judge adjusted his glasses, trembling with awe, and said, "Everything here is real." Qin Lang's landscape painting, "The Mountains Aglow in Red," has come to life. Chapter 23. A resounding comeback during the competition. As the judges approached the waterfall amidst their astonished gazes, a sudden shift occurred, and they found themselves back at the competition venue, seated at the judging panel. The painting remained displayed on the screen, though now it was merely a still image. The judges, having personally witnessed the miraculous transformation of art into reality, were rendered speechless, their excitement palpable. Incredible. This is indeed a moment of witnessing a miracle. This is true decorative art, capable of creating an entirely new realm within one's home. In comparison, all other decorative pieces are mere trifles. One judge, having discovered a maple leaf in his hand, excitedly showcased it to the others, exclaiming, "Behold this maple leaf. It is the very one I found in the painting. It is real." The painting is real. However, Nan Gongwang and his close associates wore expressions of dark foreboding, whispering amongst themselves, "If this continues, he will win again. We absolutely cannot let him prevail. As long as we are here, he cannot win." A chill ran down Qin Lang's spine. They were plotting mischief. The judges began to score the artworks. The judges not affiliated with Nan Gongwang assigned scores of 99, 98, 5, 99, 199, far surpassing those of Fengxiao Night Mooring and Yijia Company. The judges aligned with Nan Gongwang prepared to score, and upon witnessing the sinister smiles on their lips, Qin Lang sensed impending trouble. His spirit immediately detached, dividing into 5, infiltrating the minds of the 5 judges. He swiftly grasped their intentions. They were poised to assign scores in the range of 60 to 70. To assign such a low score to a breathtaking landscape painting was utterly disgraceful, especially considering that the lowest score thus far had exceeded 80. In a flash, Qin Lang's spirit, having divided into 5, simultaneously manipulated the hands of these 5 individuals. They felt as though their hands were no longer under their control. It was as if another thought had emerged within their minds, compelling them to acknowledge the excellence of Qin Lang's work and desire to award him a high score. This notion was overwhelmingly powerful, feeling exceptionally reasonable and irresistible. Their initial inclination to score in the 60 to 70 range seemed to vanish into thin air. Now fully occupying the judge's consciousness, Qin Lang could observe through their eyes the scoring options available: 60 to 70, 70 to 80, 80 to 90, and 90 to 100. Their hands, initially poised to press the lower range, were now being irresistibly drawn towards the higher scores, trembling as they moved towards the 90 to 100 range, ultimately landing on the options for 99 and 100. "No!" someone exclaimed in disbelief. "How can this be? Why is my hand not obeying me?" They struggled desperately, their teeth clenched, eyes wide with fury, their hands shaking in a tug-of-war between two forces. In a moment of clarity, they fought to regain control, attempting to steer their fingers back towards the 60 to 70 range. The audience and competitors began to sense something amiss. Why was it taking so long for the judges to score Qin Lang? The 5 judges were caught in a cycle of hesitation, beads of sweat forming on their brows, particularly evident on Nan Gongwang, whose temples throbbed with tension. Is it truly such a challenge to score a widely recognized masterpiece? They remain oblivious to the unprecedented inner turmoil, hesitation, and psychological torment that Nan Gongwang is enduring. "No!" Nan Gongwang grits his teeth. Is this sorcery? Why do his own fingers refuse to obey his commands? He finds himself genuinely believing that Qin Lang's painting is exceptional, deserving of a perfect score of 100. To score it in the 60s or 70s would lead the audience to label him a fool, akin to denying that 1 + 1 = 2. His reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The moment this thought emerges, it swells uncontrollably, consuming his entire mind. He nearly convinces himself that this is indeed his belief. How correct and rational it seems. Is this truly his own thought, or... Suddenly, Nan Gongwang is jolted into awareness. No, Qin Lang is the enemy. I have come here to score him low. Seizing a fleeting moment of clarity, Nan Gongwang's finger hovers over the 60 to 70 range. At that moment, a voice in his head shouts, "If you give him a low score, others will think you are a fool, seeking vengeance. They are all aware of your grievances. Do you wish to ruin your own reputation?" Nan Gongwang internally screams, "I do not care. I intend to give a low score. This is the very purpose of my presence here. I shall do as I please. You cannot control me." He fights back with all his being. Qin Lang's misfortune lies in the fact that once his spiritual consciousness emerges to control others' minds, he must contend with 5 at once. Among them is one who harbors intense hatred towards him, possessing formidable resistance. Controlling 5 individuals simultaneously poses a hellish challenge for a novice in spiritual consciousness, demanding immense mental fortitude. Ultimately, the 5 manage to press the button. 99, 98, 99, 3, 97. The final score is revealed, a score of 67 for Nan Gongwang. The audience erupts in astonishment. This is outrageous. This is blatant suppression. Even the worst decorative paintings in the competition scored above 80. Someone stands up and declares, "This score is profoundly unjust. Reassess it." Chairman Nan Gongwang is seeking revenge, as he had previously lost to Qin Lang in a painting contest. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Qin Lang, upon seeing this score, feels utterly speechless. His attempt to control 5 ultimately proved insufficient to sway Nan Gongwang. Nan Gongwang and Qin Lang lock eyes, hatred shimmering in their gazes, accompanied by a chilling smile of vindication. "What of your sorcery? I can still outmaneuver you. I have triumphed. I have triumphed." Beep, beep, beep. The computer automatically calculates and ranks the awards. First place goes to the Fengxiao Night Mooring Company for their acrylic decorative painting Lady of Flowers, with an average score of 98. 1. Second place is awarded to the E Company for their oil painting QQ Cat, averaging 97. Third place is claimed by the Jian Apple Company for their oil painting Boundless Moonlight, with an average score of 96. 5. The audience responds with a chorus of boos. The most outstanding and promising work of Qin Lang fails to secure a place in the top 3. This is profoundly unfair. a stark inversion of justice, a blatant manipulation behind closed doors. Many spectators have already resolved to leave, as continuing to watch seems futile. Curse be this fate. An aged voice resonated through the amplifier in the venue, each word articulated with remarkable clarity, penetrating the ears of the gathered crowd. Those who intended to leave paused in their tracks. Upon glancing, they recognized the chief judge, Nangong Wang, standing in the twilight of the setting sun, his lips quivering, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on all present. The audience stared at him in disbelief. Had he truly lost his sanity? I had engaged in a contest of painting with Qin Lang, and I had succumbed to his skill. In a bid for revenge, I had assumed the role of a judge in this decorative painting competition, deliberately assigning him the genre of landscape painting, which he was least adept at. To my astonishment, he still produced an exceptional piece. When my initial scheme failed, I devised another, colluding with 4 other judges, all of whom were my disciples, to unjustly award Qin Lang low scores. I was unworthy of my position as a judge, unworthy of being the chairman of the Hengyang Artists Association. Had the scoring been fair and just, Qin Lang's painting would have undoubtedly received a score exceeding 98. My vengeful and selfish motives had tarnished the brilliance of the pearl. I must atone for my wrongdoing and request a re-evaluation of scores. Under the gaze of all, his finger pressed the button for a score reassessment. Nangong Wang's 4 loyal judges looked at their mentor in disbelief. Had he truly gone mad? What was happening? Were all the misdeeds being publicly unveiled? This course of action would not only fail to undermine Qin Lang in this competition, but it would also obliterate Nangong Wang's standing in artistic circles henceforth, shattering the hard-earned reputation he had built. It would also drag them down with him, erasing their own honor and status. The 4 loyal judges hastily interjected. Teacher Nangong may be experiencing some mental distress. Do not believe his words. We did not conspire with him to deliberately lower Qin Lang's scores. If you don't believe us, look at our scores, all above 98. The computer displayed Nangong Wang's newly assigned score, 98. The system recalculated the average score, resulting in Qin Lang's average being 99.98, 599 100, 99.99, 98.99, 397.98, 10.98. 6. Qin Lang was awarded the championship of the Hengyang Decorative Painting Design Competition. Chapter 24. Rescuing the 9-headed dog from the cauldron at last. The Jewelry Cauldron has come into Qin Lang's possession. In the privacy of his home, he carefully unwrapped the prize. Before him appeared the Jewelry Cauldron, a verdant jade vessel, no larger than a water bottle, resembling a diminutive ancient pavilion, its lid akin to the roof of that structure. The body of the cauldron featured a pair of handles, each adorned with a circular ring, allowing it to be worn as an ornament upon one's waist. The alliance of divine beings and humans coveted this cauldron, offering no less than 20 million, which underscored the profound secrets contained within.
Its worth may indeed far exceed that sum. What mysteries lie within? Qin Lang could not restrain his desire to unveil the lid. Suddenly,
the voice of Li Aigua echoed in his mind. Do not touch it, do not open the lid. Yet, the more he was cautioned against it, the stronger his urge grew. Grasping the lid firmly, he exerted pressure to pry it open. With a soft pop, the cauldron yielded. There was no explosion, no thunderous sound, nor any earth-shattering event. Instead, he beheld a realm of darkness, as if something flickered within. Leaning closer, he discerned the truth, an expanse of stars. Inside the cauldron lay a night sky, adorned with twinkling constellations. As he scrutinized the scene, he gradually recognized the Big Dipper and Orion. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Qin Lang found himself no longer within his room, but rather enveloped by an infinite night. Above him stretched a pitch-black sky, with the brilliant Venus shining brightly, the Big Dipper reigning at the zenith, and Orion prominently displayed to the west. All around him lay a vast expanse of shadowy wilderness. Where was this? Panic began to set in. What if he could not return? He called out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Where am I? Where am I? Where am I?" His voice echoed across the desolate expanse, met with silence. Only the profound darkness surrounded him, as timeless as the ages, destined never to change. In a state of alarm, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, illuminating the world around him. At last, he could discern his environment, an immense expanse of yellow earth, sparsely dotted with green vegetation, devoid of any buildings, homes, roads, or signs of human life. He retrieved his phone, only to find every call met with a busy signal. No signal existed here. No matter which direction he ventured, the landscape remained an unvarying stretch of barren earth. Where on earth was he? Would he perish of hunger or thirst in this desolate place? The fear gripped him, and he unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes upon the ground. Yet, aside from creating a few craters, it bore no effect. At long last, a sound emerged from afar, a dog-esque bark. Qin Lang, as if hearing a divine proclamation, felt a glimmer of hope, akin to discovering a lifeline, and hastened towards the sound. It seemed to emanate from the left, and he sprinted in that direction. Whether it is a dog, a wolf, or any other creature, as long as this world is not devoid of life, it suffices. This at least affirms that we dwell in a realm governed by common sense, where existence extends beyond his solitary being. In the distance, a towering platform came into view, ablaze with fierce flames. Approaching it, he beheld a colossal beast, ensnared in chains, gasping feebly. This creature was an enormous white dog, towering to the height of a man when seated, its massive head the size of 3 human heads. Adorning its neck were 8 smaller heads, each as large as an ordinary human head, encircling the great head like a necklace. In total, there were 9 heads. Was this a 9-headed dog? The 9-headed dog opened its eyes and, with great excitement, rose to its feet, articulating in human speech. At last, I have seen a person. After all these years, I have finally encountered a human. A tear trickled from its canine eye, overflowing with joy. Qin Lang stood in astonishment. It was his first experience witnessing a dog speak. Nevertheless, given the peculiar nature of this place, encountering such an extraordinary creature seemed plausible. Tentatively, he inquired of the dog, "Who are you, and why are you here?" The 9-headed dog replied, "I am Huangdi, captured here by Qiyu." Qiyu? In an instant, Qin Lang understood. This was during the conflict between Yin Huang and Qiyu, when the 9-headed dog had been ensnared here. Calculating the time, Huangdi had been imprisoned in this state for over 4,600 years. How pitiful! Qin Lang could scarcely fathom the sensation of being confined for such an eternity. He himself would have undoubtedly gone mad by now, after barely an hour in this place. He felt on the brink of insanity. "Why did Qiyu capture you?" Qin Lang asked. Huangdi explained, "Qiyu intended to wage war against the Yellow Emperor but lacked sufficient forces, so he imprisoned many monsters within this demon-refining cauldron. Eventually, he released some, but I was left behind. Perhaps he forgot about me." Qin Lang was astounded. Is this the interior of the demon-refining cauldron? Understanding dawned upon him. He had opened the cauldron's lid and found himself drawn into its depths. But if you have been confined here for over 4,600 years, how have you managed to survive? You have not been refined. After so many years without sustenance, you would surely perish. Now, it was Huangdi's turn to be surprised. Has it truly been over 4,600 years? Impossible. It feels as if only 20 years have passed. Indeed, the immortal realm knows no passage of time. The phrase in the cauldron, "Sun and moon endure," must convey this truth. Huangdi continued within this cauldron. One merely needs to acclimate to solitude. Hunger and thirst do not plague one. I know not why I have not been refined. Here I am immobilized, spending most of my time in slumber, with little time spent awake. The nights stretch on infinitely, and I remain oblivious to the passage of time outside. However, I sense that most of my strength has waned. Perhaps I shall soon perish here. Qin Lang observed that Huangdi was bound by a thick, glossy black iron chain, as wide as his leg, with the other end secured to a stout stone post at the center of the platform. The area where the iron chains bound it had worn away much of its fur, exposing raw, crimson flesh, a sight both tragic and unbearable. This was indeed an act of torture. Qin Lang declared, "I shall first seek a way to sever the chains that bind you." In the past, he would have found this impossible. However, he was now transformed, entirely different from who he once was. With his right hand, he unleashed blue lightning. focusing it until it resembled a sword of electric brilliance, illuminating the entire platform. Hope glimmered in Huangdi's eyes. Qin Lang swung the sword of lightning with all his might, striking the iron chain that tethered Huangdi to the stone post at its midpoint. With a resounding clang, the thick chain shattered. Huangdi let out a jubilant cry, shook off the remnants of his fur, and vigorously wiggled his body, causing the remaining chains to fall away. Woof, woof, woof. I've regained my freedom. This is wonderful. Thank you. From this day forth, you shall be my master. Then let us depart from this place. Qin Lang replied, But how do we leave? Who among you wishes to escape? A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the heavens. Qin Lang's heart raced in alarm as he looked up. An ancient Taoist priest, adorned with a colorful hat, materialized before him. He appeared to be a man in his 50s, handsome yet bearing an expression of anger. Hovering 3 meters above the ground, his robe swirling as if in a gale. No one may leave here without my permission. Chapter 25. Confrontation with the immortal in the jar. Chisongzi Qin Lang inquired, Who is this person? The Taoist in the purple hat sighed, Alas, I have been trapped in this jar for so long that no one outside remembers me. Huangdi remarked, This individual is the immortal within the jar. The overseer of the realm contained within the demon refining jar, Chisongzi. Qin Lang recognized the name. He was a renowned immortal from ancient times, the mentor of the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. One pondered why such a distinguished immortal would be confined within this jar. Chisongzi seemed to sense Qin Lang's thoughts. It was the Lady Nuwa who entrusted me with the guardianship of the demon refining jar, stating that chaos reigned in the world. With Qi Yu and the Yin and Huang emperors embroiled in conflict, and demonic creatures emerging in droves. Thus, she crafted this jar. It possesses the ability to absorb and refine all manner of monsters and demons. However, I feared that the formidable creatures entering might shatter the jar from within. Hence, I was assigned to dwell here and confront any excessively powerful entities. At present, I am not in my physical form, but merely a primordial spirit. Upon noticing Huangdi, he expressed his surprise. You, dog demon, how have you not been refined after all these years? Why do you still linger here, barely surviving? Has the power of this demon refining jar diminished? Huangdi retorted, I am still alive. Are you disappointed? You wish for my demise. Yet I have managed to survive for over 4,000 years. I may not have lived this long, even outside. Chisongzi exclaimed, What? Over 4,000 years? You have yet to be refined? Then who is the master of this jar now? He calculated with his fingers, and found no master. Qin Lang interjected, No need for calculations. I have researched it on Baidu. The previous master of this demon refining jar was Qi Yu, who has been deceased for over 4,000 years. Chisongzi inquired about this new term. What is Baidu? Qin Lang explained, Baidu refers to the act of searching extensively, akin to seeking something through countless inquiries and investigations. Chisongzi felt increasingly perplexed. Let us set that aside for now. Did you say the previous master of this jar was Qi Yu? Oh dear, how unfortunate that it fell into the hands of such a great demon. What a misfortune. Qin Lang chuckled. What a waste for you, a top-tier immortal, to have toiled for over 4,000 years for the greatest demon in the world, without any pay, and to have the master die without your knowledge. Chisongzi pondered for a moment, regaining his composure. That explains it. Once Qi Yu perished, the magical power of the jar's master dissipated, and naturally, the jar's ability to refine demons vanished as well. With the refining power lost, time within the jar slowed dramatically, nearly coming to a halt. No wonder this dog demon has not been refined, nor perished from hunger or thirst, still thriving here. However, regardless of whether the demon refining jar has a master or not, and who that master may be, I shall continue my duty. As long as I remain here, no demon or monster shall escape. Qin Lang protested, But I am not a demon or monster. I am a human, a law-abiding citizen. Chisongzi scrutinized Qin Lang with his divine vision. You indeed appear to be human, yet there's a familiar scent about you. It resembles that of an old friend of mine. How curious. Qin Lang cheerfully remarked, I can sense the essence of your friend within me. Thus,
We are indeed somewhat related, and I should be permitted to take this dog outside. Chisongzi replied, This dog is no ordinary creature.
It belongs to the nine-headed canine clan, which survives by consuming humans. If released into the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody chaos, and it must not be allowed to venture out. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Very well, young man, I shall grant you a favor. If you can land 3 strikes upon me that force me to retreat even a single step, I shall allow you and this dog to depart." Qi Songzi gracefully descended from the air, landing before Qin Lang. "Feel free to unleash your attack. Must we truly resort to combat?" Qin Lang planted his feet firmly, channeling all his strength into his fists. Qi Songzi smiled gently at him, a smile that could be interpreted as either disdain or the anticipation of a senior observing a junior. With a thunderous strike, Qin Lang unleashed a punch towards Qi Songzi. His fist crackled with electrical energy, emitting a sound like sizzling lightning. Moving so swiftly it was almost imperceptible. A resounding thud echoed, akin to striking an imperceptibly thick black iron shield. The force of his blow dissipated as if a mighty bull had plunged into the sea. His fist was still 3 feet away from Qi Songzi. Halted by an invisible barrier, unable to advance further, Qi Songzi remained unmoved, smiling as he declared, "First strike." Qin Lang concentrated the storm of lightning within his fists once more, intensifying his resolve. His gaze was fixated solely on Qi Songzi, and in that moment, Qi Songzi's focus was exclusively on him. He struck again, and distance ceased to exist. This punch almost transcended the speed of light, striking with unwavering accuracy. Bang! No longer was there a muted defense. The barrier visibly shimmered, momentarily outlining a spherical shape against the night sky. His fist was now merely a foot away from Qi Songzi, yet it could advance no further. Qi Songzi's smile faltered, and he stated earnestly, "Second strike. You are indeed teachable." Before he could finish, Qin Lang unleashed his third strike. He released an array of electrical sparks, directly hitting the protective barrier. The transparent shield, bathed in blue electricity, transformed into a pale blue orb against the darkness, crackling with energy. Within this sphere, Qi Songzi appeared unaffected by the electric assault, seemingly reveling in his own delight as he remarked, "You truly are a companion of my dear friend." As the electrical display faded, Qi Songzi had not budged an inch. His garments remained undisturbed. Qin Lang felt defeated. He had exhausted all his tactics. Was Qi Songzi invincible? Was even a fragment of his spirit so formidable? He turned to Long Ji and confessed, "I may not be able to take you outside." Qi Songzi responded, "Young man, you have exhausted your 3 strikes. You have lost. However, I am convinced that you share a profound connection with my old friend, the Thunder God." The Thunder God? Qin Lang recalled being struck by lightning, which had endowed him with extraordinary abilities. Could this be linked to the Thunder God? It seemed likely. Qi Songzi continued, "Therefore, I shall grant you another opportunity." With a flick of his hand, a circle of towering stone slabs materialized around them, each featuring a wooden door that could be pushed open. The slabs intermittently paused and rotated slowly. Qin Lang counted. There were 8 of these stone slabs. Qi Songzi, each stone slab bears a door, yet among the 8, only one grants passage. Should you choose incorrectly, you shall be eternally trapped. To fail even once is an excessively grave consequence. Longji turned to Qin Lang and said, "Young man, you need not risk so much for my sake. If you choose wrongly, you too will be forever confined to this realm. It is simply not worth it." Qin Lang replied, "Zilengse, I am contemplating. This must be an arrangement of the 8 trigrams. Which door shall I select? A single misstep, and I shall never escape." Qin Lang had a chance. He had previously studied the trigrams, and the door of life should be the Jin door. However, is this an innate or acquired arrangement of the 8 trigrams? If it is the innate arrangement, the Qin trigram lies to the south, placing the door of life in the northwest, which corresponds to the upper left door. Conversely, if it is the acquired arrangement, the Li trigram is to the south, positioning the door of life in the northeast, corresponding to the upper right door. Should I proceed through the upper left or the upper right door? The opportunity is singular. A wrong choice would mean eternal confinement. A grave expression settled upon Qin Lang's face. By all accounts, Zhou Wenwang of the Western Zhou dynasty created the acquired arrangement of the 8 trigrams. Shizongzi, belonging to the Yanhuang era, predated him significantly and would have utilized the innate arrangement. Thus, the upper left door it must be. Yet, Qin Lang still hesitated. Observing his indecision, Shizongzi chuckled. Young lad, I see you are unable to discern which door to choose. Perhaps it is best to abandon this dog demon and not waste your own time. Why expend such effort to rescue a mere dog demon? It is not worth it. You must recognize the vastness of heaven and earth. The 8 trigrams are among the most enigmatic phenomena of the world. How could you possibly grasp their intricacies? Without a moment's pause, Qin Lang strode purposefully towards the upper left stone slab, opening the door above. Eureka! Chapter 26. Departure from the demon refining jar. As Qin Lang opened the door in the upper left corner, a brilliant white light burst forth, illuminating the dark stone platform with a radiant beam. Bingo! Shizongzi exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. How did you know? How could you possibly know that the entrance to this Bagua array lies here? It is impossible. Only I and Fushi are aware of this. With a wicked smile, Qin Lang replied, in our era, anyone who has studied even a modicum of Bagua would be aware of it. You truly are a frog at the bottom of a well. Shizongzi pondered for a long while, his gaze towards Qin Lang now imbued with a hint of respect. I did not anticipate that with the passage of millennia, the world outside has become so wise and advanced. I truly am a frog at the bottom of a well. Given this, I must honor my promise. Young friend, I can allow you and this dog demon to leave. However, you must agree to one condition. What is it? Qin Lang inquired. You must become the master of this demon refining jar. My master. Shizongzi declared. What are you saying? Become your master? How is that possible? A man in his 20s, becoming the master of a several thousand-year-old elder? Qin Lang envisioned the terrifying scenario of this gaunt, 50-something-year-old man calling him master. It was too dreadful, too frightening, and an unbearable sight. Shizongzi erupted in indignation. What are you thinking? I mean to say, become the master of this demon refining jar. For what I see, you are the best candidate for this role. Though your strength is not particularly formidable, still far beneath mine, you are capable of overwhelming 99% of the populace outside. You must have a deep connection with my old friend, the Thunder God. I sense the power of the Thunder God within you, and I can detect a remnant of his soul lingering in you. Therefore, I cannot allow you to leave. I must follow you to potentially find my old friend. Your character appears commendable. You risk your own safety to ensure this dog demon-s escape, which speaks to your loyalty. Thus, you are indeed the best candidate to be the master of the demon refining jar. If you do not assume this role, and the jar falls into the hands of another demon or a vile person, it would spell disaster. You make a valid point, Qin Lang conceded. If I refuse, you will not allow us to depart? Precisely, Shizongzi affirmed. Though you have discovered the correct door, without my protection, you would still be unable to traverse the passage. Very well, I agree. However, there are others outside who demand that I hand over this demon refining jar. Shizongzi contemplated for a moment. I perceive that, in addition to the power of the Thunder God, you possess a kind of creative power. You should be capable of manifesting things from nothing. Indeed, I can bring forth the images I draw into reality, but only for a brief duration, Qin Lang explained. That is easily remedied. Once you're outside, simply draw another demon refining jar, and I will cast a spell to ensure its permanence. You may then give this replica to others. Shizongzi approached the 9-headed canine dragon and said, This beast, in such a form, will surely incite chaos throughout the land. It will devour humans, demons, and spirits, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. Therefore, I must take action. He produced a black jade ring and hurled it towards a 9-headed dog. The ring encircled the dragon's neck, transforming into a collar. Gradually, the dragon shrank in size, becoming akin to a domestic dog. With this collar, it could no longer feast on humans or demons, but would sustain itself on ordinary food. Very well, let us depart, Shizongzi declared. Qin Lang and the dragon followed him into the open portal. Before them lay a sea of blazing yellow flames. Shizongzi waved his sleeves, causing the flames to recede, creating a protective circle around the three. This is the true fire of Sanmei. Without my protection, you would be scorched, if not utterly consumed. No wonder Qin warned that without his guidance, even finding the right door would not guarantee escape. The trio moved toward the radiant light ahead. Suddenly, Qin Lang found himself amidst a bustling marketplace. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Dongfeng Road in Hengyang City, teeming with shops and lively stalls selling barbecued and fried delicacies. At last, he had returned to familiar surroundings, feeling as though he had stepped back into the realm of the living. Qin Lang was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. The demon refining pot rested quietly in his palm, while a small white dog adorned with a black collar wagged its tail beside him. This was the dragon. Qin had vanished, but his voice echoed from the pot. "You have made your exit. I shall remain here, continuing my stay within the vessel." Suddenly, the people in the street noticed Qin Lang, erupting in excitement. "Look, is that the famed painter, Qin Lang? Did he not just get arrested? How is he out so soon? Qin Lang, may we have your autograph? Qin Lang, shall we take a photo together? Your little white dog is adorable. May I hold it? Could you perhaps establish an art training class? Everyone would enroll. My child wants to learn. I want to learn too." Some began live streaming. Behind me stands the illustrious Qin Lang, recently embroiled in controversy. Let us take a closer look. Though your painting skills are exceptional, I heard you killed someone recently. Is that true? Will you serve time? Where did you learn your martial arts? Could you demonstrate? I've heard you can generate electricity. Could you show us? A beautiful woman chimed in. Would you electrify me? I would mind how long it lasts. An older lady asked, Qin Lang, can you use your electricity on household appliances? Would that mean no more electricity bills? A chorus of admiring women exclaimed, Qin Lang, we are your loyal fans. Let us embrace. Electrify me. I'm unafraid. I relish the thrill of it. A surge of people rushed toward him, leaving Qin Lang flustered. As hands reached for him and requests for hugs and photos flooded in, the demon refining pot tumbled to the ground with a thud. Qin lamented. What is happening? Why are there so many people crowding around? I am being suffocated. I can barely breathe. With an effort reminiscent of an infant's first cries, Qin Lang sprinted with all his might, finally breaking free from the encircling throng. Longji panted heavily, his tongue lolling out. By the heavens, I nearly became crushed by the crowd. My vessel was almost shattered. Why are there so many people gathered to see you? Are you truly that popular? Qin Lang gasped in reply. Now do you understand the burdens of fame? Qin declared, this cannot continue. Wherever you go, such commotion ensues, obstructing our endeavors. Here, let me bestow upon you another treasure. Qin Lang felt a weight at his neck, revealing a pendant, a seemingly unremarkable white stone. This object, known as the invisibility stone, was once employed by assassins on their missions. Donning it would render one unnoticed. Though millennia have passed, it should still possess some efficacy, allowing you to evade the gaze of the multitude. With this, the chaotic scenes of earlier will not recur. Otherwise, managing your admirers will consume all your time, leaving no room for other pursuits. Chapter 27. All secrets unveiled upon returning home. Qin Lang meticulously crafted an exquisite replica of the demon refining pot using watercolor paints. A flash of blue light erupted as the pot emerged from the paper, standing majestically upon the table. Its jade-like hue and substantial weight were strikingly authentic. With a mere wave of his hand, Qin activated the pot, causing it to emanate shimmering circles of colorful light. He then conjured a smaller doppelganger to enter the fabricated pot. Now, even if the original creator of the pot were to arrive, distinguishing the genuine from the imitation would prove exceedingly difficult. You shall present this replica to others tomorrow. I have enchanted it to retain its illusion perpetually. As for the authentic one, I have shrunk it to the size of a keychain, allowing you to carry it with you at all times. Qin Lang responded with excitement. Excellent. The following day, Qin Lang contacted Mr. Li, informing him that he had procured the demon refining pot. Mr. Li was overjoyed and drove him to the office building of the Human Alliance. Our president wishes to meet the esteemed painter in person. The Human Alliance's office building was a magnificent high-rise with 8 floors. Upon his arrival, Qin Lang sensed the presence of many formidable individuals. Some were truly of remarkable caliber, a veritable gathering of hidden talents. Mr. Li escorted him directly to the president's office on the third floor. President Ouyang of the Human Alliance, a man in his 60s, greeted him with a beaming smile and a firm handshake. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to painter Qin Lang for retrieving the Julie pot, thus rendering a tremendous service to our Human Alliance. He held the demon-refining pot, gently caressing its surface. Indeed, painter Qin Lang's reputation is well-deserved. You have triumphed over all competitors and secured the pot. Qin Lang smiled in response. Yet, President Ouyang's demeanor suddenly shifted. His smile faded, and his voice turned icy. The creations of the painter are astonishingly lifelike, indistinguishable from reality. Even this painted pot bears no difference from the authentic article. I could easily mistake it for the genuine item. Qin Lang was taken aback. How could you know? Hadn't Shizongzi asserted that no one would discern the truth? Wasn't it claimed that even the creator of the pot could not tell the difference? What an inflated boast from Shizongzi. Mr. Li's expression also darkened. An angry youth, merely 18 years of age, exclaimed, "Qin Lang, I am shocked by your lack of integrity. If you did not wish to give it, that would be one matter, but to deceive us with a fake demon-refining pot is inexcusable." He lunged at Qin Lang with a punch, and in a moment of instinct, Qin Lang retaliated with a strike of his own. The impact resonated like thunder, prompting a pained cry from the youth as he staggered backward, his hand jolted by an electric shock. Qin Lang, too, found himself pushed back by the sheer force of the blow. He turned to Mr. Li. "Did you inform him that this is a fake?" Mr. Li responded, "Not at all. I had no part in this. I cannot distinguish between the real and the false." President Ouyang's smile reappeared. "This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Li. As the president, I embodied both martial and magical disciplines belonging to the divination faction. Our divination practitioners can predict and ascertain truth simply by contact. Thus, the moment this pot touched my hands, I knew it was a counterfeit. Originally, the cauldron for refining demons was a prize that Mr. Qin Lang obtained through his relentless efforts in a competition. And there is indeed no justification for him to relinquish it willingly to us, which we can comprehend. However, we possess compelling reasons to acquire the cauldron. Today, I shall reveal everything to you. After all, by the end of this day, you will truly become one of us." Qin Lang gazed intently at him. The president articulated each word with clarity. "Our alliance of divine humans is a collective comprised entirely of individuals with extraordinary abilities, categorized into 4 factions: warriors, mages, diviners, and supports. We must gather the 10 great artifacts: the Eastern Emperor's Bell, the Xianyuan Sword, the Pangu Axe, the Cauldron for Refining Demons, the Haotian Tower, the Fuxiqin, the Shinong Ding, the Kantong Seal, the Kunlun Mirror, and the Nuwa Stone, to resurrect the Yellow Emperor." Qin Lang was astonished. Resurrect the Yellow Emperor? Why must we revive him? Hasn't the Yellow Emperor ascended to immortality? The president replied, "The Yellow Emperor did not ascend. He perished. Our association's level 7 diviner, Yi Dao, once conducted a grand divination, foreseeing that 7 years hence, the ancient thunder god Feng Long would resurrect and unleash indiscriminate attacks upon the land of the divine state, resulting in rivers of blood and shattered mountains. Only by resurrecting the Yellow Emperor can we contend with the ancient thunder god. Allow me to show you the scene predicted back then." The president opened a video on the office screen, revealing a colossal crystal ball. Within the crystal ball, a gigantic dragon, towering 100 feet, bore a human visage and unleashed tremendous bolts of lightning upon the cities below. Skyscrapers exploded with a deafening roar, and the ground collapsed. In the blink of an eye, a city was reduced to ruins. The president continued, "Behold, this is the thunder god. Such combat prowess cannot be matched even by an army. Not even the combined efforts of our alliance of divine humans could withstand him. Only the Yellow Emperor possesses the capability to confront this threat." According to Yi Dao's divination, the Yellow Emperor did not ascend to immortality, but has long been deceased. Thus we must revive him. Otherwise, 7 years from now, we shall face our doom. Together, we would not suffice against the thunder god. Qin Lang now comprehended their desire for the cauldron. But why would the thunder god attack us? The president explained, "This dates back to ancient times. The The Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor once united to combat Qi, whose forces were exceedingly fierce, bolstered by various mountain spirits and wild creatures. And the Yellow Emperor found himself at a disadvantage. Someone suggested that he craft colossal war drums from the thunder god's hide to produce the loudest sound and bolster morale. Consequently, the Yellow Emperor captured the ancient thunder god Lang, extracting the largest bone from his body to use as a drumstick and stripping his hide for the drumhead. Indeed, the sound of this drum could be heard 500 miles away, greatly inspiring the troops. Upon hearing its reverberations, the enemy was filled with trepidation and fell into disarray. Thus, the Yellow Emperor triumphed over Qin. Qin Lang inquired, "What became of the thunder god afterward?" The president replied, "After the extraction of his bone, the thunder god's powers were significantly diminished, and later he encountered a former nemesis and was humiliated and beaten to death." His tone reflected a tinge of sympathy. The thunder god's lingering spirit, filled with wrath, refused to ascend to divinity or reincarnate into the mortal realm. He longed for the Yellow Emperor to unify the world and ascend to the throne, while he himself was destined to meet a tragic end. What justified this fate? It continued to siphon the essence and souls of humanity, enduring a miserable existence, desperately awaiting the right moment. Finally, one day, it discovered a suitable vessel in the mortal realm, parasitically inhabiting it, and thus being reborn. This form is referred to as its earthly manifestation, possessing a fraction of its former power. The earthly embodiment of the thunder god established the Wind Dragon sect, whose followers incessantly sought to extract the souls of both the living and the dead in a bid to resurrect the thunder god. Our divination master, E, has foretold that the day of the thunder god's resurrection will be March 28th, 7 years hence. On that day, the 9 stars of the solar system will align, and the Wind Dragon sect will harness the cosmic forces, combining the flesh and blood of the living with the remains of the thunder god to bring him back to life. We must ensure the Yellow Emperor is revived before that day. Otherwise, it will herald our doom. President, thus, we have resolved to recruit you into the alliance of divine humanity to join our quest for the 10 sacred artifacts. We must locate all 10 within 7 years to resurrect the Yellow Emperor. Qin Lang, why choose me? In terms of strength, many in the alliance of divine humanity surpass me. The president fixed his gaze upon Qin Lang. A pertinent question. Why indeed have we chosen you? It is not solely because you are a master painter with exceptional skill, nor is it merely due to your renown. Are you aware of why you, having never practiced a day in your life, gained extraordinary abilities from a single lightning strike, enabling you to unleash thunder? You were once merely a docile art teacher. What accounts for your sudden transformation into a fierce fighter, endowed with unparalleled combat prowess? Because you are chosen by the ancient thunder god. You are one of his earthly agents. A fragment of his lingering soul resides within you. You have inherited 1% of his power without the need for any training. You embody the warrior path, the mage path, and even possess abilities of the support path. The creations of your art can manifest into reality because of your innate capacity within the support path's creative domain. This is a gift bestowed upon you by the confluence of the thunder's power and your destiny. Qin Lang, I was just about to inquire, what are the warrior path and the mage path? President, these are classifications of super abilities. The warrior path emphasizes hand-to-hand combat, boasting speeds and strengths that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. The mage path allows for manipulation of the elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, electricity, and wind, as well as the use of illusions. You belong to the thunder element of the mage path. The divination path can foretell the past and future. The support path can heal grave injuries, facilitate instant movement, and create something from nothing. Your constitution is exceptionally rare, simultaneously embodying the capabilities of a warrior, mage, and support paths. However, your physique remains that of an ordinary human. Prolonged exposure may render you incapable of withstanding the thunder god's electric power. Chapter 28. An encounter at the clothing store. Suddenly, Qin Lang recalled something and pulled back the sleeve of his right arm. President, take a look at this. Upon inspection, The president noticed a small black line on Qin Lang's upper arm, which was not merely drawn on, but rather a deep, dark hue emerging from beneath the skin. This signifies that your body is beginning to succumb to the power of lightning. You have harnessed lightning multiple times, yet you possess only the physique of an ordinary individual, devoid of any cultivation. How could you possibly endure such forces? The president placed a hand on Qin Lang's chest. Allow me to teach you how to cultivate. I shall now infuse a stream of true energy into your being. Qin Lang felt a warm essence permeate his chest and abdomen. Now, attempt to blend the lightning energy with the true energy I have imparted to you. In his mind, Qin Lang melded the lightning energy with the stream of true energy. He closed his eyes in meditation, visualizing the true energy as a white orb with a hint of gold, while his own lightning manifested as a brilliant blue-white, swirling like a tempest. As the two energies intertwined, they crackled with electric brilliance. Now, gather this true energy within your abdomen, where your dantian resides. Use your thoughts to guide this orb to circulate within your body, moving from the dantian to the perineum, then upwards along the spine to the back of your head, to your forehead, and returning to the dantian. This pathway constitutes the small zhou-tian. Practice this several times. Finally, disperse the true energy throughout your entire being, and you shall be done. Upon completing the circulation, Qin Lang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and clarity, unlike anything he had ever experienced. This is the route of the small zhou-tian. Make it a habit to practice this often, and your physique will strengthen, enabling you to gradually withstand the power of lightning. You have now reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Once you cultivate to the golden core stage, the lightning energy within you will no longer pose any threat. From this day forth, you are a member of our Divine Humanity Alliance and a part of our quest for the 10 divine artifacts. According to Yi's calculations, the next artifact will soon manifest, and I shall assign you new tasks at that time. President Ouyang glanced around. Ah, let me introduce you to someone. Luda, please come in. The young man who had sold sausages a few days prior entered, smiling broadly like a contented cat. So your name is Luda. You were the one who taught me how to utilize my spiritual awareness that day. Qin Lang exclaimed. Luda replied, I mentioned that after you won the competition, you would know who I am. The president added, previously, during your duel with Gong Long Hai, it was he who saved you when you collapsed from exhaustion. He is a fire mage of the mage lineage and will henceforth be your companion. Qin Lang shook Luda's hand warmly. Thank you for saving my life. The president advised, for today, you should return and take care of your remaining matters. We shall soon have new tasks ahead. He handed Qin Lang a membership card to the Alliance. Young man, strive diligently, and may your journey be smooth. As Qin Lang made his way home, he felt as though he were in a surreal dream. The resurrection of the Yellow Emperor, the vengeance of the Thunder God, it seemed like the plot of an extraordinary fantasy novel. In the past, Qin Lang had a great fondness for fantasy films. But when such phenomena began to manifest in reality, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Moreover, the concepts of foundation establishment and golden core stage. Could it be that he was truly embarking on the path of cultivation? Cultivation forbids any indulgence in romantic entanglements. How could he possibly pursue this path when he was on the verge of marrying Bu Xiaoyu? Qin Lang conducted a brief search and discovered that there were further stages: the nascent soul stage, the transformation stage, and the tribulation stage. Would he really have to face lightning strikes in the future? Was ascension to the heavenly realm a certainty? Surely, a celestial realm must exist if deities like the Thunder God and the Yellow Emperor have ascended. Would he encounter the Jade Emperor and Guanyin Bodhisattva upon his ascent? What would become of his parents? Would he never see them again? And what of his teaching career? He had yet to spend his 2 million. What would happen to Bu Xiaoyu? Just as he pondered about Bu Xiaoyu, she called him, pulling him back to reality. Qin Lang. My mother-in-law heard about our marriage and has invited our entire family to her home. I'll buy you some clothes first. Let us go to Lu Pai Lang. I'll be waiting for you at the Lu Pai Lang in the square. Qin Lang recalled that Bu Xiaoyu's mother-in-law came from a wealthy family. Years ago, her mother had married a poor man, leading to a complete severance of ties with her family for decades. Such a family was indeed rather snobbish. It was essential to don finer attire when visiting such affluent households. Otherwise, one might not even gain entry. Qin Lang's usual attire had never exceeded 300 yuan. Glancing at the over 100 yuan clothing he wore from Taobao, he decided it was prudent to purchase a few items from Lang. Lang was one of the top 3 high-end men's clothing stores in Hengyang City, and Qin Lang had never shopped there before. Upon arriving at Lang, he found that Bu Xiaoyu had not yet arrived, so he ventured inside to take a look. Surprisingly, the interior of Lang was not as opulent as he had imagined. After surveying the surroundings, he spotted a black business suit suitable for spring and summer that seemed appropriate for visiting Bu Xiaoyu's mother-in-law's home. He approached the attendant, Xiaochun, and said, "I'd like to try this on." Xiaochun replied, "This one is 7,000. If you try it on, you must purchase it." Qin Lang was taken aback. It appeared rather ordinary for such a steep price. "Is there anything less expensive?" Xiaochun pointed to another gray suit. "This is the cheapest in the store, priced at 2,100. Would you like to try it on? You must buy it if you do." Qin Lang protested. "Why must one purchase it after trying it on?" Xiaochun responded, "Of course. If you try it on, and he tries it on, the garments will inevitably suffer wear and tear. If you can't afford it, then don't try it." Qin Lang, now irritated, retorted, "Who says I can't afford it? I will try it on, and I'll buy whatever I wear." Xiaochun replied, "What if you decide not to buy it later?" Exclaimed in anger, "If I do not purchase, I shall kneel and call you Annie." He continued, "What if I can afford everything? What will you do then?" The server, Xiaochun, retorted indignantly, "If you can truly afford everything, I shall kneel and call you granduncle." By now, several staff members had gathered, recording the exchange with their phones. "We have recorded everything. Do not go back on your word." Xiaochun continued to hurl insults, clearly lacking funds, yet attempting to feign wealth. "Just look at what he is wearing. Surely not worth more than 300 yuan, and he dares to try on our high-end suits. Our business is already struggling, and now this troublemaker is wasting our time. There won't be any left for genuine customers." Furious, Qin Lang retorted, "You speak nonsense. Who is the troublemaker here? I intend to purchase every piece of clothing in your store. What will you do about that?" Xiaochun shot back, "If you truly buy every item in our store, then do as you please. You could even end my life." The commotion had escalated, prompting the store manager to approach and inquire, "What is happening here?" Xiaochun responded, "Manager, this individual insists on trying on clothes and claims he will purchase everything in our store." The manager's eyes lit up. Business had been poor for far too long, and if someone could indeed buy every item, it would be a welcome relief. Yet, looking at Qin Lang's shabby attire, he wondered if he could genuinely afford it. Perhaps he was a hidden tycoon? Pointing at Xiaochun, Qin Lang asserted, "I came here to buy clothes, and this arrogant individual refuses to let me try anything, even saying I should kneel and call him granduncle if I can afford it. Manager, what should be done?" The manager, visibly angered, declared, "How can we refuse a customer the opportunity to try on clothes? Let him try." Xiao Hua, another server, had already brought over the black spring-summer business suit that Qin Lang had shown interest in. He casually tried it on and promptly stated, "I'll take it." He handed a card to Xiao Hua and instructed, "Go ahead and swipe it." All the staff and customers watched eagerly, wondering if the card would indeed yield a sum of 7,000. Xiaochun, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Don't try to inflate your image. There are too many witnesses here, and if you try to leave, you one team manage it. If you have 500 in your card, consider yourself fortunate, you pauper." Chapter 29. The reincarnation of the ancient thunder god rebukes an employee unexpectedly. Xiao Hua exclaimed in astonishment. It really came out. Xiaochun's eyes widened in disbelief. This miser truly possessed 7,000 yuan. He actually dared to spend that much on a piece of clothing. Qin Lang looked at the astonished Xiaochun and remarked, "What did someone just say? If I can afford this garment, they should kneel and call me granduncle." Xiaochun, aware that all the staff were observing her, felt the weight of their gazes. There was no way she could kneel before Qin Lang and call him granduncle in public. She simply could not afford to lose face. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Didn't you just claim you would buy every piece of clothing in this store? Have you fulfilled that promise?" Qin Lang replied, "Very well. I shall fulfill it now. Manager, how much for all the clothing in this shop combined?" The manager trembled with excitement as he quickly calculated. Altogether, approximately 4,200,000. Qin Lang declared, "I will purchase all of it." Everyone was left in shock. This man was casually willing to spend 4 million on clothing? Had they encountered a god of wealth today? The manager was nearly beside himself with joy. With 4 million in sales, he would earn an 8 commission, totaling 320,000. Xiaochun gritted her teeth and muttered, "If you have 4 million in your account, I might as well die." She felt that dying was preferable to kneeling before Qin Lang and calling him granduncle. Xiaohua screamed, "He really has 4,200,000. Thunderstruck, Xiaochun felt as if she had been struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Qin Lang leaned closer, his face mere centimeters from hers. His gaze locked onto her eyes and queried, "Didn't someone just say that if I bought all the clothes in the store, I could do whatever I wished?" Fear flickered in Xiaochun's eyes. What did he intend to do? She clasped her hands over her chest, her mind conjuring up images of Qin Lang making advances toward her. Qin Lang disdainfully remarked, "Stop covering up. It's already flat, and if you cover it more, there will be nothing left. I have no interest in your airport." "What then?" piqued his interest. Xiaochun cast a desperate glance at the manager, who averted his gaze. "Xiaochun, since you wagered with our esteemed guest, you must accept the consequences." For the sake of 320,000, the manager would not hesitate to eliminate Xiaochun. A staff member who had a grudge against her gleefully declared, "Xiaochun, we recorded your wager. You must honor your word." The manager turned to Qin Lang, a sycophantic smile gracing his lips. "Esteemed guest, how would you like to punish her?" Qin Lang replied, "Xiaochun looks down on customers and mocks them. Xiaohua, give her 666 slaps, not one less." Would her face still exist after 666 slaps? One feared she might not survive. Xiaohua approached Xiaochun, trembling as she raised her hand. The manager shouted, "Strike." Xiaochun fell to her knees, pleading, "Granduncle, I beg you to spare me." Qin Lang coldly scoffed, "Now you realize it's too late to beg for mercy. Strike. Slap, 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 slap." After 200 strikes, Xiaochun's face was swollen and red. After 400, her face was battered and blood began to trickle from her mouth. After enduring 600 blows, Xiaochun let out an anguished scream, expelling several bloodied teeth. She cried out, grasping Qin Lang's leg, "Please kill me. I swear I will no longer look down on customers." Qin Lang, feeling a tinge of compassion, declared, "This is enough. I hope you learn from this experience. Pack up all the clothes in this store, except for the one I purchased, and distribute them equally among the other staff members, excluding Xiaochun." Qin Lang, who had no need for such an abundance of clothing, sought only dignity. As he walked away, he reflected on how the acquisition of the Thunder Goddess soul had indeed rendered him more tempestuous. He called Bu Xiaoyu. "Why are you still not here?" "I've already bought the clothes." Bu Xiaoyu replied, "I had a quarrel with my mother. Her in my house." The Fenlong sect manifests in the mortal realm through the Fenlong Group, a conglomerate ranked among the top 10 in the Yanwang Nation. This enterprise encompasses mining, the liquor industry, entertainment, food production, thermal power, and textiles, representing a large-scale organization that integrates mining, textiles, real estate, property management, and machinery manufacturing. Within the opulent offices of the Fenlong Group S branch in Hengyang, Hunan Province, a leadership meeting was underway. Presiding over the proceedings was a middle-aged man clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, his face marked by the passage of time and graying at the temples. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He was Chun Qianquan, the chairman of Fenlong Group and the reincarnation of the ancient thunder god. The employees gazed at him with reverence, fully aware that Chun Qianquan was the earthly embodiment of the ancient thunder god, having existed for many years, and he was currently incensed. "I have heard that the demon refinement pot was won by someone named Qin Lang, Zhou Ying, as the head of the reincarnation project. This significant blunder falls upon you. What do you propose we do?" General Manager Peng Bin gritted his teeth. "Not only that, but this Qin Lang is both a martial artist and a mage. And he has also been recruited by the Divine Human Alliance. This is a major setback for our reincarnation project." Project Manager Zhou Ying, sweating profusely, admitted, "This is my fault. Initially, I used the demon refinement pot as bait to attract a multitude of participants, intending to absorb their life essence. I never anticipated that Qin Lang would emerge. However, that boy is merely a level 1 martial artist and mage. For the time being, he should not pose a significant threat to us. Chun Chinquan, towering over Zhou Ying, inquired, "And how much life essence have you managed to absorb thus far?" The deputy manager, dressed in a green suit, replied, "Chairman, this matter falls under my purview. We have absorbed the life essence of 400 living souls and the souls of 500 deceased." Chun Chinquan erupted in fury. "After all your efforts, you have collected less than a third of the living and deceased souls? How could I have placed so much trust in you? Are you merely idling away your time?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Ying. "How could you be so foolish as to use one of the 10 ancient artifacts as bait for a competition? Could you not have drawn life essence from supermarkets, malls, or gatherings? Now that the divine humans have acquired an artifact, should they succeed in resurrecting the Yellow Emperor, what shall we do?" Zhou Ying wiped away his sweat and reassured, "Master, there is no need for excessive concern. The Pangu axe and the Eastern Emperor Bell among the 10 divine artifacts are likely lost to this world forever. They will never be gathered together." Chun Chinquan sneered, "Moreover, there is a more ironic twist. The one who sees the demon refining pot, Qin Lang, is one of the hosts of my Thunder Soul." The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions a mix of incredulity and suppressed laughter. According to the diviner's calculations, to defeat the Yellow Emperor's forces, it is essential to have certain hosts of thunder, as they directly inherit the power and spirit of the Thunder God, potentially becoming the backbone of the Thunder God Legion. Chun Chinquan had unleashed a total of 12 bolts of lightning, and those fortunate enough to merge with them were indeed the best of the best. Originally intended to bolster the combat strength of the Feng Long group. What I mean to say is that Qin Lang was supposed to be one of us, our main force. He has stolen our possessions and has been swayed by the enemy, turning into our adversary. He will inevitably use the thunderous power I bestowed upon him to strike against us. Is there anything more ironic than this? Is there a more grievous defeat? You people are oblivious to what is unfolding. When a Yellow Emperor is resurrected, and I am not, you will be left to face the consequences. The room fell silent, as if frozen in time. The Thunder God's fury was palpable, a true tempest of wrath, leaving no one daring to utter a word. Chun Chinquan took a moment to steady his tone. Have the 5 Yin and 2 Yang been located? Zhou Ying finally found a piece of information to share, quickly responding. One of the Yin has been confirmed. Is Qin Lang's girlfriend, Bu Xiaoyu. Chun Chinquan declared, "Good. We must capture Bu Xiaoyu. This young woman possesses no cultivation and is as weak as a fledgling chick. Do not tell me you are incapable of handling her. However, capturing Bu Xiaoyu must be our last resort. If Qin Lang realizes that his girlfriend is our pawn, he will undoubtedly become our enemy. We must first find a way to win him over and encourage him to work for us. Additionally, we must gather a total of 10,000 souls, both living and deceased, within 7 years to resurrect the 5 Yin and 2 Yang. Otherwise, once the Yellow Emperor is revived, your fate is sealed. You are not working for me. You are working for yourselves." Chapter 30. Bu Xiaoyu's mother returns to her parental home within the opulent residence of the Bu family. A heated dispute unfolded between Bu Xiaoyu and her mother. "Mrs. Chun furrowed her brow, declaring, I cannot permit you to visit my family home. It is a place you must avoid. Bu Xiaoyu retorted. It was my mother-in-law who summoned me. Surely I cannot disregard her request." Mrs. Chun insisted, "Even if she has invited you, you must not go. Am I not aware of the type of person my mother is? When I married your father, it was precisely due to his impoverished state that my mother cast me out, disregarding decades of familial bonds. Not only was I expelled from our home, but she frequently called to berate me. We have only just begun to enjoy a few days of peace. Do you wish to return and endure more scorn? You may have found Qin Lang, who, despite being an extraordinary talent, is ultimately not a man of wealth. Your mother-in-law will never accept him. She will surely criticize you for marrying a pauper, and you will once again be subjected to such demeaning remarks. Do you wish to return after decades merely to hear such unpleasantness?" Upon entering the room, Qin Lang overheard this exchange and could no longer contain himself. "What do you mean, pauper? Is her money not derived from her husband? her father, or her family? Has she ever truly earned a single coin through her own merit? Without these people, would she not be a pauper herself? Fear not, my mother-in-law. We shall return together and infuriate those petty, materialistic individuals. Qin Lang drove towards Mrs. Chen's family home, accompanied by Bu Xiaoyu and her mother, along with a small white dog named Longji, which Qin Lang had renamed Xiaotian due to its original name being rather cumbersome. The trio, alongside the dog, charged towards Mrs. Chen's parental abode with great fervor. Bu Xiaoyu's maternal grandparents resided in a magnificent villa, undoubtedly more luxurious than the Bu family residence. Upon arrival, the area was already filled with parked vehicles. As soon as they alighted from the car, a middle-aged man in his 40s called out, "Third sister." Mrs. Chun turned, recognizing her long-lost second brother, Qin Gongyi. He remained strikingly handsome, even in his 40s. Qin Gongyi had always shared a close bond with her. Although Mrs. Chen had not returned to her family home since her expulsion, he had visited her on several occasions. With a warm smile, he exclaimed, "Shall we? It has been ages. Have you brought your son-in-law with you?" Mrs. Chen replied, "Indeed, it has been 6 or 7 years, has it not? Brother, you still look so vibrant. What brings you here today?" Qin Gongyi explained, "Mother asked us all to gather at home. Elder brother has also returned, and everyone wishes to see you, your daughter, and your son-in-law." "Ah, shall we? This must be your daughter. I had no idea she was so beautiful, even more so than you were in your youth." Elder brother Chen Dongfang had been waiting at the entrance and greeted Mrs. Chun with enthusiasm upon seeing her. Overwhelmed by the warmth of her long-absent family, Mrs. Chun felt deeply moved by their affectionate reception. "And this must be your son-in-law, the renowned artist Qin Lang. You have chosen well." Chen Dongfang wrapped his arm around Mrs. Chen's shoulder as they approached the front door. "Shall we? It has been many years since you returned home. It is high time for you to come back. Your mother, in a moment of folly, sent you away, and she has regretted it ever since." Upon entering the living room, Chun Tai was taken aback to find Long Can, the young master his mother once wished to matchmake with, seated on the sofa. Now, in his 40s, he had lost the youthful charm of his earlier days, replaced by a more cunning demeanor. The Long family was one of the prominent clans in Hengyang, wielding greater influence and wealth than the Qin family. What business did he have here? Diente Bundirid. His mother, nearing 70, had grayed considerably, appearing much older than before. Upon seeing Qin Tai, the elderly matriarch was moved to tears. "Shall we? You have finally returned. Please come and sit. It was my foolishness that led to your departure, causing you to endure hardships alongside that impoverished boy for so many years. Thankfully, you both are now living well. Why not come back more often? I may not have many days left to see you." Chun Tai grasped his mother's hand, tears welling in his eyes, as years of resentment dissipated in the warmth of familial love. "Mother, I am back." The elderly matriarch then noticed Bu Xiaoyu. "Is this my granddaughter? Truly beautiful, like a celestial being, just as lovely as my daughter in her youth. And this must be my grandson-in-law. I have heard of the esteemed painter Qin Lang. He is indeed a great artist. Finding someone like him is quite commendable." At that moment, Qin Lang, Qin Tai, and Bu Xiaoyu felt that their previous apprehensions were wholly unwarranted. The elderly matriarch, along with the entire family, treated them with warmth and kindness, devoid of any prejudice. Just then, a cold voice echoed through the living room. "Shall we? Your fiancé may not be suitable." Everyone turned to see Long Can, a smirk on his face. Chun Tai retorted coldly, "What makes him unsuitable?" Long Can scoffed. "Look at his height. He is barely 7 meters, not even as tall as my 16-year-old son. This will impact the height of their future offspring." Bu Xiaoyu interjected, "Uncle Long, Qin Lang is a world-renowned painter. Does his height truly matter? Is your judgment limited to mere stature?" Long Can continued, "Let us discuss financial stability. As far as I know, he is merely an art teacher at a public school, earning a meager annual salary of 100,000. How long would that suffice for a family like ours? My wife's monthly allowance is already 200,000. He then turned to Qin Lang. "May I inquire how many paintings you have sold to date?" Qin Lang found himself at a loss for words. He had been preoccupied with daily struggles, leaving little time to sell artwork. The only piece he had sold was to Bu Xiaoyu for 2 million. Longkin remarked, "As far as I know, you have sold just one painting, and that was to your wife for 2 million. Deep down, do you believe that painting is worth that much? Before gaining recognition, had you sold even a single piece? All your current assets are simply your wife's savings. In all likelihood, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to sell your work in the future, for in our country, only members of the National Art Association can secure lucrative sales. As far as I am aware, you have not even attained membership in the Provincial Art Association. Just how much can your title of Saint of Painting truly earn you?" Qin Lang could no longer contain himself and felt compelled to respond. "Mr. Long, you may not be aware that I recently participated in the Hengyang decorative painting competition and emerged victorious, claiming a prize of 20 million. Mr. Long replied, "I am indeed aware. The Saint of Painting lives up to his name. However, this competition occurs only once every 5 years. Do you intend to survive on a single victory for half a decade? Can you guarantee victory each time?" Furthermore, he proceeded to access his phone. "I am also privy to some rather sensational news about Mr. Qin." The headlines displayed on his phone were shocking. Li Lying, daughter of Chairman Li Aigua of Hengyang Decorative Painting Company, professes her love for the Saint of Painting in front of his girlfriend, 2 women vying for his affection. The 3 have jointly registered their marriage certificate. Saint of Painting Qin Lang brutally assaulted the deputy manager of security at Wenyuan Group, injuring numerous individuals. Qin Lang engaged in a public brawl with Gong Long Hai, the security manager of Wenyuan Group, resulting in his death. No trace remains. Qin Lang was left speechless. Chapter 31. The 3 confrontations with Qin Lang laughed heartily. "Qin Lang, your reputation is truly immense. It has spread throughout the entire martial world. Even someone of my social standing has been inundated with news about you lately. You have a knack for attracting admirers, and while courting Bu Xiaoyu, you have also captured the affections of another woman. Such infatuation is not a rarity for you, and the reports only mention one. Surely there are many more." He then turned to Bu Xiaoyu with concern. "Xiaoyu, every young woman outside may very well be your potential rival. Do you truly feel secure in this marriage?" Bu Xiaoyu's lips trembled in anger, yet she found herself at a loss for words. She could not refute him, for Longkin spoke the truth. When she had witnessed firsthand, Chen Dongfang interjected furiously. "Longkin, did you come here today merely to say this? You should leave at once." Longkin pointed at Qin Lang, enunciating each word deliberately. "No, I must finish. Qin Lang, while your ability to attract attention might be tolerable, your most terrifying trait is that you are a violent man, a murderer." A chill ran through the crowd at this proclamation, and they involuntarily turned their gazes towards Qin Lang. "On your first visit to Bu Xiaoyu's home, although young Master Zhao spoke harshly toward her, he did not resort to violence, did he? Yet you, upon your arrival, severely injured him. His bodyguards nearly lost their lives at your hands. Young Master Zhao suffered fractured legs and remains hospitalized to this day. On your second encounter, Manager Gong Long Hai of the security department invited you to meet young Master Zhao to discuss compensation. Instead, you left 5 men gravely injured and simply walked away. Then, you went so far as to kill Gong Long Hai. His brother, Gong Shichu, sought vengeance, and you injured them severely. I must ask you, Miss Bu, can you truly live your life with a man like this, sharing a bed and a life together, without fear? He hails from a modest background. While your family is immensely wealthy, your perspectives on spending will undoubtedly clash, leading to inevitable disputes. If he were to lose his temper and strike you, what would you do? I've heard he possesses electrical powers. Can you withstand such a shock without becoming a roasted pig?" The room fell into a profound silence, with some even finding merit in Longkin's arguments. Indeed, marrying Qin Lang presented numerous risks. Thus, Miss Bu, your mother's choice of a poor man as a husband isn't entirely unreasonable. Why would you choose a heartbreaker, a violent man, a murderer, and a creature who can wield electricity as your spouse? With a resounding slap, Longkin felt the sting of a blow across his face. He looked at his assailant in disbelief. It was Elder Chun who had struck him. She exclaimed furiously. "No wonder you insisted on accompanying Chan Dongfang here today. You came to sow discord. Your failure to marry Xiao Hui was a blessing." And now you seek to disrupt my granddaughter's marriage. Clearly, Xiao Hui was wise to reject you. You are unworthy. A resounding slap struck Long Can's face, this time with considerable force, causing him to clutch his face and let out a wretched scream. How dare you hit me, you brute! It was Qin Lang who delivered the blow, his movements remarkably swift. Onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a gray shadow before Long Can's face became swollen and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Qin Lang, seething with anger, exclaimed, Long Can, you fool! Do you question why I strike you? It is precisely because you deserve it. You label me as fickle, a violent man, a murderer. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that every time I lay my hands on someone, it is to protect Xiao Yu. Are you aware of the vile words that Zhao Goatsai hurls at her in their home? Those are insults no one could endure. If he spoke that way to your mother, you would annihilate his entire family. Am I wrong to strike him? The second instance involved Gong Long Hai, who came to kill us. If I did not retaliate, both Xiao Yu and I would have perished at his hands. He is a skilled fighter, and he brought a gang to assault just the two of us. Should I have remained passive? The third instance saw his brother arrive with a group to kill me, armed with submachine guns, unleashing a massacre. If I did not eliminate him, I would have been killed. Why do you not label Gong Long Hai and his brother as the true violent offenders, the murderers? Now I understand. You are merely Zhao Shishing's lackey. Zhao Shishing dispatched 2 waves of his men to defeat me, yet failed, and then sent Nangong Wang to try to outmaneuver me artistically, only to return in disgrace. You have been sent to undermine my relationship with Bu Xiaoyu, to dismantle our marriage. Long Can shouted in response, You are talking nonsense. I do not even know Zhao Shishing. You are the true violent man, the murderer. Come, kill me, then eliminate Bu Xiaoyu and her entire family. So you can seek other women and change partners daily. Slap. Another strike landed on Long Can's face. He widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning who had struck him this time. It was Chen Dongfang. Chen Dongfang glared at him in utter fury. Long Can, I never imagined you were such a wretched creature. After knowing you for so many years, today I finally see your true colors. Today my mother invited our family to welcome Xiao Hui back, claiming she brought her daughter and son-in-law with her. You said you wanted to come along, and I allowed it. It turns out you came to sow discord. You accused Qin Lang of being fickle, of having many women. Is it surprising that he, a renowned master of painting, attracts admiration? He defeated a 60-year-old president of the Art Association in his 20s. What a remarkable achievement. Wouldn't women flock to such a person? Yet, Qin Lang is only registered with my niece, which shows his loyalty. He loves only Bu Xiaoyu, unlike you, who I know has mistresses galore. You spent last night with Miss Zhao, didn't you? Your wife hasn't seen you in a month, has she? She cries daily, calling me to ask where you are. How dare you, a scoundrel, speak ill of others? You are unworthy of being my friend. From now on, we are done. Do not seek me out again. Long Can, still clutching his face, met Chen Dongfang's gaze, while those around them cast cold, disdainful looks in his direction. Long Can murmured to himself, insane, utterly insane. A loud shout erupted in the living room. Long Can, so you are here? Everyone turned to see a woman in her 40s, dressed elegantly, yet appearing haggard, walking in. Upon seeing Long Can, her fury was palpable. I have finally found you. Long Can, upon recognizing her, was thrown into disarray. Wife, what are you doing here? It became clear to everyone that this was Mrs. Long. She seized Long Can by the ear. You wretched man, how long has it been since you returned home? Do you still care about this family? What about our child? Of course, you do not care, as you are busy frolicking with your mistresses, reveling in your debauchery. Have you squandered all your money? Are you planning to neglect the tuition for our child at the international school and the household expenses for this month? Do you expect me, a woman, to bear it all alone? We are on the brink of starvation. Long Can shouted back, Wife, you are not without money yourself. Why don't you cover it for now? I am truly in a tight spot lately, but I promise to settle it next month. There are no mistresses. Do not listen to the baseless gossip. With so many people here, can we not discuss this at home? Chapter 32. Long Can injures Mrs. Long. Mrs. Long scoffed coldly. Is that so? Then what is this? She produced a stack of photographs and cast them onto the coffee table in the living room. As everyone perused the images, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they murmured in disbelief. The photos depicted Long Qin entwined with several stunning women, hand in hand, kissing in the streets, and even retreating to hotel rooms together. Mrs. Long seized a particular photograph of Long, Qin, and one of the women locked in an embrace on a hotel bed, and thrust it towards his face, demanding, "Long Qin, who is this woman you are holding? Even if you choose not to disclose it. I already know. It's the third Miss Zhao Mei. You certainly have an eye for beauty, having spent 8 consecutive nights with her. I presume you have been thoroughly drained, both physically and financially. I have scrutinized your expenditure records. You even purchased a multi-million-dollar Lana Marks Cleopatra clutch and a $20 million Weihang sports car for her. Why you never been this generous with me? Do you find me too aged for your liking?" Before Long Qin could muster a response, Mrs. Long brandished another photograph. "And this young lady is still a minor. Are you aware that you are committing a crime? You even bought a house for your escapades, one that is larger than our own. You have squandered so much company money. It is no wonder the business has been suffering losses of late. Had I not discovered this in time, you would have likely sold our villa to sustain your affairs, leaving me and our child to sleep on the streets." Long Qin felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. How could his wife know everything? Mrs. Long revealed yet another photograph, this one depicting a man whose head, arms, and chest were bruised and battered, his eyes swollen to slits, creating a most terrifying visage. "Do you recognize this man? He is an employee of your company, the one who disclosed your infidelities to me. In fact, I took the initiative to inquire about your activities, and you had the audacity to hire thugs to assault him to this extent? He is now considering legal action against you, and I am attempting to negotiate a settlement to prevent him from sending you to prison." Qin Lang interjected with a sneer, "So it turns out Mr. Long is the true embodiment of a violent, unfaithful man, straddling multiple affairs." Long Qin gazed at the photograph, his lips quivering, and then glanced at his wife. The events of the past half hour were utterly overwhelming, far beyond his capacity to manage. "What do you wish to do now?" Mrs. Long let out a cold laugh. "Producing a divorce agreement. I can no longer endure this marriage. I want a divorce. I have already drafted the agreement. All that remains is your signature. Upon our divorce, you will leave with nothing, and the child will remain with me." Long Qin stared at the divorce papers, his body trembling with rage. "Why must you leave me with nothing, taking all the money and deny me my child? He is of my blood, you wretched creature. I demand your demise." In a fit of madness, he surged forward, colliding with Mrs. Long, who was caught off guard, and sent her crashing to the floor, where she lost consciousness. Long Qin suddenly dashed out, leaving the house without knowing where to go. A chorus of gasps arose, urging everyone to attend to Mrs. Long. Caught off guard, she was violently knocked down, her head striking the marble floor with a resounding thud, causing her to faint instantly, blood streaming from the back of her head. "Quick, help her to the bed. How could her husband be so brutal?" exclaimed Grandma Chun. Chun Gongyi promptly called for an ambulance, exclaiming, "This Long Qin has gone mad, inflicting such harm upon his wife. She should have divorced him long ago." Mrs. Long lay on the bed, her complexion pale, blood loss increasing, her condition deteriorating rapidly, teetering on the brink of shock. Chen Dongfang anxiously remarked, "She mustn't die in our home. Today is a momentous occasion. The first time San Mei has returned after so many years, and we were all so joyful. Yet this scoundrel Long Qin has ruined everything. It's all my fault for bringing him here." Mrs. Long began to foam at the mouth. Madam Chen exclaimed, "We are in the suburbs. The ambulance will take forever to arrive. What should we do? She looks like she is about to die." Suddenly, she recalled how Qin Lang had saved her husband once. "Qin Lang, don't you possess some medical knowledge? Hurry and save Mrs. Chun." Though Qin Lang had never formally studied medicine, the natural currents within him possessed healing properties. The essence of life is fundamentally a series of bioelectric activities. When he directed a gentle current towards a person, it would inherently mend injuries, provided they weren't too grave or complex. By consciously guiding the current through the body's meridians, his healing effect was magnified. Observing Mrs. Long's dire state, Qin Lang quickly propped her up and, with both palms, infused her with a surge of vital energy from behind. This energy, originally imparted to him by Chairman Ouyang and intertwined with electrical currents, began to repair the damage within her body. Onlookers witnessed this scene reminiscent of a martial arts film, whispering amongst themselves, "Is this really possible? It looks like something out of a movie. Is it genuine?" Regardless, the ambulance hasn't arrived. Let us try anything. Once Qin Lang's energy entered Mrs. Long's body, it began to mend her injuries and weaknesses. The energy instinctively concentrated on the most severely injured area, the back of her head. Mrs. Long felt a wave of warmth enveloping her head, penetrating deeply into her brain, and the pain rapidly dissipated. A portion of the warmth then coursed through her limbs, bringing immediate comfort and warmth to her hands and feet. She felt enveloped in a soothing embrace, as if floating on clouds. The bleeding from her head ceased, and the foam at her mouth disappeared. She opened her eyes. Though the fracture at the back of her head still ached slightly, she was no longer in grave danger. Madame Chun joyfully exclaimed, "She is better. She is better." The surrounding crowd rejoiced. How swiftly she has recovered. Truly a miraculous healer. Qin Lang even knows Qigong. He is remarkably talented. At this moment, the ambulance nurse has arrived. Mrs. Chun inquired of Qin Lang, "Does Mrs. Long still need to go to the hospital?" Qin Lang replied, "Indeed, she must go. I have merely alleviated her injuries temporarily. This cannot cure her condition. She is likely suffering from a severe concussion accompanied by fractures, and hospitalization is imperative." Granny Chun grasped Qin Lang's hand, expressing her gratitude. "If it weren't for your presence today to manage the situation, who knows what would have transpired? My granddaughter is fortunate to have found a husband like you, and my daughter a son-in-law of such caliber. It is truly a blessing accumulated over 8 generations. I have come to realize that wealth means little. The Long family may be affluent and influential, yet they are utterly despicable. Had my daughter married him, she would have met the same fate as Mrs. Long. And what if one lacks riches? My shall we married a poor lad, and now their lives have improved considerably. Haven't they? My granddaughter, marrying you will undoubtedly lead her to a life of comfort in the future. The most crucial aspect is the goodness of one's character and capability. You and Bu Xiaoyu should hasten to arrange the wedding banquet. I shall bring the entire family to celebrate your joyous occasion." Chapter 33. The wedding mishap of Qin Lang. Qin Lang understood that after today's incident, Granny Chun had thoroughly awakened to the truth. She clasped Madame Chen's hand once more, saying, "Xiao Hui, it was wrong of me to drive you away all those years ago, blinded as I was by wealth and power. Thankfully, you did not heed my words and found yourself a good man. From this day forth, let's erase the past. Please do not hold any more grudges against me."
I wish to have more interactions, for I long to see my great-grandchildren come into this world. Madame Chun, with tears glistening in her eyes, replied, "All right, mother."
I shall urge Qin Lang and the others to hasten the wedding arrangements, so that you may join us in splendid celebration. The hands of Granny Chun, Madame Chun, Bu Xiaoyu, and Qin Lang intertwined, each revealing genuine smiles. The grievances of 20 years have been completely resolved this day. After a period of preparation, which included trying on wedding gowns, capturing wedding photos, sending out invitations, selecting auspicious dates, and finding a wedding planning company, Qin Lang and Bu Xiaoyu decided to hold their wedding on May 26th at the New World Rose Garden. On this sun-drenched day, all the dignitaries and social elites of Hengyang received the announcement that the renowned painter Qin Lang was to wed the daughter of the Yun Tian group, Bu Xiaoyu. Recently, Qin Lang had dominated the headlines, having triumphed in a painting contest against the chairman of the city's art association, Nangong Wang. Despite being merely an ordinary high school art teacher, it was said that his paintings were so lifelike that they could transcend reality. Even a painted Ferrari seemed to come to life. This phenomenon had driven the media of Hengyang into a frenzy, each clamoring for the opportunity to interview this contemporary master of brushwork. However, news soon emerged of Qin Lang's involvement in a tragic incident where he allegedly struck down a formidable figure from the underworld with a single blow. Some whispered that he was not human, but possessed the ability to emit electric shocks, claiming that he had electrocuted his adversary. It was also rumored that young Master Zhao of the Wenyuan group had been severely injured by Qin Lang's electric shock and remained bedridden to this day. Consequently, both the elite and common folk of Hingyang were eager to glimpse the true nature of this painter. Was he a divine being or a demon? Thus, upon hearing of his impending nuptials, countless individuals flocked to the New World Rose Garden, eager to behold the true visage of the painter. On this day, the thoroughfares surrounding the garden were choked with traffic, as vehicles formed serpentine lines stretching far and wide. The expansive lawns of the Rose Garden were filled with throngs of people, shoulder to shoulder, with some even climbing over walls or trees, and others arriving by helicopter. The staff had never witnessed such a spectacle in all their lives, regardless of whether they knew Qin Lang or not. Everyone was fervently pushing toward the New World Rose Garden, driven by a desire to see the beauty he had chosen as his bride. Initially, few in the city recognized Bu Xiaoyu, but now her name was on the lips of all. Everyone knew she was the beloved of the painter. As they traversed the garden avenue and entered the grand, opulent European-style hall, they found themselves in the wedding banquet hall. The ocean hall chosen by Bu Xiaoyu was beyond description, a realm of luxury and magnificence. Upon entering, one can only tremble, desperately capturing moments with a camera. Lamenting the inadequacy of one's own eyes is a visual feast, a fairy tale set in a blue ocean. The ceiling, a myriad of crystal beads piled into small, crystalline hills, resembles the white seaweed of the ocean. A metallic whale hovers above, while numerous deep blue Gothic spires droop around, illuminated by warm yellow lights from within. In the center of the hall, four long rows of round tables are adorned with delicate blue, flowering trees. Between the two central rows of tables lies a glass stage for the ceremony. At the end of the glass stage stands a flat fairy tale castle, splendid and romantic yet not overly intricate. At first glance, Qin Lang felt an overwhelming chill upon entering this marine hall. Yet he could not deny that its lighting effects surpassed those of all the themed halls. It was indeed a dreamlike realm, where every girl yearns to remain forever ensnared in this reverie. Previously, Qin Lang had only attended others' weddings, offering red envelopes. Now, his own wedding was about to commence. He felt a surreal sensation. The host, with fervor, began the opening remarks. Esteemed guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, on May 26th, 2025, we gather here to witness the wedding celebration of Mr. Qin Lang and Ms. Bu Xiaoyu. The host then invited all friends and family to give a rousing round of applause for the handsome groom, Qin Lang, as he made his entrance. Thunderous applause erupted as Qin Lang's parents accompanied him through a series of floral arches towards the stage. The majestic wedding march resonated throughout the venue, while flower girls set off fireworks, feathers swirling about. Dazzling laser lights illuminated him, drawing the gaze of all present. Qin Lang felt as though he were aglow, overwhelmed by the unreal nature of it all. He had never envisioned his own wedding. He had merely existed as a cog in a machine, striving to survive. His high school and university years were remarkably mundane, akin to bland water, interspersed with moments of pain. Yet in the past few days, he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Suddenly famous, favored by girls, embroiled in fights, facing life and death, ending up in jail, competing, winning championships, and now obtaining a marriage license. Fate seemed to play a jest upon him, akin to a roller coaster, soaring to the highest peaks and then plummeting to the lowest depths. Yet for the most part, he found himself at the pinnacle of a life far beyond anything he had previously known. All of this felt unreal, yet that girl was undeniably real. The host's voice resonated once more. Now, let us welcome the beautiful bride, Bu Xiaoyu, clad in a pristine white wedding gown and accompanied by her parents. Bu Xiaoyu approached with a radiant smile. Today, she appeared exceptionally beautiful, her smile like a blooming flower, the light illuminating her as she shone with brilliance. Her diamond hairpiece sparkling. She moved towards Qin Lang, as if stepping into her future. Qin Lang's heart raced. Each of Bu Xiaoyu's steps felt as though they tread upon his heart. She loves me. She genuinely wishes to marry me. The host began to recite the wedding vows. Dear newlyweds, please stand facing each other and gaze into one another's eyes. At this moment, the heavens and the earth bear witness, along with all the family and friends present. Kindly place your right hand over your heart. He turned to Qin Lang and asked, Groom, do you willingly take this beautiful bride before you as your lifelong partner, vowing to honor, love, and cherish her for all your days? Do you agree? A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone awaited Qin Lang's response. He proclaimed with conviction, I do. The host then addressed Bu Xiaoyu, bride. Do you willingly take this handsome gentleman as your lifelong companion, promising to honor, love, and remain faithful to him? Do you agree? As Bu Xiaoyu parted her rosy lips to respond, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere. I do not agree. I do not agree. Chapter 34. Li Liying's bold wedding interruption. The atmosphere was electric as the entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Who could it be? The guests abandoned their focus on the couple on stage, searching for the audacious individual responsible for such a disruption. Did he not look far? For the woman in question was striding confidently towards the stage, under the incredulous gazes of Qin Lang and Bu Xiaoyu. It was none other than Li Liying. Adorned in towering heels that elevated her stature, she walked with remarkable poise, clad in a striking ensemble of black and red, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Unfazed, she approached Qin Lang directly. His expression darkened as he addressed her. Miss Li, while I welcome your presence at my wedding, the disruptive behavior is tantamount to opposition, and I must ask you to leave. Li Aigua hurriedly ascended the stage to defuse the situation. Lying, Qin Lang is already married. It is futile to insist. Life is fraught with disappointments. You must accept reality. There are countless admirable men in the world. Find another, will you? He grasped Li Liying's hand, attempting to lead her away. My apologies, Mr. Qin. My daughter is rather thoughtless and has disrupted your ceremony. With determination, Li Liying forcefully shook off her father's grasp. I refuse to relent. She stood before Qin Lang, her voice resolute. I adore you, Qin Lang. You occupy my thoughts each night, rendering me sleepless. I long to hold you closely. Only then can I find peace. Marry me. We are destined to be together. In a shocking display, she knelt before Qin Lang, presenting a ring. Qin Lang, I propose to you. Please marry me. Gasps of disbelief erupted throughout the venue. The media erupted in excitement, capturing every moment, with journalists already crafting sensational headlines. In a New World rose garden, two women compete for a man. CEO's daughter, Li Liying, proposes to the groom. How will the bride respond? Indeed, where Qin Lang was present, news was sure to follow. Bu Xiaoyu shouted, Have you lost your mind? How could you propose to my husband on our wedding day? Li Liying rose, her disdain evident. Why shouldn't I propose to your husband? In terms of skill and intellect, how do you measure up to me? I am a 4th-degree black belt in karate and a 7th degree in taekwondo, while you couldn't even slay a chicken. Qin Lang is an accomplished artist, renowned for his exceptional talent. I am a formal member of the National Association of Fine Arts, with 5 provincial exhibition awards and 3 national exhibition awards to my name. May I ask if you possess any artistic ability? What gives you the right to marry Qin Lang? Is it merely your wealth? My family's fortune rivals yours. Is it your beauty? Am I less attractive than you? You're not only less beautiful than I, but also less endowed in every way. The crowd erupted in astonishment, many secretly agreeing with Li Liying's assertions. Qin Lang's mind raced. Reason seemed futile, and he could not resort to violence before such a large audience. What was he to do now? Li Liying exclaimed, Thus, I am the most suitable companion for Mr. Qin Lang. It matters not if you are married. Divorce is always an option. Qin Lang, this woman is utterly unworthy of you. I am your ideal partner. Come with me. She seized Qin Lang's hand and began to lead him away. With unexpected strength, she pulled him a few steps forward, leaving the onlookers astonished. Witnessing a bride being snatched is one thing, but a groom? Countless cameras clicked to capture the moment. Regaining his composure, Qin Lang shook off her grip and declared, Li Liying, cease this nonsense at once, or I shall not hold back. Li Liying retorted with a smile, Bring it on. Who needs your restraint? Come, ravage me. The reporters erupted in applause, unable to contain their excitement. What audacity! This news needed no embellishment. Merely recounting Li Liying's actions and words would ensure it went viral worldwide. Anything less would be injustice. Qin Lang, with anger in his heart, stated, I never strike a woman, but you. His right fist was poised to retaliate. If he did not act soon, this wedding would be irrevocably ruined. Li Lying laughed, "Come strike me. Hitting is affection, and cursing is love. A little violence adds spice to romance." Just as Qin Lang was about to throw a punch, she lunged at him, enveloping him in a tight embrace and planting a kiss on his cheek. The reporters had lost count of how many times they had gasped in disbelief. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with everyone capturing the spectacle on their phones. Such a sight had never been witnessed before. Bu Xiaoyu could no longer endure the scene, exclaiming, "Li Lying, you lunatic! Mrs.
Chen and Grandma Chen shouted, "Security! Quickly remove this mad woman. Li Aigua, pull your daughter away." Qin Lang felt the urge to fight back, to escape.
But how could he strike a fragrant and soft young woman? He possessed great strength, and even a single blow could cause serious harm. It was clearly inappropriate to publicly assault a girl at a wedding. Thus, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Just as the situation grew increasingly tense, the entire venue was suddenly plunged into darkness. Hands could not be seen in front of faces, and bewildered glances were exchanged in the obscurity. Qin Lang felt Li Lying release her hold on him. She had vanished. What was happening? Had there been a power outage? A minute later, the lights flickered back on, revealing that Li Lying was nowhere to be found. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The host wiped his brow and apologized. "I'm sorry. It seems someone tripped the circuit breaker. Now, shall we continue the ceremony?" To everyone's astonishment, the bride, Bu Xiaoyu, was also missing. Mrs. Chen shouted, "Where has Xiaoyu gone? Did that woman scare her off?" Li Lying was gone too. What could possibly be happening? Qin Lang urgently dialed Bu Xiaoyu's number, but there was no answer. Mrs. Chen seized Li Aigua by the collar, demanding, "Did your daughter abduct my daughter? Call your daughter at once." A resounding slap struck Li Aigua's face as she exclaimed, "I shall never forgive you for your daughter's actions." Beads of sweat formed on Li Aigua's brow as he stammered. "The phone is unreachable." Qin Lang sought out the hotel staff, declaring, "I demand to view the surveillance footage. My wife is missing." The hotel personnel retrieved the recordings from the entrance, revealing Bu Xiaoyu being forcibly ushered into a black Maserati by several individuals. Once the black Maserati merged into the sea of traffic, it vanished from sight. The patrons of the hotel engaged in hushed discussions, gradually dispersing, all taken aback by the abrupt conclusion of what was meant to be a grand wedding. Only the journalists appeared to be invigorated, as if they had consumed a copious amount of ginseng, leaving with an unmistakable sense of satisfaction. Today's events would surely provide ample fodder for the residents of Hingyang City for an entire month. Qin Lang and Chun Tai reported the incident to the police. Investigating the traffic cameras, the authorities discovered that the black Maserati had entered a tunnel and had not emerged. A search of Li Aigua's residence yielded no sign of Li Lying, nor any clues regarding her whereabouts. The police also uncovered 2 additional properties purchased by Li Lying, yet she remained elusive. Qin Lang and Chun Tai returned to Li Aigua's home, berating him vehemently, but to what avail? Chapter 35. The kidnapping of Bu Xiaoyu twice that night. In a rather unremarkable villa on the outskirts of the city, Bu Xiaoyu found herself firmly bound to a chair, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. "Release me at once. This is illegal, and you will face imprisonment." Li Ling, clad in a black leather ensemble and donning a mask with a voice modulator, resembled a formidable and enigmatic figure as she gazed at her coldly. "Are you trying to intimidate me? I commit crimes daily. What's one more day?" Her voice, altered by the device, resonated with a deep, echoing timbre reminiscent of a mechanical man. Bu Xiaoyu demanded, "Who on earth are you?" Li Lying swiftly struck her across the face. "You insolent wretch! Why must you ask so many questions?" Seething with anger, Bu Xiaoyu retorted, "How dare you strike me?" Li Lying smirked, "Why should I not? I have long proclaimed that I would repay the slap you dealt me." Bu Xiaoyu's expression hardened. "Could it be that you are Li Lying?" Li Lying chuckled. "You aren't entirely foolish, it seems." Bu Xiaoyu threatened, "You will regret this. Once Qin Lang finds me, he will surely put an end to you." Li Ling graspet Herchin. "Oh, I eagerly await his arrival. I shall engage in a passionate rendezvous with him right before your eyes." Furious, Bu Xiaoyu shot back. "In your dreams, You will never win his heart. Do you even think you are worthy? Li Lying retorted, You believe you are? When I previously suggested we share Qin Lang as wives, with you receiving 30% and me 70%, that was far too generous. You are utterly unworthy. Only I am deserving of him. You would do well to serve as our maid. Wu shao yu sukofut. You should take a good look in the mirror to see just how unattractive you are. Yet you dare to aspire to marry Qin Lang? Li Lying sneered, Very well. I shall deny you food and water. After a few days, we shall see what wretched state you will find yourself in. Then, when I appear before him, splendid and radiant, who will he find more appealing, you or I? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside, and with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. A throng of men bursting in. Li Lying's eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you? 2 days later, both Li Lying and Bu Xiaoyu remained missing. Li Lying, who was once a contracted artist at Li Aigua's legendary decoration company, had not reported to work during these past 2 days. Where could she have vanished? Qin Lang, at home drowning his sorrows, found himself consuming more than 10 bottles of alcohol, a feat he had never before attempted. He pondered his misfortune. Just as he was on the brink of marriage, calamity struck. Surely, one does not encounter such disgraceful events even in a lifetime. Could it be that he truly was a fated misfortune? 2 days had passed, and with each tick of the clock, Bu Xiaoyu's peril grew more pronounced. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Qin Lang's eyes brightened at the sight of Captain Su Jian from the police station on the line. Qin Lang, we have located a villa that Li Lying's friend purchased on her behalf. We have made new discoveries inside. Hurry here. The address is 260 North City Road, Dashan District. 20 minutes later, Qin Lang arrived at the villa. The villa, while not particularly opulent, was situated in a rather secluded location. The detective led Qin Lang to the 3rd floor, where they immediately discovered Li Lying bound to a chair. She had been restrained for a day and a night. Her appearance significantly deteriorated. However, upon seeing Qin Lang, she instantly brightened. Qin Lang, come save me. Qin Lang lunged forward, seizing her collar. Where is Bu Xiaoyu? Li Lying's eyes dimmed. I've been tied up here for so long, and your first question is about that wretched woman. Enraged, Qin Lang struck her across the face. You are the wretched one. You kidnapped Bu Xiaoyu, didn't you? The slap was forceful, causing blood to trickle from the corner of Li Lying's mouth. Infuriated, she retorted, Yes, I kidnapped her, and I killed her too, chopped her into pieces. What will you do about it? That filthy whore deserved to die. If it weren't for her, you would have been with me long ago. Crack. Qin Lang delivered another resounding slap, pointing at Li Lying. Listen carefully. I will never like you. Never. No matter what you do, with or without Bu Xiaoyu. My feelings will not change. Li Lying screamed. Go ahead, kill me. I don't care. I've already disposed of that wretched girl. I have nothing to lose. Qin Lang, furious and ready to strike again, was restrained by Captain Su. Stop. She's just talking nonsense. She didn't kill Bu Xiaoyu. Based on our investigation, she did bring Bu Xiaoyu here, and there are signs of struggle downstairs. However, another group later abducted Bu Xiaoyu. Initially, Li Lying captured Bu Xiaoyu and placed her in a Maserati. After entering the tunnel, a large truck loaded her into its cargo compartment, which then drove here. That's why we only saw the Maserati enter the tunnel and not exit. We reviewed the road surveillance from that night. A black Mercedes-Benz GLC arrived at 9 p.m. and took someone out, likely Bu Xiaoyu. This vehicle then headed towards the Yipentang office building of Wenyuan Group. Wenyuan Group. Young Master Zhao. Realization dawned on Qin Lang. The retaliation from Zhao was upon him once more. The Zhao family, relentless in their vendetta, had orchestrated one attack after another against him. The first was Gong Long Hai, the second Nan Gong Wang, and the third Gong Shichu. Having realized that defeating him was futile and reporting to the police would yield no results, they turned their sights on those around him. Without hesitation, he instructed Captain Su, Take me to Yipentang. I must find Bu Xiaoyu. The Yipentang office building was exceedingly luxurious, soaring 9 stories high. Its glass facade glimmering in the sunlight. To the untrained eye, it resembled an ordinary large corporation, concealing its true nature as a den of iniquity. Upon their arrival at the entrance of Yipentang, Qin Lang and the detectives were met by Gong Shichu, who awaited them with a throng of thugs. Gong Shichu clapped his hands with a smile. Qin Lang, I didn't expect you to find this place so quickly. Quite clever of you. I was just about to call you over for a chat. Qin Lang, Gong, your injury has healed remarkably fast. Are you seeking another beating today? Where's Bu Xiaoyu? Gong Shichu pointed towards the towering structure behind him. Your girlfriend is enjoying tea on the top floor. If you wish to see her, simply ascend through this building, floor by floor. He smiled playfully. However, you may go alone. Those officers beside you are not permitted. Captain Su Jian scoffed. Your Wen Yuan group is already implicated in illegal abduction. We, the criminal police, must enter to rescue the hostage. Step aside. With a wave of his hand, Gong Shichu commanded. Onward. We cannot allow these officers to enter. The henchmen surged towards the police, and a fierce battle ensued. Captain Su Jian shouted, You dare to assault an officer? Do you wish for death? Bang! He fired a warning shot into the air, but it proved futile. The henchmen continued their advance, drawing weapons and aiming at the officers. They too were armed. Were they truly intent on defying the police entirely? Both sides sought cover, exchanging fire, transforming the scene into a hellish battlefield of bullets and chaos. Injuries piled up as bodies fell. Witnessing the carnage around him, Qin Lang gritted his teeth. Does your boss genuinely desire to sever ties with the police? Is he truly seeking death? Has he no intention of conducting business anymore? Gong Shichu waved at Qin Lang with a grin. Young Master Qin, do not concern yourself with our boss's fate. Focus on your own safety. His life and death are of no concern to you. Do you wish to rescue your girlfriend? If so, follow me. Our doors are open solely for you. Qin Lang followed Gong Shichu into the building. The entrance on the ground floor swung open, illuminating the surroundings. Even if it were a den of dragons and tigers, Qin Lang was determined to venture forth. Chapter 36. The battle against the four reapers of death. As the door swung open, a brightly lit hall revealed itself, filled with a formidable assembly of at least 200 elite soldiers, each armed to the teeth. At the rear, on an opulent sofa, sat a young man clad in a tailored suit, puffing on a cigar, exuding an air of elegance. Even seated, his towering stature was unmistakable, radiating an intangible pressure that dwarfed the soldiers before him. Gong Shichu remarked, Before you stands one of the four reapers of our esteemed first hall, Life and Death Gong Wulin. To ascend to the second floor, you must vanquish his legion. Gong Long Hai, though the foremost expert of the Zhao family escort, was no match for the overwhelming prowess of these four reapers. Each floor housed a reaper, and only by defeating them could one hope to reach higher levels. Your goddess awaits you on the top floor. With the rules of the game laid bare, he swiftly ascended to the second floor, retreating with the speed of a startled rabbit, wary of being caught in the fray. Qin Lang surveyed the dark legion before him, soldiers wielding submachine guns and rocket launchers. A wave of trepidation washing over him. He harbored no illusions about annihilating them all. He could only muster his inner energy, channeling it into his fists. Bracing himself for battle, Gong Wulin rose slowly, his voice resonating through the hall. You're the famed painter, Qin Lang? To dare confront this challenge alone is the mark of a true man. Alas, your promising life shall meet its end here today. With a flourish of his hands, he commanded, Kill. Show no mercy. In unison, the soldiers unleashed a hail of gunfire, a cacophony of bullets raining down upon Qin Lang. In this life and death moment, he leaped nimbly to the right, executing a staggering 1,080-degree spin midair. Miraculously, every bullet and missile missed their mark, detonating against the walls and enveloping the room in a thick cloud of smoke. Propelling himself off the wall, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards the soldiers. A bolt of lightning surged forth from his hands, slicing through the air with blinding intensity, illuminating the hall in an instant. The atmosphere darkened, save for the brilliant streak of lightning. The soldiers screamed in terror as the brilliance faded, revealing a long, ominous black line. 8 soldiers fell, cleaved as if they were mere vegetables, their upper bodies collapsing, blood gushing forth, while their lower halves crumpled to the ground, painting the floor crimson. Gong Wulin gasped. Remarkable skill. The soldiers, though taken aback, remained resolute, their training kicking in as they retaliated with renewed fervor, determined to eliminate this harbinger of death, lest they become the next victims. As Qin Lang landed, he rolled to evade another barrage of gunfire. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dazzling line of electric light erupted once more. Another 10 soldiers met a gruesome fate, their heads severed, rolling across the floor like errant balls, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. There was no time to close their eyes. They gazed at the living, unwilling to succumb to eternal slumber. At this moment, even the most fearless warriors felt a twinge of trepidation. They began to instinctively retreat. Gong Wulin shouted, "Do not approach him. Engage from distance." As the soldiers fell back, they unleashed a barrage of armor-piercing rounds towards Qin Lang. In truth, Qin Lang found himself in a perilous situation. Although he possessed formidable combat prowess, he was not invulnerable. Casting a glance at the wall, he leapt forward, sprinting along it with the swiftness of quicksilver. He realized that as long as he ran fast enough, he would not fall. The wall behind him was pockmarked by an incessant hail of bullets. Fortunately, the wall was constructed from thick steel plates, preventing it from collapsing under the onslaught. Otherwise, the first floor would have crumbled, bringing down the upper levels as well. All that the onlookers could perceive was a fleeting shadow racing along the wall, too swift to be targeted. In that moment, Qin Lang reached his peak velocity. To his eyes, the soldiers appeared to be moving in slow motion. Bullets glided through the air, and armor-piercing rounds traced languid arcs. Hasten to eliminate them, he thought, leaping into the midst of the soldiers. With uppercuts, lower hooks, and diagonal punches, bolts of electricity cascaded from his hands, reminiscent of a galaxy soaring through the heavens. Forming countless straight lines, he unleashed a series of over a dozen electric strikes in an instant. These electric arcs intertwined to create a luminous web that occupied half of the hall's expanse. In that fleeting moment, Qin Lang ascended to the realm of a level 2 Thunder Mage, capable of executing multiple assaults with his inherent lightning. 70 to 80 soldiers were struck by the radiant web, their bodies obliterated, reduced to mere flesh. "Impressive," Gong Wulin exclaimed. "No wonder you dare to challenge the Epeen Hall." He leapt forth, delivering a powerful punch towards Qin Lang. A fierce vortex of air swirled around him, resembling a colossal tornado enveloping his form. Soldiers who drew near were sucked into the maelstrom, crushed to pieces by the force of the gale. Qin Lang had no time to contemplate. He retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! Both men staggered back 5 or 6 steps. Qin Lang felt a tingling in his arm, his palm vibrating. Gong Wulin remarked, "You truly possess remarkable strength. I initially found it hard to believe that Gong Longhai fell to your hand, but now it seems plausible." Qin Lang responded, "You all share the surname Gong. Were you all trained by the same master?" "Indeed," Gong Wulin confirmed. "Our master is the god of martial arts, Gong Tianya." Qin Lang acknowledged this with an O. Although he was not part of the martial arts community, he was aware of Gong Tianya's renown. There was hardly anyone in the nation who did not recognize that name. In the martial arts realm, Gong Tianya was a legendary figure, the founder of the Weifeng Hall, with 1 master and 7 disciples, standing alongside the likes of Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, and Kong Tong, each with hundreds of disciples. 7 years prior, at the 34th National Martial Arts Championship, he had vanquished the combined forces of the leaders of Shaolin, Wudong, and Amei, earning the title of the foremost martial artist in the land. 3 years ago, the Sword Demon from the West launched an assault, defeating all challengers from the Yanwang Nation, boasting that there was no one left to contend with. In fury, Gong Tianya intervened, engaging the Sword Demon in a decisive battle in the capital, where they each cleaved half the roof off an ancient palace. 2 figures raced across the azure sky, their feet poised upon the rooftop as they executed the exquisite 13 styles of unparalleled swordsmanship, creating a spectacle akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun. Their swordplay was evenly matched, each wielding their unique skills in a fierce clash. The Sword Demon unleashed the maternal and paternal demonic incarnation, while Gong Tianya summoned the World Destruction Pagoda Tornado. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, it resembled the detonation of a nuclear bomb. For a full 3 hours, they battled fiercely, driving the Sword Demon of the Western lands deep into the earth, nearly a dozen meters below the surface, leaving him in disarray and covered in dust. Realizing that victory was unattainable, the Western Sword Demon released 32 flying swords and seized the opportunity to flee. From that day forth, he dared not set foot in the land of Yin Huang again. Gong Tianya truly earned his renowned status, ascending to become the greatest warrior in the world. The enmity between the Western lands and Yin Huang was thus sealed. 2 years ago, for reasons unknown, the illustrious Gong Tianya abruptly withdrew from the martial world, relinquishing his management of the Weifeng Hall. The hall fell into the hands of unscrupulous individuals, causing many disciples to abandon their teachings and seek guidance elsewhere. It was during this tumultuous period that Gong Longhai, Gong Wulin, and Gong Shichu sought refuge in the Yiping Hall, becoming henchmen of the Wenyuan group. Chapter 37. The Resurrected Tornado Qin Lang. Your master is so formidable, yet you have the audacity to serve as a henchman for Zhao's family. How disgraceful! Gong Wulin, you are on the brink of death. The deceased have no right to meddle in my affairs. He clasped his hands together and then spread them apart. Face the raging winds. A sudden shift in atmospheric pressure enveloped the arena, as all currents converged toward him, unleashing a colossal tempest from his palms. Qin Lang thrust both hands forward, releasing a tremendous surge of electricity toward the storm. Alas, it was futile. The electric current was utterly dissipated, absorbed into the swirling vortex. With no time to evade, he was forcefully hurled against the wall by the overwhelming storm. He fell to the ground, dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. Fortunately, the wall behind him was a thick metal barrier. Even the previous rocket launcher had failed to breach it. Otherwise, this impact would have surely sent him crashing out of the building. Perhaps being thrown out might have been preferable? He touched his lips, finding them stained with blood. The first trial is proving to be exceedingly arduous. Could this be where I meet my demise? Or should I summon reinforcements? Gong Wulin advanced toward him. Entering this building was your mistake. Within these walls reside nearly all the masters of the first-class hall. It is impossible for you to defeat them all alone. He clasped his hands once more, preparing to unleash another tempest. Qin Lang could no longer afford to remain passive. With a swift motion of his right hand, dazzling arcs of electricity reappeared, intertwining to form an expansive net, countless stars, electric web of radiance. From above, below, and all around, a 360-degree net ensnared Gong Wulin. He was like a caged bird, a fish caught in a net, a turtle trapped in a jar. Could this slicing electricity tear him to shreds? Gong Wulin was taken aback, and the storm immediately activated. This time, the tempest enveloped his body like a protective shield. The sound of blood gushing forth echoed. Several gashes appeared on Gong Wulin's body, blood erupting forth. He was wounded. The storm could not completely negate the power of the electric strikes. Though he was not obliterated like a soldier, he was nonetheless injured, blood streaming profusely. Seizing the moment, Qin Lang unleashed another barrage of electric strikes. Now was the time. If I cannot defeat Gong Wulin now, I shall never have another chance. The countless arcs of electricity ceased their erratic dance, converging outward from the epicenter of Qin Lang's fist, transforming into a radiant sun of electric power. It enveloped Gong Wulin. Countless stars, electric burst fist. This time, the storm could not shield him from the lightning. The electric bolts struck Gong Wulin with ferocity, unleashing a multitude of blood bursts. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the wall. Splendid. A smile graced Qin Lang's face as he finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Gong Wulin fell heavily to the ground, bloodied all over. Is he dead? Qin Lang rushed forward, checking for a pulse, but there was none. He is dead. What now? I have become a murderer. What shall I do? There is no turning back. After all, I have taken lives before. I did it to save others. The utmost priority now is to ascend to the next level. Every passing minute increases the peril for Bu Xiaoyu. Time has already been squandered here. Qin Lang hastily dashed towards the staircase. Suddenly, a gust of wind roared from behind, and an immense pressure engulfed him. Qin Lang's body became uncontrollably suspended in midair. The wind morphed into countless hands, seizing his limbs and lifting him aloft. Despite his desperate struggles, he found himself rising higher, distance from the ground. What is happening? Is there still an enemy? Qin Lang's body was involuntarily turned, and he finally discerned the figure responsible, Gong Wulin. Covered in blood, Gong Wulin stood there, wiping his face, a grin forming upon his lips. All his wounds were vanishing. Resurrected? Qin Lang shouted at Gong Wulin. Didn't you die? Gong Wulin chuckled. I shall never perish, for my nickname is death and resurrection. No matter how many times I die, I shall always return. So, death and resurrection is what it signifies. He is immortal? Qin Lang now hung suspended, rising ever higher, held aloft by unseen hands. 20 meters above the ground. What to do? I have acrophobia. What does he intend to do? Gong Wulin's hands began to perform that motion again, closing and opening. A colossal tornado erupted once more from his palms. Frozen in midair, Qin Lang found himself utterly devoid of the strength to resist, violently drawn into the whirlwind, spinning uncontrollably. Stripped of all bodily control, he whirled like a roller coaster before being violently slammed to the ground. Qin Lang was left dazed, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. This time, he truly felt as if death were imminent. A searing pain shot through the back of his head, and it felt as though his bones had shattered, rendering him immobile. Crackling sounds filled the air as Gong Wulin tread upon the corpses of soldiers and countless scattered firearms, advancing towards Qin Lang for the final harvest. With a wave of his hand, a translucent blade of wind sliced towards Qin Lang's head. It moved with incredible speed, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, yet remained entirely invisible. Qin Lang, unable to move, could not evade. This blow would surely cleave his skull. A profound sense of danger surged within him. With a flick of his finger, he summoned electromagnetic force to lift a submachine gun from the ground, positioning it in midair. With a swift whoosh, the submachine gun was severed in two, blocking the incoming wind blade. Gong Wulin laughed. Oh, you still possess strength. Let's see how long you can endure. His hands stirred the winds again, preparing to unleash another tornado. One more strike from the tornado, and death would be inevitable. Who can save me? Qin Lang screamed inwardly. Oh my, dear God, Jade Emperor, President of the Human Alliance, anyone, please rescue me. Otherwise, I shall perish here today. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Kid. I'm here to assist you. Whose voice is that? A visage of an old Taoist in a purple hat materialized in his mind. Qi Songzi? How could I have forgotten him? The elixir pot has always been by my side. Qi Songzi has been with me all along. Suddenly, Qin Lang felt a surge of hope. If it were Chisongzi, he would undoubtedly vanquish Gong Wulin. He called out in his heart, Chisongzi, please come and assist me in eliminating him. I truly cannot endure any longer. I am on the brink of death. Chisongzi replied, Young one, I cannot directly intervene to defeat him, for I am merely a primordial spirit and cannot engage in battle beyond the confines of the demon-summoning vessel. However, I can provide you with a medicinal pill. Once you consume it, you shall be instantly revitalized. At that moment, a pill materialized in Qin Lang's mouth, and he crushed it before swallowing. Indeed, all the torment in his body dissipated within 1 to 2 seconds, and his vital energy was restored, flowing anew. Qin Lang was ecstatic. Hope had rekindled. Chisongzi continued. Inside his mind resides a fragment of the Nuwa stone, allowing him to be reborn. Focus your strength and strike at his head. His power is actually comparable to yours. The one who seizes the initiative shall prevail. Quickly, Gong Wulin had already conjured a massive vortex in his hands. Laughing, farewell, a whirlwind surged toward Qin Lang. With a wave of his hands, countless bolts of lightning shot forth like the sun. This time, all the electricity did not scatter but concentrated into a singular point, transforming into a conical current, rapidly spinning and piercing through the tornado. The brilliance of myriad stars. Lightning penetrated the fist. Chapter 38. A life-and-death struggle on the second level. A myriad of electric arcs converged into a conical stream, spinning at high velocity, radiating brilliance akin to 1,000 suns. Blinding all who gazed upon it, it surged towards the tornado, resembling a colossal drill. The two individuals within the chamber could perceive only this blinding current, too luminous to behold. Gong Wulin was taken aback. How is it possible? How could he still possess such strength? In that fleeting moment, evasion was no longer an option. He could only exert more force, intensifying the tornado's might. To his astonishment, the ferocious whirlwind disintegrated upon encountering the electric surge, collapsing into fragments, scattering like leaves in the wind. It was as if a sheet of paper could not withstand the edge of a blade. Impossible. The cutting edge of this electric current, with the power to obliterate all, instantly pierced through Gong Wulin's forehead. This unimaginable force lifted him off the ground, only to crash him down heavily, leaving his neck devoid of life. Qin Lang rose to his feet, having momentarily been blinded by the overwhelming brilliance of the electric light he had unleashed. Darkness now enveloped his vision. He advanced towards Gong Wulin's direction, with each step gradually restoring his sight. Amidst the pool of blood beside the headless corpse of Gong Wulin, a small white stone began to wriggle. This tiny stone commenced to leap gently, and in a short while, it would leap into the severed flesh of Gong Wulin's neck. The voice of Huangdi resonated. This is the Nuwa stone. Hasten to retrieve it, lest it resurrect this man. Qin Lang bent down to grasp the small stone, which was pure and translucent, resembling the color of rice porridge, imbued with a hint of iridescence. Is this a fragment of the Nuwa stone? Indeed, one of the 10 great artifacts, impervious even to the mightiest of my electric strikes. Possessing it grants infinite resurrection. Huangdi continued. This fragment of the Nuwa stone must be implanted within flesh to enable endless resurrection. In the future, I shall assist you with the implantation, though it will require some effort. For now, stow it away. Qin Lang placed it into the demon refining pot and began his ascent up the staircase to the next level. The doors to the second level swung open. Qin Lang had envisioned numerous scenarios for this level, such as fiercer armies, terrifying traps, and artillery. However, the reality of the second level astonished him. It was a serene tea room reminiscent of the land of the rising sun. The tea room comprised 4 chambers, one of which was adorned with a floor of fine white sand, upon which lay several sizable black stones, while delicate green trees cast dappled shadows under the soft illumination. This must be the Zen garden of the land of the rising sun. In the adjacent room, tatami mats covered the floor, and a tea table was set with a teapot and cups. A man sat cross-legged before the table, smiling at him. "Master Painter, come and have some tea." As Qin Lang approached, he observed that the man appeared to be in his 30s, with a refined countenance, not resembling a martial arts expert in the least. The man spoke with a smile. "Greetings, Master Painter Qin Lang. I have heard much about your esteemed reputation. I am one of the 4 great reapers, known as a life and death struggle, and my name is Gong Yanhua." The image of this man resembles that of a kind-hearted neighbor. One would hardly associate him with the grim reaper. Qin Lang inquired, "Why does everyone share the surname Gong? Are you all part of the Gong family army, trained by Gong Tinya?" Gong Yanhua replied, "Indeed. The 4 of us, the great reapers, were all disciples of Gong Tinya. Later, when our master withdrew from the martial world, we departed from the Weifeng Hall and came to Master Zhao's Yipentang. He held out a cup of tea to Qin Lang, saying, 'As you have arrived here, you are a guest. Please enjoy this cup of tea.' Qin Lang refused. Why abandon your noble roles as disciples of the martial gods to become mere lackeys for the Zhao family? Master Zhao has captured my girlfriend, and I must rescue her. I have no time for your tea. Farewell." He strode directly towards the door of the room, but it would not open. The door, styled in the Eastern manner, slid horizontally and resisted his efforts. Qin Lang exerted all his strength, yet could not budge it. He cast a glance at Gong Yanhua, saying, "Surely you wouldn't intend to trap me in here with this door. That would be rather juvenile. I suppose I must resort to force. Pardon my rudeness." With that, he delivered a powerful punch aimed at the wooden door. One would expect the wood to splinter and yield. Perhaps even a metal door would cave under his might. However, the anticipated spectacle of his fist breaking through the door did not materialize. Instead, he felt as if he had struck a thick, frigid stone wall, producing only a faint thud. The door remained impervious. His hand throbbed with pain from the impact. This was perplexing. Qin Lang gazed at Gong Yinhua. It appears you two have a ghostly gate here. He positioned his hands, intending to unleash electricity to shatter the door. To his astonishment, not a flicker of current emerged. An icy chill enveloped him, and his heart felt heavy with dread. After repeated attempts, no electricity could be summoned. Not even a spark. It was as if all his martial prowess had been rendered null. Approaching Gong Yinhua, he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" He again attempted to discharge electricity from his hands, but they remained utterly devoid of power. All currents had ceased to function. He felt no different from an ordinary person. Panic began to wash over him. He sensed that the electricity within him was still present, unchanged. Why was this? It seemed as though this room suppressed all his abilities. Gong Yinhua began to smile, and now Qin Lang found his smile somewhat unsettling. He stated, "Mr. Qin Lang, please remain calm. I am not one who favors violence or conflict. This is my tea room, my territory. When you enter my domain, you must heed my words and abide by my rules. Violence is strictly forbidden here. Thus, all your lethal tricks are rendered ineffective within these walls. You cannot employ your abilities to attack me or anything else in this room." Qin Lang began to grasp the extent of this man's capabilities. To completely suppress his powers required an ability that far surpassed his own. Gong Longhai and Gong Wulin could not accomplish such a feat. Previously, the chairman proclaimed himself to be akin to a second-tier mage, yet the individual before me is undoubtedly at least a third-tier mage. It would be prudent to engage him in earnest discussion. Qin Lang, striving for sincerity, stated, "I harbor no desire for violence. I merely wish to ascend to a higher level to rescue my girlfriend. Please, tell me how to exit, and I shall depart immediately." Gong Yinhua gazed intently into Qin Lang's eyes and asked, "Do you truly love your girlfriend?" "Of course," Qin Lang replied fervently. "Are you willing to die for her?" Gong Yinhua inquired. Qin Lang hesitated for a moment, then responded, "If my death could ensure her survival, then I would willingly sacrifice myself." "Then I shall grant you an opportunity," Gong Yinhua declared. He produced a revolver, carefully loading a single bullet into one of the 6 chambers, and showed it to Qin Lang. "There are 6 chambers, but only one contains a bullet." He spun the cylinder and closed it. "Now, we shall take turns aiming this revolver at our own temples, pulling the trigger until one of us is struck down. If it is you who falls, then you have lost, and there is nothing more to discuss. If it is I who perishes, you shall emerge victorious and may leave this room." Russian roulette? Qin Lang had witnessed such a life-risking game on television before, yet he never anticipated he would be compelled to participate himself, to actually pull the trigger against his own temple. Surely, that would lead to death. Although Qin Lang had transformed drastically from his former self, resembling something akin to a superhuman, he was acutely aware that he was not invincible. His skin remained soft, a corporeal being susceptible to harm. A mere cut would draw blood. Being shot at such close range would undoubtedly spell disaster. Under normal circumstances, perhaps he could have summoned a lightning shield, but now, all his electrical power was suppressed, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. A gunshot would mean certain death. Chapter 39. The game of Russian roulette. Qin Lang scrutinized the firearm, its design obscuring the visibility of any bullets in the chamber from the muzzle's perspective. Yet, what difference would it make if he could discern its contents? Would he refrain from pulling the trigger? He had never handled a gun before, possessing little knowledge of firearms. At this moment, the weapon represented death, his own demise, reverberating deafeningly against his forehead. Was he truly prepared to fire? With 6 chambers and a solitary bullet, the odds of fatality stood at 1 in 6. While this probability seemed relatively low, the moment one was confronted with it, the outcome was unequivocally fatal. Was he destined to perish here? Suddenly, thoughts of Chisongzi flooded Qin Lang's mind, and he urgently called out, "Chisongzi, what should I do?" Chisongzi replied, "I am at a loss as well, young one. Perhaps it would be best for you to surrender." Qin Lang implored, "What of the fragment of Nuwa stone I acquired? Would consuming it be of any benefit?" Chisongzi responded, "I cannot say for certain, but it is likely futile. The Nuwa stone is effective only when implanted within the body, and given the current circumstances, I cannot assist you with that." Gong Yinhua interjected, "Do not seek external aid or assistance from others. That would constitute cheating and lead to an immediate loss. Qin Lang gasped, "How do you know this?" Gong Nianhua chuckled. "Within this chamber, I am akin to a deity. I am aware of your every thought. I embody the rules, and you must adhere to my directives if you wish to escape. Your victory hinges solely upon your own strength and fortune. Do not entertain notions of summoning formidable figures to defeat me. As long as I remain unwilling, even in death, you shall not escape." Qin Lang realized he had gravely underestimated this harbinger of death. He was indeed a true reaper, surpassing even Gong Wulin from the previous round. Although he appeared affable and devoid of malice, his lethality was concealed. Gong Nianhua smiled. "You have hesitated for quite some time. Your courage wanes. I shall be the one to fire the first shot." He took the gun, pressed it against his own temple, and after a brief moment, pulled the trigger. A soft click resonated. It was an empty chamber. As he fired, Qin Lang watched intently, noting Gong Nianhua's momentary hesitation, as if gathering courage. He did not pull the trigger without a second thought. His expression revealed traces of fear and inner conflict, yet courage ultimately prevailed. His decision to pull the trigger was not instantaneous. He took a moment for mental preparation. This indicated that he too was uncertain whether the next shot would discharge a bullet. He could also succumb to a fatal wound. Here, he was merely an ordinary mortal. Gong Nianhua chuckled softly and handed the firearm to Qin Lang, declaring, "It is your turn now." Qin Lang gazed at the handgun, its sleek black surface glistening, chillingly heavy in his grasp. He had not anticipated that his inaugural experience with a firearm would be one of self-execution. He raised the gun, pressing the muzzle against his temple, yet hesitated, unable to pull the trigger. Perhaps pulling the trigger would signify his demise. The previous shot had been a blank. Thus, the odds of death for the second shot had escalated to 1 in 5. Gong Nianhua mocked. "Are you afraid, coward? I believe the youth of today to be valiant. How disappointing to discover your ineptitude." The words pierced Qin Lang's heart like a dagger. He exclaimed, "You are worthless. Why ponder so much?" He fears nothing. At worst, he would die. Death is merely death. What is there to fear? Since time immemorial, who has escaped death? Those traitors have survived, yet do they truly live well? Ultimately, they too must meet their end. Qin Shi Huang was formidable, yet despite his aversion to death, he too succumbed. If death is inevitable, it is preferable to be ridiculed here. With a fierce cry, Qin Lang pulled the trigger. An empty chamber. The third shot. Gong Nianhua observed Qin Lang's labored breaths and the agony etched on his face, chuckling. The youth's mind remains immature. He then reclaimed the firearm. Qin Lang fixed a steely gaze upon him, aiming the gun at his own temple, hesitating to pull the trigger, his expression betraying indecision. This was already the third shot, with a mortality rate of 1 in 4. In truth, it was likely even less than that, as the prior 2 shots had been void. The chances of this shot being lethal were slim. If this bullet were real, it would explode through his temple, and he would collapse here, meeting a gruesome end. Qin Lang could not help but inquire, "Why do you do this?" Gong Nianhua replied, "What do you mean?" Qin Lang retorted, "How foolish you are. You are merely working for the Zhao family. Why risk your life? A person of your caliber could earn vast sums elsewhere. Why choose to guard this place? Engaging in such a suicidal game?" Gong Nianhua chuckled. "While others mock my madness, I laugh at their inability to see. You call me foolish. Yet you're not equally so. For the sake of a woman, you engage in this deadly game with me. Just a woman. Cannot you find another? If it comes to that, summon a battalion of police to bombard this place. Why must you force your way through one barrier at a time? If you have regrets, you can leave now. I shall not stop you." Qin Lang murmured, "I will not leave. I will." Suddenly, he lunged like a tiger, seizing Gong Nianhua by the throat, shouting, "Open the door!" I refuse to continue this absurd game. Gong Nianhua, unfazed, effortlessly brushed him aside, and Qin Lang fell heavily to the ground. It was the first display of his formidable powers. Qin Lang, like a defenseless rabbit, found himself utterly powerless. Gong Nianhua's anger flared. "You think it's easy for me to indulge in this game? My life is on the line as well. If you wish to act tough, this is not the place for it. I am dedicated to my duty. Otherwise, I could simply execute you on the spot without this back and forth." Now tell me, will you continue? If not, then be gone. Dazed and disoriented from a fall, Qin Lang realized the true strength of his opponent. Summoning the police would be akin to courting death. No matter who was called, it would spell demise. He rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, declaring, "Come on, whoever does not show up is a coward." Gong Yinhua let out a huff and directed the gun toward himself, pulling the trigger. Once again, it was an empty chamber. He tossed the firearm to Qin Lang, urging him, "Hurry. This is the fourth shot." The mortality rate has surged to 1/3. Having already experienced 3 empty chambers, the likelihood of this shot containing a bullet is considerably high, far exceeding 1/3. It's nearly a certainty. Qin Lang found himself unable to resist the thought. It's time to retreat. If we go back now, everything can be preserved. Is Bu Xiaoyu truly that significant? No. I could survive without her. I could thrive. After all, I have reputation, wealth, and status. Why should I sacrifice my life for someone I've known for such a brief period? My acquaintance with Bu Xiaoyu has barely lasted 2 months. Why should I squander the beautiful decades ahead of me for someone I've known for only a couple of months? Furthermore, I am not abandoning her. I could summon the alliance of humanity to rescue her. The alliance is filled with formidable individuals. Together, how could they possibly fail to save her? If only Lu De were here. Suddenly, a memory of Lu De teaching him about spiritual awareness came to mind. If only spiritual awareness could be applied here. He raised the handgun, aimed it at his temple, closed his eyes, and attempted to summon his spiritual awareness. It still functioned. Qin Lang perceived the interior of the barrel. It was an empty chamber once more. This shot was yet another blank. Splendid. He pressed the trigger, and with a click, it confirmed to be an empty chamber. How wonderful. Chapter 40. Defeating the near-death experience. Gong Yinhua was somewhat taken aback as he accepted the gun from Qin Lang, directing it towards his own temple. Once again, it was an empty chamber. Thus, the bullet must reside within this final shot. He maliciously grinned as he handed the gun back to Qin Lang. Qin Lang gazed intently at Gong Yinhua, his lips trembling, his face contorting. This was truly a forced act of suicide. He refused to take it. Gong Yinhua's hand remained suspended in the air, his penetrating gaze fixed on Qin Lang. He did not retract his hand. The two stood in a tense standoff. Qin Lang's eyes flickered with myriad emotions, illuminating and dimming. Yet ultimately, he accepted the handgun. A victorious smile spread across Gong Yinhua's face. Qin Lang regarded the weapon in his grasp, a playful smile emerging as he swiftly aimed it at Gong Yinhua. The smile on Gong Yinhua's face froze. Qin Lang spoke slowly. "This is the world you have created, where the martial prowess and supernatural abilities of all are suppressed. Unable to launch an attack against you. You can eliminate all distractions, fully engrossed in this game of Russian roulette. Everyone must abide by your rules, including yourself. Thus, I surmise that this bullet has the potential to end your life." Bang! Without hesitation, Qin Lang pulled the trigger, releasing the final shot. The bullet soared forth at an imperceptible speed towards Gong Yinhua, yet halted just a foot away from him. The bullet spun rapidly, as though obstructed by an invisible hand. "This game is of my own design. How could I fall victim to it?" Gong Yinhua chuckled, declaring, "I shall forever be the victor." With a mere flick of his finger, the bullet hurtled towards Qin Lang's forehead. Qin Lang was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. "Spirit, protect me." Every hair on his body stood on end as he expanded his consciousness like an umbrella, reaching maximum intensity. Life and death hinged on this moment. He understood that his awareness could see and touch, but whether it could shield him from the bullet like an umbrella, he did not know. Regardless of the uncertainty, he could only make a desperate attempt. Failure meant death. Qin Lang felt no impact. When he lifted his gaze, he found the bullet suspended an inch from his head, spinning incessantly. Success. His consciousness had intercepted the bullet. Gong Yinhua was astounded. How is this possible? Is this psychokinesis? Your powers should have been entirely suppressed. This cannot be. Qin Lang shouted. Nothing is impossible in this world. The bullet was immediately propelled back towards Gong Yinhua by his psychic force. Gong Yinhua retorted furiously. "So, you wish to challenge me? Come on." The bullet hesitated in midair, then reversed direction towards Qin Lang. The two clashed with their psychic energies, the bullet ricocheting back and forth between them. Their strengths were evenly matched. Suddenly, Qin Lang exclaimed, "You are a pervert." Gong Yinhua fumed. "What did you say?" Qin Lang continued, "You dare not engage in close combat with others, nor do you have the courage to duel with spells. You have crafted this space, dictating that others may only engage in the perilous game of Russian roulette with you. You suppress all others' extraordinary abilities solely to revel in the gruesome spectacle of their demise. As for yourself, endowed with formidable telekinetic powers, you are impervious to the bullet's wrath. The fearful expression you wear is but a ruse to instill greater terror in others. To witness their expressions twisted by fear, anguish, and loss of control. In the presence of such torment, you feel transcendent, extraordinary. For you are nothing but a coward at heart." Silence. Gong Yinhua, for the first time, lost his elegant demeanor, becoming agitated. "You are the coward. You are far weaker than I." In a moment of distraction, a bullet barely missed him, prompting him to refocus and deflect the bullet back. Qin Lang relentlessly pressed on. "Then remove all restrictions here. Let us engage in a fair fight and see who emerges victorious. I tire of your trivial pistol game. It bores me. Let us duel like true men and reveal your true skills." Gong Yinhua scoffed derisively. "You think you are worthy?" Qin Lang retorted, "I believe you are simply afraid. Lacking the essence of manhood, relegating yourself to sipping tea like a woman while attempting to wield a gun in a game of chance. You are likely marginalized even within the Gong family army, compelled to suppress your enemy's combat abilities to engage in your childish games, desperately clinging to your pitiful pride enough." Gong Yinhua seethed with fury. "Very well. I shall remove all your restrictions. Show me what you are truly capable of." Suddenly, Qin Lang felt a surge of liberation and power igniting within him. He glanced down to find electric currents once again swirling around his hands. This sensation was precisely what he desired. With a flourish, he unleashed a myriad of electric arcs, intertwining and threatening to shatter the oppressive confines of the room. The brilliance of countless stars, an electric storm of unparalleled intensity. The tea table, teapot, teacups, and even a leaning tree were obliterated into fragments. Qin Lang opened his eyes, scrutinizing Gong Yinhua for any remaining tricks. Gong Yinhua gritted his teeth. "All these years, you are the first man who has dared to wish for my utter destruction. Perish." With a dramatic flourish, he unleashed torrents of black light, imbued with chilling malevolence. The cataclysmic fate erupted. Qin Lang, with a decisive wave of his hand, concentrated a multitude of electric arcs into a singular point, resembling a miniature sun radiating countless beams of light, directly confronting the multitude of black light unleashed by Gong Yinhua. Their collision ignited an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! A thick plume of black smoke billowed forth, engulfing the surroundings in fierce flames. The second floor of Yippentang shattered, with glass raining down as flames erupted from the gaping window. Bystanders on the street paused in astonishment, exclaiming, "The building is on fire." Both combatants flew through the window, shielded by their telekinetic powers, suffering no harm. They landed on the ground, immediately resuming their ferocious brawl. Nearby, a gang member seized the opportunity to aim at Qin Lang, but was sent flying with a single punch from him. Gong Yinhua, a practitioner of the mystical arts, was unaccustomed to physical exertion. Under the relentless barrage of Qin Lang's fists and kicks, he soon found himself utterly exhausted. With a single punch, Qin Lang struck him, and before Gong could summon his powers, he was sent sprawling, akin to a cannonball soaring 10 meters away. Qin Lang swiftly landed before him, pummeling his face, chest, and abdomen in a relentless assault. How delightful it must be now! This is what you deserve for the countless lives you've jeopardized with that Russian roulette game over the years. Gong Yinhua, battered and bruised, weakly protested. "I did not," but Qin Lang's fists fell like rain. "Still denying it? You nearly caused my demise. Were it not for my cunning, I would have been shot dead by now. And you dare to practice the tea ceremony of the Eastern nation. You traitor! Do you not realize that Russian roulette is expressly forbidden by the state? Is it not illegal?" Gong Yinhua cried out, "You are a master of the arts. You cannot be so barbaric. You cannot strike a man in broad daylight." Suddenly, the realization struck Qin Lang, and he smiled. Indeed, some have branded me a murderer, a violent man. I must refrain from brutality and employ a more civilized method to eliminate you. He seized a firearm from a nearby underling and aimed at Gong Yinhua's limbs, torso, and head, firing 6 shots. These are the bullets you deserve. For years, how many have you led to their doom with that Russian roulette? 6 bloodied wounds erupted upon Gong Yinhua's body. Despite the protective barrier of mental energy he conjured, the shots merely grazed him, sparing his life. Nevertheless, he was drenched in blood, struggling to rise, when suddenly he vanished. With his last ounce of strength, he had instantaneously relocated himself. Qin Lang remarked, "Depart as you wish. I shall not pursue your annihilation, lest I be labeled a murderer once more. I have a wife to rescue." He then strode back into the office building of Yipentang, under the astonished gazes of onlookers. Chapter 41. A drunken dream. The first floor was a veritable mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, while the second had been reduced to ruins, engulfed in flames and billowing black smoke. As Qin Lang approached the third floor, he could distinctly hear the sounds of taunting and the coercion of drink. "Come on, just one more cup. I truly cannot drink anymore." That was Bu Xiaoyu's voice. "I command you to drink. Do not feign weakness. Do you seek a beating?" Came the sinister, coarse voice of a man. "Brother, I rarely drink. I've already downed 5 or 6 cups. I genuinely cannot. Cannot drink, can you? Then perhaps you would prefer to drink my urine." Bu Xiaoyu retorted indignantly, "In your dreams." A resounding slap echoed through the air. "Truly, you are asking for it." Qin Lang's fury ignited, and he forcefully swung open the door to the third floor. As anticipated, the third floor was a bar. The air was thick with intoxicating revelry. Crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling, and beams of yellow-green laser light pierced through the dense smoke. In the center stood an elongated table, lined with tall glasses brimming with crystalline liquor. A group of individuals lounged on the sofas, unmistakably members of the underworld. Qin Lang's gaze immediately fell upon Bu Xiaoyu, who sat in the center, her face a mask of distress, as if she were under duress. A figure resembling a mafia boss was compelling Bu Xiaoyu to drink another glass. Her face was flushed, and she was on the verge of vomiting. In a fit of rage, Qin Lang bellowed, "You let her go?" With that, he launched a punch aimed at the glass in the mafia boss's hand. The force of his punch created a gust of wind that struck the glass from 7 or 8 meters away. The glass shattered with a resounding crash, splattering its contents all over the boss. Seeing Qin Lang, Bu Xiaoyu cried out, "Qin Lang, save me." The boss, furious, shouted, "Who dares to cause a disturbance?" With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed an unparalleled gust of wind, imbued with a searing heat that surged toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang's heart raced. Damn, he is indeed a formidable opponent. He retaliated with a powerful palm strike. A thunderous clash ensued. The 2 palms met, creating a stalemate. Qin Lang felt an intense, fiery force pressing against him, threatening to overwhelm his inner strength. He shouted, summoning lightning that crackled around him, ascending the mafia boss's arm with a sizzling sound. The mafia boss's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "You possess some skill. Is this how you bested the previous challenges? Yet, you shall not pass this trial." With a thunderous roar, the boss swung his other fist toward Qin Lang, who seized it tightly. They stood locked in confrontation. The mafia boss's fist suddenly radiated an unbearable heat, burning like a molten ember. An instant's contact was intolerable. Qin Lang, racked with pain, quickly released his grip. With a swift motion, he unleashed a web of electric punches that enveloped the bar in a dazzling display. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. In the next moment, it appeared that everything within the bar, the liquor, bottles, glasses, and the counter itself, was destined for obliteration. The mafia boss, equally startled, waved his hand, summoning a golden flame that unfurled like wings, shielding against the impending electric storm. The lightning flickered like a cow sinking into the sea, dissipating amidst the golden wings. Qin Lang unleashed several electric punches, all thwarted by the fiery wings. These wings acted as a guardian, unfurling in midair to block every assault. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Qin Lang discerned that this individual was indeed formidable, rivaling his own prowess. How could the Zhao family's first-class hall harbor so many experts? Had they transported the entire Gong family's army here? With a wave of the underworld leader's hand, the golden, flaming wings vanished. Now you understand. It's futile to act rashly in my presence. You cannot defeat me. I am well aware of your background. I have observed all your battles in the previous rounds through surveillance. I know you possess the powerful lightning burst punch. Yet you must consider, if you engage my fiery punch at full power, this place will instantly transform into a sea of flames. The high concentration of alcohol here could ignite a massive explosion, perhaps even causing this building to collapse. We are both masters, so we would remain unharmed. However, your little girlfriend, he pointed to Bu Xiaoyu, would not be so fortunate. She is merely an ordinary person. In such an explosion, she would either perish or be disfigured. Wasting her lovely visage, Bu Xiaoyu interjected, "Do not use me to threaten him. Qin Lang, defeat him. Do not worry about me." Qin Lang scoffed. "What do you propose then?" The underworld leader replied, "I desire your company for a drink." He settled onto the sofa, and his tense subordinates lowered their weapons. The leader continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gong Xiaokong, a man who revels in libations, often referred to as drunken life. Dreaming death? I was once one of the 4 great reapers, known as drunken life, dreaming death." He raised a glass, admiring the golden liquid shimmering under the lights, resembling a gem. Life is fraught with troubles. Some are insurmountable by one's own strength. Even after expending great effort to resolve one issue, a multitude of new troubles emerges. However, I have discovered that with each sip of alcohol, I can forget all worldly worries. You feel invincible, capable of anything, as if standing atop a mountain peak. Qin Lang retorted disdainfully, "What troubles could a gangster like you possibly have? You can seize any woman you desire, take as much money as you wish. What is there to be troubled about?" Gong Xiaokong furiously responded, "I am not a gangster. I was once a model citizen. I studied under the martial god Gong Tianya, one of his 7 disciples. I have never committed crimes or engaged in wrongdoing. I seek no fame, only a happy family and a decent income. Eventually, I found a woman willing to marry me, and we wed. After marriage, I desired a son. Once I had a son, I wished for him to attend a good elementary school. After he enrolled in a prestigious elementary school, I aspired for him to attend a distinguished middle school. I tirelessly worked to earn money for my family, but my wife grew resentful of my absence and divorced me. She married a junior manager from Zhao's company. My son believes I drove his mother away, and he has also left home. Returning to the empty house alone, I truly feel like crying. Why does my relentless pursuit of success seem to distance me from happiness? To vent my frustrations, I took a position as a senior security guard at Zhao's esteemed establishment, where, with a mere flick of my finger, I rid myself of that junior manager. My ex-wife harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. She has gone far away and vows never to return. She claims her greatest mistake in life was encountering me. Is it not absurd? The woman I once cherished most declares that meeting me was her gravest error. She has exhausted every means to escape my presence, wishing never to cross paths again. Gong Xiaokong savors the drink in his hand, asserting that alcohol is a true companion, one that forever brings joy and never betrays. In your reckless pursuit to rescue this woman, how can you be certain she will not betray you in the future? Should she turn her back on you, your suffering would surpass mine. Qin Lang retorts, "Our affairs are none of your concern. Your misfortune does not dictate that I shall share the same fate." Gong Xiaokong responds, "Very well, join me for a drink and partake in a game. If you win, I shall allow you to take her away." Chapter 42. Engaging in a contest of fine wines. Qin Lang, what game is this? Gong Xiaokong, you will accompany me in drinking. We will arrange the emptied wine glasses in a row. The first row will consist of 9 glasses, the second row 8, the third 7, and so forth, culminating in a single glass at the top. In total, there are 45 glasses. Whoever arranges them first wins. If you falter and cannot continue drinking, or if the stacked glasses topple, you forfeit. Qin Lang mused to himself, implying that he would need to consume 45 glasses, which did not seem overly daunting. Thus, the game appeared manageable. He replied, "But why should I partake in this game? I could simply defeat you directly and take my woman away. Our strengths are relatively equal. This is not an impossible feat, Gong Xiaokong. You may certainly attempt it, but as I have indicated, engaging in a life-and-death struggle here could lead to a catastrophic explosion, endangering your girlfriend's life. Comparatively, a drinking contest is far safer. I am aware that your tolerance for alcohol is not particularly high, so 45 glasses should not be too overwhelming. You still have a chance to triumph. He raised an eyebrow, provocatively challenging. Are you in? Qin Lang, absolutely. Anyone who declines is a coward. Very well. Gong Xiaokong nodded in satisfaction, exuding an air of grandeur. Let's commence at once. Of course, we cannot use ordinary wine for this contest. That would be beneath us, given our esteemed identities. What shall we use then? Fetian Matai? A bottle of 1982 Lafite? Qin Lang suppressed a chuckle to himself. I do indeed possess a bottle of the 1982 Lafite. Would you care to sample it? Gong Xiaokong produced a bottle of wine, seemingly from thin air, as if performing a magic trick. You truly have such a thing? Is this not something straight out of a comedy in a film? Qin Lang swiftly took a sip, finally experiencing the legendary beverage. A wave of fruity aroma enveloped him, with a taste that was both bitter and sweet, tinged with a hint of acidity. Ah, much like life itself. How much is this bottle? 100,000. Wow. What is there to be astonished about? 100,000 is already quite reasonable. I possess even pricier offerings. Qin Lang drank glass after glass, arranging them in a line. The initial 9 glasses were swiftly consumed, forming the foundational row. Gong Xiaokong then produced another bottle. This one is even more expensive. Our country's 1935 Limau liquor, priced at 7 million. This bottle is now 81 years old and has become a rare vintage. He poured a glass for Qin Lang. 7 million for a single bottle. This glass alone exceeds 500,000. Am I drinking liquid gold? Indeed, poverty has confined my imagination. Qin Lang reflected. This is a strong liquor, yet upon tasting, a sweet fragrance enveloped him without an overwhelming sensation. Its aroma was rich in complexity and depth. As it entered his mouth, a robust soy sauce flavor wafted through, providing a profound, mellow sensation with a long-lasting aftertaste that was utterly intoxicating. The essence of soy sauce lingered, offering a delightful resonance. In the aftertaste, one could discern hints of fruity notes and the aroma of glutinous rice, leaving a prolonged and refreshing finish devoid of excessive spiciness. However, the potency of the liquor began to take effect, and Qin Lang started to feel intoxicated. He endeavored to stack the second layer of 8 glasses. As he completed the 8 glasses, he found he had nearly finished the Limau liquor as well. Gong Xiaokong presented yet another exquisite bottle. This is the Gout de Diamonds, a champagne of diamond flavor, valued at an astounding 7 million renminbi. Qin Lang chuckled. The prices keep soaring. I can hardly dare to indulge. The realm of the wealthy is one he cannot fathom. Fear not. The wine itself is not worth such a fortune. It is primarily the bottle that commands such value. Crafted from 18K pure white gold, its body is adorned with a magnificent 19-carat diamond. Do you see that diamond? Qin Lang noticed the black bottle, its center embellished with a pale golden diamond-shaped white gold membrane, indeed showcasing a large, sparkling diamond. I must say, we are rivals. If we were to engage in a drinking contest, why present me with such an extravagant wine? You needn't be so generous. Are you intending to burden me with insurmountable debt, compelling me to serve you? You think too much. Your defeat is certain. I simply wish for you to enjoy a moment of indulgence before your demise. What should I say? You seem rather amiable. Behold my next collection, Henri IV's Grande Champagne Cognac, valued at 1 million renminbi. Qin Lang remarked, Are you here to flaunt your wealth? I see now. You are not here to test my limits, but to showcase your opulence. Is this mere ostentation? I possess even more costly treasures, such as the billionaire vodka, worth 6 million renminbi. Do you understand why it is so expensive? The bottle is encrusted with 3000 diamonds, and even the filtration employs diamonds. Filtering with diamonds? These individuals are excessively extravagant and devoid of humanity. However, Qin Lang had lost interest in the method of filtration, as he was utterly intoxicated, his face flushed and eyes glazed, desperately yearning for slumber. Having consumed nearly 30 glasses, he began stacking a fourth tier of goblets, his hands trembling. The goblets stood like a crystalline forest, transparent and resplendent. It was the most perilous and fragile of groves. A mere touch could lead to total collapse. Beautiful yet delicate. Should just one goblet falter, the entire structure would crumble. He endeavored to avoid any missteps, for each glass represented the life of Bu Xiaoyu. Conversely, Gong Xiaokong appeared utterly unfazed, nimbly stacking goblets while continuously producing new fine wines. Look at this, Eye of the Dragon vodka, valued at approximately 37 million renminbi. The bottle is crafted from 2 kilograms of 18K gold and over 500 carats of diamonds, with a majestic golden dragon adorning the neck. No matter how inebriated he was, Qin Lang was astounded by such luxurious libations. Where did you procure this bottle? I believe such expensive wines exist in the world. Yet how is it that they're all in your possession? Are you a notorious wine thief? I spent 3 nights with that wealthy heiress, allowing her to behold my golden dragon, and in return, she gifted me this bottle. Qin Lang was nearing his limit, his steps trembling as his goblets reached a precarious 3rd tier. It now appears exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead to a complete collapse. Gong Xiaokong has consumed more than he should, stacking his glasses ever higher, resembling a towering mountain of glass. He has already ascended to the 2nd tier, and the goblets have formed a pyramid, merely lacking the pinnacle. What should he do? If he stacks one more glass, victory will be his. Qin Lang can scarcely manage another sip. At this moment, the bottle of Dragon's Eye vodka is emptied, and Gong Xiaokong unveils his final treasure. Behold this. The Damalfi Limoncello Supreme, valued at 300 million renminbi. 300 million, goodness. I cannot dare to drink it. Even selling it would not cover my losses. Its primary worth lies in the exquisite 5-carat colossal diamond embedded within, accompanied by 3 additional diamonds totaling 13 carats adorning the neck of the bottle, a singular piece in existence. This was a hard-won acquisition for me. Qin Lang, with a slurred tongue, inquires, how did you come by it? Did you sell yourself? Gong Xiaokong retorts, get lost. I am not as sordid as you imagine. It is my charismatic personality that has secured this treasure. Then I shall drink from this one-of-a-kind bottle, he declares. Opportunities like this do not come twice. Alas, to let you drink, it is a lamentable loss, a heart-wrenching decision. I have expended my entire fortune to procure it from that renowned wine collector in Italy. There is but one bottle in the world. Suddenly, Qin Lang, with clarity piercing through his inebriation, exclaims, do you know why I am referred to as the Saint of Painting? In that moment, all traces of drunkenness vanished. He appeared remarkably lucid and sagacious, exuding an enigmatic charm. Chapter 43. The Dinosaur in the Basement. Gong Xiaokong. Is it because your painting skills are exceptional? However, I am utterly ignorant and disinterested in the art of painting. Qin Lang. Incorrect. There are countless individuals in this world whose artistic abilities surpass mine. I am referred to as the Saint of Painting because everything I create materializes into reality. Gong Xiaokong's eyes began to sparkle with intrigue. Qin Lang gestured toward a bottle of Damalfi Limoncello Supreme and leisurely remarked, for instance, if I were to replicate this unique bottle of liquor with meticulous precision, a new bottle of Damalfi Limoncello Supreme would emerge in the world, identical in taste, texture, and even featuring the same 5-carat colossal rare diamond as the original, valued at 300 million. Gong Xiaokong was utterly exhilarated. Is that true? Then, you must create one for me immediately. He quickly procured paper and a pen from the bar, while Qin Lang began to sketch a slightly scaled-down version of the Damalfi Limoncello Supreme, capturing every detail, but leaving it uncolored due to the absence of paints and colored pens. Then, the moment of wonder arrived. A blue light flickered across the paper, and the colors, highlights, and shadows of the Damalfi Limoncello Supreme gradually manifested. It began to rise from the paper like a submarine surfacing from the white water. Its pale, golden matte bottle, the circular portrait of a beautiful woman, and the dazzling diamond embedded in the blue pattern base were all identical to the original. Gong Xiaokong trembled as he cautiously reached out to touch it, then attempted to extract it. It was a genuine bottle of liquor. The frosty, solid texture and its substantial weight were palpable. He twisted off the cap and took a hearty sip. The tangy sweetness of the lemon filled him with joy. It truly was the D'Amalfi Limoncello, indistinguishable from the original. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Qin Lang, you are remarkable. As long as you desire, you could create as many of these exquisite bottles as you wish. This singular bottle can be infinitely replicated by you. You are nothing short of divine, capable of endless creation. Qin Lang replied, if I were to craft another such exquisite bottle, how would you repay me? Gong Xiaokong glanced at the towering pyramid of goblets they had made, waved his hand, and both pyramids collapsed with a resounding crash. Then you may take your girlfriend and leave. I shall no longer trouble you. Delighted, Qin Lang grasped Bu Xiaoyu's hand and hurried downstairs. Yet, before they could exit the room, a furious voice echoed from outside. Are you truly letting him go? Gong Xiaokong, do you still wish to continue in this business? The liquor he painted is a mere illusion and will soon vanish. Suddenly, the floor beneath Qin Lang opened up, revealing a gaping chasm. Together with Bu Xiaoyu, they plummeted downward. They landed in a chaotic tea room on the second floor, and before they could steady themselves, the floor there also split open, exposing another vast hole. They continued to fall as the ground on the first floor gave way as well. Qin Lang exclaimed in frustration, is this ever going to end? And they plunged down once more. It turned out that the entire building was constructed of metal, concealing mechanisms at every turn. Two individuals plummeted into the boundless darkness and void. Bang! They landed with a jolt, disoriented yet, thankfully, not lifeless. It was pitch black. Qin Lang, startled, shook off the remnants of his inebriation, frantically searching for Bu Xiaoyu, unable to discern her whereabouts. Bu Xiaoyu, where are you? Are you all right? His own physique was enhanced far beyond that of an ordinary person, while Bu Xiaoyu was but a frail maiden. A fall could easily prove fatal for her. At last, Qin Lang found Bu Xiaoyu. In the profound darkness, he could not see her expression or determine if she was injured. His fingers brushed against her face, damp and likely stained with blood. Qin Lang's heart raced in alarm, fearing she had lost consciousness from the fall. He hastily placed his hands upon her abdomen, channeling a substantial amount of his vital energy into her. The robust essence swiftly coursed into her body, and after what felt like an eternity, she gradually regained consciousness. Where is this? She murmured softly. Qin Lang surveyed his surroundings. It was an abyss of darkness. He felt beneath his feet the cold, damp moss, suggesting they had tumbled into an underground cavern. Thankfully, the thick layer of moss cushioned their fall, or else they might have sustained far more grievous injuries. Their bones surely fractured. Rest for a moment, he advised her, I shall investigate our surroundings. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, he discerned he was within a vast, shadowy cavern. Approaching the cavern's wall, he explored with his hands, discovering it to be metallic and encrusted with moss. His fingers encountered a switch, which he pressed. The overhead lights flickered on, illuminating the space at last. Indeed, he found himself in an expansive square cavern, far larger than any floor of the Yiping building. The walls were comprised of aged metal, cloaked in moss, while the ground beneath them was earthen and similarly covered. Turning back to Bu Xiaoyu, he saw her also inspecting the surroundings. She appeared only mildly injured, having risen to her feet, though her arm bore a slight abrasion. Qin Lang, where on earth are we? How do we escape? She inquired. Do not fret, he reassured her. I will ascertain how we might exit. Approaching a metallic wall, he struck it with a powerful fist. A resounding clang echoed through the cavern, reverberating ominously in the shadowy space. The wall was hollow. There was more space beyond. Qin Lang's heart soared with joy as he exclaimed to Bu Xiaoyu, we can escape. He struck the metallic surface again and again. Suddenly, the wall began to rise slowly, reminiscent of a rolling shutter. Qin Lang instinctively took a step back. Beneath the ascending metallic barrier lay a dim passageway, from which heavy footsteps approached, each step resonating with a tremor that shook the ground. Was it a colossal adversary? Qin Lang and Bu Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, their hands clasped tightly together. The footsteps grew ever closer, louder. The metallic wall lifted entirely, and to Qin Lang's utter disbelief, a massive dinosaur emerged, advancing slowly. How could there possibly be a dinosaur here? Although I have witnessed it numerous times in films, encountering it in real life would undoubtedly evoke a scream. Ah, its colossal head must be gazed up upon. Its mouth is filled with sharp teeth, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Towering to the height of 2 stories. Its body is a shade of gray tinged with a purplish hue, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex, yet adorned with short horns. What species of dinosaur is this? Qin Lang remains oblivious. Yet, that is of little consequence. The crux of the matter is, why is there a dinosaur here? Moreover, Qin Lang is now thoroughly inebriated, having braved several challenges, leaving him devoid of strength. The creature roars at him, its mouth agape. Roar-ah-oo. A gust of wind sweeps in, causing both their hair to stand on end. Ah, the 2 flee for their lives. The dinosaur strides forward, relentlessly pursuing them. Bu Xiaoyu lags behind, perilously close to being caught. The dinosaur's jaws open wide, poised to devour Bu Xiaoyu's head. In that moment, Qin Lang's intoxication dissipates. With a swift movement of his right hand, a bolt of lightning strikes the dinosaur's head. A spark erupts from the creature's skull, and its eyes fixate on Qin Lang, shifting its target and charging towards him. Chapter 44. A clash with Gong Xiaokong. Qin Lang unleashed a surge of electricity from his hands towards the dinosaur, the arcs of electricity shimmering brilliantly in the dim surroundings. The dinosaur, however, exhibited remarkable agility, evading the electric currents and opening its massive jaws to lunge at Qin Lang. Meanwhile, Bu Xiaoyu frantically searched the walls for a switch to open an escape route, her tiny hands striking every surface until they were crimson. At last, she discovered the button, and a wall slowly ascended, revealing a passageway. Why is it so slow? Qin Lang thought, as the dinosaur was mere moments away from biting him. In this critical moment, he unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning directly into the dinosaur's cavernous mouth. The lightning struck its moist tongue and throat, producing a plume of white smoke as the creature staggered, electricity coursing through it like an army of ants. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lang dashed to the side of the dinosaur and leaped, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. This strike was infused with all his strength, aiming at what he perceived to be the dinosaur's most vulnerable point. With a furious roar, the dinosaur erupted in flames from its belly, smoke billowing around it. And at long last, it collapsed to the ground. Turning, Qin Lang spotted the opening of the passage and urged Bu Xiaoyu to hurry inside. The dinosaur struggled to rise, revealing a dent in its abdomen, marked by scorched remnants of the attack. Enraged, it charged after them with renewed speed. The 2 raced through the passage, desperate to escape, as the dinosaur pursued them with a vengeful fury. It was evident that this creature had never before encountered such a defeat. Its green eyes fixated on them with relentless determination. A glance back revealed the dinosaur closing in rapidly, its swiftness far surpassing theirs. Within 5 seconds, it would surely catch them. In a moment of desperation, Qin Lang turned and released another bolt of lightning towards the ground, causing a tremendous explosion that sent clouds of smoke billowing outward. The dinosaur hesitated, and the 2 seized the opportunity to sprint ahead another 10 meters. Ahead lay a grand hall, and as Qin Lang entered, he was taken aback, as was Bu Xiaoyu. A familiar figure awaited them, Gong Xiaokong. Gong Xiaokong pressed a button on the wall, sealing the passage behind them. The dinosaur roared in frustration and desperation, repeatedly slamming against the door before retreating, its footsteps fading into the distance. Qin Lang regarded Gong Xiaokong, a cold glimmer in his eyes. Are we to fight again? Gong Xiaokong chuckled softly. I wish to spare you, but my employer has other intentions. Very well, let us determine a victor. Let us see who will spare whom. Qin Lang retorted. I respect your spirit, Gong Xiaokong replied, but I am left with no choice. We shall engage in 3 exchanges. Should you win, you may depart. Should you lose, you will accompany me. Agreed. 3 exchanges it is, Qin Lang declared. With a swift motion of his right hand, he launched a bolt of lightning towards Gong Xiaokong. In a remarkable display, Gong Xiaokong leapt into the air, deftly avoiding the electric strike. His fingers transformed into claws, and a fiery dragon erupted from his hand. This dragon was composed of countless brilliant flames, with golden fire illuminating the dim hall. The dazzling dragon spiraled through the air before charging directly at Qin Lang. With a swift motion of his hand, he became the epicenter from which myriad bolts of lightning radiated, an explosive punch of celestial brilliance. The countless streaks of lightning pierced through the dragon, leaving it riddled with wounds, reducing it to a myriad of flickering embers that vanished into the air. Gong Xiaokong let out a grunt and waved his hands. Second move, Inferno of 100 dragons. Suddenly, dozens, even hundreds of fiery dragons erupted around him. Each of these dragons blazed with golden flames, yet upon closer inspection, some glimmered with hues of red, others a soft green, and some a deep blue, each one a spectacle, illuminating the entire hall. The dozens of dragons lit up the space, making it 100 times brighter than daylight. The dragons soared in various directions, converging in a single assault towards Qin Lang. Startled, Qin Lang dashed towards Gong Xiaokong. The golden dragons followed closely, intent on striking him. You think you can escape to me, letting these dragons hit you? You are too naive. Gong Xiaokong slammed his left hand onto the ground, causing it to fracture violently. Large boulders soared into the air amidst rising smoke, and a shock wave surged directly towards Qin Lang. The stones beneath Qin Lang erupted, hindering his advance, forcing him to leap to the right as the swarm of dragons pursued him relentlessly. In this moment of peril, Qin Lang had no time for contemplation. With a swing of his right fist, a web of intertwining lightning erupted, a storm of celestial brilliance. The lightning net struck the dragons head-on, exploding their heads and bodies, leaving them battered and quivering. Yet they did not vanish completely and continued their relentless assault with the remnants of their power, striking Qin Lang. Simultaneously, the lightning net also caught Gong Xiaokong, who, in his fervent execution of the Inferno of 100 dragons while shaking the ground, was left defenseless and fell victim to the indiscriminate assault of the lightning. Qin Lang felt severe burns across his chest, arms, and face from the dragon's flames. He felt as if engulfed in a raging inferno, the pain searing. Gong Xiaokong also erupted with blood, crimson droplets cascading down his legs. His injuries no less severe than Qin Lang's. Both men, consumed by excruciating pain, sensed the looming specter of death, yet summoned their final strength to remain standing. The first to fall would be the loser. Blood trickled down Gong Xiaokong's calf onto the ground. Bu Xiaoyu remarked, "This is where it ends for you." Qin Lang retorted, "Is it time to continue?" Gong Xiaokong declared, "There is one last move." Qin Lang replied, "Very well, to the bitter end." Gong Xiaokong's eyes widened as a colossal fiery phoenix emerged behind him, singing a resounding melody. Phoenix dance of the fiery fist, soaring through the heavens. The fire phoenix ascended majestically, adorned with its graceful, flowing tail feathers. Its wings unfurled, and its entire being radiated with a golden luminescence, a brilliance that intensified and expanded from its core, gradually transforming into a resplendent array of colors. Initially, Qin Lang suspected this might be an ominous phenomenon, but upon witnessing the phoenix's astonishing beauty and virtuous aura, his doubts dissipated. This magnificent creature could only be divine. The phoenix flapped its wings, soaring through the air, leaving behind a trail of orange afterglow reminiscent of fiery meteors. It hovered above Qin Lang, its violet eyes gazing down upon him, the intensity of its stare sharpening. Suddenly, it dove toward him with fierce intent, akin to a torrent of dazzling flames cascading downward. Qin Lang knew he had to strike. Whether the phoenix was a god or something else mattered not. He had to defeat it, lest he be consumed by its fierce onslaught. He raised his hand, gathering countless arcs of blue lightning into a singular point, transforming it into a torrent of electric fury. It spiraled and trembled as it surged toward the phoenix's head. To the onlookers, it resembled a spear of azure light aimed directly at the golden firebird. The phoenix attempted to shield itself with its wings, but the blue spear penetrated like a knife into the earth, piercing through. The fire phoenix emitted a piercing cry as it was struck, the electric current coursing through its entire being. It spread its wings, but could no longer maintain flight, trembling in midair until, with a resounding explosion, it burst into countless fiery meteors, showering the area like a magnificent display of fireworks. As the phoenix vanished, Gong Xiaokong clutched his chest as if struck by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "You have lost," Qin Lang uttered, expending his final ounce of strength. Chapter 45. Qin Lang is betrayed by drunken dreams. Gong Xiaokong gestured towards an elevator behind him, instructing, "You may leave now. This will take you to the ground floor." Suddenly, Qin Lang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had engaged in intense battles with several formidable opponents consecutively, exerting himself beyond his limits. And having just endured burns, even the strongest of men could not withstand such strain. Gong Wulin, Gong Nianhua, and Gong Xiaokong were all unparalleled masters. Defeating 3 of them in quick succession was no trivial feat. Ouyang, the president, had previously warned him that employing lightning would impose excessive strain on his body, especially when used repeatedly within such a short span. He rolled up his sleeve to find the dark lines on his right arm had indeed extended significantly, nearly reaching the crook of his elbow. He could not dwell on this. Regardless of the circumstances, he had successfully rescued the person. Grasping Bu Xiaoyu's hand, he entered the elevator, which swiftly descended to the first floor. Upon arrival, he could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed into Bu Xiaoyu's embrace. Her warmth enveloped him, infused with a sweet fragrance. She gently kissed him, whispering, "Qin Lang, thank you for your relentless efforts to save me." As she held him close, pouring her entire being into the embrace, Qin Lang felt a wave of sweetness wash over him. All thoughts of the fierce struggle faded into oblivion. He perceived Bu Xiaoyu's arms as the most comforting place in the world. The pain from his wounds dissipated, and he longed to succumb to eternal slumber. He had endured far too much during this time. "Qin Lang, you should rest well. You must be utterly exhausted. Do not think about anything, just sleep peacefully." Bu Xiaoyu's warm hand caressed his face, her eyes radiating infinite tenderness. Suddenly, the voice of Qi Songzi from the demon refining cauldron pierced through the moment. "Be careful. There is danger." Before Qin Lang could comprehend, a sharp pain surged through him. He jolted awake. Bu Xiaoyu had plunged a dagger into his abdomen. The blade was still dripping with blood. In disbelief, Qin Lang stammered, "You. Why?" Bu Xiaoyu smiled. "Qin Lang, I merely wish for you to rest well and cease your relentless fighting." She raised the dagger. "This knife is coated with a tranquilizer potent enough to fell an elephant. Why would you do this? It's impossible. You are not Bu Xiaoyu." Bu Xiaoyu replied, "Indeed, I am not Bu Xiaoyu. It is too late for you to realize this now. Did you truly believe you could single-handedly vanquish the 4 great reapers and rescue your girlfriend? You are sorely mistaken." As Qin Lang's consciousness began to blur, he inquired, "Then who are you?" Bu Xiaoyu stated, "Allow me to clarify your demise." With a swift press to her own nape, her features began to distort and transform. In an instant, she morphed into a strikingly unfamiliar beauty, possessing long, enchanting eyes that bore no resemblance to Bu Xiaoyu. "I am one of the 4 great reapers, drunken dreams. The Gong Xiaokong you fought earlier is but a specter of life and death. My mastery of disguise is unmatched. Even Qin cannot discern the truth. Did you truly believe I was Bu Xiaoyu?" "Ha ha ha." Overwhelmed, Qin Lang collapsed to the ground. "Qin Lang, no matter how invincible you may seem, you ultimately fell into the hands of a woman, ha ha, in the divination chamber of the Alliance of Superhumans." Master Yi Dao and President Ouyang stood before a model of the entire Yanhuang nation, engaged in the prophecy of the locations where the 10 divine artifacts are destined to emerge. This model of Yanhuang spans approximately 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, encompassing a vast expanse, with several pale, blue luminescent points indicating the whereabouts of the artifacts. Yi Dao, a slender beauty with short hair, pointed to the brightest luminous point. This is the Kongtong seal, located deep within the East China Sea, guarded by the immortal dragon clan. It is the artifact we are to retrieve next. We may need to embark on a submarine to the East China Sea Trench in search of the Kongtong seal. The Shenong cauldron lies deep within the primitive forest of Shenangjia in Hunan province. The Fushichin is situated in the Mogeo caves at Dunhuang in Gansu province. We will need to send a few sorcerers to enter the Buddhist realm for its retrieval. The Kunlun mirror is hidden within the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West in the Kunlun Mountains, which may prove to be quite challenging to acquire. As for the Haotian Tower, its whereabouts remain unknown. President Ouyang inquired, Master E, whom do you think would be best suited for the retrieval? Yi Dao brushed her hair aside thoughtfully. A team of warriors and sorcerers from the Red Team was previously dispatched for the Fushichin, yet they failed to even enter the Buddhist realm and never laid eyes on the artifact. Perhaps the timing was not right. The Blue Team sent to Shenangjia met with utter disaster, with no survivors returning. Only Qin Lang successfully retrieved the alchemical cauldron, which now recognizes him as its master. There may be a certain affinity between Qin Lang and the 10 divine artifacts. Therefore, I propose we send the Green Team to the EC in search of the Kongtong seal, with Qin Lang as the team leader. President Ouyang nodded. Very well. I shall call Qin Lang and summon him back. However, after several attempts, he exclaimed, Why can't I reach him? Yi Dao, calculating with a grave expression. Don't know. How did he get entangled with the Yiping Hall? His girlfriend has been captured by them, and he has gone to rescue her single-handedly. President Ouyang urgently questioned, What is his current situation? Yi Dao continued to divine. He is in dire straits, having already been captured. His life hangs by a thread. We must rescue him, or our plan to recover the 10 divine artifacts will be in vain. President Ouyang declared, I will immediately dispatch the Green Team and the police to save him. Where is he now? Yi Dao repeated. He is at the Yuan Genetic Research Institute in the Daxiang district. Hurry, or it will be too late. Meanwhile, Qin Lang awoke, finding himself bound to an upright surgical table, his hands and feet shackled with iron cuffs and his body restrained by several leather straps. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in an operating room, surrounded by advanced-looking instruments. A middle-aged man with glasses and the earlier drunken figure sat in the room, grinning at him. Upon seeing Qin Lang awake, the middle-aged man was elated, his face beaming with joy. Qin Lang, you have finally awakened, and now you are in my grasp. Qin Lang demanded, Who are you? The middle-aged man chuckled. You may not have seen me before, but you have crossed paths with my son, Zhao Shisheng. Both Gong Longhai and Gong Wulin from our Yiping Hall have fallen to your hands. You're truly a figure steeped in sin, your hands stained with blood. Qin Lang finally realized his identity. He is the father of Zhao Shisheng, the head of the Zhao Group. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Daming, the CEO of the Yuan Group. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qin Lang inwardly cursed his misfortune and struggled fiercely. Zhao Daming, what do you intend to do? Zhao Daming stepped closer, fixing his gaze upon Qin Lang. My son has suffered a fracture due to your actions and has yet to recover. 2 of my most capable men have been slain by you. What do you think I desire? With that, he delivered a resounding slap to Qin Lang's face, striking with great force. Qin Lang's face instantly flushed red. Furious, Qin Lang fought against his restraints. You old dog, Zhao. May you suffer a wretched fate. If you have the guts, release me, and let us face each other in combat. What sort of cowardice is this, binding me here? What is it that you truly seek? Zhao Daming replied, What do I seek? The possibilities are endless. I could carve a piece of flesh from you each day. I could douse your face with my urine daily, or I could strip you bare and broadcast it live for the entire nation to witness your disgrace. Qin Lang, seething with rage, retorted, You old dog, dare you? Chapter 46. Luda supports Qin Lang, Zhao Daming exclaimed, What do I have to fear? He struck Qin Lang's face repeatedly, declaring, If you delight in slapping others, today you shall experience my hand. Qin Lang's face reddened from the blows, and despite his desperate struggles, he remained immobilized, tears of anger streaming down his cheeks. You have wounded my son and slain my employees. The police cannot manage you. and the human alliance shelters you. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Qin Lang attempted to summon lightning, only to find himself utterly devoid of power. Cease your struggles. They are futile. That knife thrust into you was laced with anesthetic. For the entirety of this day, you shall be incapacitated, unable to unleash any lightning. In fury, Qin Lang retorted, "Why not kill me then? You coward, too afraid to end my life." Zhao Daming chuckled. "You wish to die? It shall not be so simple. I intend to make your existence more agonizing than death itself." He clapped his hands, commanding, "Bring that woman in." Two burly men entered, escorting a young girl, and upon seeing her, Qin Lang's heart sank. It was Bu Xiaoyu. "Qin Lang, save me," she cried. "Bu Xiaoyu?" he murmured, glancing at Zhao Daming, then back at the girl. Zhao Daming reassured him, "Fear not. This is indeed real. I invited her here for tea all day, and now she shall entertain us." A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Lang. "Entertain? What do you mean? Do not act recklessly." Zhao Daming turned to the two large men, instructing them, "You too, have your fun with this girl right before Qin Lang's eyes. Make sure he witnesses everything clearly." The men leered as they began to remove Bu Xiaoyu's clothing. She screamed desperately, "Help! Help!" before being silenced by a punch that knocked her unconscious. Qin Lang's eyes blazed with fury. "Stop, you beasts!" he roared, straining with all his might to break free. Zhao Daming taunted, "Cry out all you wish. It will be of no use. I want you to see clearly as my brothers have their way with her, and there are many more men waiting in line." He brandished a fruit knife, plunging it into Qin Lang's thigh. "With each encounter, I shall stab you, but rest assured, I will avoid your vital organs. Once they are finished, I will have scientists transform you into a puppet. Such a waste it would be to kill you, given your exceptional abilities. I will have them remove specific parts of your brain and implant a chip. From that moment on, you shall lose all your memories, forgetting even your parents. And your sole purpose will be to serve me and carry out my orders. I will capture your parents as well," he continued, creating the illusion of a fatal accident. "And then I shall butcher their flesh to feed to my son, ensuring he receives the necessary nourishment for a swift recovery. I will even share some with you. Prepared by the finest chef, you will find it to be quite delectable." Qin Lang bellowed, "Zhao Daming, you are lower than a beast. You shall reap what you sow." Zhao Daming dismissed him, declaring, "Reap what I sow? I have never believed in such nonsense. Having established the Yip and Tang for many years, I have only ever bullied others, and no one has dared to bully me. You think you are invincible, yet you have fallen into my hands." Two burly men lunged at Bu Xiaoyu, stripping her of her garments. Such amusement. Let the painter saint witness this. "Ah, you beasts!" Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A group of men clad in green camouflage and police officers in black uniforms rushed in. Among them was Lu De, a familiar face to Qin Lang. Upon witnessing the scene, his smile faded, replaced by seething anger. With a swift kick, he struck the chest of the man on Bu Xiaoyu, sending the nearly naked brute flying through the shattered glass window, screaming as he plummeted to the ground below. The others aimed their firearms at Zhao Daming, who was inebriated and in a stupor, shouting, "Don't move." The police captain seized Zhao Daming by the head. "Zhao Daming, you are suspected of organizing a criminal syndicate, kidnapping, assaulting police officers, illegal detention, and intentional injury. You are under arrest." Zhao Daming raised his hands. "I am not part of a criminal organization. This is a misunderstanding." The captain pointed at Bu Xiaoyu. "Not part of a criminal organization? What are you calling for her to endure? You have killed so many police officers. Do you think I am unaware? Your den has already been dismantled, yet you still dare to quibble." Lu De released Qin Lang from his restraints. "Brother, you have suffered. Do not face danger alone in the future. We, the Alliance of Divine Humanity, will always be your steadfast support." Tears welled in Qin Lang's eyes. Despite feeling utterly weak, he summoned his strength to land a blow on Zhao Daming's vile face. The punch sent Zhao Daming sprawling, his head crashing against the wall. Clutching his head, blood flowed from his mouth as he writhed in agony on the ground. Qin Lang yearned to strike again, but Lu De restrained him. "Let the authorities handle this man. Brother, you must return with us to the hospital for a thorough examination." Your body bears too many burn injuries that require immediate treatment. At the city hospital, Qin Lang lay on a bed wrapped in bandages, surrounded by President Ouyang, Luda, and Zhang Yang, a therapist from the Alliance. After his examination, Zhang Yang's expression was grave as he covered Qin Lang with a blanket. President Ouyang inquired with concern. "How is he?" Zhang Yang replied. "The prognosis is not optimistic. His body could barely withstand the power of lightning, and now, having overexerted himself, he has suffered severe backlash. He has multiple soft tissue injuries, a knife wound in his liver, several burns, and a gash on his thigh. Fortunately, it did not sever an artery. The burns will require skin grafts from the hospital. There is no alternative. As for the backlash from the lightning, I can only slowly repair him, which may take about a week." Luda said, "Then let us restore him together. I also possess healing abilities, and our combined efforts will expedite his recovery." Zhang Yang agreed. "Very well." They helped Qin Lang to sit up. Zhang Yang placed one hand on his chest, while Luda laid his hand on his back. Together, they began to channel their inner strength and healing spells. Suddenly, Zhang released a wave of soft green light, which continuously flowed into Qin Lang's body, akin to moisture being absorbed by a sponge. Luda emanated a light blue vital energy, which also entered Qin Lang's form and began to circulate along the extraordinary meridians. The two streams of vital energy traversed throughout Qin Lang's body, ultimately awakening his innate energy. A faint golden light flickered to life from the dantian of Qin Lang, gradually spreading through his entire being and commencing the restoration of his physical injuries. This golden glow flickered intermittently, resembling a candle flame swaying in the wind, akin to a soul on the verge of extinguishment. Zhang and Lu, unwavering in their resolve, continued to channel their energies ceaselessly. The blue and green waves persisted in entering Qin Lang's body, expanding outward to his exterior. The bruises on his chest and back gradually faded, the wounds began to scab, and even the burns showed signs of improvement. Most significantly, the dark line on his arm was receding, slightly shortening and becoming paler in hue. Chapter 47. Gong Xiaokong's Betrayal. Alas, the Alliance of Divine Humanity, in conjunction with the police, has stormed into the Technological Research Institute, apprehending both the boss and those lost in indulgence. A minion dashed into the Yiping Hall office building and reported to the Deputy General Manager, Zhao Chunrong. "Zhao Chunrong, my father has been taken? How can this be? Our relationship with Director Shun has always been cordial. Surely, the police had everything arranged in advance. Why would they suddenly raid us today?" The minion exchanged glances, expressing that the blame lay chiefly with the boss, who had foolishly provoked Qin Lang by abducting his girlfriend, thus summoning the four Great Reapers to confront him. Now, with the four Great Reapers either dead, fled, or captured, only one remains. Gong Wulin met a tragic end, becoming a headless corpse. He often boasted of his immortality, yet he too has succumbed, scoffed a minion who had once endured Gong Wulin's tyranny. Gong Nianhua, a person of such high stature, reduced to a quivering wreck, pleading for mercy. Is Qin Lang even human? Qin Lang is a harbinger of disaster. Every encounter with him has led to our utter defeat. Weren't Gong Longhai's demise and destruction utterly catastrophic? Reduced to mere ashes, and Gong Shichu, having narrowly escaped with his life, still bore the brunt of the beating. Zhao Chunrong, but why have the police arrested my father? The police allege that the boss is involved in organized crime, kidnapping, and intentional harm. Serious accusations indeed. It seems unlikely he will be released. With her mind racing, Zhao Chunrong realized that since the police had apprehended her father, she might very well be next. After all, her father's illicit dealings implicated her as well. "We must leave at once," she urged her deputy manager. "Gather all crucial company documents, stem cells, embryo samples, cash, bank cards, checks, and contracts. We must board a flight immediately." The deputy manager inquired, "Are we really fleeing? Where shall we go?" Zhao Chunrong pondered briefly before responding. "We shall seek refuge at the DAC Biological Technology Company in the West to find the owner, Ionia. Given the current predicament, we can no longer remain here. A brighter future awaits us at DAC." The deputy manager sprinted a few paces before returning, But what about the specimens in the basement? Zhao, Chunrong replied. Those dinosaurs cannot be transported. Head to the basement and activate the incineration button to eliminate them all. Our survival is paramount. We cannot concern ourselves with them now. The dinosaurs can be recreated. He made a call to his wife. Darling, we are in grave trouble. My father has been arrested. We must flee with our daughter immediately. In the basement, the head of the genetic research team received the deputy manager's call, instructing him to incinerate all developed dinosaurs. His heart trembled. These creatures were the fruits of his relentless dedication. Utilizing the advanced technological equipment from DAC Biological Technology Company, culminating in 2 decades of labor to create this miraculous achievement. Each dinosaur had been nurtured under his watchful eye, from hatching, drinking, and feasting, until they grew to their present state. After years of trial and error, he had finally succeeded in cultivating the first healthy dinosaur 5 years ago. In the laboratory, there are currently 2 carnivorous cattle dinosaurs of the Saw family, 1 Tyrannosaurus rex, 5 Triceratops, and 10 velociraptors, all of which promise to bring boundless wealth. Each one is a rare treasure. Without even considering the establishment of a Jurassic Park, selling them to the affluent would yield no less than $1 billion for the smallest dinosaur. That incineration button, he cannot bring himself to press. Perhaps it would be better to simply take the dinosaurs away. Suddenly, the iron door swung open, and a tall man entered, followed by a group of charred corpses of researchers. It was the heart-wrenching scene of parting Gong Xiaokong. The head of the genetic research team, unfamiliar with the armed elite, gazed at him in terror and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Gong Xiaokong replied, "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to incinerate these dinosaurs?" The head replied, "I intend to burn these dinosaurs. What business is it of yours?" Gong Xiaokong asserted, "It is indeed my business, for these dinosaurs belong to me." The head's eyes widened in disbelief. "These dinosaurs belong to the boss. How have they become yours?" Gong Xiaokong retorted, "Those bosses have treated us like a criminal syndicate, treating us worse than dogs. I toiled for them, suffering injuries in the process. Now that they have fled, these creatures are mine." The head exclaimed, "You are a thief. These dinosaurs are mine. Where do you come from? Get out." Gong Xiaokong extended his hand, and a brilliant yellow-white flame surged forth, enveloping the head entirely. "Ah!" The head screamed in agony, engulfed in flames, staggering a few steps before collapsing. Gong Xiaokong gently brushed his palm and walked towards the animal chamber in the basement. Meanwhile, at the City People's Hospital, Zhang Yang and Liu De continuously channeled their vital energy to restore Qin Lang's body. They had been treating him for an hour, and thus far, things were progressing smoothly. Suddenly, a flash of dark light flickered within Qin Lang, accelerating the absorption of Zhang Yang's and Liu Da's vital energy. Their energy was drawn in like a flood breaking through a dam. The two attempted to withdraw their hands, but their palms felt as though they were firmly grasped by a magnet, unable to escape. President Ouyang sensed something amiss and struck Qin Lang, temporarily halting the suction. The two hastily released their grip, narrowly avoiding disaster. Otherwise, in no time, both their powers would have been completely drained. Zhang Yang gasped, "What is happening?" Liu Da replied, "It seems that the burden of the lightning power has created a significant deficit in Qin Lang's body, compounded by his severe injuries. It is beyond the capacity of the two of us to heal him. We need someone with greater strength to restore him." Their gazes instinctively fell upon President Ouyang. Ouyang said, "Don't look at me. I am not capable. I do not possess healing spells." Liu Da asked, "When shall we set off to retrieve the next artifact?" Ouyang replied, "We must depart within a month at the latest." "Will Qin Lang recover in a month?" Zhang Yang responded, "From the current situation, that seems unlikely." Ouyang pondered, "Then what shall we do? Is there any other way to expedite his recovery?" Liu Da contemplated. "Do we have any rare medicinal herbs in our association that could aid him? For instance, the Tianshan Snow Lotus and the Millennium Ginseng?" President Ouyang pondered for a moment. "Our association's medicinal herbs are rather ordinary, but I recently heard that in the primeval forest of Danxia Mountain in Jiangdong Province, a 9-leaf jade fungus is on the verge of maturation. This could be promising." The 9-leaf jade fungus, a paragon of earthly medicinal herbs. Typically, Common rasher mushrooms require 50 years to reach 4 leaves, a century to attain 5 leaves, and subsequently, they gain an additional leaf every 100 years. Thus, it would take 5 centuries to cultivate a 9-leaf rasher. At this moment, the 9-leaf rasher is already an exceedingly rare herb, but if by an infinitesimal chance, this 9-leaf rasher happens to grow atop a jadestone mine, its roots will become semi-transparent, it will grow more robust, and its colors will transform into a vivid spectacle, thus becoming the unparalleled 9-leaf jade fungus. This is indeed the pinnacle of earthly medicinal herbs, with only a handful encountered over several centuries. It is no exaggeration to say that it can resurrect the deceased. Even those in the throes of death could regain life upon consumption. Zhang Yang remarked. Although Qin Lang's injuries are severe, he is not yet at death's door. Would consuming this be too extravagant? President Ouyang replied. It is not an exaggeration. The miraculous herb is about to emerge, and we are running out of time. Only by consuming this can we guarantee his immediate recovery. Thus, we must spare no effort to procure it for him. I wish to join your ranks and help retrieve the 9-leaf jade fungus for Qin Lang. A resolute voice rang out. The crowd turned to see Bu Xiaoyu stepping forward before them. Chapter 48. Searching for the 9-leaf spirit mushroom at Danxiao Mountain. President Ouyang remarked. You must be Xiaoyu, Qin Lang's girlfriend. I can empathize with your feelings. However, your lack of martial prowess and extraordinary abilities renders you a delicate flower. It would be perilous for you to accompany us into the primitive forest to gather herbs. Luda added, Indeed, Qin Lang has gone through great lengths to rescue you. If you were to encounter any misfortune while accompanying us, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would be utterly distraught. Even if we were to find the herbs, it would be of no use. Wu shall we repeat thus. I earnestly hope that President Ouyang will take me as his disciple and impart some martial skills to me. I do not wish to remain so helpless, always relying on others for salvation and protection, burdening the one I love. She bowed to the president. Qin Lang and I were supposed to be married. On the day of our wedding, Li Liying caused a commotion, and another person struck me unconscious and abducted me. Had I possessed even a modicum of martial ability, I would not have been taken so effortlessly, and the subsequent events would never have transpired. Qin Lang would not have sustained such grievous injuries in his attempt to save me. Therefore, I must accompany you to retrieve the 9-leaf spirit mushroom. I wish to repay him and personally restore his vitality. Moreover, I aspire to master martial arts, so I may become his equal partner in battle, rather than a frail girl who constantly relies on him to fight for me and protect me. Tears streamed down her face. Luda and Zhang Yang looked at President Ouyang, who pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall grant your request. Luda and Zhang Yang protested. This is ill-advised. The primitive forest is fraught with danger. What if she encounters peril? President Ouyang retrieved a small cane from his satchel and handed it to Bu Xiaoyu. They are about to set off, and there is no time to teach you martial arts. Take this cane. If you happen upon any nefarious individuals or wild beasts, press the button at the end and point it at them, and it will repel them. Most attacks can be deflected. Bu Xiaoyu exclaimed, Thank you, President. She approached Qin Lang, who remained unconscious. Clutching him tightly, she declared, I will find the herbs for you. Wait for me. President Ouyang continued, I am unable to accompany you to Danxiao Mountain due to my pressing obligations, but I will arrange for the warrior, Edu, to accompany you. Danxiao Mountain in Jiangsu Province is a considerable distance from Hingyang City, even by high-speed train. Danxiao Mountain is characterized by its crimson peaks, radiant as the dawn, thus earning its designation as Danxiao Landform. Expansive stretches of primitive forest blanket the slopes of Danxiao Mountain, with camphor trees, tree ferns, half-maple lotus, and miracle trees forming a lush and verdant realm. After a day of arduous travel, Edu, Luda, Zhang Yang, and Bu Xiaoyu arrived at Danxiao Mountain. Luda was the first to spot an imposing peak, Yangyuan Mountain, and could not help but exclaim, Look at that mountain. It resembles a man's. Bu Xiaoyu, curious, inquired, Resembles what? Luda replied, Girls should not ask such questions. You will understand in due course. Zhang Yang chuckled. We are here to search for the 9-leaf spirit mushroom, not to admire the scenery. Edu questioned, But where precisely does the nine-leaf spirit mushroom grow? Zhang Yang remarked that Ganoderma, commonly known as Lingji, typically flourishes at the roots of trees, particularly in moist locales such as streams and waterfalls. The nine-leafed Yushui Ganoderma, a variant of Lingji, is believed to inhabit similar environments. Luda suggested that they should thoroughly explore all areas with streams. The four ventured across Elder Peak, Dragon King Rock, and a narrow sky, dedicating an entire day to their quest. Streams and towering trees were abundant, yet not a single specimen of Lingji was found. Along their journey, they inquired of the villagers, "Do you know where we might find Lingji?" The villagers replied, "You could simply purchase it at the pharmacy. It's not expensive." They clarified, "We seek the rare variety with 9 leaves." The villagers, bemused, responded, "Have you lost your wits? That variety does not exist." For 5 consecutive days, they searched tirelessly, staying in inns at night and scouring the land by day. Yet their efforts yielded no results. Zhang Yang began to feel disheartened.
Speculating that perhaps the information they had was erroneous and that the nine-leafed Yushui Ganoderma was merely a myth,
He suggested they might as well buy some high-quality Lingji from Taobao, which could also aid Qin Lang's recovery. Luda proposed a search for 2 more days, and if unsuccessful, they would procure the most expensive Lingji available online. On the 7th day, the 4 retraced their steps through the forested mountains, meticulously examining the base of every grand tree, particularly the stumps of those felled, where Lingji was most likely to grow. Their efforts were not entirely in vain. Bu Xiaoyu returned with a substantial haul of mushrooms gathered near a tree stump. These mushrooms were plump and round, appearing quite delectable. At least they had something resembling Lingji. They would not return empty-handed, and they could feast on these that evening. Luda expressed doubt. "Are you certain these are safe to eat?" Bu Xiaoyu reassured him. "Fear not. A calamity cannot befall you so swiftly. Consuming my mushrooms will not lead to your demise by tomorrow." Just then, Bu Xiaoyu received a playful thump on the head. As night descended, the 4 dined at a local villager's home, enjoying the mushrooms they had gathered. Adu remarked, "Xiaoyu, you've done well. At least you didn't bring back toxic mushrooms. These are quite tasty. I was genuinely afraid of ending up in dire straits." Liuda, savoring the meal, added, "It's quite normal not to have found Lingji. We were merely exploring tourist spots, and if any Lingji existed, it would have long been harvested." In the household was a 16-year-old boy named AXN, who overheard their conversation. "What? You're looking for Lingji?" Bu Xiaoyu confirmed. "Indeed, we seek the finest Lingji. Do you know where we might find it?" AXIN responded, "If you seek Lingji, it cannot be found in tourist areas. You must venture to the back mountains of Elder Peak, deep into the forest, where it may still exist. If you wish to go, I can guide you tomorrow." However, AXIN's father admonished him, "You cannot take guests to such perilous places. It is too dangerous." Luda insisted, "We are in dire need of Lingji. It is a matter of life and death. The danger is inconsequential." AXIN's father retorted, "It is not that I forbid him from taking you. Such places rarely see a return from those who enter. It is far too dangerous, and should any harm befall you, my family cannot bear the responsibility." Bu Xiaoyu interjected, "We are willing to pay 10,000. Asin and his father were taken aback. "It's quite perilous there. Are you truly intent on going?" Bu Xiaoyu replied, 50,000. Asin's father said, "Very well. Record a video on your mobile phone, stating that you willingly venture forth to seek the medicinal Ganoderma lucidum to aid someone, and that any consequences are solely your responsibility, leaving us uninvolved. I shall permit Asin to guide you." "Splendid. We are pressed for time and cannot delay. Let's depart tonight. It's rather dangerous at night. First, please transfer the funds to me. Do you truly possess such a sum?" Bu Xiaoyu responded, "Certainly. I shall transfer the money to you at once. The finances are not an issue." Luda interjected, "Indeed, she is affluent. She could easily support you." With a resounding thud, Luda received a hefty smack to the head. The boy Asin led the quartet deeper into the mountains. As they ventured further, the forest became denser and darker. Fortunately, the weather was fair, with the moon and stars illuminating the night sky. Unfamiliar creatures scurried through the underbrush as they treaded upon the fallen leaves. They encountered a woman. Asin, Why are you leading these people further in? It's dangerous. Several children have gone missing around here recently, and we dare not proceed. The darkness intensifies the peril. You must turn back. If you don't, I shall inform your father. Asen replied, my father is aware. These individuals seek the Ganoderma lucidum, and I am guiding them. The woman shook her head and continued on her way. Asen pressed on with his companions. Chapter 49. A life-and-death struggle with the wolf pack. Bu Xiaoyu felt a surge of fear within her heart, yet retreat was not an option. Luda and the others showed no signs of backing down either. Xian approached a large stone and paused. This is the heart of the deep forest. I cannot proceed any further. You must venture in from here and search diligently. There must be something. Zhang Yang inquired. How can you be so certain? Asin Ziplit. 2 years ago, I discovered a rare Ganoderma here, perched atop a high stone, just beyond my reach. If you delve a little deeper and shine your flashlights around, you are bound to find it. I shall wait for you here. With that, Xian settled onto the stone and drifted into slumber. Then we shall search. Luda and Zhang Yang activated their flashlights and ventured deeper into the woods. The trees towered majestically, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. Their canopies unfurled like vast umbrellas, likely casting a shadow that obscured the sun during the day, and at night, it was even darker, shrouding the moonlight. Glimmering green fireflies flickered in the air, their lights pulsating in and out. An unusual scent permeated the atmosphere, reminiscent of sap oozing from the trunks. Adu Humen vigilant, scanning the surroundings as if anticipating some unseen threat. Look what I found, Ludar exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. The others followed the beam of his flashlight, and there, at the base of a great tree, a purple Ganoderma emerged. This specimen boasted 3 leaves, a rich hue of brown interspersed with purple, gleaming with an oily sheen. Zhang Yang chuckled, exerting effort to pluck it from the ground. Though this is not the 9-leaf variety, 3 leaves are certainly better than none. Luda beamed with delight. This confirms that Ganoderma indeed exists here. We are on the right path. Let us continue deeper. Perhaps we shall find more. The 4 continued onward for quite some time until they stumbled upon a shallow stream. They navigated the stones scattered within the water. Ahead, a colossal tree loomed, surpassing all they had encountered thus far. They illuminated it with their flashlights, searching for any signs of Ganoderma. No Ganoderma was found, but within a hollow of the tree, they discovered a bone. Bu Xiaoyu remarked, there's a bone here. Adu responded, this is a human bone, a leg bone. The shape of the bone confirmed its human origin, with dark stains suggesting dried blood, indicating that its owner had met their demise not long ago. Yet, how could a person have died here? Luda and Zhang Yang swept their flashlights across the area, uncovering a skull nearby. Under the beam of light, the hollow sockets of its eyes seemed to stare back at them. Bu Xiaoyu could not contain her scream. We must return swiftly. A chilling howl echoed from the surroundings. Adu exclaimed, this is bad. The flashlight's beam darted around, revealing numerous green, glistening eyes encircling them. Several animals, resembling huskies, closed in from all sides. Luda's teeth chattered. Why are there so many large dogs here? Adu clarified. These are wolves, a pack of wolves. We are surrounded. Bu Xiaoyu collapsed onto the ground, her hand brushing against the elastic cane gifted by President Ouyang. She grasped it tightly, as if it were a lifeline in her moment of despair. Adu donned his steel shell protective gloves, preparing for battle. Luda picked up a branch from the ground, ignited it, and raised his torch to shield himself. Awoo! The wolves drew ever closer, encircling them in a 360-degree formation. The first wolf lunged forward, directly targeting Adu. With wide eyes, Adu threw a punch at the creature, sending it flying 3 meters, where it tumbled twice before rejoining the pack. Awoo! Among them was the largest wolf king, twice the size of the others, who howled to the heavens, sounding the battle horn. All the wolves charged forth. Liuda, Zhang Yang, Adu, and Xiao Yu's eyes widened. Life and death hung in the balance at that moment. Luda fiercely jabbed at a wolf with a torch. The wolf yelped in agony and retreated. Adu's right fist transformed into a blur, delivering 7 or 8 rapid strikes, repelling the wolves that surrounded him. Zhang Yang waved his hand, launching several iron spikes. The spikes accurately pierced the throats, chests, and bellies of the attacking wolves, causing them to explode in a shower of blood as they rolled on the ground. Xiaoyu brandished her elastic staff, pushing back the wolves as if they had encountered an invisible barrier. Awoo! The Wolf King charged once more. Another wave of wolves surged forward. Adu shouted, "We fight while we retreat." Countless gray wolves rushed at them. Luda unleashed his skill, waving his left hand toward the torch, transforming its flames into a blazing line that danced through the air. He shouted, "One becomes two, two becomes three, transform." The line of fire morphed into 2 fire serpents, which then multiplied into 3. The 3 serpents twirled and soared through the night sky, illuminating the darkness as brightly as day. The wolves, having never witnessed such a spectacle, froze in fear, akin to primitive humans witnessing a miracle. Seizing this opportunity, the 4 retreated a distance. The 3 fire serpents circled around them, protecting them. As they watched the flames dance around them, akin to the moon orbiting the earth, their faces flickered with light. Bu Xiaoyu felt as though she were divine, joyfully exclaiming, "Luda, I had no idea you were this formidable. Why didn't you use this trick sooner?" Before Luda could respond with a smile, a wolf leapt from behind, sinking its teeth into his left hand. Luda cried out in pain, and the 3 fire serpents vanished, their embers falling to the ground. It turned out that while Luda was casting his fiery spell, the wolf had stealthily approached from behind, preparing for a sneak attack. Seizing the moment of their brief relaxation, it struck. Adu shouted fiercely, landing a punch that sent the wolf soaring. "Luda, are you all right?" Luda grimaced in pain. "It hurts like hell." At that moment, the wolves charged once more. Adu's fists became a flurry of shadows, unleashing dozens of strikes in an instant, each landing on the wolves. Zhang Yang waved his hand, sending rows of iron spikes flying mercilessly into the bodies of the wolves. Yet still, a few wolves broke through their defenses, racing towards Luda and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, wielding her elastic cane, had just managed to repel one of the wolves when the other sank its teeth into her hand. "Ah!" She cried out in anguish, unaware of where her cane had fallen. "Oh, my cane is gone, what shall I do?" At that moment, the Wolf King lunged forward. This colossal wolf danced with agility, swiftly closing the distance to the 4 amidst the cover of its pack. Rather than attacking directly, it leapt behind them, shrouded in darkness. Then, it suddenly pounced from the shadows, sinking its fangs into Xiao Yu's right arm. "Ah!" Xiao Yu shrieked, the Wolf King's teeth piercing deeply in her upper arm. A torment beyond imagination. Luda fiercely thrust a torch towards the Wolf King. Zhang Yang unleashed a volley of iron spikes, targeting the beast. Alas! Those spikes were akin to mere embroidery needles against the towering Wolf King, seemingly causing it no discomfort whatsoever. It seized Xiao Yu and vanished into the darkness. The remaining wolves followed suit. Chapter 50. The Old Woman in the Stone Chamber Heavens. The 3 were utterly astounded, confronted with a calamity they had never before encountered. Perhaps it was their first brush with death. Xiao Yu was gripped by dread, fearing the worst. "What should we do?" Luda exclaimed in horror. "Xiao Yu has been taken away." Zhang Yang ground his teeth in frustration. "I warned her not to come." Adu shouted with determination, "Pursue! We shall not relent." The trio raced after the trail of wolves, but in the impenetrable darkness, surrounded by dense woods, how could they possibly track them? Luda summoned his mental energy to ignite a flame, conjuring a white fire that danced in the air, illuminating their path ahead. As he walked, beads of sweat formed on his brow. "We're doomed. What if Xiao Yu dies here?" Zhang Yang cautioned, "We mustn't proceed any further, or we may all find ourselves facing death." Indeed, within such a labyrinth of foliage, they too could succumb to peril. Although they possessed greater strength than ordinary folk, they were not invincible. Adu insisted, "Enough talk. Even if all 3 of us perish, we must retrieve Xiao Yu." Luda lamented, "In this pitch blackness, how can we trace her?" Zhang Yang suggested, "Look for footprints, wolf tracks." In this dense forest, where directions were indiscernible, footprints provided their only means of pursuit. They discerned the paw prints of the Wolf King dragging a human imprint, clearly visible in the mud. The The Wolf King's prints were twice the size of an ordinary wolf's and deeper. Surrounding them were numerous smaller tracks. The three followed the trail deeper into the woods, edging closer to the summit of Elder Peak. Xiaoyu, clutched by the Wolf King, was whisked away at breakneck speed. It felt as though she were on a roller coaster, uncontrollably hurtling forward, with countless wild grasses, vines, and thorns scratching at her face and arms, forcing her to shield herself with her hands. The pain on her face and hands was excruciating, the injuries surely too numerous to count. Yet this was not the most agonizing part. She often collided with stones along the way, the impact seizing her with a pain akin to ruptured organs. Tears welling in her eyes. The most excruciating agony stemmed from her right arm, which was surely shattered. She feared it might fall away at any moment. This was it. She would become a cripple. The Wolf King must intend to drag her back and devour her. She lamented her decision to come. Qin Lang, until we meet again in another life. At that moment, the Wolf King leaped and landed heavily in a stone cavern. Xiaoyu's head struck the rocky ground with tremendous force, rendering her unconscious. When Xiaoyu regained consciousness, she found herself in a vast stone chamber. The cavern was towering, at least several dozen meters high, with a floor strewn with thatch. To her astonishment, several wolf cubs frolicked atop the thatch. She gazed curiously at the little wolves, resembling a litter of puppies, yet distinctly different. Their coats were a mottled gray and yellow, and they approached her with inquisitive eyes. She gently patted one of the cubs on the head, and it playfully licked her with its tiny tongue, utterly adorable. A young wolf cub licked its bleeding right paw, and it was then that Xiaoyu realized her own right arm had gone numb from the pain. Her clothing was punctuated by a series of bloodstains, with crimson fluid continually streaming down. Surveying the cave's surroundings, she noted a multitude of scattered bones, alongside several human skeletons, likely remnants of those who had been devoured in the past. This place was exceedingly perilous. It would be prudent to leave swiftly. Xiaoyu glanced around and discovered an additional rock chamber outside the cave. Just moments ago, the Wolf King had been slumbering in that very spot. It bore several wounds, suggesting it was utterly exhausted and in the midst of a deep slumber. It was imperative not to rouse it, lest her life be forfeit. The path outside was a dead end, so Xiaoyu continued to explore the cave, soon spotting a large stone window. Peering through it, she was met with the dim light of dawn. Standing on tiptoes, she cautiously gazed outside, only to be drenched in cold sweat. The view revealed sheer cliffs, plunging downwards into a vast forest below. She found herself ensconced within a cave atop a towering mountain. The precipice beneath her was nearly vertical, dropping at least 500 meters. A jump would surely prove fatal. Xiaoyu resumed her search for an alternative escape route within the cave. She noticed a smaller cave nearby, obscured by a tangle of vines. Approaching, she discovered a pair of glistening eyes peering from within the foliage. Startled, she wondered if another strange creature lurked there. Just then, the creature wriggled free from the vines, revealing a scruffy little boy, no older than 7 or 8. His hair was disheveled, his clothes soiled, and he bore numerous scars. Yet, upon seeing Xiaoyu, he smiled widely. Another person? How wonderful! Xiaoyu exclaimed. Who are you? Zhuji. And you? He replied cheerfully. Xiaoyu. You were also captured by the wolves, weren't you? I was taken here the day before yesterday. Zhuzi responded. Is there any way out of here? Xiaoyu inquired. Zhuzi offered a wry smile. If there were an escape, I wouldn't still be here. His eyes twinkled as he added, however, I've been observing closely these past few days and believe there may be a way. He led Xiaoyu to the small cave where he had been hiding. Pushing aside the dense vines, they entered a dimly lit space that could barely accommodate 3 or 4 people. I was brought here with another child, but the wolf devoured him. I've been hiding in this small cave. Look over there, Xiaoyu exclaimed, noticing a faint glimmer of light emanating from a small hole in the wall at the opposite end of the cave. This indicated that there was indeed space beyond. She leaned closer, but the small opening was also obscured by vines. Zhuzi tapped on the stone wall beside the opening. The sound was sharp and clear, not the dull thud of a solid wall. This suggested that the wall was thin. Xiaoyu and Zhuzi exchanged glances, realizing they might be able to break through this wall. It could very well be their only chance at survival. They picked up 2 sharp stones from the ground and began to strike the small hole with force. The resonating sounds of their efforts echoed clearly in the quiet darkness of the cave, creating a significant reverberation. "Be careful, sister," Zhuzi cautioned. "We must hurry to open this hole, or the noise might attract the great wolf." Xiaoyu lifted a larger stone with all her might and struck. The small hole quickly transformed into a gaping opening, large enough for a person to pass through. Outside, the ominous howl of wolves could already be heard. Had the Wolf King discovered their presence? In a hurry, Zhuzi crawled into the hole, followed closely by Xiaoyu. Once inside, they pushed aside the vines, unable to believe their eyes. Before them lay another stone chamber, illuminated by an emergency light, casting a brighter glow. Within, a wooden frame held an elderly woman bound tightly. Her face was haggard, her hair completely white, and her hands and feet were shackled to the frame, in a deep slumber. The chains had been binding her for so long that they had worn through her clothing, digging painfully into her flesh, creating a chilling sight. The chamber also contained a table, upon which rested a bowl, chopsticks, and several bottles of mineral water. Was this a prison cell? Chapter 51. The assistance of Granny Long in finding the 9-leafed Ganoderma. As Xiao Yu and her companions approached, the old woman had already noticed their presence. "Who are you? How did you come here?" Her tone was exceedingly stern, causing the pillar to cower behind Xiao Yu. "Greetings, Granny," Xiao Yu replied. "We were brought here by wolves." The old woman exclaimed. "So it was you who struck the stone wall earlier?" "Indeed, Granny. May I ask who you are and where we are?" Granny Long laughed heartily. "After all these years, the outside world has forgotten me. My surname is Long. You may call me Granny Long." "Come here, little girl." Xiao Yu stepped closer, and Granny Long instructed, "Look here, there's a silver needle embedded in my abdomen. Please help me remove it." Xiao Yu lifted Granny Long's garment, and indeed saw a silver needle piercing her abdomen. Wouldn't that pierce through her intestines? With determination, she pulled out the needle, discovering that it was quite short, having merely penetrated the flesh and not the organs. Once the needle was removed, Granny Long appeared considerably relieved. "Thank you, little girl. I was captured by the Wind Dragon sect, and have been imprisoned here for several years. That silver needle had blocked my vital energy. I am grateful for your assistance. However, my hands and feet are shackled, rendering me immobile. You must help me escape. What can I do to assist you?" Xiao Yu inquired. "Shortly, 2 individuals will come to deliver food. Place a stone in my hands, and I shall use it to strike them down and obtain the key." Xiao Yu handed her a small stone. Granny Long remarked, "Excellent. Now, you all hide in the shadows. They will arrive shortly." Indeed, it was not long before the sound of footsteps echoed through the air. A man and a woman approached, one with a bushy beard and the other with long hair. The bearded man grumbled, "Every day I bring this old hag her food, and she never eats. What a waste of my time." The woman replied, "There's nothing we can do. We are at the bottom of the hierarchy. We must comply with orders from above. You should be content. You merely deliver food. I have to attend to her bodily needs. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes." The bearded man cast a disdainful glance at Granny Long, muttering, "Will this old hag finally die?" The woman responded, "If she dies, Gong Tianya will come looking for us. It's better she lives a few more days." Xiao Yu gazed at Granny Long in astonishment. Why would Gong Tianya seek them out if she were to perish? What was her connection to him? Xiao Yu had heard of Gong Tianya, the legendary martial artist. His name was known throughout the nation. The bearded man scoffed. "If Gong Tianya were to come looking for us, he would have done so by now. He doesn't even know where this woman is." The woman lamented. "How long do they intend to keep her locked away? I have served her for 2 years. They could at least send someone else." The bearded man retorted, "Send someone else? You will be signing your own death warrant. I've heard that to prevent leaks, the last person who served her was killed before you were assigned." Turning to Granny Long, he announced, "Old hag, it's time for your meal." Suddenly, Granny Long cried out, "Oh, I am in so much pain. My stomach aches terribly." The man with the beard and the woman were both taken aback. The bearded man chuckled derisively. Could it be that this woman is about to give birth? At her age, how could that be possible? There aren't even any men around. The woman retorted, "You go check where she hurts." The bearded man replied, "Why should I? Isn't it a task for men?" The woman scolded him as a lazy fool and reluctantly approached. "You old hag, where does it hurt?" At that moment, a stone suddenly flew from the old woman's hand. The two were so close that the stone instantly pierced the woman's throat. She clutched her throat, blood gushing forth. And before she could utter a sound, she perished. Seeing the woman collapse, the bearded man rushed over to check on her. "What happened to you?" Another stone flew from the old woman's hand, striking him in the forehead, blood splattering everywhere. Yet he did not die, but let out a chilling scream. The old woman had endured torment for so many years. Her vital energy was sealed, she was undernourished and inadequately clothed, and her strength had dwindled to less than a fifth of its former self. Her aim with the stones was no longer precise. The bearded man clutched his bleeding wound and desperately fled. The old woman shouted, "Young girl, quickly stop him. If he calls for help, we are all doomed." Xiao Yu, with her right hand also gravely injured, pondered how to obstruct him. Fortunately, Zhuzi had a stone in hand and hurled it fiercely at the back of his head. The stone struck him with great force. The bearded man let out another anguished scream and finally fell to the ground. Xiao Yu hurried forward and found the keys on the bearded man, helping the old woman free herself from her shackles. The old woman stretched luxuriously. "It has been ages since I've felt this comfortable." She approached the bearded man, who was still alive, looking at her in sheer terror. "Grandma, please spare me. I was just following orders to guard you. I never meant to torment you." The old woman stomped on his left hand, crushing it as if under a 1,000-pound boulder, flattening it into a grotesque mass. "Is urinating in my food also an order from above?" The bearded man screamed like a slaughtered pig. The old woman then stamped on his right hand, turning it into a mushy pulp. "And the stones and sand you put in my food, were those also command from your superiors?" The bearded man pleaded, "I truly did not intend to. I was wrong. Dear aunt, please grant me a swift end." The old woman replied with a smirk, "Then I shall delight in prolonging your suffering." She twisted his feet in opposite directions, breaking them like pretzels. The bearded man's mouth gaped wider than ever, veins bulging, eyes bulging. "Ah, I realize my mistakes. It was others who compelled me to do this. Please grant me a quick end." The old woman retorted, "And what is the purpose of your mouth being so wide? Do you think it makes you formidable?" With a series of sharp slaps, she struck him over a dozen times in 3 seconds, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily blinded by the flurry of motion. The bearded man lost all his teeth, and every attempt to speak resulted in a spray of bloodied remnants. "Give me a swift end. Let me die, oh Bodhisattva." With a resounding slap, the dragon matriarch struck him across the face repeatedly. The man, with a scruffy beard, pleaded for mercy in vain, lashing out in defiance. "You wretched old hag, go ahead, strike me again. Had I known, I would have ended you long ago." Realizing that pleading was futile, he began to curse the dragon matriarch in a slurred accent. With a powerful blow, she struck him, driving his head into his chest and finally ending his wretched existence. The dragon matriarch exhaled a long sigh of relief. At last, we can leave this dreadful place. She had finally released 3 years' worth of torment. Though Xiao Yu understood the humiliation she had endured, she felt a twinge of trepidation. "Who are you to Gong Tianya?" The dragon matriarch replied. "You have heard of Gong Tianya? I am his wife." Xiao Yu gasped. "You are Gong Tianya's wife? Why were you imprisoned in such a place?" The dragon matriarch responded, "Young lady, you have rescued me, and I shall share my tale without reservation. 3 years ago, my husband was invincible, having defeated even the sword demon of the western lands, earning fame throughout the world. Though time has taken its toll on my appearance, pride gleamed on her face as she recounted her husband's heroic exploits. However, at that moment, a man named Chun Shinkoin arrived with a multitude of followers, claiming to be the reincarnation of the ancient thunder god, seeking to recruit my husband into the Wind Dragon sect and offer him a position as a protector. My husband, now in his 70s, had already attained great reputation and status. He would not accept even the role of protector, let alone that of a leader or president. After his refusal, Chun Shinkoin challenged him to a duel. My husband had never shied away from a fight. Yet, they battled tirelessly for an entire day, and to my husband's astonishment, he could not secure victory. Moreover, He claimed that Chun Qianquan had not even exerted his full strength. Chun Qianquan then demanded my husband either submit to him or withdraw from the martial world entirely. My husband steadfastly refused, prompting Chun Qianquan to abduct me before his eyes, intending to use me as leverage against my husband. Knowing my husband had extensive connections and numerous friends, Chun Qianquan realized that hiding me within the city would be futile. I would inevitably be discovered. Thus, he carried me for hundreds of kilometers, concealing me within this mountain's depths. He used silver needles to seal my energy, shackle me with chains, and imprison me here. 2 individuals were assigned to bring me food. He declared that I would remain captive until my husband capitulated. I have languished in this prison for 3 years. I know my husband must be desperately searching for me. Fortunately, I encountered you today. Otherwise, I fear I would perish here. Bu Xiaoyu and Zhuzi exchanged knowing glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. The dragon matriarch then inquired, "Young lady, you appear to be from the city. How did you end up being captured by wolves in this mountain? Were you here on holiday?" Bu Xiaoyu replied, "No. I came here in search of the 9-leaf jade spirit mushroom. My boyfriend has sustained severe injuries and requires this sacred fungus for recovery." The dragon matriarch hesitated. "The 9-leaf jade spirit mushroom? I believe there may be one hidden within this mountain." Bu Xiaoyu, how splendid. Could you guide us to gather the Lingji? Long pondered for a moment and replied, "My dear girl, since you have rescued me from peril, I owe you a debt of gratitude. What is a single Lingji in return? I shall procure it for you." She advanced a few steps within the stone chamber, raising her gaze towards a cave wall. Bu Xiaoyu and her companions also directed their emergency lights upwards. There, upon the wall, they discerned an upward tunnel, replete with moisture, where intertwining tree roots allowed droplets of water to cascade down. Amidst the entangled roots, something purple appeared, faintly shimmering. Bu Xiaoyu seemed to catch a whiff of a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Long Po gracefully leapt, extending her hand into the tunnel, and retrieved the object. In her grasp was a substantial purple Lingji, adorned with 9 leaves of varying sizes. Some leaves bore a reddish hue, while others were tinged with green, resembling translucent jade. Exuding an intoxicating aroma, the 9-leaf jade mythical Lingji. Chapter 52. Gong Yanhua seeks revenge on Qin Lang. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. Grandma Long, how did you know that the 9-leaf jade spirit mushroom was here? Grandma Long chuckled. I have been studying herbs since childhood. Ever since I was imprisoned here 3 years ago, I often detected a fragrant aroma of medicinal mushrooms in this area. From the cave's summit, I indeed observed a spirit mushroom nestled inside. Although I could not discern it clearly, the fragrance suggests that it is quite aged. She pointed to the opening that Xiao Yu and her companions had shattered. Moreover, this cave harbors a jade mine. You can examine the stones at the entrance. They are filled with jade fragments, precisely the kind of environment that the 9-leaf jade spirit mushroom thrives in. At that moment, she noticed the bloodstains on Xiao Yu's left sleeve. "My dear, what has happened to your right hand?" Xiao Yu replied, "I was bitten by a wolf. It's broken." Grandma Long gasped in alarm. "This is serious." She plucked a leaf from a 9-leaf jade spirit mushroom, crushed it, and placed it in Xiao Yu's hand. "Hold this in your mouth and swallow it slowly. In a while, your arm will heal." Xiao Yu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma." Zhuzi suggested, "In that case, let us descend the mountain at once." Grandma Long agreed. "Indeed, we must not linger here. I have slain these 2 individuals, and others will eventually discover it. We must hurry." Xiao Yu secured the spirit mushroom as the 3 hastily retraced their steps down the mountain, reaching the foot within 20 minutes. Grandma Long clasped her hands together. "My dear, I shall never forget your life-saving grace. Should you ever require my assistance, I am at your service." She then set off to find her husband, disappearing swiftly into the wooded path. Xiao Yu surveyed the endless expanse of dense forest. "Zhuzi, please lead me out." "Certainly." Wanhua Garden in Beijing is the residence of Gong Tianya. It is adorned with vibrant blooms, artificial hills, and tranquil waters, with willows gracefully swaying. A truly picturesque sight. After retiring from the martial world, Gong Tianya had made this place his home. Today, an unexpected guest arrived at Wanhua Garden, none other than Gong Yanhua. one of his former 7 disciples. Gong Tianya hurried out to welcome him, but upon seeing his once elegant and poised 3rd disciple now battered and bruised, his heart filled with indescribable shock. Nianhua, what has happened to you? Who has done this? Is there truly someone capable of inflicting such harm upon you? With a sorrowful expression, Gong Nianhua fell to his knees before Gong Tianya. Master, you must seek justice for your disciple. It was that villain Qin Lang who did this to me. Is he the renowned painter, Qin Lang? Gong Tianya exclaimed. I have heard much about his extraordinary talents. They say his paintings can come alive. His martial prowess is equally formidable. There are few who can match his strength. Nianhua retorted bitterly. What nonsense about a painter? He is a violent maniac, a murderer. My elder brother Gong Longhai and my second brother Gong Wulin have both fallen at his hands. What? Gong Tianya was astounded. Gong Longhai I can understand, but Gong Wulin possesses the Nuwa stone I placed within him. He should have been immortal. How could he have been killed? I am perplexed by how Qin Lang accomplished this. What is it that this villain cannot achieve? Suddenly, Gong Tianya recalled something. What about Gong Xiaokong? Was he not with you at Wenyuan Company? What has become of him? The 4th disciple, Gong Xiaokong, has now gone missing and may have met with misfortune. What? Gong Tianya's hair stood on end. This Qin Lang is too tyrannical. Is he intent on wiping out our Gong family army? Therefore, our master must take vengeance for us and restore the prestige of our esteemed hall. Gong Nianhua lamented with tears. Gong Tianya paced back and forth. Alas, I warned you not to become thugs, yet you chose to inflict harm on others. One day, retribution will surely come. His eyes widened, filled with fierce resolve. However, with my esteemed hall reduced to this state, if I, as the master, do not step forward, I shall not be worthy of my title. We shall head to Xiangnan and hold Qin Lang accountable. And where is Gong Xiaokong now? He is doing quite well. He is reveling at the Zhongmao Shengjia International Auction. The Zhongmao Shengjia International Auction is the largest of its kind in Hengyang City, showcasing antiques and artworks, alongside some peculiar collectibles. The auction is about to commence, and he strolls in with swagger. The venue is vast, teeming with people, all seats filled. He casually finds a spot to sit. The host delivers the opening remarks, and the auction officially begins. The first item appears on the screen. A Qin Lang snuff bottle. A delicate white porcelain snuff bottle adorned with peony and green leaf motifs. Featuring a pure gold spout. The host announces, starting price 8 million. 8, 5 million. 9 million. 9, 5 million. 10 million. Gong Xiaokong, sipping his drink, exclaims, is a mere snuff bottle truly worth 10 million? Have these wealthy individuals never encountered true treasures? No one pays him any mind. Bidding continues. 13. 5 million. The atmosphere becomes hushed. This price is exceedingly high for a snuff bottle. The host looks around, noting no further bids. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 13. 5 million for the first time. 13. 5 million for the second time. 13. 5 million for the third time sold. Next, the screen displays the second item, a late Ming to early Qing dynasty Tiang Huang frozen Dharma statue, which ultimately sells for 15. 68 million. Gong Xiaokong remarks, this Dharma statue is not even as well carved as my own. It's worth 15. 68 million? The third item, a Qin Lang jade seal of perseverance, sells for 17. 25 million. Gong Xiaokong scoffs. This jade seal is acceptable, yet it is still worth less than my bottle of wine. None of these auction items are worth it. Even if given to a dog, it would refuse. His reckless comments finally capture the attention of those around him. The crowd erupts in anger. Who is this person audaciously boasting here? Throw him out. You are neither the company's owner nor a financial tycoon. What right do you have to sit here? If you are so impressive, why not bring forth an item of your own for auction? Observing his attire, one could discern that not a single piece of clothing exceeded 10,000 yuan. How could such a person dare to attend an auction? He even had the audacity to claim that my statue of Dharma was inferior to his, unworthy even of a dog's attention. Truly, he is nothing more than a fool, a jester. The collector who provided the second item for auction, the Tianchuang frozen Dharma statue, was particularly incensed. I have watched him for quite some time without him placing a single bid. I wager he cannot even muster 1,000,000. The crowd rallied against him. Suddenly, Gong Xiaokong began to applaud, exclaiming, "Well said. Someone bets that I cannot produce 1,000,000? I shall take that wager." He pointed at the collector who offered the Tianshuang frozen Dharma statue, asking, "What is your name?" The collector stood proudly, declaring, "I am Qin Boda." Gong Xiaokong replied, "Excellent. I am Gong Xiaokong. Brother Chun, should I produce 1,000,000, you shall be at my mercy. If I fail, I shall be at yours." Qin Boda retorted, "Very well. Am I to fear a pauper like you?" Gong Xiaokong replied, "Brother Chun, to be candid, I too have contributed some collectibles for this auction. Once you see my items, you shall know my wealth." Qin Boda scoffed, "A pauper like you can provide items for auction?" At that moment, the host announced, "Now, let us turn our attention to the next item for auction, provided by One Yuan Company, Gong Xiaokong." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Could it be that Gong Xiaokong has indeed contributed an item? Any item accepted by the China Trade and Industry International Auction would surely be valued at no less than 1,000,000, which means that, in truth, Qin Boda had already lost half of the wager. Chapter 53. The Auction of the Dinosaur by Gong Xiaokong. On the screen appeared an exquisitely packaged bottle of whiskey, adorned with countless gemstones. The host announced, "This is a limited edition of Isle of Islay whiskey, hailing from the luxury beverage company of the Northern Mist Country. The bottle is crafted from Northern Mist crystal, plated with 2 gold bars, and encrusted with 600 diamonds and 400 rubies. Inside is a vintage single malt whiskey at cask strength from Isle of Islay. The starting bid is 20 million renminbi." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This starting price is truly modest. The 600 diamonds and 400 rubies alone are worth far more. It dawned on everyone that Gong Xiaokong's claims about his auction items paled in comparison to the worth of this single bottle of whiskey. He was not boasting. The Qing Dynasty jade seals and the Ming Dynasty Bodhidharma statue could not compete with the value of this exquisite bottle. Some connoisseurs of whiskey, their eyes gleaming with desire, began to bid. "I offer 22 million, 25 million, 30 million, 40 million. The host exclaimed, "40 million. Is there any offer higher?" 40 million for the first time, 40 million for the second time, 40 million for the third time. With a decisive strike of the gavel, the host declared sold with a sense of triumph. Gong Xiaokong gazed at the perspiring Qin Boda, who had suffered a crushing defeat. Despite Gong Xiaokong's previous financial ruin, this auction had already secured him 40 million in his pocket. Gong Xiaokong remarked, "Brother Chun, you did say I could dispose of it as I wish." Qin Boda retorted, "What skill is it to auction off a bottle of whiskey? You a debauchee. Who knows if this bottle was stolen or snatched? It may not even belong to you." Gong Xiaokong countered, "And what do you consider true skill?" Qin Boda replied, "Look at what we are auctioning. Elegant paintings and antiques. How vulgar is your whiskey auction? Unless you can present us with something we cannot procure, I shall not concede." Gong Xiaokong acknowledged, "Indeed, paintings and antiques possess elegance. Yet, no matter how refined, they are merely items that exist in this world." Qin Boda challenged, "Can you possibly produce something that does not exist in this world?" Gong Xiaokong teased, "What if I happen to possess something that has already vanished from this world?" Qin Boda conceded, "Then I shall admit defeat, and you may dispose of me as you wish. I shall kneel or lie down as you command." Gong Xiaokong quipped, "Lying down works for me, does it not?" Qin Boda agreed, "Indeed, whatever you prefer." Gong Xiaokong turned to the host. "All right, please unveil my next auction item." The host announced, "Now we shall present Mr. Gong Xiaokong's next collection. This series of collectibles is of considerable size. We will first display it physically, followed by presentation on the screen. Please prepare yourselves mentally." Murmurs spread through the audience. Of considerable size? What could it be? Typically, auction items consist of paintings, antiques, and jewelry, which are all relatively small. We have never witnessed the auctioning of something of such magnitude. Could it be a luxurious yacht? A supercar? In front of the auction stage, a colossal steel cage gradually emerged, draped with a vast cloth. The audience buzzed with speculation about the nature of this mysterious object. Surely, it could not be a lavish yacht or a supercar, for such items could not be confined within a cage. A staff member abruptly yanked the cloth away, revealing an enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gasps erupted from the crowd, particularly from Mr. Chun, who was rendered speechless by the astonishment. Who would have imagined that Gong Xiaokong was auctioning off a creature that had been extinct for 65 million years? This was indeed an entity that no longer existed in the world. The T-Rex, with its tawny brown exterior and towering presence, let out a thunderous roar. The screen displayed the item's details. Tyrannosaurus rex, a carnivorous dinosaur from the theropod clade, weighing 10 tons and measuring 15 meters in length. The starting bid was set at $6 billion. The host announced loudly. Though this figure was substantial, it paled in comparison to the value of a living dinosaur. No one in attendance deemed it excessive. After all, this marvel was a testament to extraordinary technology, having traversed the temporal barrier of 65 million years, bringing the apex predator of the Cretaceous period into the present day. The very act of its existence was miraculous, a divine feat. Every drop of blood and every bone of this dinosaur was an invaluable treasure. 65 billion, exclaimed Huaxiang Biotechnology Company. 3 billion, chimed in Juji Genetic Technology Company. 3.05 billion, added Huaxi Biotechnology. 6 billion. The utterance of this price silenced the crowd, as they turned to see who the affluent bidder was. None other than Chun Hua, the general manager of Qin Biotech. Gong Xiaokong approached Mr. Chun with a smile. Do you recall your words, that I could do as I pleased? He whispered mischievously. You ought to prostrate and attend to your business. Mr. Chun, his face ashen, fled towards the exit in silence. Gong Xiaokong pointed his right hand at Mr. Chun, an invisible force pulling him back. Despite Mr. Chun's frantic escape, he found himself drawn further into the venue, as if the very space were contracting. What was happening? Was this individual using some form of internal power to draw him back? The spectators watched this spectacle, finding it even more captivating than the dinosaur itself. Chun Hua's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as though he had glimpsed something rarer than the dinosaur. With his right hand still holding onto Mr. Chun, Gong Xiaokong instructed the staff, open a small gap in the dinosaur's cage. Mr. Chun, realizing the impending doom, screamed in panic. No, I will kneel before you. I will give you money. Please don't kill me. Gong Xiaokong replied. Who is intending to kill you? I merely wish for my dinosaur to have a taste of you. The staff opened the top of the cage, revealing an expanse meant for a human. Gong Xiaokong slowly pushed Mr. Chun into the cage, as if an invisible clamp were seizing him, and he was hurled into the enclosure. The top of the cage was swiftly closed. Boda struggled desperately, shouting, Help! Come save me. He is committing a crime, killing people. If you don't rescue me, you are complicit in his crime. No one dared to intervene, having just witnessed Gong Xiaokong's ruthless methods. The dinosaur observed this intriguing prey with amusement, circling him. Boda cried out, Help! Don't eat me. He had wet his pants. The dinosaur bit down, severing Boda's head cleanly. His headless body collapsed, provoking gasps of astonishment from the audience. It was unclear who fled first, but soon everyone was scrambling to escape, including the host. Everyone sought to distance themselves from the dinosaur and from the murderous Gong Xiaokong. Only Chun Hua, the general manager of Qin Biotechnology, and Gong Xiaokong remained. Gong Xiaokong asked, Why aren't you running? Chun Hua replied, I haven't acquired my dinosaur yet. How can I flee? Gong Xiaokong retorted, You saw me kill him. Are you not afraid? Chun Hua confidently stated he deserved it. How dare he provoke one of the 4 great death gods, life and death separation. When faced with such a fate, it is either life or death, and death is inevitable. Gong Xiaokong acknowledged, You know, I am one of the 4 great death gods, life and death separation. Quite impressive. Chun Hua continued, I also know that the Zhao boss from your former company, Yuan Group, has been captured. The company has fallen apart, and thus you are selling the dinosaurs. Gong Xiaokong's tone turned menacing, his gaze lethal. You possess much knowledge. However, those who know too much often do not live long. Chun Hua extended his hand to Gong Xiaokong. I know I will live a long life because I wish to be your friend and colleague. Our company needs talents like you. You must have many more dinosaurs. We want them all. Join our company, and I can arrange for you to be the manager of the security department. Whatever salary you desire, I can provide. Gong Xiaokong, captivated by Chun Hua's earnest gaze, found the offer irresistible. He grasped Chen Hua's hand. Then it's a deal. Meanwhile, a significant incident transpired at the Hengyang Police Department. A female prisoner had vanished. During the operation to apprehend members of the Huangdi criminal syndicate, Zhao Daming and a female officer, along with 2 gangsters attempting to assault the woman, were brought in, alongside a group of thugs. It was later revealed that the female officer was also a mid-level cadre within the Huangdi syndicate, a seasoned enforcer who had previously stabbed the renowned painter Qin Lang, leaving him hospitalized with severe injuries. Then, a peculiar event unfolded. As the authorities prepared to photograph and take statements from the captured individuals, Zhao Daming suddenly clutched his throat, exerting all his strength in an attempt to strangle himself. Numerous officers rushed to pry his hands away, but Zhao Daming, fueled by an unknown source of strength, began to foam at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. No one could release his grip. Ultimately, a police officer had no choice but to use a stun baton to subdue Zhao Daming, thereby preventing his suicide attempt. At this moment, people discovered that the woman who had stabbed Qin Lang had vanished. According to the surveillance footage, she had boldly exited through the front door amidst the chaos within the police station. As she departed, it appeared she inadvertently tilted her head at an angle that rendered her face unrecognizable to the cameras. Strangely, the officers on duty at the entrance, Chun Xiang and Lu Qi, remained oblivious, allowing her to stroll away without a care. Director Shun Xiaohong furiously berated Chun Xiang and Lu Qi, exclaiming, "This woman slipped right under your noses. How could you not notice her? You are a bunch of worthless fools, blind as bats." The officers, feeling unjustly accused, protested. "We've never encountered anything like this. I believe I did see the woman leave. She even glanced at us. For some reason, that gaze left me feeling disoriented, as if I had been intoxicated, and it took a moment for clarity to return. Moreover, we cannot recall what she looked like. Not a single person in the police station can remember her appearance." Director Shun shouted in frustration, "What are you afraid of? We shall investigate the Huangdi company. Let us apprehend all the members of the underworld. While the monk may flee, the temple remains. In due time, we will examine the records, and I am certain we will uncover the identity of this woman." Meanwhile, the fleeing woman was driving a Rolls-Royce. She possessed striking almond-shaped eyes and short hair, exuding beauty. She was on the phone, saying, "Xiao Wan, arrange a new identity for me. I need to go on the run. President Zhao has already been captured, and I almost fell into their hands too. Qin Lang, you have brought me such misfortune. Had I known this would happen, I should have ensured your demise with that stab." She gritted her teeth as the car sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Chapter 54. Gong Tianya's challenge on the shaded avenue. Luda, who had been searching desperately, felt his heart nearly cease when he spotted Bu Xiaoyu. He leaped with uncontainable joy, rushing forth to embrace her tightly. "You are alive. Am I dreaming? How did you escape?" It was as if he had been resurrected, rather than Bu Xiaoyu. Not even winning 30 million in the lottery could match his elation. Zhang Yang and Adu also expressed their delight. "Xiaoyu, how did you manage to escape? Are you all right? We searched for you all night." Indeed, they had scoured the vast forest without rest. At dawn, they finally reached the summit of Elder Peak, discovering wolf tracks ascending the sheer cliffs. However, the cliffs were insurmountable for Lu De and Zhang Yang, and even Adu's ascent was uncertain. Consequently, they returned to the village to seek local guidance on a possible route. While en route to Elder Peak, they chanced upon Bu Xiaoyu and Juzi. Their astonishment peaked when they beheld Bu Xiaoyu produce the coveted 9-leaf jade spirit herb. "Is this truly the 9-leaf jade spirit herb? Sister Bu, you are incredible. Not only did you evade the Wolf King, but you also returned unscathed while finding this precious herb. Qin Lang is saved. What? You even rescued the wife of the martial arts deity Gong Tianya? With such a powerful ally, you need not fear anyone." The four rejoiced, bidding farewell to the locals and returning triumphantly with the 9-leaf jade spirit herb. The mountains, awash in orange hues, resembled the Danxia Mountains bathed in the sunset. Bidding them farewell, upon returning to the hospital, Bu Xiaoyu prepared a medicinal soup from the 9-leaf jade spirit herb for Qin Lang. The fragrant concoction filled the room, invigorating all who inhaled its aroma. They anxiously awaited Qin Lang's awakening. However, unbeknownst to them, he had been in a deep slumber for an entire week, trapped in a profound nightmare. In his dream, a towering dragon with a grotesque human visage writhed amidst thunderclouds. With a sweep of its claws, it unleashed bolts of lightning that danced like dazzling silver serpents through the darkened sky. These bolts then darted in various directions, one striking down amidst the towering buildings, directly hitting Qin Lang. The colossal dragon gradually transformed into a stern-looking middle-aged man, descending from the ominous clouds to confront Qin Lang. He pointed a finger at Qin Lang, declaring, "By accepting my lightning, you have become my servant. Slay the inhabitants of this city." "No," Qin Lang retorted. Furious, the middle-aged man replied, "The power you possess is mine to bestow, and you must obey. Otherwise, I shall reclaim your strength and render you powerless. Go ahead and take it back." "I care not," Qin Lang boldly asserted. The man chuckled darkly. "Do you believe reclaiming your power ends a matter? I shall also annihilate those around you, and you will perish in a storm of electricity, charred beyond recognition." "Curse you," Qin Lang fumed, unleashing a lightning attack upon the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. After being struck by lightning, he absorbed its power with no adverse effects. "Your strength originates from me, yet you dare to wield it against me. You traitor! Today, I shall eliminate you first, then annihilate your friends to set an example." With a surge of energy, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, 100 times more formidable than Qin Lang's, resembling a colossal scythe that brutally pierced through Qin Lang's body. "Ah!" Qin Lang exclaimed in shock, awakening. Surrounding him, Bu Xiaoyu, Lu De, Zhang Yang, and President Ouyang all wore expressions of joyful surprise. Initially, Zhang Yang had estimated that Qin Lang would remain unconscious for a month. To everyone's astonishment, after consuming the medicinal brew infused with the 9-leaf Ganoderma, he regained consciousness almost immediately. Zhang Yang assessed his pulse and nodded. "Your internal injuries show significant improvement. With another week of rest, you will fully recover. However, during this week, you must not exert yourself." Bu Xiaoyu held Qin Lang tightly, exclaiming, "You've finally awakened. How wonderful! It's all my fault. I was utterly helpless, captured and dragged around, causing our wedding to remain unfinished. Tomorrow, we shall continue our wedding. I will also learn martial arts to protect myself, ensuring you will never again suffer such grave injuries for my sake." Qin Lang replied, "It is my shortcoming. My abilities were insufficient to safeguard you." Lu De interjected, "Qin Lang, you must express your gratitude to my sister-in-law. It was she who accompanied us to Danxiao Mountain to procure the 9-leaf Ganoderma. She risked her life, nearly perishing at the jaws of a wolf, to retrieve it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be awake now." Qin Lang said, "Xiaoyu, you have endured so much for me. You truly need not suffer so greatly on my behalf. This is all my fault. I should never have confronted Zhao Shisheng. If I hadn't, the Gong family Huangdi have sought vengeance repeatedly. And you Huangdi have been captured and endured such hardships, ultimately risking everything to save me with the spirit herb. Let's live well from now on. I shall never engage in fighting again, nor delve into the martial world." Before he could finish, a thunderous roar echoed from outside. "Qin Lang, come out." The voice was powerful, resonating through the heavens. With a resounding crash, every window in the hospital room shattered under an unseen force, splintering into a multitude of shards that rained down like crystal debris. The group gasped in astonishment. Who could this formidable individual be? Ouyang and Lu peered through the gaping windows to glimpse an elder and a middle-aged man standing in the square below, the elder's piercing hawk-like gaze fixed upon them. Despite the distance of 100 meters, a palpable sense of pressure enveloped them. Ouyang swiftly cautioned the others. "It seems we are facing a master. You must not confront them. I shall meet with them." With a swift movement, he vanished into the corridor and descended to the ground floor. Finally discerning the elder's visage, it was none other than the renowned Gong Tianya, a figure known throughout the nation. Though Gong Tianya had retreated from the world for 3 years, he now emanated an even more formidable aura, akin to dark clouds looming ominously over a city. Ouyang cupped his hands in greeting. "Elder Gong, It is an honor to meet you again after such a long time. I have heard of your withdrawal from the martial realm. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Gong Tinya scrutinized him intently. Who are you? I did not recognize you. I have heard that Qin Lang is in this hospital. Summon him forth to face his demise. President Ouyang. I am Ouyang Yinda, the president of the Alliance of Divine Humans. Qin Lang is a member of our alliance and is currently gravely injured and unable to move. I am unaware of how he has offended you, but surely you would not lay a hand on one who is so severely wounded. Gong Tinya. This Qin Lang has killed my disciple, Gong Longhai, and Gong Wulin, and he has injured Gong Yinhua. Blood must be repaid with blood. Today, I shall ensure he pays with his life. Were it a contest of martial prowess, I would certainly refrain from striking one who is injured. Yet this is a matter of vengeance, and regardless of his current state, I shall take his wretched life. President Ouyang's smile gradually faded. As Qin Lang is now a member of my Alliance of Divine Humans, I am resolutely committed to safeguarding his safety. If you must strike today, old Gong, then I shall rise to the challenge. Gong Tianya now regarded him with newfound seriousness. Very well. I had not realized there was such a figure within our nation. Those who dare to confront me are but a handful, and you are among them. Thus, I shall not hold back. Chapter 55. The battle between Gong Tianya and President Ouyang. Gong Tianya. Are you truly willing to stand up for this boy? President Ouyang. Indeed, he is under my protection. I shall bear the consequences of all his misdeeds. Gong Tianya regarded him earnestly. Very well, but do not hold me accountable. He possesses several lives of my disciples, and I shall show no mercy. With a swift motion of his right hand, a whirlwind erupted forth. Initially modest in size, the vortex expanded rapidly upon leaving Gong Tianya's grasp, ultimately transforming into a tempest large enough to engulf 2 or 3 individuals. The whirlwind surged directly towards President Ouyang. President Ouyang clasped his hands together, then suddenly parted them. A transparent wall materialized, akin to countless hexagonal glass panes intricately assembled, emerging swiftly from the center outward. This was a telekinetic barrier of formidable defense, the rhombus defense formation. The whirlwind collided with this transparent wall, instantly rebounding. Gong Tianya nimbly leapt aside, evading the tempest. The whirlwind ensnared a large tree outside the hospital, uprooting it and scattering its branches and leaves in an instant. Gong Tianya scoffed. No wonder you dare to defend this boy. You possess some cunning abilities. His right hand began to radiate light, and with another sweeping motion, as if a giant were bellowing, a series of tumultuous waves surged forth from his hand, unleashing relentless shockwaves. This force consisted of 7 waves, the second overlapping the first, the third enveloping the second, each wave stronger than the last, resembling a giant's continuous roar. Oh, EW, roar. Ultimately, the 7 waves converged, reaching the zenith of power, generating an explosive force that surged forward, invincible. President Ouyang's pupils constricted. This was indeed Gong Tianya's renowned signature move, the 7-fold waves of fury. He hastened to accelerate the formation of another rhombus defense formation, with a thunderous roar, akin to a missile detonating at the hospital entrance. Under the 7-fold assault of the 7-fold waves of fury, the dual rhombus defense formation shattered into oblivion, leaving no remnants. The exterior of the hospital building was battered, clouds of dust spiraling around, as numerous cracks erupted. Gong Tianya wore a triumphant smile, only to suddenly realize that President Ouyang had vanished. Where could he have gone? He then perceived a multitude of intersecting blue lines on his right, forming a web of laser-like trajectories. These were not lasers, but the swift arcs of fists in motion. Countless intertwining punches converged rapidly into a singular beam, aimed directly at Gong Tianya. With no time for contemplation, Gong Tianya waved his left hand, unleashing a massive black dragon that surged forth to confront the multitude of striking fists. Boom! Another resounding explosion arose as a colossal fireball emerged, casting a shadow over everything nearby. Trees were uprooted and hurled 20 meters away, while parked cars were sent flying by the tremendous shockwave, tumbling through the air. The surrounding pedestrians had long since vanished, while in the distance, people took refuge in safe spots, capturing photographs, recording videos, and live-streaming this epic confrontation. An exuberant yet apprehensive streamer exclaimed, "What I am broadcasting now is the epic battle between a martial arts deity, Gong Tianya, and the esteemed leader of the Human Alliance, President Ouyang. The streets have transformed into a wasteland. Why are they clashing so fiercely? What has provoked such a commotion?" It is rumored that it all revolves around the painter, Qin Lang, who is said to have slain several of Gong Tianya's disciples. Not long ago, there were indeed whispers of Qin Lang committing murder. They say that vengeance is a dish best served cold. Regardless, engaging in combat outside a hospital is utterly unacceptable, as it is filled with the elderly, the weak, and the ill. What would happen if they were injured? Such prominent figures, who can rein them in? Who do you think will emerge victorious in this confrontation? Wait, why can I no longer see them? Where have they gone? They're not on the ground, but in the sky. Up above, I can only see two shadows clashing together. President Ouyang declared, "Well, Gong Tianya, do you truly intend to turn this place into a battlefield? Shall we not choose another venue for our duel?" Gong Tianya retorted, "The blood feud over my disciples is one that cannot go unpunished. I care not for the surroundings." Ouyang replied, "By fighting here, you will only cause more deaths, surpassing even those slain by Qin Lang." Gong Tianya disdainfully responded, "What does it matter if I slay a few insignificant ants?" Ouyang countered, "Are your disciples' lives of greater worth than those of these innocent bystanders?" Gong Tianya let out a fierce roar. "You should first concern yourself with preserving your own life." The two engaged in an incredibly swift exchange in the air, executing dozens of moves in mere moments, unleashing hundreds of fist shadows that collided like a torrential downpour of punches, igniting countless sparks. They maneuvered through the sky, their movements so rapid that onlookers could scarcely follow, darting from west to east and south to north. With a resounding impact, they leapt apart, each taking a stance. President Ouyang, panting heavily, primarily relied on his magical prowess. Though he possessed some martial arts skills, his physical strength and endurance could not match Gong Tianya's. Having fought from youth to old age, Gong Tianya's stamina was significantly superior. He merely breathed lightly. Gong Tianya began to concentrate his power in his right hand. "Ouyang Inda, we bear no personal grudge, and I should not resort to such brutality. However, since Qin Lang has murdered several of my disciples, this blood debt must be repaid. Since you choose to stand by him, this reckoning shall fall upon you. Prepare to face my wrath." The atmosphere trembled as the wind surged, and numerous clouds formed into funnel-shaped tornadoes, spiraling downwards and elongating as they descended. These tornadoes swept past towering skyscrapers, their increasingly slender tails converging upon Gong Tianya. Countless eyes widened in amazement at this spectacle. Gong Tianya began to radiate light as the forces of heaven and earth began to coalesce around him. He was on the verge of unleashing his ultimate move, the world-destroying pagoda tornado. A grave expression appeared on President Ouyang's face. He knew he could not withstand the attack, yet escape was not an option. "Stop," he shouted. "Gong Tianya, if you seek to kill someone, let it be me." Gong Tianya turned to see Bu Xiaoyu and Lu De supporting Qin Lang as they emerged. Outside the hospital, two individuals have been engaged in a fierce battle for an extended period, with waves of impact reverberating through every ward within. How could Qin Lang remain oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside? An elderly man, well beyond his 60s, is valiantly fighting for his life on his behalf. Despite the pleas of Lu Dao and others, he finds himself unable to restrain his impulse to step outside. Even though he has only just begun to recover from serious injuries and lacks combat capability, he cannot allow this venerable figure to perish before him in the line of duty. Gong Tianya sneered, "So you are Qin Lang. You have finally emerged from your shell. I thought you were destined to be a coward for eternity." Gong Nianhua interjected, "Indeed, it is this scoundrel. He is responsible for the deaths of both my master and second brother." Qin Lang responded, "Yes, it is I. I struck Zhao Shisheng in self-defense when your disciple Gong Long Hai and a group of others came to confront me. Subsequently, the Zhao family abducted my girlfriend, and when I attempted to rescue her, your disciples Gong Wulin and Gong Nianhua chose to align themselves with the Zhao family. I had no choice but to eliminate them. This is the entirety of the matter. If you still believe your disciples are blameless, then go ahead and take my life. But do not involve those who stand by my side. Chapter 56. The ultimate technique of Gong Tianya. Gong Nianhua glanced at his master, fearing a moment of hesitation. He quickly interjected, "Master, do not be swayed by his honeyed words. It was he who sought us out to strike, and we are merely exercising our right to self-defense." Gong Tianya snorted coldly. Regardless of whether it is self-defense or provocation, the undeniable truth remains that you have slain my disciple. A life taken must be repaid with a life. The law is impartial, punishing both sovereign and commoner alike. Prepare to meet your demise. You need not utter another word. Nothing you say will alter your fate. It is destined that you shall perish here today. Countless tornadoes coalesced around him, forming a colossal, swirling vortex of wind that expanded to a diameter of 5 meters. The tempest was fierce and unyielding, emanating piercing bolts of deep blue lightning, rendering his figure barely discernible amidst the chaos. It was evident to all present that Gong Tianya was about to strike. Bu Xiaoyu suddenly stepped in front of Qin Lang, blocking him. "Go on, you martial arts deity, strike this defenseless woman. What a remarkable feat you would achieve." She understood that Gong Tianya, with his unparalleled martial prowess, would not harm an innocent girl devoid of any martial skills. Thus, she positioned herself before Qin Lang, seeking a final glimmer of hope. Gong Nianhua bellowed, "Step aside, woman. My master seeks to uphold justice. If you obstinately stand before a criminal and meet your end, it will be of your own making. Do not blame others." Qin Lang, you spineless coward, hiding behind a woman and making her plead for your life. Bu Xiaoyu retorted, "Silence, you shameless wretch, willing to become a lackey for the Zhao family for the sake of money, now inciting your master to commit murder." Gong Nianhua scoffed, "This girl is truly sharp-tongued. Master, pay her no heed. Against such cunning and treacherous individuals, strike her down. Only then will she be subdued." Gong Tianya slowly raised his hands, poised to unleash his attack. "Child, no matter your words, they shall not prevent my strike. If you insist on standing before him, you shall perish alongside him. He has slain 3 of my disciples. Now, I shall take your lives, and you will have gained an extra life." A surge of blue lightning erupted from Qin Lang as he prepared for a desperate fight. "Xiaoyu, do not speak any further. Retreat to the hospital. Luda Zhangyang, President Ouyang, let us join forces. We may yet prevail." Zhangyang protested. "No. Qin Lang, you must escape. You have only just recovered. You cannot risk further injury." Qin Lang replied resolutely, "At this juncture, how can I flee? If I abandon you, how can I face you all?" Bu Xiaoyu declared, "I shall not flee either. If you perish, my existence holds no meaning." Gong Nianhua relished their plight. "Indeed, you must be his wife. As partners in life, your demise is not unjust." Suddenly, Bu Xiaoyu recalled something. "Gong Tianya, I saved your wife, Long Pa. Did you know?" Gong Tianya's hand abruptly halted. "What? You know where Long Pa is?" Bu Xiaoyu replied. "She was captured by the Wind Dragon sect and imprisoned in Danxia Mountain for 3 years. I rescued her, and you would repay kindness with enmity?" Gong Nianhua hastily interjected. "Master, do not listen to her. You mobilized the entire martial arts community in search of your master for 3 years. Yet this young girl found her in an instant? Such a notion is preposterous. She is merely a diversion. Even if she truly located my master, it would cost her a life, and they still owe us 2 lives." Without further hesitation, Gong Tianya, with an arrow drawn, was compelled to unleash his attack. He thrust his palm forward, and the apocalyptic pagoda tornado surged forth. A colossal white tempest erupted, entwined with blue-black lightning, forming 9 black dragons. These 9 dragons soared around the storm, chanting and resonating, their roars shaking the heavens. Everyone present covered their ears in response. The tempest, resembling a gigantic drill, targeted Qin Lang and his companions with relentless force. The diameter of this storm was nearly half that of a hospital building. Given its momentum, it could easily flatten the hospital and several other structures. Qin Lang, Liu De, President Ouyang, and Zhang Yang simultaneously unleashed their vital energy, preparing to join forces to withstand this devastating blow. Though their hopes were dim, should they escape, the hospital would be reduced to ruins, and countless lives would be tragically lost. In that critical moment, a figure descended from the sky, positioning itself before Qin Lang and his companions. An aged voice resonated. Gong Tianya, are you truly intent on killing me as well? Gong Tianya focused his gaze and was filled with elation. My wife? Bu Xiaoyu. Upon seeing, confirmed that it was indeed Long Pe. Gong Tianya exclaimed, Wife, you were truly rescued. Long Pe replied, Indeed, but you intend to slay my savior, even to the point of taking my life. Gong Tianya immediately divided his power, redirecting the apocalyptic pagoda tornado into 3 separate currents, each veering in different directions. This maneuver was exceptionally arduous. As the saying goes, once a move is made, it cannot be retracted easily. Redirecting such a fierce attack, already propelled so far, was no simple feat. At this moment, Gong Tianya's profound skill was evident. For the sake of saving his wife, he could accomplish even the most challenging tasks. With thunderous roars, the apocalyptic pagoda tornado split into 3, striking 2 distant buildings and a hill, resulting in catastrophic explosions. Yet, the hospital building remained unharmed. As the smoke cleared, Gong Tianya stepped forward, and before him stood the long-lost visage of his wife, Long Meishio. Long Meishio, also known as Long Pe, had aged significantly and appeared quite haggard after 3 years of confinement. However, in Gong Tianya's eyes, she was the most exquisite sight. Long Pe, upon seeing Gong Tianya, was equally overjoyed, yet her expression soon shifted to anger as she delivered a resounding slap to his face. Old man, you have truly become more foolish. You would dare to strike my savior. Gong Tianya, clutching his face, pointed at Bu Xiaoyu. Is this young girl truly your savior? Long Pe affirmed. Indeed, that cruel wind dragon sect imprisoned me in a stone cave for 3 long years, tormenting me in countless ways. Had it not been for this young girl as fortuitous discovery and rescue, I fear I would not have survived much longer. You must confront the wind dragon sect instead of seeking to harm my savior. Gong Tianya promptly bowed to Bu Xiaoyu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young lady, for saving Meishio. I deeply regret my actions today and offer my sincerest apologies. Bu Xiaoyu inquired of Long Pe, how did you arrive here? Long Pe smiled and replied, after our farewell at Danxiao Mountain, I had intended to return to the capital to find my husband. Having been confined for so long, my phone was long gone, and I could not reach him. I could only rely on sensing his presence. I felt he was heading towards Hunan, so I hastened to Shangnan. Today, the news reported that he was engaged in a fight here, prompting me to rush over, and I managed to arrive just in the nick of time, thus preventing a catastrophe. Gong Nianhua, observing the harmonious exchange, bitterly remarked, Master, are we to let Qin Lang's actions, which cost several of our lives, go unpunished? Gong Tianya, having just received a slap from his wife in public and unable to retaliate, found an outlet for his anger by delivering a sharp slap to Gong Nianhua, rebuking him. Today's events are a result of your meddling and slander. You nearly caused me to harm my own wife. Silence yourself. He then turned to Qin Lang, stating, Your wife saved mine, so I shall not trouble you further today. We will settle our accounts at a later time. You are gravely injured now. To kill you would be an act of cowardice and subject me to ridicule. Once you have recovered, we shall determine our fates. Chapter 57. Bu Xiaoyu instructs Qin Lang not to evade upon finishing his words. He linked arms with Long Pe and departed alongside Gong Nianhua. As they left, Gong Nianhua cast a venomous glare in their direction, harboring a deep resentment for having failed to eradicate them entirely this time. If mere glances could slay, Gong Nianhua would have dispatched them 1,000 times over. Seeing them depart, President Ouyang finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his body slackening as he teetered, on the verge of fainting. Luda and Qin Lang quickly supported him. President, what is the matter? Are you all right? Zhang Yang took his pulse and reassured them. It's nothing serious. President Ouyang is of advanced age, and after such a prolonged confrontation with Gong Tianya, he has exhausted himself. In truth, President Ouyang is not solely a fighter. He has overexerted himself against a war god. Qin Lang lamented, It is I who have implicated you, President Ouyang. This is my affair and shouldn't concern you at all. President Ouyang replied, You mustn't blame yourself. It's merely fate. With your upright nature, how could you stand idly by witnessing a vulnerable woman being bullied? Someone must rise against evil. If you do not, you may very well become the next victim. Once you intervene, you forge enmities. With enmities comes the cycle of vengeance. Such is the way of the world. If you do not slay, you shall be slain. Do you still wish to withdraw from this realm? Wherever there are people, there lies a world of conflict. How could you possibly extricate yourself? Unless, of course, you choose to become utterly oblivious, disregarding all sights and sounds, devoid of love, hatred, joy, or anger, allowing others to trample upon you without response. That is the only way to withdraw. Yet, in doing so, you would be no different from a fool or a wastrel. A fate I'm certain you do not desire. Alternatively, you could strive to grow ever stronger, surpassing all your adversaries, ensuring that none dare to trouble you or target your family. Only then shall you and your loved ones attain true safety. Qin Lang pondered President Ouyang's words, finding them profoundly insightful. In this world, the notion of withdrawing from the tumultuous fray is utterly impossible. Just moments ago, he had expressed a desire to retreat from the world alongside Bu Xiaoyu, and Gong Tianya had promptly sought him out. There exist but 3 paths to withdraw from this realm. First, unless you can discover a place so remote that no one can find you, living in solitude. However, such a life would be of abysmal quality, and your enemies will inevitably track you down. There are no longer any places in this world where one can remain hidden indefinitely. Given time, even the most secluded locales will be uncovered. Second, as President Ouyang suggested, one could become a spineless wretch who neither retaliates nor protests. This is utterly unfeasible. Though one may continue to exist, such a life would be indistinguishable from death. The only viable option is the third, to strengthen oneself, to become more formidable than all others. With this in mind, Qin Lang bowed deeply to President Ouyang, imploring, Please accept me as your disciple. I wish to grow stronger, to surpass Gong Tianya, and to protect my family. President Ouyang chuckled, So, it seems, both of you wish to become my students. Qin Lang glanced at Xiaoyu, who mischievously smiled. Do you also wish to learn from President Ouyang? I have already become his disciple, so I am now your senior sister. Luda and Zhang Yang could not help but chuckle softly. President Ouyang, Qin Lang, I can teach you. Your talent is truly exceptional, a rare gem among the masses, fitting for martial arts training. However, during this period, you must prioritize your rest and recuperate from your injuries. Refrain from using lightning, lest it further deplete your physical condition. After today's fierce battle, I too require rest. 2 weeks from now, I shall return to instruct you. Thus, Qin Lang and Bu Xiaoyu spent 2 delightful weeks together. Qin Lang felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. They strolled through the streets, savored iced pops, played billiards, watched movies, engaged in murder mystery games, and participated in escape rooms, partaking in all the activities typical of couples. It was the sweltering summer, and as they enjoyed 5 yuan ice cream cones, they both felt the heat and swiftly retreated to the underground billiards hall to pass the time. Qin Lang's billiard skills far surpassed those of Bu Xiaoyu, who lost every game, even when he deliberately held back. Eventually, unable to bear continuing the one-sided match, he allowed her to start with black 8. Nonetheless, she still lost numerous rounds. Yet, her spirits remained unperturbed. As long as she was with Qin Lang, she found joy. After their lopsided billiard session, they ventured to the banks of the Zhejiang River, where they beheld the sun gradually descending, morphing into a charming yolk-like red, resting in the serene dove gray of the western sky. At that moment, the entire city seemed to fall into tranquility. Amidst this stillness, Qin Lang gently embraced Bu Xiaoyu and kissed her cheek. Do you truly love me? Is it because I saved your father that you feel affection for me? Did you hasten to marry me due to Li Liying's confession? Is it my rescue of you that made you fall for me? Do you genuinely love me for who I am? Bu Xiaoyu gazed at Qin Lang and replied, Fool, why do you keep asking me this? I like you. I love you, simply because you are you. Qin Lang looked up at the sky. Once, I was merely an ordinary art teacher, earning a modest salary and leading a conventional life. Then, one day, my existence underwent a profound transformation. I fought for the first time, saved someone for the first time, acted heroically for the first time, created paintings that could materialize, was pursued by the media, became a celebrity, acquired wealth beyond my dreams, entered high society, took a life for the first time, discovered superpowers, was chased by dinosaurs, sustained grave injuries, fell in love with a woman of your standing, married, and experienced true intimacy, becoming a real man. Bu Xiaoyu gazed at him, her eyes sparkling. Qin Lang continued, I no longer know who I am. Am I still the same person? At times, I long to return to my former life, a life without peril or relentless striving, where I could sleep soundly until dawn and witness the resolution of my tales. Yet, I can no longer go back. Gong Tianya has vowed to seek vengeance once I recover. I must grow stronger, surpass him, for my safety, and yours depends on it. President Ouyang has instructed me to seek the 10 divine artifacts, which will undoubtedly be even more perilous. Do not mock me. At times I ponder the significance of gathering divine artifacts and how it pertains to my existence. Even if the Thunder God were to be resurrected, what relevance would it hold for me? At worst, we could flee to another continent. I yearn for a return to a tranquil life, free from conflict. Xiaoyu interjected, no matter where we escape, Gong Tianya will inevitably track us down. Should the Thunder God rise again, it will unleash calamity upon the world. There is no sanctuary from fate. We cannot evade destiny, only confront it. She gazed intently at Qin Lang, speaking with conviction, regardless of your past. You are no longer that person. There is no need to cling to your former life. Wherever fate leads us, we must strive there. Would you prefer to return to teaching art, enduring the incessant noise of unruly students until the end of your days? How long could you continue teaching art under the looming threats of Gong Tianya and the Thunder God? How long could you enjoy a peaceful existence? The resurrection of the Thunder God is an immutable fate. We may choose to disregard humanity at large, but we must at least safeguard our own lives and those of our families. Xiaoyu earnestly questioned Qin Lang. Are you willing to scurry like a mouse, hiding from Gong Tianya and the Thunder God, or to drag me and our families into a life of shameful evasion and survival? Qin Lang replied resolutely, I certainly do not wish for that. Xiaoyu embraced Qin Lang tightly. Then let us live together with dignity, fulfilling our responsibilities. A wave of pure warmth enveloped Qin Lang, a dual solace for both soul and body. Suddenly, he felt a renewed strength to move forward. The red pine child within the demon refining pot spoke after a long silence. Young man, the words of this girl are profoundly wise. Cherish her well. She is truly deserving of you and worthy of the finest in this world. Chapter 58. Setting sail in search of the Kongtong seal 2 weeks later. Qin Lang's internal injuries had nearly healed. President Ouyang imparted to him some fundamental martial arts techniques, including joint locks, the manipulation of vital energy, and the external projection of qi. He emphasized, during this period, it would be best for you to focus on cultivating your qi, employing it in conjunction with joint locks for combat. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using lightning techniques. Dedicate yourself to internal cultivation, striving to achieve the golden core as soon as possible. Only then may you resume the use of lightning. Similarly, he instructed Bu Xiaoyu in the most basic methods of qi cultivation and some simple combat skills. He also taught her some accelerated martial arts techniques, such as the use of throwing weapons, enabling her to quickly acquire the ability for self-defense. Qin Lang disclosed all matters to President Ouyang, including the acquisition of a Nuwa stone during his battle with Gong Wulin. Ouyang's eyes brightened. We are just about to embark on a quest for the 10 divine artifacts, and the Nuwa stone is indeed one of them. It may prove useful. He directed the engineers to study the small Nuwa stone, leading to the invention of an artifact detector. Since all 10 divine artifacts emit synchronized electromagnetic waves, they can sense one another. This detector would indicate the location of the nearest artifact and provide an approximate distance, achieving an accuracy of up to 20 meters. The device could vary in size, capable of being as large as a table or as small as a wristwatch. Thus, they prepared to set sail in search of the next artifact, the Kongtong Seal. Qin Lang, Bu Xiaoyu, Lu De, and Zhang Yang traveled by high-speed train to Shizhou City in Fujian Province, where the Human Alliance's branch possessed an array of yachts, cargo ships, and submarines. They would select a vessel to journey to the East China Sea in pursuit of the Kongtong Seal. According to Yi's divination, the Kongtong Seal lay deep within the East China Sea Trench, approximately 600 kilometers from the coast. Consequently, they chose an advanced submersible yacht, the Nautilus. This vessel could navigate the surface of the sea and, due to its sealed cockpit, transform into a submarine for underwater travel, boasting a range of 1,000 kilometers. Most importantly, the engineers had equipped the Nautilus cockpit with a 1-meter diameter artifact detector capable of identifying the general vicinity of the Kongtong Seal. Each of them donned a small artifact detector, resembling a wristwatch on their wrists. President Ouyang inscribed a magical mark on each of them, except for Bu Xiaoyu, enabling him to sense their whereabouts regardless of distance. On the day of departure, the sun shone brightly, and fluffy white clouds adorned the sky. A gentle sea breeze tousled everyone's hair. Qin Lang and Bu Xiaoyu felt elated, akin to embarking on a vacation. Once they entered the ocean, cheers erupted from all. The water was an astonishing shade of blue, a profound, deep blue, unlike the shallow azure seen along coastal shores in television dramas. The sea formed a magnificent arc along the horizon, where the white froth of waves sparkled brilliantly against the deep blue expanse. Above, the ever-swirling white clouds and the infinite warm sea breeze caressed each individual, making their garments flutter like wings upon their bodies. The sun scatters countless flecks of gold upon the surface of the sea, as numerous seagulls swoop towards them, gliding overhead. Hooray! Qin Lang can no longer contain his exuberance. Bu Xiaoyu and Qin Lang clasp hands, basking in each other's warmth. The gentle sea breeze caresses them, a sensation of indescribable comfort and endless bliss. All traces of the city have vanished, leaving no remnants behind. Concerns of the 4 great death gods and life and death struggles are cast aside. It seems that on this vast ocean, no worries exist. Zhang Yang inquires of the captain, "How long until we reach the trench?" The captain replies, "Approximately 9 hours. It will be swift. The weather is splendid today." In the dining area of the cabin, Bu Xiaoyu questions Qin Lang, "What does the Kongtong Seal truly look like?" Qin Lang responds, "Chisongzi, you must enlighten us about the appearance of the Kongtong Seal, for you are the only one who has seen it." Those near Qin Lang are already aware of the existence of the ancient deity Chisongzi within the demon refining pot. It has become an open secret. At this moment, the demon refining pot on Qin Lang as person has shrunk to the size of a pendant, hanging around his neck, from which the voice of Chisongzi emerges. I recall that the Kongtong Seal is a circular jade seal inscribed with the names of the 5 heavenly emperors. For a long time, it has been said that whoever possesses the Kongtong Seal will unify the realm and ascend as emperor, attaining immortality. Thus, many have sought to seize the Kongtong Seal. Lu De asks, "Has anyone ever succeeded in obtaining it?" "Of course not," Chisongzi replies. "The Kongtong Seal, which governs the fortunes of humanity and grants immortality, could never fall into mortal hands. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. The Han dynasty under the Liu clan and the Tang dynasty under the Li clan were all predestined. If a random person were to seize the Kongtong Seal and declare themselves emperor, living for 7 or 8 centuries and becoming a scourge upon the world, what would become of the laws of man? What of justice? Would not those who were meant to be emperors weep in despair? Thus, long ago, a great deity sealed the Kongtong Seal deep beneath the sea to ensure it remained out of reach of mortals, compelling them to strive for their own fortunes and abandon their futile desires for the seal." Zhang Yang, with a hint of innocence, asks, "If we were to find the Kongtong Seal, could we become emperors?" Chisongzi chuckles, It is said that those who wish to obtain the Kantong seal must first face death. Only those who are resolutely prepared to die may have a chance at acquiring it. If we were to truly obtain the Kantong seal, becoming an emperor would be impossible, for there are no emperors left. However, becoming a wealthy magnate is still within the realm of possibility, for the Kantong seal is indeed a priceless treasure. In the Fenglong Company branch located in Shizhou, Fujian province, there exists a hall of the Wind Dragon sect, the Dragon King Hall. The hall master, Deng Zhong, received urgent news early in the morning. Qin Lang and a group of individuals from the Divine Human Alliance have embarked on a sea voyage. He promptly calls to inform the Rebirth Project Manager, Zhou Ying. Manager Zhou, we've located Qin Lang. He and a group are sailing towards the East China Sea. They are aboard a submersible yacht. Zhou Ying responds, what is he doing in the East China Sea? Perhaps he is once again in search of divine artifacts. There is indeed a strong possibility that the artifacts lie beneath the waves. Zhou Ying, Master Deng, you must take a few capable individuals and follow them immediately. Wherever they go, you shall go. Very well. We too have a submarine yacht, and I shall depart at once. Bring ample provisions. This journey may be a long voyage, and should we acquire the divine artifact, I shall ensure you receive due credit for a significant achievement. Understood. Manager Zhou, I promise to accomplish the task. After hanging up the phone, a smile graced Zhou Ying's face. Previously scolded by Chun Qianquan and feeling utterly defeated, the moment for vindication was finally at hand. By the time evening descended at 5 o'clock, the Nautilus was nearing the depths of the East China Sea. The sky remained brilliantly illuminated, with the horizon adorned by resplendent golden twilight, and the sea surface exhibited no unusual signs. The Nautilus sealed all portholes, rendering the vessel completely airtight, and began its descent. The underwater scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, with countless schools of fish gliding gracefully, their vibrant colors swaying in the currents. Shades of reddish-brown, soft lavender, and shimmering gold danced through the water, reminiscent of a flock of birds in the sky. As they swam past with their robust bodies, they evoked the image of a cavalcade of steeds frolicking in the ocean. Bu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in awe. How magnificent this ocean is! Chapter 59. The undersea submarine battle. As the Nautilus continued its descent, the surrounding waters swiftly darkened, resembling the treacherous cliffs of the ocean floor. The vibrant schools of fish gave way to peculiar creatures that glided past. The captain extinguished the lights, wary that illumination would attract the ferocious denizens of the deep. Luda observed an extraordinary fish swimming by, its head resembling a transparent bubble akin to a glass dome, within which two jade-green orbs swam clumsily. One odd fish. Do those green spheres represent its left and right brains? He mused. A seasoned crew member chimed in. That is a barrel-eyed fish. Those green orbs are not its brains, but its eyes. Is such a curiosity truly found among fish? Luda inquired. At that moment, a diminutive octopus flitted by the window, appearing as though it possessed tiny wings and donned a pink skirt. Wow, how adorable! What is that? Wu Xiaoyu exclaimed. That is a juvenile flying squid. Those wings are actually its fins, came the reply. As the submersible continued its plunge, the darkness thickened, and the aquatic life grew increasingly sparse. Suddenly, a lanternfish glided into view, its brilliant blue light piercing the obscurity, illuminating nearby plankton. The lanternfish curiously regarded the humans aboard, and Bu Xiaoyu scrutinized it in return. Abruptly, the lanternfish opened its wide maw, revealing long, sharp teeth that appeared frightening. Ah! Xiaoyu gasped, taken aback by the fish's menacing display. Upon closer inspection, she noticed several more lanternfish approaching in succession. With the faint glow emitted by these creatures, Xiaoyu discerned a white figure in the distance. What could that be? She inquired, drawing the other's attention. As the white entity drew nearer, it became apparent that it was a shark. It was an extraordinary sight, enormous and grayish white. Measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters, it dominated the view through the portholes. Its elongated snout protruded like a sword. It had spotted the Nautilus. With its round, jet-black eyes glinting with malice, it suddenly accelerated and lunged forward, colliding directly with the porthole. Bang! The Nautilus lurched violently, causing everyone in the cabin to sway as if at risk of toppling over. Is it a great white shark? Qin Lang shouted. The captain retorted angrily, no. That is a goblin shark. How peculiar, for we are already at a depth of 500 meters. How could goblin sharks still be present? Truly unfortunate. Before he could finish his tirade, the crew spotted a swarm of goblin sharks approaching ominously from the distance. These sharks converged like harbingers of death, encircling the Nautilus. One after another, they surged forward. Oh my God, dear heavens! The captain exclaimed in a frenzy. With a sense of impending doom, he hastened to maneuver the submarine in a different direction. The surrounding rocky cliffs rushed past, while the pack of sharks relentlessly pursued them. Qin Lang shouted, "How far are we from our destination?" "Captain, the location marked by the detector lies just 1,000 meters ahead. We must descend another 600 meters." As the submarine escapes, it suddenly finds itself ensnared by a colossal sea centipede. Its elongated body coils around the porthole like a gigantic python, rendering the Nautilus immobile. Upon witnessing this, the crew notices the pursuing sharks drawing ever closer. The Nautilus struggles vigorously, yet the sea centipede's grip remains unyielding. Zhang Yang grits his teeth, exclaiming, "I truly wish to devour this centipede." Luda shouts, "We are the ones in danger of being devoured." Qin Lang, observing the approaching sharks with their menacing eyes, anxiously inquires of the captain, "Is it possible to abandon ship and escape in our diving suits?" The captain wipes his brow, responding, "Venturing out now would mean certain death. The external pressure is 388 atmospheres, and even in a diving suit, we would be crushed into a pulp." The shark finally crashes violently into the Nautilus. The tremendous force propels the vessel forward, flipping it several times, and by a stroke of fortune, they break free from the centipede's grasp. The Nautilus plunges downward, on the verge of colliding with an underwater peak, while the captain desperately stabilizes the rolling craft. The peak ahead grows increasingly dark, and the canyon deepens ominously. Suddenly, an explosion erupts at the port window. A circular burst of water expands, filled with smoke and fire, illuminating the seafloor in an instant. The captain exclaims, "We are under torpedo attack." Everyone turns to the aft window, spotting 3 submarines in pursuit. Qin Lang is struck with astonishment. How is this possible? Who would dare chase us to such depths? The captain maneuvers the submarine at high speed. We are nearly at the location marked by the artifact detector. More torpedoes are launched, and the captain demonstrates remarkable skill, tilting the Nautilus left and right, narrowly evading destruction. The torpedoes explode around the Nautilus, sending shockwaves through the vessel. Zhang Yang, Bu Xiaoyu, and several crew members topple. The captain, infuriated, exclaims, "What do they intend? These scoundrels truly wish to annihilate us. Let us retaliate and eliminate them." He presses a button, and the Nautilus fires 2 torpedoes in response. The enemy captain lacks such finesse and cannot evade in time. One torpedo strikes one of their submarines, resulting in a thunderous explosion, a circular burst of water expanding as smoke and fire erupt forth. The enemy submarine disintegrates in an instant, scattering debris and countless bubbles into the water. The 2 surrounding submarines hastily maneuver to avoid disaster. This is the fleet led by Deng Zhong, the head of the Dragon King Hall of the Wind Dragon sect. Fortunately, Deng Zhong is not aboard the hit submarine, or it would have been the end. Deng Zhong, furious, exclaims, "How dare they retaliate? I have never seen anyone bold enough to oppose our Wind Dragon sect. Unleash the 65-76 A whale torpedoes." The adjutant responds, "Master, do you really wish to deploy the 65-76 A whale torpedoes? It seems excessive for such a task. Our objective is to locate the artifact, not to eliminate them. The artifact remains elusive. If we utilize this torpedo to eliminate them, our leads will be severed. There's a grave risk that the artifact itself may be obliterated." With a swift slap, Deng Zhong exclaimed, "I demand you instruct me on how to proceed. My intent is to employ that torpedo to terminate them." Qin Lang possesses formidable prowess. As long as he remains alive, our journey to the artifact will be fraught with challenges. Should he perish, no one will contest our claim to the treasure. Qin Lang single-handedly vanquished the 4 fearsome death gods of the first-class hall. Such a formidable adversary, and we neglect to seize this fortuitous opportunity to eliminate him? His demise would indeed be a monumental achievement. The master will surely bestow lavish rewards. Whether we secure the artifact or not is of little consequence. Who do you think you are to instruct me on how to act? Am I the hall master, or are you? The aide, covering his face, replied, "You are the hall master." Deng Zhong retorted, "That is well understood. Fire." The 65-76, a whale torpedo, trailing a long line of bubbles, surged towards the Nautilus, poised to harvest the lives of all in its path. Chapter 60. The Wrath of the Guardian Dragon God. The 65-76, a whale torpedo, is one of the most devastating conventional torpedoes, second only to nuclear torpedoes, capable of obliterating the keel of an aircraft carrier. Should the Nautilus be struck, none within would survive. The captain recognized the 65-76, a whale torpedo, and exclaimed, "We're doomed." Qin Lang hastily inquired, "What is the matter?" The captain replied, "They've launched the most powerful torpedo, aiming to reduce us to mere debris." He abruptly maneuvered the Nautilus towards the abyssal trench. This trench was a vast chasm, obscured in darkness, with the location marked by the artifact detector lying within. However, should the torpedo strike, even the artifact would be torn to shreds. Luda glanced back at the torpedo and remarked, "If it detonates here, the artifact will be destroyed." What do they intend to achieve? Surely they desire the artifact as well. The captain retorted, "I care not for the artifact. We are on the brink of annihilation." This torpedo was homing. Despite the submarine's erratic maneuvers, it relentlessly pursued them. The Nautilus was on a collision course with the abyssal wall. Qin Lang, observing the rapidly approaching wall, questioned the captain, "Were you planning to crash us into it?" Bu Xiaoyu turned back, seeing the torpedo drawing ever closer. "What should we do?" At the very moment of impending impact with the wall, the Nautilus executed a sharp turn, ascending. Qin Lang suddenly comprehended the captain's intent. Moments later, the pursuing torpedo collided with the chasm's wall. A blinding flash erupted behind them, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that shattered the eardrums of all aboard. The tremendous force of the blast threw everyone in the cabin to the floor. The explosion's shockwave rapidly expanded, threatening to engulf the submarine. Bu Xiaoyu screamed, "We're finished." The captain pushed the Nautilus to its limits, striving to escape the blast radius. Deng Zhong watched the torpedo explode behind the Nautilus, visibly displeased. "Damn it, that was close. Luck seems to be on your side, but the shockwave will still be enough to deal with you." He commanded his crew, "Fire another 65-76, a whale torpedo. Eliminate them." The crew hesitated, glancing at the approaching Nautilus. At this proximity, if they charge at us, we too shall be hit. Deng Zhong insisted, "I said fire. If you kill Qin Lang, I shall promote you to first officer." The crew, elated, prepared to press the launch button. Enough. Who dares to fire again? A tremendous, thunderous sound resonated outside the vessel, akin to the howling of a beast. "You foolish humans, have you not ravaged enough of the ocean? You have destroyed the shallows, and now you encroach upon the depths." These words seemed to penetrate each heart, reverberating with haunting echoes. The crew's fingers froze, fear-stricken, as they gazed out the porthole, witnessing 2 colossal dragons gliding gracefully past. Upon the mighty head of the dragon rests a pair of towering horns, while its elongated whiskers drift gracefully through the ocean's depths. The dragon's eyes blaze with fury as it bellows, seemingly poised to devour them whole. What is this? A dragon indeed? I can scarcely believe my eyes. Is it possible that dragons truly exist in this world? I would sooner accept the existence of dinosaurs than entertain the notion of such a creature. Were those words just uttered by it? Can dragons converse in human tongues? Are we merely ensnared in a hallucination beneath the deep sea? In a flurry of excitement, numerous crew members hastily captured the dragon's grandeur on their mobile devices, while the creature unleashed another furious roar. One crew member exclaimed, "We just launched a torpedo, inciting the wrath of the dragon god. We must cease fire, lest the dragon god bring our demise." In these depths, A mere whim from the dragon could spell our extinction. Another crew member clasped his hands in prayer, fervently reciting the name of Amitabha Buddha. Should I fire again? He timidly implored, casting a worried glance at Deng Zhong. Deng Zhong, momentarily astonished by the sight of the two furious dragons outside the window, found himself at a loss for words. After a tense moment, the dragons glared at them before twisting their bodies and swimming away into the abyss. Regaining his composure, Deng Zhong thought, what is there to fear? We are disciples of the Dragon King Hall, followers of the Wind Dragon sect, heirs of the dragon lineage. Why should we cower before a dragon? Just then, a crew member pointed outside, exclaiming, look, it's bad news. Within the depths of the trench, the area ravaged by the torpedo had transformed into a colossal whirlpool. The submarine piloted by Qin Lang was being violently tugged by the whirlpool's immense force, spiraling toward the gaping maw of the torpedo's impact site. The suction was overwhelming, drawing in nearby boulders and marine life alike with its irresistible grip. Deng Zhong snapped back to reality, shouting, hurry, we must retreat. The crew members pushed the engines to their limits to escape the whirlpool's grasp. Alas, the torpedo's explosive power had created a vast opening, leading to what appeared to be a hollow world, voraciously consuming the surrounding seawater, thus forming a gigantic vortex. This swirling mass resembled a silvery tornado in the deep sea, ensnaring everything in its path, rendering all attempts at escape futile. Deng Zhong's vessel, having closely pursued the Nautilus, had ventured too near and now found itself within the whirlpool's lethal reach, making escape utterly impossible. Despair washed over Deng Zhong as he witnessed a ship being drawn into the vortex, beginning to spin. It's over. I've doomed myself as well. All this just to eliminate Qin Lang, and for what? It hardly seems worth it. Meanwhile, Qin Lang and his crew aboard the Nautilus had already been engulfed, spinning wildly within the vortex. Everyone inside was thrown about, and Qin Lang held tightly to Xiaoyu. Fearfully, she whispered, are we going to die? Qin Lang, gripping her with resolve, sought to instill confidence. No, we will not perish. Yet, the words of Chisongzi, spoken before their voyage, echoed ominously in their minds. Those who wish to possess the Kongtong seal must first face death. Only those who embrace a resolute acceptance of death may attain the coveted Kongtong seal. Gazing at the rapidly passing rocks and torrents outside the vessel, the ship has become ensnared in an endless whirlpool, uncertain of where it may be cast. Perhaps we are destined to perish once more. As long as we are together, what is there to fear in death? The two embraced even tighter. Upon awakening, Qin Lang discovered that the Nautilus had resurfaced. The captain, already awake, was at the helm. Qin Lang was filled with overwhelming joy. Have we truly escaped? Are we back on the surface? The captain replied, indeed, we have surfaced, but we are not in the East China Sea. Look over there. He gestured toward the rear of the ship. The upper half of the vessel had become entirely transparent, allowing Qin Lang a clear view. A colossal torrent cascaded from the sky, forming a waterfall that plunged thousands of feet, spilling into a vast ocean below. The Nautilus was navigating this unfamiliar sea. This ocean was evidently not the East China Sea. It was considerably smaller, and Qin Lang could already discern land across the waters. What was most peculiar, however, was the architecture upon the land. Not the towering skyscrapers of a modern city, but a collection of low stone houses resembling a medieval town. Where on earth are we? Chapter 61. The uproar in the dragon-human kingdom at last. The ship docked, and a throng of individuals had already gathered around. Clad in coarse linen tunics and wielding fishing nets and harpoons, they bore the appearance of fishermen. With curious gazes fixed upon the Nautilus, they chattered incessantly. The captain lowered the gangway, declaring, let us disembark. Qin Lang hesitated, asking, are we truly going down? Could there be dangers? Luda replied, we have no choice but to go ashore. Shall we remain aboard for eternity? Zhang Yang glanced at the artifact detector on his wrist, stating, let us proceed. The artifact lies 10 kilometers to our northeast. We must seek it. Qin Lang took Xiaoyu's hand and stepped out of the cabin. Upon emerging, they were met with a cacophony of incomprehensible chatter from the fishermen, who gestured animatedly, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Spittle nearly sprayed their faces as the fishermen spoke, yet not a single word was intelligible. Upon closer inspection, Qin Lang noticed that each person bore a small pair of dragon horns atop their heads, aside from which they appeared quite ordinary. Who are these people? Xiao Yu furrowed her brow. What are they saying? The red pine seed on Qin Lang's person spoke. They converse in an ancient tongue. Allow me to cast a spell of translation, and you shall comprehend their words. In an instant, the modern Yin Huang language resonated in their ears. To their surprise, the fishermen were exclaiming, "Look at their peculiar attire, so vibrant and adorned with various patterns. Why do they not have horns? Are they perhaps freaks? Who exactly are they?" Qin Lang retorted, "You are the freaks. Were those horns on your heads? Did your mothers consort with dragons or deer?" The fishermen fired back. "How dare you call us freaks? Who among us does not possess horns? Even beggars do. Are you disabled?" One of them added, "I know who they are. They are performers from circus, having had their horns removed since childhood. How pitiable. And yet, they still dare to show their faces. Liu da Koterid, you are the true circus performers. Your entire family belongs to the circus. You need no training. You could step right in as a performer." Another fisherman interjected, "If they are not circus performers, then they must be spies. Their foreign garb suggests they are here to steal our secrets. I have heard that foreigners from another continent lack horns." This statement was curiously close to the truth, if not entirely accurate, and Qin Lang and his companions chose not to refute it. At that moment, a man arrived with a legion of officers, encircling Qin Lang. The head constable proclaimed, "What do you hornless disabled individuals seek in our dragon-human kingdom? For the safety of our citizens, you must accompany me to the county office." Qin Lang found it somewhat amusing. "So this is the dragon-human kingdom. You call us disabled, yet are you not half-dragon, half-human? A blend of humanity and beast? And why should we accompany you?" The constable's face flushed with anger. "Refuse, and I shall have to inquire about this blade in my hand." Qin Lang, Luda, and Zhang Yang together exclaimed, "Come on, show us what you've got." The captain of the guards, furious, felt as though his horns had grown 3 inches. "You monsters! You brutes! From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were up to no good. Today, I shall slay you all right here, and I shall not mistakenly spare a single one." He surveyed the surrounding guards and commanded, "All of you, seize these ruffians." The nearby residents, witnessing the imminent clash, hastily retreated several paces, creating a space for the impending battle, eager to witness the spectacle. The guards, drawing their swords and knives, arrogantly declared, "It's been a while since we had a chance to stretch our muscles. Today, we shall thoroughly deal with these ruffians. Look at their spindly arms and legs. They come to meet their doom, and my blade is itching for action." Qin Lang began to roll up his sleeves, and Ludo whispered to him, "Remember not to use lightning. It may burden your body. Do you need our assistance?" Qin Lang laughed, saying, "These mere lackeys are no match for me. I can handle them with ease." The guards, overhearing this, shouted, "He dares call us lackeys. This is rebellion. Brothers, charge." They brandished their knives and rushed forward. Qin Lang swiftly dodged, seized one guard by the arm, kicked the weapon from his grasp with his knee, and sent him flying with a single punch, propelling him 10 meters through the air like a cloud riding the wind, uncontrollable, flailing, and crashing into a row of guards. Another guard charged at him, and Qin Lang grasped his hair, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring 5 meters into the sky, drawing the gaze of all. He flailed in midair, captivating everyone's attention, before plummeting like a cake, landing with a thud that split him in 8. The remaining guards, astonished, exclaimed, "This man is extraordinary. Brothers, let us unite to take him down. For the honor of Long Nation." They all lunged at him, but Qin Lang unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, knocking one down and sending another flying. Realizing the sheer number of adversaries surrounding him, he seized one guard as if wielding a weapon, swinging him around to strike others, attacking friend and foe alike, a force of nature. Zhang Yang and Luda, witnessing his valor, refrained from joining the fray, instead choosing to observe. Before long, the fallen and injured guards piled high like a small mountain, leaving only the captain standing. Qin Lang glanced at the guard he had used as a weapon, now unconscious and frothing at the mouth, chuckling as he discarded him. The captain, Witnessing Qin Lang's formidable prowess, dispatching foes as if they were mere chicks, found his subordinates piled high in a macabre mound, trembling with a blade in hand, too frightened to flee or fight. Qin Lang, amused by the captain's cowardice, taunted, "Why doesn't the esteemed captain come forth and exchange a few blows with me? Did you not claim you would slay us all, right here? Do not show mercy on my subordinates." As he approached the constable, the latter was taken aback, falling to his knees in desperation. "Hero, please spare my life. It is our county magistrate who wishes to see you. This has nothing to do with me. I assure you, I have an elderly mother aged 80 and an infant who relies on me for sustenance. My entire family depends solely on me. Please, do not take my life." Qin Lang retorted, "Who wishes to see your county magistrate? We have our own matters to attend to. Depart." The constable quickly acquiesced. "Yes, I shall leave." Luda interjected, "Wait, I believe it would be prudent to meet with their county magistrate. We are entirely unfamiliar with this place, and searching for the divine artifact would be cumbersome. It would be beneficial to ascertain the situation by meeting with the magistrate." The constable beamed. "What this gentleman suggests is quite reasonable. Our county magistrate possesses considerable knowledge. Whether you seek divine artifacts or ghostly instruments, he is sure to be informed." Qin Lang gestured. "Lead the way." Chapter 62. The Kontong Seal in the Bandit Lair. In the county office, a middle-aged man sat solemnly upon the dais, awaiting their return. His visage bore the marks of time, with strands of white hair framing his weathered face, and the dragon horns atop his head had also lost their luster. Upon noticing Qin Lang and the captain's return, his brow furrowed in concern. "Why is it only you that has returned? Where are the others?" The captain hurriedly stepped forward, speaking in hushed tones. "My lord, the others have all been vanquished by this hero. You must not offend him. He possesses the strength of 1,000 men. Even if an army of thousands were to descend upon him, they would pale in comparison." He gestured towards Qin Lang. The county magistrate's expression shifted to one of respect as he approached, clasping his hands in greeting. "May I inquire from which realm you valiant warriors hail? What brings you to our realm of Longhua?" Qin Lang replied, "We have journeyed from the land of Yanhuang in East Asia in search of the Kontong Seal, a sacred artifact. As we have just arrived in Longhua, we are curious about this land and why every individual bears dragon horns. What is your connection to dragons?" The magistrate explained, "Indeed, our Longhua has deep ties to the dragon lineage. Legend has it that 4,600 years ago, a divine maiden birthed the dragon race, which then intermingled with humanity to form a nation. During a celestial conflict over sacred artifacts, fierce battles caused vast tracts of land to sink beneath the waves. Along with the artifacts, this submerged land became what is now Longhua. We are descendants of both dragons and humans, possessing human forms, yet adorned with a pair of dragon horns. The more astute or martial individuals among us bear longer and more vibrant horns." Qin Lang inquired as half-dragons, "Do you possess any mystical abilities?" The magistrate chuckled wryly. "Though we are of mixed blood, generations spent in the shadowy depths of the sea have left us devoid of any divine powers." Luda interjected, "Is this truly beneath the sea? Why is there no water?" The magistrate beckoned them to follow. "Come with me, and I shall elucidate." They stepped outside, where the magistrate pointed skyward. "What you perceive as the sky is, in fact, the ceiling of an immense cavern, filled with copious amounts of white xenon and argon gases. These gases emit blue and white light within the electromagnetic field, thus creating our celestial expanse. Upon closer inspection, the sky indeed lacked a sun, comprised instead of a myriad of luminous clouds. In areas where the gases thinned, the brown walls of the cavern became visible, with white mist swirling about. This was undeniably an underground world. Qin Lang pondered, "Is there no distinction between day and night here?" The magistrate replied, "There is indeed. The luminescence of these clouds is a result of the electromagnetic effects of the magnetic stones within the cavern walls. This electromagnetic phenomenon diminishes periodically, approximately every 12 hours, followed by a restoration of its previous state. During the waning, the sky darkens, marking our night. When it returns to its full glory, it signifies our day." Qin Lang then noticed a large opening in the eastern cavern wall from which torrents of seawater gushed forth, cascading like a white waterfall into the ocean below. This must be the great breach created by the enemy's super torpedo. Zhangyang, you just mentioned that 4,600 years ago, the gods fought fiercely for a divine artifact. Is this artifact the Kongtong seal we are currently seeking? County Magistrate, that is indeed a possibility. However, this myth has undergone numerous distortions over time. I am not certain what the artifact is called, and I have not heard of the Kongtong seal you speak of. Qin Lang glanced at the detector in his hand. Yet our device indicates that the Kongtong seal lies 8 kilometers to the northeast. Are you not aware of this? The county magistrate pondered. 8 kilometers to the northeast? Is that not where the Batianhu bandits reside? How could the Kongtong seal be there? Nevertheless, that group of bandits is known for robbing travelers. Perhaps they have seized some rare treasure, including the Kongtong seal you mentioned. Qin Lang, are there still bandits here? Is the government not taking action? The county magistrate quickly shook his head. We cannot intervene. Those bandit leaders are formidable. Our county's militia and the provincial army have attempted to eradicate them several times, each time returning in defeat. Even a military from the capital has come to subdue them. Yet for some unknown reason, they have achieved no results. Bu Xiaoyu, the army from the capital cannot defeat a band of bandits? How is that possible? The county magistrate replied, Indeed, we are quite close to the capital, merely over 20 kilometers away. In the past, generals from the capital came to confront the bandits, but suffered a significant defeat, and the matter was left unresolved. His eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Since you heroes are so capable, and the Kongtong seal lies within the bandits' den, you might as well venture there to retrieve it and eliminate the bandits, ridding the people of a menace. Qin Lang, Xiaoyu, and Luda conferred briefly. County Magistrate, we shall indeed visit the bandit lair. Please send someone to guide us while we leave our crew and captain here for your hospitality. The county magistrate joyfully responded, It is splendid that you are willing to rid the people of this scourge. We shall have the constable guide you, and I will summon some yamen runners to assist you. He glanced at the yamen runners, who had already been thoroughly beaten by Qin Lang. They were either unconscious or injured, with none unharmed. It seems the yamen runners have already been dealt with by this hero. There is nothing to be done now. Qin Lang could not help but chuckle. Just a few of us will suffice. As long as someone leads the way, that will be enough. You may tend to our crew and captain. However, what Qin Lang did not realize was that after their ship had landed, they were being watched by malicious eyes. The members of the Wind Dragon sect had also come ashore, while still on the water. They witnessed Qin Lang and the fishermen in a quarrel, battling the yamen runners, and saw Qin Lang send a man flying 10 meters with a single punch. The leader, Deng Zhong, marveled. No wonder he has such a great reputation. Qin Lang's martial prowess is indeed formidable. If a direct confrontation were to occur, it might pose some trouble. Let us wait until they have gone far before we disembark. Subsequently, Deng Zhong and his companions stealthily followed Qin Lang to the county office, where they observed Qin Lang and his companions heading northeast, leaving the captain and crew behind. Adjutant, where have they gone? Should we pursue them? Deng Zhong, let us first seize these captains and crew members as hostages. It will facilitate our conflict with them. Adjutant, are they in search of the artifact? How do they know its location? Deng Zhong pondered. They must possess some sort of detector. We shall interrogate these captains and crew, and perhaps they have knowledge as well. These individuals stormed into the county office, effortlessly capturing the county magistrate along with the captains and crew, then trailing behind them at a distance, following Qin Lang and his party. Unbeknownst to Qin Lang and his companions, a series of events unfolded behind them as they proceeded toward the bandit den of the Batianhu. The Batianhu resided in a mountain 8 kilometers northeast, known as Baihu Ling, characterized by its sheer cliffs, treacherous terrain, and steep inclines, making it a formidable stronghold. No wonder so many had failed to penetrate its defenses. The captain halted 200 meters from Baihu Ling. You all may proceed on your own. Beyond this point lies the territory of Batianhu, which is far too perilous for me to venture. Qin Lang turned to Xiaoyu and said, It is too dangerous for you here. You have only recently begun your martial training. Be cautious lest you be captured and made a bandit-esque bride. Bu Xiaoyu chuckled. This is not a matter of my martial prowess. Observe the surrounding high mountains. easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. They need not engage directly. Simply rolling logs and dropping barrels of oil from above would turn this place into an inferno, one we could not withstand. Luda surveyed the area. Indeed, while we are capable fighters, if they were to rain down logs and oil, along with a few fire arrows, we would find ourselves unable to escape. We cannot confront them head-on. Zhang Yang remarked, "Behold Xiao Yu's unparalleled beauty. Perhaps we truly need to offer a bandit-esque bride to pave our way." Xiao Yu beamed. "Thus, my presence here proves useful. With my extraordinary beauty, I shall surely enchant those bandit leaders, making them far easier to handle." Chapter 63. The beauty scheme of Bu Xiaoyu. The four continued their journey when suddenly a group of ruffians blocked their path. The ruffians exclaimed, "How audacious of you four to dare venture into the lair of the tiger band. Who are you?" One keen-eyed individual noticed, "Oh, you have no horns on your heads." Instantly, chaos erupted among them. Is there truly anyone without horns in this world? This is the first time I've seen it since birth. Can a hornless person even survive? Is this a disability, or perhaps a genetic mutation? Or are they descendants of monsters? How unattractive is that bald forehead? How can such a person even dare to step outside? A well-informed ruffian remarked, "I know who these four are. They are foreigners who landed at the seaside today. I hear they are formidable, having toppled many officials. Foreigners indeed lack horns. While we are descendants of dragons, they are not. Nevertheless, that woman is truly beautiful, despite her lack of horns." This was, of course, a reference to Bu Xiaoyu. "She is the most stunning beauty I have ever seen. Just look at those enchanting large eyes. What a pity she lacks horns. I dare say she is even more beautiful than the second king. If only we could give her a pair of false horns." Qin Lang, hearing their remarks, couldn't help but chuckle, and with a polite gesture, he addressed them, "Esteemed gentlemen, we are foreigners who just arrived today. In our country, people do not have horns. Please do not take offense. Since we have offended the authorities by defeating many officials, we intend to offer this beauty to your mountain king as a wife and seek to join your band. We kindly request your guidance up the mountain." The ruffians, upon hearing this, were filled with doubt. So this group of foreigners wishes to join our band. Could it be true? It is indeed possible. As a group of foreigners did land by the seaside today and did battle with many officials. If they are as formidable as rumored, our band would gain powerful new members. Perhaps they could become the future 4 or 5 kings. Thus, the ruffians surrounded Qin Lang and his companions and led them up the mountain. The mountain path was treacherous and lengthy, with numerous checkpoints. If the four attempted to force their way through, it would be utterly impossible. There was no need for bandits to roll down logs or pour oil. Simply closing the gates would ensure they would never ascend. A rain of arrows could very well result in their immediate demise. After a good half-hour of walking, they finally reached the main hall, the gathering hall. Before them lay an immense cave, towering nearly 100 meters high and spanning 100 meters wide. Spacious and illuminated by numerous electric lights, with a grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling, making the cavern brightly lit. Inside, a dense crowd of bandits filled the space. News of their arrival had already been reported, and the 3 kings awaited them upon their thrones. The man seated upon the highest throne was a robust figure in his 30s, adorned with a pair of long, dragon-like horns, his countenance fierce. A ruffian introduced, "This is our chief, the tiger of the mountain." To his left sat a woman of remarkable beauty, her gaze captivating and enticing, making it impossible to look away. With her ample bosom and slender waist, she embodied allure, yet her attire of tiger skin exuded an air of dominance. On the right stands a gentleman of refined demeanor, holding a feather fan. To the left is our second-in-command, Flower Shadow Leopard, the cannon head, while on the right is the third-in-command, the strategist Long Feng Wei. Qin Lang steps forward, bowing deeply in greeting. "A pleasure to meet you. I have the honor of encountering the 3 esteemed leaders. Ba Dan Hu Zet Peng. I have heard that you are the foreigner who single-handedly defeated dozens of constables today. Truly impressive. Do you wish to seek refuge in our mountain stronghold?" Qin Lang replies, "Indeed, I have injured so many constables and have thus incurred severe penalties. Now the authorities are after me, and I find myself with no way out. As a foreigner visiting this place, I am uncertain how to return home. With the vastness of heaven and earth, I am left with no option but to implore the great leader for sanctuary. Tianhu gestures towards Bu Xiaoyu. Is this young lady the bride you intend to present to me? Qin Lang affirms, indeed, she is my sister, still unmarried. Now that we have reached this place, she too has nowhere to turn. I hope she might become a humble concubine, just to secure a morsel of food. Tianhu bursts into laughter. Your sister is so beautiful. To make her a concubine would be a disservice. I am unwed myself. She can be my legitimate wife, and it would be entirely suitable. He beckons Bu Xiaoyu. Come here, let me have a closer look at you. Bu Xiaoyu gracefully approaches, embodying the elegance of a lady from a period drama. Her charm growing more captivating. The three leaders are left spellbound. Tianhu meticulously examines her exquisite features, feeling as though she possesses an ethereal beauty that transcends the mortal realm. Excellent, beautiful, truly magnificent. Even without horns, what does it matter? None of the ordinary women can compare. The three leaders exclaim, congratulations, brother, on acquiring such beauty. Tonight promises to be exceedingly pleasurable, likely turning the world upside down. Tianhu takes Bu Xiaoyu's hand, declaring, my lovely, we shall consummate our union tonight, and I will cherish you dearly. Bu Xiaoyu retorts, consummate. Your wish. This statement leaves the three leaders and countless bandits dumbfounded, pondering its meaning. No sooner has she spoken than she swings her right hand, launching a row of iron spikes directly at Tianhu. These are the lethal iron spikes Zhang Yang entrusted to her before ascending the mountain. Simultaneously, Luda gestures, sending two bursts of yellow and white flames toward the second and third leaders. The nearby henchmen exclaim in shock. What is happening? In a flash, the second leader, Flower Shadow Leopard, blows forcefully at the flames, pushing them back. Though she appears as a delicate beauty, she indeed possesses formidable skills. The third leader, Long Fengwei, vigorously fans the flames with his fan, dispersing them in an instant, the smoke vanishing. Meanwhile, Tianhu blocks with both hands, managing to catch several iron spikes between his fingers. The three leaders rise simultaneously, commanding, men, these individuals are assassins. Capture them. From all directions, numerous henchmen surge forth, armed with spears, clubs, and daggers, tightly surrounding the four. Qin Lang shouts, Luda, it's your turn. Luda responds with a powerful shout, and a brilliant white fire circle appears in the air, centered around the four of them. The fiery circle swiftly erupted in all directions, transforming into countless streams of flame, radiating at a full 360 degrees, simultaneously striking down every minion in its path. Many of the henchmen were scorched, their faces engulfed in flames, their eyes charred and disfigured. A most tragic fate. Those slightly better off suffered burns to their chests or hands, enduring excruciating pain as they desperately attempted to extinguish the flames by rubbing against the walls and floors. I'm burning alive. I'm being scalded to death. They cried out in anguish, incredulous that such fire-breathing beings could exist. Surely these were not mere humans, but rather monsters wielding sorcery. The scorched minions writhed on the ground in a frantic bid to smother the flames, emitting heart-wrenching wails of despair. Seeing this chaos, the leader, Tianhu,
erupted in fury. Who are these monstrous intruders, daring to invade my lair to commit murder and arson, believing my stronghold is unguarded? He brandished a colossal axe,
towering over him and appearing exceedingly heavy, yet he wielded it with effortless grace. With a swift motion, he aimed to strike Luda. However, before the axe could descend, his arm was seized by Qin Lang. With a wicked grin, Qin Lang declared, your opponent is me, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the chief sprawling.
As more minions surged forward, attempting to shoot arrows at Luda, he unleashed a torrent of white flames from both hands, formidable as a hurricane,
sending the projectiles hurtling off course, ignited by the flames. Many arrows flew back, striking down the very bandits who had loosed them, while others embedded themselves into the walls. Igniting in a fierce blaze, the gathering hall descended into utter chaos. Chapter 64. The battle against the bandit leader, the formidable Batian, who was sent sprawling to the ground, but sprang back to his feet in a flash. Seething with rage. How dare you dictate my actions? I shall strike whomever I please. He brandished his massive axe and charged at Qin Lang, threatening, if you seek death, I shall grant it to you first. Having acquired the art of grappling, Qin Lang was not inclined to confront him directly. Seizing Batian, whose arm that gripped the axe, he deftly pushed him in the direction of his momentum, causing the brute to topple forward, landing unceremoniously. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang unleashed a barrage of iron spikes towards the three great kings. In response, the three great kings waved their feather fan, summoning a volley of iron lotus seeds that soared towards Zhang Yang. The two projectiles clashed mid-air, each one meeting its counterpart with pinpoint precision, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds as they deflected off one another, leaving none unscathed. With another flick of his fan, the three great kings released a hail of ice spikes, sending a chilling gust through the air. It became evident that the fan was no ordinary artifact. The ice spikes transformed rapidly, thickening and elongating into formidable, fang-like icicles aimed directly at Zhang Yang. These menacing icicles were far beyond the capacity of Zhang Yang's iron spikes to counter. He leaped to evade them, but the three great kings deftly maneuvered the spikes mid-flight, akin to homing missiles, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Yang. Observing this, Ludus shouted, Zhang Yang, jump back. I shall assist you. Following his advice, Zhang Yang leapt away, creating distance between himself and the deadly ice projectiles. In the meantime, Luda thrust his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of blazing white flames that engulfed the ice spikes. Fire, the natural enemy of ice, should have vanquished them. However, the spikes were too swift, bursting through the flames with minimal reduction in size, continuing their relentless pursuit of Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, Qin Lang and Batian, who had exchanged blows for over 10 rounds. Batian, who demonstrated remarkable ferocity, wielding his enormous axe, forcing Qin Lang into a defensive position. Lacking any weaponry, Qin Lang had to rely on his agility, dodging the lethal strikes. As Batian, who swung his axe horizontally once more, Qin Lang leapt 3 feet high, narrowly avoiding the lethal blade. He rolled upon landing, seizing a dagger from his waist to engage in combat. The clash of metal rang out sharply, echoing through the air. Qin Lang twisted his wrist, causing the dagger to blossom into a flurry of blade petals, enveloping Batian, who in a whirlwind of strikes. Yet Batian, who was no novice, he countered with his own myriad of axe strikes, deftly blocking each of Qin Lang's attacks. At the same moment, Batian, who launched a massive punch toward Qin Lang. Anticipating a direct confrontation, Qin Lang struck out with his left palm, only to pivot mid-strike, grasping Batian, whose arm and yanking him forward, remarkably pulling him into Zhang Yang's path. It was evident that Qin Lang had discerned the formidable nature of the ice spikes chasing Zhang Yang and devised this clever tactic to turn their foe against each other. Thus, the formidable ice spikes unleashed by the three kings pierced the body of the tyrant. The tyrant emitted a deafening wail. He glanced at the ice spikes protruding from his chest and pointed accusingly at the three kings. You are responsible for this. You dare to kill me. How audacious. My minions, bind the third. The three kings were now flustered, shaking their heads like a rattle drum. No, it wasn't Team Me. It wasn't Team I doing. I had no part in this. He pointed at Qin Lang. It was him. He orchestrated this treachery, aiming for your demise. The tyrant would not listen. Tell me, are these ice spikes piercing my body not of your making? Yes, they are mine, but I aimed them at him, not you. It was that foreigner who led you here. The third king desperately defended himself. After all, among bandits, loyalty was paramount. To murder the leader in such a blatant manner was an unforgivable sin, and no matter the ambition for leadership, he feared immediate execution. The tyrant, with anguish in his voice, pointed at the third king. Old Three, I know you have always harbored resentment towards me, but did you truly wish to see my end so urgently? If you sought to kill me, you ought to have employed a more discreet method. To do so openly, you cannot possibly take my place. Have you considered your own worthiness? Could you truly maintain such a position? With a massive ice spike piercing his chest, blood gushed forth, Fortunately, his extraordinary strength allowed him to endure for a while longer. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have succumbed immediately. The third king, both furious and desperate, shed tears. I truly did not intend to kill you, my leader. I will seek vengeance for you at once. He waved his feather fan, attempting to launch ice spikes at Qin Lang and his companions. A swift sound sliced through the air. Ah! The third king screamed in agony, for both his hands were pierced by several iron spikes. Overwhelmed by pain, he could no longer grasp the feather fan, which fell to the ground. It turned out that Zhang Yang, wary of a repeat of the third king's tactics, had already dispatched flying spikes that pierced his wrists and then stepped forward to confiscate the feather fan. The third king collapsed to the ground, exclaiming to Qin Lang and his companions, "Heroes, we surrender. Please spare me and the leader. Whatever you desire, we shall provide. This stronghold possesses treasures worth several million taels. We will offer it all to you. We seek not your gold and silver," Qin Lang replied, "but tell me, do you possess the ancient artifact known as the Kongtong seal?" "What seal? What is that?" The third king protested, shaking his head vigorously. Bu Xiaoyu interjected, "It should be a round seal, green in color. Do you have one here?" The third king pondered. "As a steward, I do possess seals, but they are all square, crafted from yellow stone. I have never used a round one." Qin Lang and his companions exchanged glances, observing the third king tremble uncontrollably, as if sifting through grain. Could it be that the Kongtong seal truly did not reside here? Meanwhile, Qin Lang was suddenly overwhelmed by a chilling aura. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the formidable figure of the second king, the flower shadow leopard, wielding a large blade, striking down upon him with ferocity. Her exquisite visage was suffused with an aura of lethal intent. The blade appeared remarkably sharp, and even from several meters away, it unleashed an exceedingly keen blade energy. Recognizing the danger, Qin Lang swiftly leaped aside, evading its deadly edge. With a resounding crack, the intangible blade energy cleaved a deep scar into the stone wall. The flower shadow leopard, observing the imminent demise of the tyrant tiger, wept bitterly, her enchanting features contorted with rage, as waves of fierce determination emanated from her. "I shall not yield to you. My loyal minions, rally forth. Avenge our two great kings. Together, we shall prevail. I refuse to believe that four of them can vanquish our entire stronghold." With that, she brandished her sword once more, unleashing a torrent of sharp blade energy towards Qin Lang and his companions. In response, Luda thrust his hands forward, releasing a surge of flames, while Zhang Yang unleashed a barrage of iron spikes. The flames were cleaved into two precise halves by the blade energy, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. The iron spikes were utterly scattered by the force of the blade energy, soaring chaotically in all directions. Chapter 65. The dragon-slaying blade of the flower shadow leopard, Luda and Zhang Yang, disregarding their dignity, rolled on the ground, executing a lazy donkey roll to evade the blade's aura. Many hapless minions, unable to dodge in time, were cleaved neatly in half by this fierce onslaught. Qin Lang had long since evaded, but suddenly felt his wrist-mounted detector flashing wildly, emitting beeping sounds. This signified the emergence of a divine artifact. Could it be that the blade in the hands of the flower shadow leopard was indeed the artifact? This seemed impossible. The artifact this time should be the Kongtong seal, and it could not have transformed into a blade. However, Qin Lang had no time for further contemplation, as the flower shadow leopard swung her blade towards him once more. Swish! The blade's aura cleaved the entire hall in two, leaving a deep scar in the ground, measuring a foot in depth. The blade's energy penetrated the walls, slicing the plaque outside the door of the assembly hall in half, causing it to crash down. Luda shouted, "How can this blade be so powerful? We cannot continue like this." With a swift motion, Qin Lang transformed into a shadow, resolving to seize the blade with bare hands. The flower shadow leopard widened her eyes, observing the hall as Qin Lang, as faint silhouette, appeared and vanished, reappearing in numerous places throughout the hall. Just as she spotted him in one location, he vanished again before she could draw her sword to strike. This extraordinary speed rendered her precious blade utterly useless. Filled with both astonishment and fury, she swung her sword horizontally, unleashing a dazzling white line that slashed across the room at half her height. Thus, regardless of where Qin Lang stood, he would be at risk, unless he could fly. Though Qin Lang could not soar through the skies, he leaped high into the air, performing several somersaults. The flower shadow leopard, agile as she was, chased after him with her blade, striking down numerous electric lights as she swung, even bringing down the grand chandelier with a resounding crash in the center of the hall. Yet her movements consistently lagged just a moment behind Qin Lang's, allowing him to land behind her. With his waist knife aimed at the back of the flower shadow leopard's head, he struck downward. She did not turn her body, instead raising her precious blade to block the strike, effortlessly catching Qin Lang's knife as if it were mere tofu, slicing it down to half its length. Qin Lang, looking at the half-blade remaining in his hand, gasped, "What kind of treasure is this blade you wield, my lady? Might you share its name with me?" The flower shadow leopard replied, "There is no need for you to know the name of my blade. You are about to perish beneath its edge. Why should I waste words on one who is destined to die?" Qin Lang retorted, "Surely you do not believe that this blade alone can vanquish me. You seem far too intelligent to harbor such naivety." The flower shadow leopard arrogantly responded, "Why not?" Raising her hand once more to strike, she suddenly let out a scream. It turned out that during their exchange, Zhang Yang had launched 4 iron spikes, striking her arms and legs. Blood gushed forth, and, in excruciating pain, she could no longer grip her precious blade, collapsing to the ground as the weapon clattered beside her. Bu Xiaoyu swiftly advanced, seizing the treasure blade. Qin Lang said, "You must contend with all 4 of us simultaneously." While we were engaged in battle, my friend refrained from striking for fear of injuring me. Your pause to converse with me allowed him the opportunity to launch a hidden attack. Hua Yingbao retorted angrily, "You despicable rogue, resorting to ambush and overwhelming us with numbers. This is a violation of martial ethics. Wu shao you counter it. Is it not a form of overwhelming the few when you command so many lackeys against the 4 of us? We are here to eradicate bandits and eliminate evil, not to engage in one-on-one duels. What martial ethics must we uphold?" Surveying the surroundings, Hua Yingbao noted that Bashianho lay dead, and the 3 kings were severely injured and gasping for breath. In despair, she exclaimed, "What do you truly desire? If you intend to kill us, then do so swiftly. A soldier may be slain, but cannot be dishonored." Qin Lang replied, "I wish to pose a few inquiries. Should you respond aptly, I may spare your lives. First, what is the name of that blade?" Hua Yingbao answered, "It is called the dragon-slaying blade." Qin Lang chuckled, "Ah, so this is the famed dragon-slaying blade from the realm of martial literature. As members of the Dragon Clan, wielding such a blade, are you not contemplating your own demise? I must examine it closely." He approached Bu Xiaoyu, receiving the treasured weapon to scrutinize it. Surprisingly, the blade was not forged from steel or any metal, but appeared to be crafted from deep green jade. Intricately engraved upon the blade was a dragon, a jade-blade, one would assume, to be fragile. It could cleave through iron as if it were mere mud, truly a marvel. Qin Lang glanced at the detector on his wrist, which was flashing wildly, a similar phenomenon occurring with Luda and the others' devices. Qin Lang pondered, could this be the Kongtong seal? Liuda interjected, impossible. The Kongtong seal does not resemble this. We have seen the blueprints. Zhang Yang suggested, could it be that someone has altered the appearance of the Kongtong seal to resemble this? Qin Lang conceded, that is a possibility. I will inquire further. He turned to Hua Yingbao. The second question, do you know the whereabouts of the Kongtong seal? Hua Yingbao replied, I do not know. I have never heard of such a thing as the Kongtong seal. If you seek it, you shall be disappointed. The people of this nation are unaware of its existence. Qin Lang pressed on. The third question, from where did you acquire this treasure blade? Hua Yingbao hesitated. I found it one day in the mountains. Bu Xiaoyu interjected, is that true? Speak falsely, and I shall end your life. She brandished her blade threateningly towards the 3 kings. The intuition of a woman warned her that Hua Yingbao was not being truthful. The 3 kings, terrified, exclaimed, she lies. Do not kill me. I shall tell you the truth. This blade was a gift from her lover. Everyone was taken aback, their curiosity piqued. What lover? Do elaborate. The spirit of gossip ignited fervently. The three kings recounted, 3 years ago, the ninth prince from the capital visited our Baihu Ridge, where he encountered a group of assassins and was gravely wounded. Our second rescued him. She treated him with great care, and the ninth prince grew fond of her, gifting her this blade as a token of their affection. He promised that when he became emperor, he would return to marry her. Bu Xiaoyu. If the ninth prince is so fond of her, why did he not bring her back to the capital to marry her at that time? The third prince, how could that be possible? The ninth prince is of royal blood. It is unthinkable for him to wed a female bandit. Even if he were willing, the Grand Emperor and the Empress Dowager would never consent. If the second prince had ventured to the imperial city back then, he would not have even attained the status of a concubine and could have been directly executed. It is far better to live freely here. Thus, the ninth prince declared that he would wait until he ascended to the throne to take her as his bride. By then, he will be the master of his own fate. Everyone turned their gaze to the flower shadow leopard, who remained silent, neither confirming nor refuting the statements made, suggesting that the third prince's words bore the truth. Qin Lang, in light of this, we shall grant you a reprieve. Henceforth, abandon your life of banditry and descend the mountain to seek your own livelihood. We shall take this dragon-slaying blade with us. Should you return to a life of banditry, I shall ensure your total annihilation. Chapter 66. Arriving in the capital to meet the dashing King Zhongyang, removed the sharp spikes for the flower shadow leopard and the three bandit leaders, gently casting a few healing spells, which immediately halted their bleeding. The injuries you have sustained are not fatal. However, your martial prowess is essentially rendered ineffective. You may live as law-abiding citizens from now on without issue, but do not entertain thoughts of robbery, murder, or arson again. The three bandit leaders were overjoyed, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed heroes. I shall certainly mend my ways and start anew. Should I return to banditry, I would be no better than a dog, and I would curse my entire family. The flower shadow leopard cast them a resentful glance, but remained silent. Qin Lang stowed away the dragon-slaying blade in the demon-slaying pot, and the four of them descended the mountain without looking back, leaving the bandit den behind. Along the way, they observed that the small minions had scattered like birds and beasts, allowing them to proceed unobstructed down the mountain. By this time, it was around 3 in the afternoon. Upon reaching the base, they were met by a large contingent of soldiers. The captain, spotting Qin Lang and the others, approached with a beaming smile. May I inquire, esteemed heroes, have you successfully eradicated the bandits? Qin Lang replied, the bandit eradication was indeed successful. The leader is dead, and the other 2 bandit chiefs have been rendered incapable of martial arts. They have pledged to abandon their life of crime and start afresh. The captain's smile widened even further. Excellent news. We are the Imperial Guards from the capital, dispatched to assist you in this undertaking. In that case, I shall send a team up the mountain to confiscate the bandits' assets, while the rest shall accompany you back to the royal city. With such a significant accomplishment, the emperor will surely reward you handsomely, bestowing titles and honors. Qin Lang chuckled. There is no need for titles or honors. Zhang Yang quickly interjected. Let us visit the royal city. There are bound to be many extraordinary individuals within, knowledgeable and well-versed. Perhaps someone may know the whereabouts of the Kongtong seal. Qin Lang smiled. That makes sense. Let us proceed. The captain announced. Please, esteemed heroes, step into the palanquin. Soldiers brought forth an enormous palanquin, akin to a grand pavilion, spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people simultaneously. Qin Lang laughed. This contraption will surely create quite a lively atmosphere with all of us aboard. Bu Xiaoyu remarked. It resembles the palanquin that Princess Janning rode in the movie The Deer and the Cauldron. Luda urged, hurry, let us board. When else will we have the fortune to ride in such a flamboyant palanquin in our homeland? Thus, the 4 of them entered the grand palanquin, and the procession set off toward the capital in splendid fashion. The capital was only a little over 10 kilometers away, and within 3 hours, they had arrived. Indeed, the capital was far more prosperous than the county town they had just left, bustling with shops, street vendors, open parks, and towering buildings. Luda, filled with curiosity, inquired about each structure from the captain. "What is that domed building that resembles a giant garlic bulb?" Luda asked. The captain replied, "That is the astronomical observatory, where one can gaze upon the stars through telescopes." Luda continued, "And what about that massive circular building?" The captain explained, "That is the racetrack, where citizens indulge in horse betting." Bu Xiaoyu added, "So they bet on which horse finishes first, much like the Hong Kongers?" The captain affirmed, "Indeed. Have you seen that enormous pyramid over there? It houses 200,000 mechanical soldiers, which serve as the primary source of military strength for the capital." Zhang Yang exclaimed, "You possess mechanical soldiers as well? I thought you were still in the medieval era. Why have I not seen you wielding firearms?" "Captain, firearms are indeed rare. Only we, the Imperial Guard, possess them." As Zhang Yang gazed at the occasional spacecraft soaring through the sky, he turned to Qin Lang and remarked, "Look, there are still spacecraft here. What level of civilization is this?" Qin Lang, "This place is somewhat peculiar. It seems the technological tree has been misallocated." He inquired of the captain, "Do you utilize electric energy?" "Captain, we used to, but it has mostly been phased out. Now we rely on magnetic energy." Bu Xiaoyu, "What is magnetic energy?" The captain pointed towards an enormous statue drawing nearer and said, "Ahead lies the magnetic stone. Behold." The four of them looked up in awe, unable to suppress their exclamations. Before them stood a towering humanoid structure, approximately 100 meters tall, equivalent to over 30 stories. To the left, a majestic azure dragon stood upright. To the right, a grotesquely elongated black female figure, adorned with dragon horns atop her head. The woman supported a gigantic hexagonal crystal, 50 meters high, resembling translucent lavender glass, with shimmering waves flowing within. The immense purple crystal, rising several stories, appeared increasingly magnificent as they approached, breathtaking in its splendor. Sunlight refracted within the crystal, manifesting a dazzling array of colors. "Captain, this is the creator of our dragon folk, the goddess Miga from over 4,000 years ago, alongside the primordial dragon she fashioned. This colossal hexagonal stone is our nation's largest magnetic stone, providing energy to the entire capital." Bu Xiaoyu, "Is the energy from this magnetic stone inexhaustible?" "Captain, indeed, the energy of the magnetic stone is boundless. It is said to sustain the heavens above. Otherwise, our underwater world would collapse." Luda pointed towards a distant expanse aglow with golden light. "Wow, what is that?" Captain chuckled. "That is our palace, the Sun Palace." Before them, a grand array of palatial structures appeared upon a majestic flight of stairs comprising hundreds, if not thousands, of steps, resplendent in golden brilliance, nearly blinding. "Captain, please disembark. I shall escort you to meet the king." The four descended from their carriage and, under the captain's guidance, ascended the stairs. Flanking them were fully armed soldiers, who paid them no heed, exuding an aura of authority. The five diminutive figures struggled up the vast and lengthy staircase, the setting sun casting its light upon them. Qin Lang found himself recalling the moment before Jing Ku attempted to assassinate the king of Qin. As Jing Ku slowly ascended the steps of the Qin palace, perhaps it was similar. He chuckled at his own folly. How could he think of Jing Ku's assassination of the king of Qin? What an inauspicious thought. The protracted staircase took them a full 15 minutes to traverse. At last, the palace loomed before them. This vast complex bore resemblance to ancient Greek colonnaded palaces, yet was entirely forged from gold, shimmering even more brilliantly under the golden rays of the setting sun. On either side of the palace gate stood immaculate statues of angels carved from white marble, adorned with necklaces of colorful gemstones, seemingly welcoming guests. Qin Lang could not help but think, even if there were no divine artifacts here, it would still be a tremendous treasure. Casually taking a few golden bricks back would surely lead to fortune. The captain exclaimed, "The foreign dignitaries have arrived. Please, His Majesty, grant them an audience." An official within called out, "Announce." The four individuals officially stepped into the resplendent main hall of the palace. Inside, ministers were arranged in 2 lines, and the king occupied the central throne. He descended the steps to personally greet Qin Lang and his companions. Upon catching sight of the king, Bu Xiaoyu could not help but softly gasp in astonishment. This king was undeniably, extraordinarily handsome. Even through the eyes of foreign individuals like Qin Lang and Lu De, this king's beauty was breathtaking to an unparalleled degree. Even the divine would tremble at the sight of his visage. The addition of 2 dragon horns atop his head did nothing to diminish his allure. Were he to venture into the outside world, becoming a supermodel would be an absolute certainty. Standing at a height of over 1.8 meters, he embodied magnificence. Chapter 67. The banquet at Hongjun, the king descended and personally extended his hand to Qin Lang and his companions, saying, "Greetings, I am the sovereign of this realm." Dracula 6. Yesterday, I received word that foreign friends had disembarked from the seaside and encountered conflict with the local authorities. One of these foreign heroes displayed extraordinary valor, vanquishing dozens of constables single-handedly. I found it hard to believe. Today, I have been informed that they have entirely annihilated the Batian who bandit stronghold. Truly, they are heavenly warriors. The Batian whose stronghold has persisted for several years, and we have been unable to contend with it. You foreign friends are indeed remarkable. May I inquire your names and the nations from whence you hail? Qin Lang replied, "I am Qin Lang, and we come from the Eastern Asian continent of the oceanic world, the land of Yin and Huang. We pride ourselves as the descendants of the dragon, sharing profound ties with your esteemed nation." One of the ministers, known as Inspector Jenny, interjected, "You claim to be the descendants of dragons, yet not a single dragon horn adorns your heads. Such audacity is truly unbecoming. Your reputation does not match your reality." Lu De remarked, "You proclaim yourselves as progeny of the dragon. Apart from possessing a horn, do you possess any dragon-like abilities? Can you soar through the skies? Can you summon clouds and rain?" Inspector Jenny retorted furiously, "And can you fly? Can you summon clouds and rain? In our country, the mightiest individuals boast the longest dragon horns. You, without horns, are even lesser than the disabled. Qin Lang counted. The Batian who I vanquished had a horn far longer than yours, yet he was dispatched in less than half an hour. What value does a horn possess?" Inspector Jenny fumed. "You dare to equate me with a bandit? You dare to insult our sacred dragon horn? Your Majesty, you must have these foreign miscreants apprehended. Look at their bald heads, devoid of horns. They clearly lack intelligence and any sense of reverence." The king, infuriated, responded, "The one who should be apprehended is you. I am here to welcome foreign friends, and your insolence is of no concern to me. They have eliminated bandits. Can you do the same? If not, cease your incessant prattle, for it jeopardizes our relations with foreign nations. Guards, seize Inspector Jenny, administer 300 lashes, and remove his horn to serve as a lesson." Inspector Jenny let out a harrowing scream. "No, your Majesty, I was wrong." The king coldly laughed. "Do you not consider having a dragon horn to be something grand? Did you not provoke our foreign friends with it? I shall let you experience the anguish of being hornless." Inspector Jenny was promptly dragged out and began to receive his punishment outside the hall, his cries of distress echoing forth. Bu Xiaoyu listened, feeling a pang of sympathy, while the entire court displayed expressions of concern, no one daring to speak of Qin Lang and his companions' lack of horns any longer. The king proclaimed, "Come, let us proceed to the reception hall. Do not allow this matter to sour our spirits. We shall dine splendidly and honor our distinguished guests." Qin Lang and his companions followed the king to the reception hall, a splendid 4-story ancient Chinese pavilion, adorned with exquisite architecture. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes resembling a grand feast, encircled by noble youths. The king announced, "Allow me to introduce you. These are my royal brothers, esteemed princes." Lu De inquired, "Your Majesty, do you have so many brothers?" The king chuckled, "My father bore 9 sons, and I am the eldest, who subsequently ascended to the throne. These are my younger brothers, from the 2nd to the 9th. Qin Lang scrutinized the 9 young men, each remarkably handsome, rivaling the king himself. His attention was drawn to the 9th prince, the charming companion of Hua Ingbao, who was indeed a strikingly handsome man. As Qin Lang gazed at the 9th prince, their eyes met, and he exchanged a knowing smile. "Esteemed foreign guests, I trust you are all famished. Let us commence with the feast. After their arduous battle with the bandits, Qin Lang and his companions were ravenously hungry, indulging in a grand feast. The delicacies served were exquisite, far surpassing the fare of a typical wedding banquet. After several rounds of toasting, the king inquired, "How do you find the dishes of our realm?" Qin Lang responded, "They are exceedingly delicious. I find it impossible to stop." Then, I wish to pose a question to you, distinguished guests. After your delightful sojourn in our land, how do you intend to return? This query left Qin Lang and his companions momentarily speechless. They were quite muddled about their arrival, let alone their departure. "And how did you arrive in our kingdom?" Luda replied, "We embarked on a quest for an ancient artifact known as the Kongtong Seal. Along the way, we encountered adversaries who launched missiles, creating an underwater explosion that drew us into a chasm, leading us here." The king inquired, "What is the Kongtong Seal?" Qin Lang explained, "It is a circular, green seal adorned with the visages of the 5 heavenly emperors, entwined by a jade dragon. It is said to grant immortality." Upon hearing this, several princes gasped softly, exchanging meaningful glances. Zhang Yang, perceptive as ever, asked, "Do you princes know the whereabouts of the Kongtong Seal?" The king cast them a knowing glance, smiling broadly. "No, such an object that bestows immortality cannot possibly exist in this world. They are merely astonished. Now, let's continue to drink." The foreign dignitaries displayed their prowess by vanquishing the bandits that had long plagued our land. Let us raise our glasses in their honor. Today, we shall not depart without inebriation. All 9 princes raised their cups to toast Qin Lang and his companions, proclaiming, "This is our finest wine. This bamboo leaf liquor is delightful and not easily intoxicating. Feel free to indulge. Is my jade ice baijiu not to your liking? You shall not leave until this bottle is emptied." Bu Xiaoyu interjected hastily, "I am a lady and cannot drink." The 7th prince replied, "Then let us serve you some daughter's red. It is suitable for young ladies." "Who says that only girls should drink daughter's red? What kind of logic is that? I shall partake in this cup. 1 cup is far too modest. 3 cups shall be the limit." Having consumed 2 cups, Bu Xiaoyu became inebriated. They then urged Luda and Zhang Yang to drink. "The ladies have imbibed. You 2 gentlemen ought to drink even more." Luda and Zhang Yang quickly protested. "We truly cannot drink." "Then each must consume 3 cups. Surely you can manage that." The 6th prince declared, "Your refusal implies that the men of your nation are lacking." Such a challenge struck at their masculine pride. Upon hearing these words, the 2 individuals were compelled to indulge in a few drinks. Their faces soon flushed and their eyes barely able to remain open. Seizing the opportunity, the 7th prince approached and inquired, "Esteemed guests, I too wish to travel to your homeland. How might I accomplish this?" Luda, inebriated and somewhat dazed, murmured, "Our country is simply to the east." Before he could finish, both fell into a deep stupor, their heads resting on the table. Subsequently, they began to ply Qin Lang with liquor. Except for the 9th prince, the remaining 8 took turns toasting Qin Lang. "Mr. Qin, you have rendered the greatest service in suppressing bandits and possess formidable martial prowess. We each wish to offer you a toast. Mr. Qin, may I implore you to take me as your disciple to learn martial arts? Mr. Qin, could you escort me to your country for study? I have never seen the world beyond." Qin Lang, with a moderate tolerance for alcohol, had consumed 7 or 8 cups and felt his face heat up, an urge to vomit rising within him. "Now I have no idea how to return." Finally, he too succumbed to intoxication. Observing the 4 sprawled, inebriated on the floor, the king and the princes retreated to an adjacent room. The princes eagerly questioned the king. "What shall we do if these individuals refuse to reveal how to access the earthly realm?" The king replied, "There is no rush. They may not even be aware themselves. We shall inquire gradually. The primary concern is that this place must remain a secret to them. It is our nation's greatest mystery." He then turned to the head of the welcoming hall and instructed, "Fetch several of the most exquisite maidens to escort these foreign guests back to their respective chambers and attend to their needs with utmost care. Should they express even the slightest dissatisfaction, I shall hold you accountable." Chapter 68. I'm the 9th son of the dragon the king, the high priest, and the marshal stood atop the stargazing platform, gazing at the enormous chasm in the eastern cavern wall, from which torrents of seawater continuously erupted. Though twilight had descended, a cascade of white water surged forth like snowflakes, pouring from a gaping hole just a kilometer above sea level into the forgetting sorrow sea of the Dragon Nation. Numerous airships hovered nearby, attempting to inject solidifying materials to gradually repair the breach. However, the force of the current was overwhelming. The moment the materials were released, they were swept away, proving utterly futile. The king furrowed his brow. How much longer until this outlet inundates our entire nation? The marshal replied, in the most optimistic scenario, within 15 days, the water level of the Forgetting Sorrow Sea will rise by 10 meters, submerging the entire country, with many regions experiencing depths of 30 to 40 centimeters. A month from now, we would face utter catastrophe. In reality, this timeline may be even shorter, as the aperture could gradually expand. Before that, we must find a way to seal the opening or divert the flow. Otherwise, it will spell disaster for our nation, stated the king. Have you discovered any methods to seal the opening or divert the flow? The king inquired. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the marshal responded, the current is too swift. With a diameter of 30 meters, no material or tool can effectively seal it. As for excavating a new channel for diversion, it is already too late. Your Majesty may have to consider alternative solutions. Then we must seek the foreign route, the king sighed. But they are notoriously reticent. What shall we do? High priest, are they truly the ones foretold in the prophecy? They are indeed the prophesied ones, and they will assist us in opening the path to the outside world. Prophecies do not err. If they remain silent, we may have to employ more forceful measures, insisted the high priest. The king recoiled in alarm. What forceful measures? Are you suggesting I resort to torture? A glimmer of amusement shone in the high priest's murky eyes as he nodded repeatedly. Torture is not without its merits. That would be unwise. You know they possess formidable skills. The bandits we struggle to defeat can be vanquished by them in mere moments. If we confront them aggressively, their retaliation could inflict severe losses upon us. Perhaps you and I could even be eradicated, countered the king. Actually, there is another method that could compel them to divulge the truth without resorting to violence, proposed the high priest. Are you suggesting we extract their souls? Though soul extraction may not involve direct violence, it would inevitably be discovered and could provoke their ire. Besides, controlling them during the process would be necessary. Can you truly manage that? Questioned the king. With pride, the high priest declared, I have lived for over 4 centuries, undefeated and hailed as a living deity. Is there anyone I cannot control? Your Majesty, interjected the marshal, we have no time to waste. In a month's time, we will face catastrophic peril. We have no other options. If we are to perish, we must at least attempt to secure a path to survival. These foreigners, if they remain here, will also meet their demise. Finding a route out could save their lives. Surely they do not wish to join us in our grave. The king nodded, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a guard entered to deliver news. Your Majesty. Another group of foreigners seeks an audience, claiming to bear important information. The king was taken aback. At this late hour, how could another group of foreigners arrive? The previous delegation has yet to be resolved, and now this new one appears? The marshal advised, Your Majesty, it may be wise to meet with them. Perhaps they possess knowledge of an escape route. If the last group was uninformed, perhaps this one holds what we need. We cannot afford to overlook any opportunity. The king agreed. Indeed, summon them to me. As night fell upon the nation of the dragon people, the sky was devoid of stars or moonlight, cloaking the realm in darkness. Only the scattered lights of the city offered a flicker of brightness. A beautiful dragon woman assisted Qin Lang in returning to his quarters, helping him undress and exploring his body with her delicate touch. She whispered in his ear, Allow me to serve you well. Qin Lang retorted with a singular word, Leave. The woman, incensed, declared, Unappreciative fool. Do you believe your foreign status makes you exceptional? It is a stroke of fortune for you to have such a beauty attend to you. With that, she slammed the door, leaving him in solitude. Exhausted from excessive drinking, Qin Lang collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a heavy slumber. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the night, growing increasingly insistent until they roused him from his stupor. "Who is it at this hour?" he murmured, bleary-eyed as he opened the door. It was the ninth prince. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Qin Lang had taken special note of his appearance, having learned he was close to the enchanting flower shadow leopard. Notably, during the previous instance when the princes pressured Qin Lang with drink, the ninth prince had refrained from doing so, leaving a lasting impression. What could he want at such an hour? The ninth prince, wary of Qin Lang's potential outcry, gestured for silence. He closed the door securely and spoke softly. "Hero, I am the ninth prince Ma-yi. I have come to implore your assistance in rescuing Xiao Min, the second in command of the Batian Hu Mountain Stronghold, Flower Shadow Leopard." "Will you help me?" Qin Lang, taken aback, replied, "Ninth prince, we have met but once. Is it prudent to entrust me with such a crucial secret? Do you truly have such faith in me? I am still a foreigner." Though Qin Lang's demeanor was often carefree, he was acutely aware that aiding a prisoner's escape was a grave offense, regardless of the prince's status. It seemed utterly reckless to delegate such a task to someone he had only encountered once. The ninth prince countered, "Qin Lang, despite your foreign origins, we all recognize your unparalleled martial prowess. You single-handedly vanquished dozens of constables. Such skill is rare in our land. If you agree to assist me in liberating Xiao Min, success is assured." Qin Lang mused. "Xiao Min. You refer to Flower Shadow Leopard, who has been imprisoned. Is she facing execution?" He found it difficult to reconcile the robust and formidable Flower Shadow Leopard with the delicate name Xiao Min Prince Geo, those long-standing bandits, despite numerous attempts by the authorities to eradicate them, have remained untouched, and it is I who have been maneuvering behind the scenes. Now that they have finally been apprehended, how could they not face execution? I have heard they shall be shot within a week. Qin Lang, how does Prince Geo know of the Flower Shadow Leopard? Prince Geo, alas, that is a tale that stretches back many years. In our nation of Long, there exists a division between the lowborn and the highborn. The lowborn are the commoners, while the highborn comprise the nobility and royalty. The previous emperor, Dagula V, my father, wed several wives, all daughters of highborn ministers, illustrious ladies of noble lineage. However, during an outing, he encountered my mother, a stunning yet low-born merchant's daughter. My mother possessed a beauty that was pure and a vivacious spirit that starkly contrasted with those refined, noble women. My father was instantly smitten and chose to be with her, resulting in my birth. Father brought my mother into the imperial palace, wishing to elevate her to the status of consort. Yet he faced unanimous opposition from the royal family and court officials, who proclaimed that a crow could never mate with a phoenix. How could a lowborn commoner befit an emperor? Consequently, my father could only keep my mother as a lowly concubine within the harem. There, she suffered relentless torment from the other consorts, and after giving birth to me, she tragically took her own life. Witnessing the death of his beloved plunged my father into despair, his heart shattered, and his health deteriorated rapidly. My elder brother deceived the emperor into bequeathing the throne to him, promising to care for me. Yet, upon assuming the throne, he devised countless ways to torment our father, who, at merely 200 years of age, succumbed to the anguish inflicted by him. Subsequently, my brother spread rumors that I was the cause of our parents' demise, and the other princes came to regard me as an ill-fated being, bringing misfortune to all who crossed my path. Chapter 69. Rescuing the Flower Shadow Leopard. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang could not help but inquire, "Isn't 200 years already considered an extraordinary longevity? How can this be deemed an early demise?" The ninth prince smiled wryly and replied, "You are unaware of certain matters. Within our imperial palace lies a majestic Mount Huayu, where our royal family may bathe. Regular immersion in its waters typically allows one to live to around 280 years. My father passed at the age of 200. That is indeed a tragic early departure. After my father's death, the other princes harbored intense animosity towards me. Beyond my humble origins, they resented me for other reasons as well. They all aspired to invade the realm above, while I remained indifferent, lacking any political ambition. As a child of impoverished origins, I believed the vast and splendid landscapes of our dragon nation are already more than sufficient. I have never contemplated encroaching upon the world above. Suddenly, Qin Lang realized that during the banquet at the welcoming hall, the other princes had sought to intoxicate him in hopes of extracting information on how to reach the Yin Huang kingdom, while only the ninth prince remained unmoved. My lowly birth, coupled with my ill-fated reputation and differing political views, ultimately led them to plot my demise. 3 years prior, during the autumn hunt, they intentionally pushed me off a cliff, intending to end my life. It was my fifth brother who cast me down. My body tumbled uncontrollably until I landed at the foot of the White Tiger Ridge, where I lost consciousness. Mountain bandits captured me and took me back to their lair, where their leaders assaulted me. Yet amidst this chaos, the flower shadow leopard tended to my wounds, dressed my injuries, and provided me with sustenance daily, preserving my life. Beneath her fierce exterior lies a heart of kindness and tenderness, as beautiful as her visage. We became inseparable. At that moment, the Tiger of Domination realized my royal lineage and sought to extort a substantial ransom from the imperial family. He called to demand payment, only to be outright refused by the king. They certainly would not entertain the idea of a ransom. They would rather see me perish outside. Enraged, the Tiger of Domination prepared to sever my dragon horn as a further threat. In this dire moment, the flower shadow leopard stealthily eliminated my guards and arranged for my escape, escorting me all the way to the capital. Thus, I am profoundly grateful to her and presented her with the finely crafted dragon-slaying sword. Qin Lang replied, "Ah, I beg your pardon. After our confrontation, I claimed the sword for myself." The ninth prince chuckled. "That is of no consequence. Should you retain the dragon-slaying sword, it may inspire her to abandon her life of crime and become a better person, which is a positive outcome." He gazed earnestly at Qin Lang. "Xiaomin has saved my life. She cared for me diligently while I was in the bandit's lair. Without her, I would have perished long ago. Now, she is imprisoned and faces execution. For love and for righteousness, I must rescue her." Qin Lang declared, "Very well, such loyalty. I shall awaken Lu De and the others. Their exceptional skills will surely aid in your endeavor." He glanced around, noticing Lu De and the others already gathered nearby, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Qin Lang exclaimed, "You all." Lu De interjected, "No need to awaken us. We have been here all along. Let us depart at once." Bu Xiaoyu, "My greatest passion lies in adventure, particularly in the audacious act of prison break. Such a rebellious endeavor is undeniably exhilarating. Let us commence." An hour later, Prince Jio and Qin Lang, accompanied by their party, arrived at the prison gate. At this moment, the imposing entrance was firmly sealed, with 2 rows of guards patrolling the vicinity. "Qin Lang, there are guards present." "Zhang Yang, allow me to demonstrate." With a flick of his fingers, he launched a series of iron spikes that soared silently through the night sky, striking the guards' pressure points without a sound, causing them to collapse instantly. "Bu Xiaoyu, you possess such remarkable skills, impressive indeed." Qin Lang extended his hand before Prince Jio, palm facing upward. "Prince Jio, what do you want?" Qin Lang, "The key." Prince Jio, exasperated yet amused. "If I had the key, I would have entered myself. No need to seek your assistance." "Lu De, without a key, we must resort to severing the lock with a sharp object." Qin Lang surveyed the formidable black iron door and its robust lock, feeling a sense of challenge. Suddenly, he recalled the dragon-slaying blade and drew it forth from the alchemy cauldron. Lu De and the others were astounded as he conjured a massive sword from thin air. "Boss, where did you procure that blade?" With a delicate stroke of the dragon-slaying blade, the black lock fell away as if it were mere tofu. Prince Jio caught it in his hands to avoid a clatter, rejoicing. "So you carry this blade with you. We should succeed this time." They stealthily infiltrated the prison, searching each cell for Huangdi. Occasionally, prisoners or patrolling guards would notice their presence and scream, prompting Zhang Yang to launch his flying spikes to subdue them or eliminate them outright. Fortunately, the cells were well lit, making their search easier. After some time, they finally located Huangdi, who lay on the ground, gravely injured and unconscious from the many lashes she had endured during her confrontation with Qin Lang and his companions. Prince Jio, upon seeing her battered form and the scars marring her beautiful face, felt a pang of anguish that nearly brought him to tears as he gently lifted her. Xiaomin, awaken. I am here to rescue you. Huang Bao opened her eyes and, upon seeing Prince Jiao, was overwhelmed with joy, unable to articulate her thoughts, doubting the reality of her vision. Prince Jiao, what brings you here? Is this real, or am I dreaming? Upon noticing Qin Lang and his companions, her expression shifted to alarm. How could you be with these fiends? They have wounded me and rendered me powerless. Terrified, she clung tightly to Prince Jiao, seeking refuge in his embrace. Prince Jiao soothed her. Fear not. They are my allies now. I have summoned them to aid in your rescue. We shall depart. But where do you think you are going? A thunderous voice boomed. Qin Lang turned to see a towering figure, a dragon man with a brutish visage, long and sharp horns, brandishing a whip. It was the warden. They had finally been discovered. The warden seethed. You have injured numerous guards and prisoners and genuinely believed you could escape without consequence? You think you can simply abscond with a prisoner? How naive. Behind him, a group of guards was hastening towards the scene. No one was permitted to leave today. All were destined to perish. Luda declared, I shall take action. With a vigorous thrust of his hands, two blazing fireballs emerged, soaring directly towards the warden. The warden, taken aback by this unforeseen maneuver, twirled his steel whip, dispersing the two orbs of flame. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang waved his right hand, unleashing a steel spike. The warden's whip, akin to a serpent endowed with life, slithered through the air, detecting the metallic scent of the spike, and recoiled violently, sending the spike hurtling away. Then, with a deft flick, the steel whip ensnared Qin Lang's left hand. The whip, adorned with sharp barbs, pierced through Qin Lang's flesh, causing blood to gush forth. Enraged, Qin Lang yanked forcefully with his left hand. The warden laughed heartily. Do you dare pull? My whip can cleave iron as if it were clay. Do you wish to sacrifice your hand? To his astonishment, as Qin Lang exerted his strength, the whip was abruptly drawn back, pulling the warden into the air. The warden, astonished and furious, exclaimed, You little rascal possess some skill. Are you not the one who caused such an uproar at the county office yesterday? Brandishing a firearm in his left hand, he aimed at Qin Lang and fired twice. This took Luda and the others completely by surprise. Luda remarked, You still have a gun? I thought you were stuck in the Middle Ages. In that fleeting moment, Qin Lang pivoted his body, evading the bullets, and brandished his dragon-slaying blade towards the warden. Luda and the others could not help but think, this man is doomed. When the dragon-slaying blade was unleashed, who could rival its might? A white arc cleaved through the air, severing the warden's whip in his right hand and the gun in his left, dividing them evenly in two. The warden's head and neck, splattered with blood, soared through the air, erupting in a spray of crimson. The remnants of his body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Not only he, but the two layers of guards behind him were also bisected. The upper halves of their bodies flew upward, while the lower halves collapsed with a series of thuds. You have forced my hand. Qin Lang spat through clenched teeth. We must depart. Chapter 70. The Wind Dragon Sect's malicious whispers to the king. The group continued their frenzied escape from the prison, while the guards fled in disarray, valuing their lives above all else. Occasionally, a few dim-witted individuals attempted to obstruct their path. However, Qin Lang, having lost all patience, uttered not a word. With a swift stroke of his dragon-slaying blade, he cleaved them in twain, their blood and flesh scattering in the air. Upon reaching the main gate, they discovered it had been locked from the outside. Undeterred, Qin Lang unleashed several decisive strikes, rendering the sturdy iron door into a mangled wreck, creating a considerable breach through which they could escape, the remnants of iron littering the ground. With a triumphant cheer, Qin Lang exclaimed, This dragon-slaying blade is truly remarkable. A divine weapon indeed. Having finally burst forth from the confines of the prison, Bu Xiaoyu inquired, Where do we go from here? They had rescued a high-profile prisoner and taken the lives of numerous prison officials, having committed grave offenses. Although the world was vast, they found themselves with nowhere to turn. Returning to the welcome pavilion was clearly out of the question, for the king would soon discover the upheaval caused by the fleeing guards. The ninth prince gazed at Qin Lang's bloodied hands and said, I shall lead you to a place where you can tend to your wounds. Where might that be? Qin Lang asked. Do you not seek the Kongtong seal? The ninth prince replied. The place I shall take you is likely intricately linked to it. Meanwhile, the king entered the grand hall and finally beheld a new group of foreign visitors. They were none other than Deng Zhong, the leader of the Wind Dragon sect, along with his deputy and several subordinates, whose numbers surpassed those of Qin Lang's party. Upon seeing the king, Deng Zhong bowed respectfully. Greetings, your majesty. The king replied, Please rise. You hail from the land of Yin and Huang, do you not? Indeed, Deng Zhong affirmed. I am from the same nation as the previous visitors, including Qin Lang. The king smiled. That is splendid. I shall arrange for you to meet with Qin Lang tomorrow. As compatriots, there must be much to discuss in this foreign land. It is quite late now. You should rest at the welcome pavilion. I know, your majesty. Deng Zhong interjected. Qin Lang and his companions are murderers. He has slain many, including Gong Longhai and Gong Wulin, and we have been pursuing them. We followed them all the way here to apprehend them. The king was taken aback. Murderers? They entered with such valor, defeating numerous officers and vanquishing a band of brigands. I have regarded them as heroes. Could they truly be murderers? Yet, upon reflection, their formidable skills and aggressive demeanor made it plausible they had taken many lives. Deng Zhong grinned maliciously, seizing the opportunity to embellish his tale. Moreover, your majesty, they are responsible for the great hole blasted into the summit of your kingdom, which has led to flooding that could soon engulf us. The king, rising in indignation, exclaimed, What? Is this true? Unthinkable. This gaping chasm invites the sea to surge forth, threatening to inundate our land and bring about our ruin. Caused by them? Indeed, Deng Zhong confirmed. They were lured by tales of a treasured artifact known as the Kongtong seal, driven by greed to seek it out. Beneath the ocean, they were oblivious to the reasons behind their assault on our submarine, deploying the most formidable super torpedo, inadvertently creating a gaping hole in your nation's outer wall, allowing seawater to flood in, thus unintentionally facilitating our entry into your territory. King, no wonder they have persistently inquired if I am familiar with the Kongtong seal. This explains it. Now that the external seawater is infiltrating, our country is on the brink of submersion. Are you aware of a means to escape? Deng Zhong, we certainly possess a method, but we must first subdue Qin Lang and his associates. Otherwise, their ferocity may lead to the slaughter of your nation's citizens, even threatening our own safety. How then can we hope to flee? King, you speak the truth. I shall promptly lead you to capture Qin Lang and his companions. They should still be slumbering. Deng Zhong, very well, your majesty, let us ensnare them easily. However, they have underestimated the situation, arriving at the reception hall only to find Qin Lang and his party had long since vacated their quarters. Deng Zhong was rendered speechless. How is this possible? It appears they anticipated our arrival and have already fled. The king bellowed at the host of the reception hall. Where have they gone? The host trembled on the ground. I truly do not know. An hour ago, Prince Zhou came here, claiming to have misplaced something and sought to find it, then departed with Qin Lang and the others. I have no idea where they went. The king was taken aback. Prince Zhou? What could he want? Could it be? At that moment, a guard from the prison rushed in to report. This is dire. Prince Zhou has taken Qin Lang to stage a jailbreak, slaying the warden and numerous guards, and has absconded with Huangdi. The king was furious. He has betrayed us. The act of prison break and murder is a grave offense deserving of annihilation of the entire clan. The high priest interjected. Your majesty, we cannot enact such a punishment, for you too belong to his clan. King, nonsense. I need no reminder from you. I shall execute him alone, along with Qin Lang and Huangdi. They must all perish. He inquired of the prison guard. Where have Prince Zhou and the others gone now? Guard, I do not know, but it seems they are heading back toward the palace. The king pondered. They have committed crimes, and yet, instead of fleeing far away, they return to the palace? The high priest, your majesty, allow me to divine their whereabouts. He produced a transparent crystal ball from behind, sweeping his hand over it while muttering incantations. all gathered around to witness as miraculous images began to materialize within the crystal sphere. There stood Prince Jiao, Qin Lang, and their companions, making their way towards the northern palace, where a small, deep green jade mountain loomed ahead. King, Huangdi Mountain? What would they desire there? Could it be? The king and the high priest exchange a grave glance. No, it cannot be. Do they intend to? The king felt as if struck by lightning. The news of Prince Jiao's jailbreak and murder had not shaken him as profoundly. Huangdi Mountain is the treasured bastion of our nation. Does that wretched Ma-Yi aim to hasten our departure? Let us hasten to Huangdi Mountain. We must not allow that wretched Ma-Yi to succeed. Before Qin Lang, a modest peak emerged within the depths of the palace. Although it was the dead of night, the illumination rendered the mountain clearly visible. This peak was cloaked in a deep green hue, with an entrance tall enough for a person to enter, leading into its hollow interior, which seemed to contain chambers. As a mountain, it was diminutive, scarcely reaching the height of 2 stories. Yet, if one were to consider it a model, it was excessively large, with ample space within for several individuals. Its form closely resembled that of a genuine mountain, complete with a summit, slopes, and sheer cliffs. Bu Xiaoyu remarked, "This mountain is so small, so compact. It is truly peculiar." The 9th prince replied, "This is the Huangdi Mountain I previously spoke of. Within lies a bathing pool. Bathing here can preserve our youth and expedite the healing of wounds. Qin Lang, your hand was injured earlier. Hurry and soak in the water." With that, he ushered Huang Leopard and Qin Lang, along with the rest, into the cavern of Huangdi Mountain. Chapter 71. Qin Lang's debate with the king. Upon entering, I discovered a space of approximately 30 square meters, featuring a grand circular bath. In the center of the bath lay a large, jade-green stone resembling a grinding wheel, from which the thermal springs bubbled forth, creating a pool of water. Zhangyang remarqued, "So this is a hot spring, and the surrounding peaks are man-made?" The 9th prince responded, "No, they are natural mountains." As Qin Lang examined the interior, he felt the deep green jade, cool to the touch, smooth and warm, reminiscent of the texture of the dragon-slaying sword. The 9th prince affirmed, "Indeed, the dragon-slaying sword you hold was crafted from the stones in this very room. When we excavated this bath, we left behind a plethora of stone materials, and I fashioned a portion into the dragon-slaying sword. To my astonishment, it proved exceedingly sharp and invincible, which I then gifted to Xiaomin suddenly." Qin Lang recalled the first time he beheld the dragon-slaying sword, when the artifact detector had flashed wildly. At that moment, he mistakenly believed the Kongtong seal had transformed into the sword. Now, glancing at the detector on his wrist, it was indeed flashing fervently again. The artifact detector had not erred. The Kongtong seal had not metamorphosed into a blade. Rather, a fragment of the Kongtong seal had been fashioned into the dragon-slaying sword. Through the passage of countless millennia, the Kongtong seal had melded with the surrounding stones, forming this modest peak. The excavated space within had given rise to a small bathing pool. The thermal springs that flowed from the pool possessed the power to bestow immortality. They were within the very confines of the Kongtong seal. Qin Lang was astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. He submerged his injured left hand into the jade bath, and the warm spring water enveloped the wound, alleviating all pain, leaving only a sensation of profound comfort. This hand, previously ensnared by the warden's steel whip, bore numerous steel spikes embedded within, exposing bone through the wound. Yet now, nurtured by the spring water, flesh and blood rejuvenated, and the wound began to scab at a visible pace. In under 20 minutes, the scab fell away. Qin Lang observed, his left hand now smooth as though it had never been injured. What miraculous water this was, sourced from the immortal spring of the Kongtong seal. The 9th prince had already placed Hua Yingbao into the bath. She had been grievously pierced through both arms and legs by Zhang Yang's iron spike the previous day, with injuries far more severe than Qin Lang's. The spring was diligently mending her wounds, and her complexion gradually improved. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. Bu Xiaoyu listened intently, her expression turning grave. "This is not good. A large contingent is approaching." Qin Lang urged the 9th prince, "You and Huangdi stay here. He then stepped outside with Lu De and Zhang Yang. What awaited them outside was an imposing sight. The king, mounted on a magnificent steed, accompanied by the Grand Sorcerer, a battalion of royal guards, and Deng Zhong, nearly 200 strong, had them surrounded. Qin Lang addressed the king, "Your Majesty, with such a multitude at your command, what is your intent?" The king retorted, impudent. "Qin Lang, I initially believed you to be a hero, aiding us in vanquishing bandits. Yet, to my dismay, you conspired with the very bandits, slaying the warden and numerous guards, liberating the bandits, and committing heinous crimes. Qin Lang, though you hail from foreign lands, you must adhere to our laws while on our soil. You have committed a grave transgression and should promptly surrender, accepting your fate. Perhaps I could spare your friends from their impending doom." Qin Lang glanced at Lu De and Zhang Yang, chuckling softly. "Your Majesty, are you aware that you too have committed a capital offense? You dare to pronounce judgment upon me, yet we remain uncertain as to who shall meet their end first." The king, incensed, retorted, "Nonsense! What crime have I committed? You are the one deserving of death." Qin Lang replied, "Do you know who orchestrated my prison break? It was your brother, the 9th prince. He has invited disaster, committing murder and instigating a jailbreak. His actions warrant the annihilation of his entire lineage. Your Majesty, are you not part of his clan? You too must face the consequences." The king was rendered speechless by rage. Qin Lang continued, "Furthermore, your brother harbors treasonous ambitions. He has fashioned a dagger named Dragon Slayer, intended to slay you, the dragon. Should not a traitor be punished with the extinction of his kin? You belong to his lineage, thus you too face death." In a fit of fury, the king eventually stammered, "His wickedness is his own doing. He alone deserves punishment. It has nothing to do with me." Qin Lang pressed on, "Allow me to present a matter pertinent to you. 3 years prior, during the royal autumn hunt, the 5th prince cast the 9th prince down a cliff. Can you dare claim ignorance of this incident? Can you assert it was not sanctioned or tolerated by you? Within the royal family, to conspire against one's own brother, is that not a crime worthy of death? Later, when the tyrant Ba Tianhu abducted the 9th prince, seeking a ransom, you callously refused, disregarding your brother's life. Should you not be punished for your indifference to kin?" Qin Lang's words resonated with undeniable logic, leaving no room for rebuttal. A multitude of eyes turned to the king, eagerly awaiting his response, and he was compelled to reply. Unbeknownst to all, the 9th prince had emerged, watching intently to see how his elder brother would respond. After a prolonged silence, the king finally stated, "Mai is the offspring of our father and a commoner. His origins are indeed questionable. His fall from the mountain was merely an accident. Who told you that the 5th prince was responsible? When Ba Tianhu sought ransom, demanding a sum of 10 billion, who could ascertain the truth? To acquiesce without hesitation would be folly. Mai's impure bloodline is one matter, but his collusion with bandits, coupled with his current crimes of murder and jailbreak, constitute heinous offenses. I hereby decree his expulsion from the royal family, relegating him to the status of a commoner. He is no longer my brother, nor part of my clan. He shall bear the weight of his transgressions alone." Clap, clap, clap. The 9th prince, or rather Mai, gazed into the king's eyes, gently applauding. "Your Majesty, you have finally cast me out of the royal fold. Those not of my blood shall harbor different intentions. Is that what you have long wished to express? Your greatest disdain for me likely stems not from my lineage, but rather from your desire to enter the terrestrial realm, with me as your sole opposition. You accuse me of colluding with bandits, yet your harem is replete with concubines from the common folk, some even hailing from brothels and marketplaces. As long as they are pleasing to the eye, you accept them all, including courtesans. Why then can I not choose a bandit? You claim I commit murder. Have you not taken lives as well? For instance, the last time you sought to woo consort Da, what did you do to her husband?" Silence. The king, fearing that he might publicly reveal his misdeeds, hastily shouted, "Royal guards, open fire and eliminate Mai and Qin Lang along with their companions." At once, the royal guards aligned their weapons, aiming at Qin Lang and his group. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. Qin Lang felt a surge of alarm. While he possessed the capability to deflect the bullets with a Dragon Slayer blade, Luda, Zhang Yang, and Xiao Yu might not share the same fortune. He prepared to wield the Dragon Slayer blade to create a wind that would shield them from the onslaught when Zhang Yang interjected. Allow me. Chapter 72. The king slays the shadow leopard. Zhang Yang clasped his hands together, and a crystalline, transparent wall, seemingly constructed from countless hexagonal glass panels, materialized out of thin air. This was one of President Ouyang's defensive techniques, the telekinetic wall, diamond defense array. Countless bullets ricocheted off the telekinetic wall, flying wildly in all directions, inadvertently striking several soldiers of the Imperial Guard. What is happening, The air was filled with the anguished cries of the Imperial Guard. Where are you shooting? How'd I get hit? It's not that I missed. It's the enemy's trickery. They're bouncing the bullets back at us. Protect the king. The high priestess, quick-witted and agile, waved her hand, conjuring a veil of ethereal white light around herself and the king, deflecting the bullets aimed at him. Your Majesty, cease fire at once. They can redirect the bullets. After the bullets have ricocheted, half of the Imperial Guard have perished by their own fire. The king gritted his teeth in fury. These wretches. Over here, Bu Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Yang, you are becoming increasingly formidable. You have mastered this technique as well. Zhang Yang replied. Qin Lang, you may attack without reservation. This wall allows passage out, but not in. Qin Lang laughed heartily. Zhang Yang, your reliability grants me the courage to launch an assault. He raised the dragon-slaying blade and leaped into the air, aiming the blade at the king's face. King, today, your life is forfeit. The dragon-slaying blade shall indeed slay the dragon today. Before the blade could reach its mark, the razor-sharp energy emanating from it threatened to cleave through flesh. At this critical moment, the high priestess extended her hands toward Qin Lang, a tremendous force suddenly tugging the dragon-slaying blade from his grasp. Caught off guard, Qin Lang could not maintain his hold, and the dragon-slaying blade was indeed pulled away by the high priestess. The formidable energy he had unleashed vanished without a trace. Qin Lang was taken aback, astonished that the elderly, diminutive figure, swathed in tattered cloth, could possess such power. The high priestess presented the dragon-slaying blade to the king, who smiled with satisfaction. Mai, you have long harbored intentions of rebellion, seeking to use this blade to slay me, naming it the dragon-slaying blade. However, today, it is you who shall perish beneath its edge. He grasped the dragon-slaying blade and leaped toward Ma-Yi, swinging it down. The dragon-slaying blade, one of the 10 divine artifacts, shattered the telekinetic wall with a resounding crash. Qin Lang's attempt to intervene came too late. A scream pierced the air. A burst of crimson erupted, staining the surroundings with blood. The dragon-slaying blade plunged into the chest of the shadow leopard. It turned out that at the critical moment, the shadow leopard had dashed out from Huangdi Mountain, positioning itself in front of Ma-Yi. Xiaomin, Ma-Yi cried out in heart-wrenching despair. The king was taken aback, withdrawing the blade from the shadow leopard's chest, a torrent of blood following suit. Remarkably, there was a woman willing to take the blade for you. Is this the female bandit? Ma-Yi gently lifted Huangdi, who with great effort gazed up at him and spoke earnestly. Ninth Prince, all of this stems from me. I have brought you misfortune, and you must live on. Flee now. A solitary tear fell from her eye, landing on Mai's hand, before she succumbed to death. Mai wept bitterly, cradling Huangdi. The king observed their sorrowful scene with mockery. Ninth brother, you have indeed captivated this woman to the point of her willing sacrifice. Your romantic endeavors are remarkably successful. Fear not. I shall swiftly send you on your journey to reunite with her. He raised his blade, preparing to strike down the grieving and defenseless Mai. Qin Lang roared with uncontainable fury. He could bear it no longer. With a single punch, he struck the king's foul visage, distorting his face and causing his eyes to bulge. I have never encountered such a repulsive individual. Enough is enough. The king was sent flying 3 meters, his dragon-slaying sword clattering to the ground. Qin Lang yearned for another blow, but the high priest glared fiercely. Qin Lang, your opponent is me. Qin Lang replied defiantly. Very well. I shall vanquish you, old, ugly, and short fiend. Lightning erupted in Qin Lang's grasp, encircling his arm and illuminating the darkness. Do not wield lightning. Your body cannot endure it. Sacient will show you. I care not. I desire their demise. Qin Lang declared vehemently. The high priest conjured a swirl of purple flames. Let us see who meets their end. The two soared into the air, colliding with a thunderous impact. Mai, having laid down the lifeless Huangdi, cast a vengeful glare at the king and lunged at him. I only wish for your death. He pinned the king down, unleashing a torrent of punches upon his face, each blow turning the king's eyes black and blue, distorting his nose and causing it to bleed, and striking his mouth until teeth fell out. All his rage was unleashed upon the king's visage, transforming what was once a handsome face into a grotesque mask of horror, unrecognizable even to his own mother. The king, astonished and enraged, exclaimed, You wretched creature, how dare you strike me? My father chose a lowly commoner to bear you, and you align yourself with a base bandit. A dog cannot change its nature. The king retaliated, and the two engaged in a brutal brawl. I shall end you today. The king, having trained in martial arts, possessed greater strength. He delivered a kick that sent Mai flying several meters, crashing into the cave of Huayu Mountain. Mai, today we shall settle this. I shall cleanse my father's legacy. Lu De, Zhang Yang, and Bu Xiaoyu rushed to assist, only to find several figures emerging from the opposing team, led by the arrogant Deng Zhong of the Wind Dragon Church. Deng Zhong sneered. What do you little brats intend to do? Lu De inquired. And who might you be? Zhang Yang, noticing their lack of dragon horns, was astonished. You are also from the underworld? You are also from a Yinhuang nation. Deng Zhong chuckled. Indeed, you do not recognize me, for we have never crossed paths. In truth, we have already engaged in combat beneath the sea, launching torpedoes at one another. Do you not recall? Ultimately, I unleashed a formidable torpedo that breached the cavern wall, allowing us to arrive here. Lu De exclaimed. So it was you who attacked our submarine back then. What are your intentions? Deng Zhong replied. We harbor no grand designs. What you desire, the Kongtong seal, is also coveted by us. Additionally, we seek the life of Qin Lang. He gazed into the distance, where Qin Lang was embroiled in fierce battle with the high priest. We shall deal with Qin Lang shortly. For now, I demand the lives of the two of you. Lu De, as if he had heard the greatest jest in the world, scoffed. You wish to take our lives? First, let us see what you are truly capable of. Deng Zhong commanded, bring forth the underlings. Capture these three alive. Deng Zhong's lieutenant and subordinates surged forward, armed with clubs, preparing to launch a brutal assault on the trio. You insignificant minions dare oppose the Wind Dragon sect? You must be weary of life. Chapter 73. Bu Xiaoyu slays the Wind Dragon sect leader. Deng Zhong Lu De bellowed, and before him appeared a colossal white fire dragon. This resplendent creature darted through the air with astonishing speed, lunging at anyone in its path, enveloping them in searing flames, eliciting agonizing screams. In the blink of an eye, it had reduced the majority of Deng Zhong's subordinates to mere charred remnants. The wretched fireballs cried out in despair, thrashing wildly, before collapsing one by one. Deng Zhong stood dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. What sorcery is this? Then, the fire dragon charged at him with ferocity. Deng Zhong's heart raced in sheer terror, and he fled with all his might. Zhang Yang targeted the fleeing Deng Zhong, unleashing a barrage of iron spikes. Deng Zhong had never witnessed the prowess of Zhang Yang and Lu De. He had always assumed they were mere insignificant lackeys, only to discover their formidable capabilities. He rolled on the ground several times, narrowly evading Zhang Yang's iron spikes, but the relentless fire dragon pursued him mercilessly. In a moment of desperation, one of his subordinates hastily shoved a few bound individuals towards him, and Deng Zhong seized the opportunity, positioning them as a shield. These are your captain and crew. Do you wish to incinerate them as well? Lu De's keen gaze sharpened. It was indeed the captain and several crew members of the Nautilus. It turned out that after disembarking, Deng Zhong and his men had followed Qin Lang to the county office, where they had captured the captain and crew members residing there. bringing them all the way to the capital, hoping they would prove useful at a crucial moment. Now, at this pivotal juncture, they were indeed proving their worth. Lu Da's teeth clenched in anger. How despicable of you to have bound the captain. With a decisive wave of his hand, the fire dragon vanished. A sinister grin spread across Deng Zhong's face as he pushed the captain forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. Step back a few paces, or I shall slay them. He tightened his grip around the captain's neck, who cried out in agony. Ah! Reluctantly, Lu Da and his companion stepped back. Deng Zhong's eyes darted, and he gestured to a subordinate. Bind them with chains. The subordinate approached with iron chains, intent on restraining Lu Da and Zhang Yang. Lu Da shouted furiously, "Do not overreach." Deng Zhong countered with an equally fierce voice. "If you dare to resist, I shall kill your captain, and you shall never return home. You, with the flying needles, do not attempt any tricks. Behave yourselves." Suddenly, one of the subordinates, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "Leader, look behind you." Deng Zhong turned, and to his horror, beheld the last sight he wished to see. There stood Bu Xiaoyu, brandishing the dragon-slaying blade, poised to deliver a devastating strike from above. Ah! Deng Zhong's heart-wrenching scream echoed as he released his final breath upon this earth. The unparalleled dragon-slaying blade, a divine artifact capable of cleaving through all, severed him in twain from head to toe. All present, including Deng Zhong's remaining subordinates, the Imperial Guard, as well as Lu Da and Zhang Yang, stood in stunned silence. A vertical line of blood appeared at the center of Deng Zhong's body. A torrent of crimson erupted forth, as his bisected form toppled to either side. The surrounding Imperial Guards quickly regained their senses and opened fire upon Bu Xiaoyu, aiming to quell this female harbinger of death. With a swift motion of the dragon-slaying blade, Bu Xiaoyu unleashed a tremendous wave of blade energy that sent all the bullets flying. The projectiles ricocheted back into the ranks of the Imperial Guards, claiming numerous lives once more. Bu Xiaoyu, exuding an imposing aura, shouted at the remaining guards, "Flee at once, or this dragon-slaying blade in my hand will indiscriminately slay anyone in its path. Ah, run away. This woman is no ordinary being." A loyal soldier recalled the king, exclaiming, "What about his majesty? We are on the brink of annihilation. We have done all we can. Forget about him." In less than 3 seconds, the remaining few dozen Imperial Guards scattered in disarray. The scene was left only with the charred remains of several of Deng Zhong's subordinates, along with Deng Zhong himself, cleaved in two. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Da and Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake their heads in applause. "Xiaoyu, I truly underestimated your prowess. Slaying a person is as effortless for you as dispatching a mere chicken. If you were to refine your martial skills further, the results would be astonishing." Meanwhile, deep within Huayu Mountain, as Deng Zhong and Lu Da commenced their dialogue, the king and Mai Yi were embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Mai Yi, hailing from humble origins, had not systematically studied combat arts within the royal lineage. Seizing the opportunity while the king was sent flying by Qin Lang and momentarily disoriented from the dragon-slaying blade's fall, she unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. However, as soon as the king regained his composure, Mai Yi found herself at a disadvantage. With a powerful kick, the king sent Mai Yi tumbling into the cavern of Huayu Mountain. The force was considerable, rendering Mai Yi immobile. The king then entered the cavern, moving towards the bathing area, intent on ensuring Mai Yi's demise. "Today we shall settle this. I will avenge my father." He stepped into the bathing area, relentlessly striking Mai Yi. Though she attempted to resist, the king's strength was overwhelming, his fists a whirlwind of fury. Mai Yi stood no chance against him, destined only to endure the blows. Before long, Mai Yi was left bloodied, and with a fierce jab, the king sent her crashing against the edge of the bathing pool, her skull colliding heavily with the wall, blood trickling down the verdant jade surface. Grasping her hair, the king sneered as Mai Yi weakly opened her eyes. "You wretched creature, you still draw breath? If so, I shall drown you in the water. Our national treasure, the fountain of eternal youth, has always bestowed upon us eternal life. To use this sacred spring to drown, you would be a first in the annals of history." Ha ha ha! With that, Mai Yi's head was plunged into the waters of the bathing pool, bubbles rising to the surface. No matter how fiercely she struggled, the king held her down with unwavering resolve, intent on drowning her. The bloodline of the dragon-human clan had grown feeble, rendering them susceptible to drowning. In just a short while, Mai Yi would become the first dragon-human in history to perish by the waters of the fountain of eternal youth. Outside, the battle between Qin Lang and the high priest had reached a fever pitch. Qin Lang unleashed a torrent of formidable silver lightning from his hands, while the high priest conjured blue-purple flames. The clash of electricity and fire was evenly matched, as the currents of electricity collided with the blue-purple flames. They formed a colossal sphere of energy, illuminating the night sky. High Priestess, you impudent young lad, how impressive it is that at such a tender age, you can conjure such formidable spells, matching me blow for blow. Qin Lang, you ancient crone are quite remarkable yourself, for few in this world could withstand the full force of my lightning. The high priestess retorted with indignation. Who are you calling an ancient crone? I am but 450 years old and still a great beauty. Qin Lang, 450 years and you're not an ancient crone? You're a woman? My apologies, I didn't perceive that. This cannot solely be blamed on Qin Lang, as the high priestess was entirely swathed in tattered garments, revealing naught but her pair of eyes. Not even her mother would recognize her. At that moment, Bu Xiaoyu had already cleaved Deng Zhong in two with her blade, frightening away dozens of royal guards with her single sword. Observing that Qin Lang was unable to secure victory, she tossed the dragon-slaying sword to him. Qin Lang, catch the sword. Qin Lang grasped the treasure blade and made a sweeping arc towards the high priestess. A brilliant white line cleaved through the heavens and the earth. The high priestess, paralyzed with fear, executed a teleportation to evade the blade's aura. The spot where she had stood was carved with a long, straight line that extended for hundreds of meters, disappearing into an unfathomable depth. Had the blade's aura struck her directly, even one with celestial powers would have been cleaved in twain. Chapter 74. The high priest's devastating move with the divine weapon in hand. Qin Lang felt invigorated, relentlessly striking at the high priest. The blade's aura danced through the air, slicing through space and diminishing the high priest's avenues for evasion. She darted left and right, narrowly avoiding several lethal strikes. A single blow would spell her demise. It was evident to all that her failure was merely a matter of time. Furious, she exclaimed, "Am I not a woman? You wish to play for real? Then I shall fight back." With a sweeping motion of her arms, the space around her erupted into a multitude of blue-violet fireballs, saturating a 20-square-meter area. With a fierce shout, she declared, "Die!" The countless floating fireballs surged toward Qin Lang. Lu De, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, was momentarily stunned, realizing that the high priest's pyrotechnic prowess far surpassed his own. Qin Lang, wielding the dragon-slaying blade, spun it into a magnificent flourish and struck fiercely at the multitude of fireballs. With a resounding boom, the fireballs erupted into a torrent of blue-violet flames, resembling a blooming blue fire on the ground. Each small fireball left a tiny scorched hole upon impact. The high priest's grand move was effortlessly dispelled by Qin Lang's strike. Sheathed in confidence, he gazed at the high priest with an air of disdain. "Surrender, and I shall spare your life. Our quarrel is not personal. The king forces my hand. Why throw away your life needlessly?" The high priest, incensed, retorted, "When have I sought your pity, you brash youth? I, Gisa Duo the high priest, have traversed this world, undefeated and unwavering in loyalty to my country. Surrender to an enemy? Never." Her body began to levitate, her feet hovering a foot above the ground as her headscarf fell away, revealing a weathered visage. She appeared to be a woman of 70, her hair streaked with gray. "Qin Lang," she continued, "I had no intention of employing this move against you. You are unworthy. Yet you have compelled me to this brink, leaving me no choice. No one can withstand this attack, not even your dragon-slaying blade." Qin Lang, perplexed, queried, "What are you scheming, old woman?" The high priest chuckled. "You dare call me old? Should you fall victim to my move, you will not even have the privilege of aging. You will fade into dust, into nothingness, forever devoid of existence. never to witness the dawn again. An extraordinary force began to coalesce around her, not the essence of physical assault nor magical incantation, but a power drawn from the very fabric of existence, a force rooted in the depths of the abyss. Qin Lang had never experienced such a sensation before. Encounters with brutish fighters like Gong Longhai, magical warriors such as Gong Wulin, or even those who wielded laws like Gong Nianhua had never evoked this feeling. Suddenly, the entity within the demon refining cauldron, Huangdi, urged evade. Qin Lang replied, "Do you lack confidence in me?" Huangdi insisted, "You must flee. If this move strikes you, survival is impossible. Not even your dragon-slaying blade can withstand it. Nothing can shield you from this attack." Sweat began to bead on Qin Lang's forehead as he pondered. Is it truly that formidable? Perhaps I should indeed take my leave. At that moment, he realized he was paralyzed, unable to move. What is happening? I cannot move. Zhong Songzi. That old witch has bound your psychic energy. She has unleashed her ultimate technique with all her might, and it is destined to strike you. Qin Lang, in a state of panic. What should I do? Help me think of a way. Zhong Songzi, I will attempt to move you. The high priestess conjured a dazzling display of black and white lightning, crackling and intertwining in a symphony of sound. She was on the verge of launching her attack. Zhong Songzi's voice trembled with urgency. I cannot move either. This old hag has learned some bizarre technique from who knows where. This psychic binding is overwhelmingly strong. Qin Lang shouted, Luda, Zhangyang, Xiao Yu, I cannot move. Quickly assist me. Luda what? Zhangyang, you cannot move by yourself? I thought your stillness was a sign of disdain for her technique. Luda, Zhangyang, and Bu Xiaoyu rushed to Qin Lang, tugging, pushing, and even kicking him. Yet, Qin Lang remained immovable, as if forged from solid iron. Luda astonished. What is happening? Qin Lang replied, No matter how you strike me, I feel nothing. It is as if a protective barrier envelopes me. I cannot move. The high priestess let out a cold laugh. Are you prepared to meet your demise? The black and white orb of lightning in her hand emitted an extraordinary glow, swelling to twice its original size. She was about to unleash her spell. Zhong Songzi, voice quavering with fear. I truly cannot move you. I have exerted all my strength. We are destined to perish together. If you die, I shall also perish. Meanwhile, within Huayu Mountain, the king had submerged my Yi's head in a pool of water for several minutes. My Yi struggled desperately, her eyes rolling back, her lungs filling with water, on the verge of expelling her last bubble of air. In this final moment, Luda, Zhangyang, and Bu Xiaoyu surged forth like sprinters, racing towards the levitating high priestess. Luda conjured several bursts of flame to assault the high priestess. Zhangyang unleashed a volley of flying darts aimed at her. Then, Zhangyang and Bu Xiaoyu struck the high priestess with powerful punches from different angles. Furious, the high priestess exclaimed, You beasts! With a swift flick of her finger. Zhangyang and Bu Xiaoyu were sent flying as if struck by a giant S-finger, crashing to the ground 20 meters away. Their flames and darts were also deflected back at them. The high priestess slowly raised her hand, making her final adjustments. She declared, You insignificant flies cannot accomplish anything. Qin Lang, prépare-toi. The black and white orb in her hand reached its maximum size before contracting, revealing a brilliant ring of red light within. In the next instant, her ultimate attack was about to burst forth. At that moment, Luda leaped high and delivered a powerful kick to the high priestess, who was suspended in midair. How is this possible? Who are you? The high priestess believed she had eliminated the troublesome presence, directing all her power to immobilize Qin Lang and consolidate her spell, leaving her own defenses at their weakest. With a single strike, Luda channeled all her life as strength into a relentless and formidable kick, propelling the high priest half a meter through the air. Simultaneously, the black and white thunderbolt in her hand unleashed a straight beam of intermingling colors, veering off course and striking the unsuspecting Huayu Shan behind Qin Lang. The high priest glared furiously at Luda, exclaiming, You, to which Luda responded with delight, Ha ha, if I cannot move Qin Lang, then I shall move you. Am I not a genius? The high priest retorted, You wretched beast. Fool! As the black and white thunderbolt struck Huayu Shan, The mountain suddenly erupted with a muted outline, followed by another explosion of indistinct form. It resembled the final 2 beats of a heart. Then the entire mountain vanished. In its stead, the king appeared in the open space, holding Ma Yi, who was flushed and gasping for breath, drenched from head to toe, as both the bathing pool and its water had disappeared. The king surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the house and the unfolding chaos. Chapter 75. The king confronts the high priest. Meanwhile, Qin Lang felt as though all his restraints had been lifted, suddenly reclaiming his freedom. The king surveyed his surroundings. Bewildered, what has happened? Where is the house? Where is Huangdi? The high priest remained suspended half a foot above the ground, soaring towards the king, and upon landing before him, stated, "I beg your pardon, your majesty. I had just employed the time reversal technique, which could have entirely eradicated the traitor Qin Lang. But it was thwarted by his accomplices. The spell struck Huangdi, reverting him to a state that existed centuries ago, thus causing his disappearance." The king, infuriated, retorted, "You fool. Huangdi is our national treasure, and now it is entirely gone. You cannot even strike a man properly." The high priest replied, "I apologize. It was my blunder. Please, punish me, your majesty." The king continued, "Did you truly believe you could accomplish that task? You prophesied that these foreigners would lead us to the outside world. Yet this is the outcome. You claimed that my E would soon vanish, and yet he still lives. You have destroyed our only national treasure. This is utterly unforgivable. I hereby declare that you are no longer the high priest. You are of no use to me. It is far too lenient to send you into retirement. Having ruined the ancestral treasure of the Dragon Nation, you shall serve at least 50 years in prison. Prepare to face incarceration." The high priest, filled with both fury and sorrow, implored, "Your Majesty, I have always defeated formidable foes to protect you. Can you truly be so heartless? I have shown you mercy. You have obliterated our generational treasure, and I have spared your life. What more must I do?" The king struck the high priest across the face, causing him to fall from the air in shock. "You dare strike me? What of it? I could just as easily end your life." At that moment, Qin Lang was not preoccupied with their quarrel. He and Lu De were captivated by a green object beside the king. It was a green disc upon which coiled an emerald dragon, its head and body entwined, approximately the size of an orange. Qin Lang and Lu De exchanged glances, each discerning the same revelation in the other's eyes, the Kongtong seal. Without the need to consult the artifact detection device, Qin Lang recognized that this was the very form of the Kongtong seal, reverted to its original state due to the time reversal spell cast upon Huangdi. At this juncture, the king's gaze was also drawn to the Kongtong seal. Even if he did not know its name, he understood it to be an exceedingly precious item. Qin Lang and Lu De rushed forward to seize the Kongtong seal, with the king simultaneously dashing towards it as well. 6 hands grappled for the artifact. The king bellowed, "This is the Kongtong seal you seek, is it not? It belongs to me. How dare you contest it? Will you to challenge me?" "The Kongtong seal is reserved for the emperor. It is our imperial jade seal. Are you emperors? Do you even deserve to contend for it?" Qin Lang asserted, "Release it. This is the item we seek, and it is of no use to you. King, this was originally the possession of our nation. You, the earthlings, the murderers and robbers, stand down." With a sudden rush, both parties felt an invisible force drawing the Kongtong seal away. The seal was pulled into the hands of the high priestess. At that moment, a terrifying smile spread across her face. "So this is the Kongtong seal you seek, capable of establishing or dethroning an emperor. Whoever possesses the Kongtong seal becomes the emperor. King, high priestess, what do you intend to do with it? Return it to me at once." The high priestess scoffed, pointing at the king. "You foolish monarch. I have devoted my life to serving the crown, unwavering in my loyalty, yet you have treated me with disdain. I have served 3 generations of emperors, and at my age, you still dismiss me. A person like you becoming the emperor, living forever, would be a nightmare for the entire long dragon nation. The kingdom would perish under your rule." She gazed at the Kongtong seal and laughed. "This emperor is better off being me." The king stared in disbelief. "High priestess, you have truly turned against me. Even you have rebelled. Guards, seize her and execute her. The high priestess laughed. Guards? What guards? Your elite soldiers have all perished. Were it not for my constant protection, would you still be alive? The king pulled out a mobile phone. Captain of the elite guards. Bring your troops to the North Palace at Huangdi Mountain immediately. Call in the 3rd and 4th squads as well. The high priestess has rebelled. The king astonishingly called for reinforcements, leaving Qin Lang dumbfounded. Moreover, it was the first time Qin Lang and his companions had seen a mobile phone from the Long Dragon Nation, which resembled those from the Yanhuang Nation. The political system and official hierarchy of the Long Dragon Nation had always given Qin Lang a medieval impression, until he encountered firearms and mobile phones, which reminded him that the Long Dragon Nation was also a nation of modern technological civilization. The high priestess slowly nodded. You dare to summon the army against me? Impressive. Young one. Though her face bore no anger, her inner fury had reached its peak. The king smugly declared, if you return the Kongtong seal to me, I might grant you a complete corpse. No matter how powerful you are, can you withstand the simultaneous assault of thousands of soldiers? You've unleashed a few powerful moves, and you must be running low on strength now, are you not? It would be wise to return the Kongtong seal willingly, lest I take it from you myself, which would not end well for you. The high priestess coldly chuckled. Do you think I will kill you first, or will your thousands of soldiers arrive first? She stepped closer to the king. Each step resonated like the footsteps of death upon the king's heart. Panic began to seize the king. You intend to kill me? You truly plan to rebel? You better not act recklessly. If you kill me, your relatives will be torn to shreds. The high priestess replied, if I become the emperor, then it will be your people who are torn apart. King, do not act recklessly. The high priestess disregarded his words, gathering her strength for an attack. Just then, a barrage of cannon fire struck the high priestess. Having already been depleted of energy, she was caught off guard by the sudden hail of bullets. But in a critical moment, she performed a backflip, evading most of the bullets. At that very moment, the Kongtong seal slipped from her grasp, tumbling to the ground. Qin Lang darted forward and seized the Kongtong seal. The high priest glared furiously. Who dares to ambush me? The king's reinforcements should not have arrived yet. It turned out that the personal guards of the 9th prince had arrived. The 9th prince had also called for help. The guards arrived aboard the spaceship Home-1, assisting the 9th prince as they prepared to board. The 9th prince urged, Qin Lang, hurry and follow me. Once the king's army arrives, we shall be unable to escape. Qin Lang, Lu De, Zhang Yang, and Xiao Yu hastily joined the 9th prince aboard the spaceship. The king, watching the vessel ascend into the sky, screamed in a fit of rage, Come back. Come back. You beasts do not think you can simply flee. Leave the Kongtong seal behind. He turned to the high priest, exclaiming, Now look what you've done. We cannot obtain the Kongtong seal. It has been snatched away by this lowly scoundrel. He intends to claim the throne. The high priest sneered, I care not who ascends to the throne. Anyone will be preferable to you. The king retorted, You have rebelled. How dare you utter such words? The high priest responded, I was a rebel from the start. The king was momentarily speechless. Very well. My army is on the way, and we shall see how this traitor meets his end. Just then, they all heard a rumbling sound. They looked up to witness what appeared to be giants striking the vault of the heavens. The clouds above roiled uneasily, revealing long fissures within their midst. These cracks continued to extend as dust and small stones began to cascade downwards. Chapter 76. The aerial negotiation between the 9th prince and the king gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Is the sky about to collapse? The high priest looked at the trembling heavens and remarked, Do you understand why our nation has thrived undisturbed beneath the deep sea for millennia? It is because the national treasure, the Kongtong seal, has been supporting the vault of the sky. Now that the Kongtong seal has been removed, it is time for the heavens to fall. The king responded, bewildered. The heavens are to fall? Then what shall I do? The high priest surveyed the surroundings, noting the encroaching army. Perhaps you may finally fulfill your greatest wish. You can leave this subterranean world. She ascended into the air, soaring to a height of 100 meters. The king shouted, Where are you going? Do you intend to flee? You cannot go anywhere without my permission. The high priest's voice echoed back. You should be elated, I have no desire to kill you now, nor do I need to lift a finger. You will soon depart from this world, albeit as a mere corpse. The captain of the Imperial Guard turned to the king, inquiring, "What shall we do now?" The king pondered for a moment. "Find me the finest airship. Pursue the 9th prince's vessel. The 9th prince has rebelled as well. Eliminate them. The 9th prince's ship can be tracked. Summon the 50,000 mechanical air forces, the 50,000 mechanical naval forces, and the 100,000 mechanical ground forces from the pyramid to hunt down the 9th prince's ship." The third captain replied, "Very well, I shall summon the Millennium Eagle." "But what the high priest?" The king declared. "Proclaim to the world that the high priest has rebelled and detain all her family and friends. It will be difficult to locate her alone. We shall deal with her later. First, we must confront the 9th prince." Inside the 9th prince's flagship, the pilot was nervously maneuvering the controls. Daylight had dawned, revealing the magnificent landscapes of the Dragon Nation before them. Qin Lang asked the 9th prince, "Where are we headed?" The 9th prince replied, "We shall first go to a county west of the capital, where I have established a military base. We could take refuge there." Xiao Yu interjected, "You set up a military base? Did you plan to rebel from the outset?" The 9th prince affirmed, "Of course. In my situation, I am prey to be slaughtered. Why would I not rebel? I even forged a dragon-slaying sword, intending to sever that king's head, but alas, it was not put to use just now. However, I did manage to give the king a good thrashing earlier, even though he retaliated. That was sufficient." Suddenly, the pilot shouted, "9th prince, we cannot get through." Everyone looked and saw the western sky densely populated with countless airships, at least 8,000, possibly 10,000, crowding together like passengers in a packed bus, forming an impenetrable barrier. Even without firing a shot, these airships created a formidable wall, making it impossible for any bird to pass through. They glanced in other directions, only to find the skies increasingly filled with more ships. The aerial defense line had closed in. Qin Lang exclaimed, "This is dire. If they open fire, we shall have no place to hide." "Prince Jiao, has this scoundrel mobilized the entire aerial force of the capital against me?" "Bu Xiaoyu, not good. There are ground troops below as well." Everyone gazed downward, where countless tanks were gathering on the ground, resembling a swarm of ants crawling across the earth. "Driver, this is dire. We can only retreat to the capital." The spacecraft made a sharp turn, heading back to Jingchen Kakashi Li. Before them loomed the King's Millennium Eagle. Inside the Millennium Eagle, the king was addressing them through a loudspeaker. Surrender. You must see that my army outnumbers yours by an unfathomable margin. You have no hope of victory. Should my air and ground forces unleash their firepower, you shall be reduced to ashes, with nowhere to hide and no chance for regret. I now offer you a chance. Hand over the Kongtong seal, and I shall spare your life, as well as the lives of your friends. I will grant you a fief, allowing you to leave the capital and live in peace. I shall no longer interfere in your affairs." Bu Xiaoyu, that sounds reasonable. You might as well agree to him. It's unwise for us to perish like this. Zhang Yang, he does not wish to destroy the Kongtong seal, for it is our only bargaining chip. Prince Jiao, do you still believe this scoundrel's words? He speaks not a single truth. He began to speak into the loudspeaker, intentionally amplifying his voice 20-fold so that the entire capital could hear. "Release us first, and once I am in a safe location, I will hand over the Kongtong seal to you." "The king, you have no room for negotiation. Surrender the Kongtong seal, or we shall open fire." "Prince Jiao, your majesty, then you may fire at will. Feel free to kill your own brother." "The king, you are guilty of heinous crimes, colluding with bandits, jailbreaks, and murder. You deserve nothing less than death. If you were to destroy the national treasure along with yourself, it would be an even greater betrayal to the people of the Dragon Nation, and I cannot let down its citizens." "Prince Jiao, your majesty, do not speak so piously. I know what you truly think. You seek to trick me into surrendering the Kongtong seal, only to slaughter me and Qin Lang thereafter. This is not the first time you have committed such treachery. You could kill your own father, so why would you hesitate to eliminate a brother?" The king roared in fury. "Do not speak such lies. When have I ever killed our father? Prince Jiao, after my birth, you ascended to the throne, And how did he die so soon thereafter? You deceived him into abdicating to you, then drove him to his death with your actions. You claim I caused our father's demise. Can any of your words be trusted? Qin Lang whispered. Why provoke him? Are you not afraid he will obliterate us immediately? Prince Jiao gestured for silence, signaling the driver to prepare the jump engine. Meanwhile, on the ground, the citizens of the capital, witnessing the multitude of spacecraft in the sky and tanks below, poured out to see the spectacle. The dialogue between the ninth prince and the king was overheard clearly, and they engaged in fervent discussion. It turns out that the late emperor was driven to his demise by the current sovereign. What a cunning strategy, to have caused his father's death and then frame the ninth prince for it. No wonder the ninth prince is said to be a harbinger of misfortune. Such hidden truths emerge. It appears to be a case of dogs biting dogs. None of them are virtuous. Look at how the sovereign dispatched legions to capture his brother, saturating the skies with troops, as if fearing his brother's survival. Is there a shred of familial affection left? The nine prince's claims are likely grounded in truth. I have heard whispers of the sovereign's penchant for beauty. With over 1,000 enchanting concubines in his harem, he has taken many lives to possess these women. Yet, it is shocking that he would even turn against his own kin. Let us refrain from further disparagement of the sovereign, lest we invite peril. It is said that the high priestess is on the brink of death at his hands. Is she not the so-called living deity? Was she not a venerable figure of 3 reigns? The sovereign would slay even her? What atrocity is beyond his reach? On the 1,000-year eagle. The captain urgently interjected to the king. You must cease discourse with the ninth prince. His reckless words may severely tarnish your reputation among the citizens of the capital. The king's face darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered a chilling command. Exterminate them all, leaving not a single soul behind. Chapter 77. The ninth prince destroys the Magneto stone boom. The Air Force has finally opened fire. Thousands of spacecraft aimed at a single target unleashed an unending torrent of lasers and missiles, cascading forth like a torrential flood towards the home of the ninth prince. What a magnificent scene it was. However, before they could fire, Home 1 had already activated its jump engine, instantly leaping a kilometer away. All the artillery fell short, continuing their trajectory to ultimately strike the residences and mountains of the capital. Boom! The earth erupted with a mushroom cloud, flames radiating from within. The war has begun. We must flee. The desperate cries of the populace echoed across the ground. Let us hasten our departure from this city. Qin Lang watched the suddenly distant spacecraft and joyfully exclaimed, You can still perform space jumps? We are saved. The ninth prince replied with a bitter smile. Our space jump technology can only be used once a day and a maximum distance of 1 kilometer. It cannot even surpass the enemy fleet, rendering it of little use. Qin Lang inquired, What shall we do now? The ninth prince responded, Most of our air force consists of unmanned mechanical ships, all powered by the Magneto stone of the capital. We must destroy the Magneto stone. The ships will then fall from the sky. The pilot protested. To destroy the Magneto stone, that is a grave sin. All machines in the capital will cease to function. The ninth prince chuckled wryly. We have already rebelled. What more do we have to fear? Let us go. The pilot pulled the control stick, and Home 1 swiftly surged towards the capital region. The king aboard the Millennium Eagle watched in frustration as Home 1 suddenly distanced itself. How do they possess space jump technology? Their fire has missed. The captain reassured. Your Majesty, do not despair. We have that technology as well, but it is limited to 1 kilometer, which is of little significance. The king queried. Then why are they heading towards the capital district? Do they intend to blow it up? The captain replied, Let us jump ahead and pursue them. The Millennium Eagle transformed into a shadow, instantaneously appearing a kilometer away, in hot pursuit of Home 1. The bustling cityscape of the capital swiftly came into view, its architecture as magnificent as ever, yet not a single resident could be seen below. Everyone was hiding indoors, seeking refuge in basements and air raid shelters. The recent explosion had shattered their courage. The colossal structure of the woman and the dragon loomed before them, just as Qin Lang had first seen it, towering into the clouds, awe-inspiring. The statue of the woman cradled a gigantic purple crystal nearly 20 stories high, the Magneto Stone. The ninth prince declared, "Destroy it, and all those ships will come to a halt." Just as the pilot aimed, the spacecraft suddenly jolted with a violent shake. "We have been hit. The pursuing ships have caught up." Qin Lang glanced out the window, where a swarm of menacing vessels loomed, with the Millennium Eagle at the forefront. The king's arrogant voice resonated through the skies. "Mai, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender at once, or be reduced to dust." The ninth prince shouted back defiantly, "It is you who shall perish." The Home One retaliated against the Millennium Eagle, unleashing a beam of white laser that was flawlessly deflected by the protective shield, creating not even a ripple. "Mai, your spacecraft's performance pales in comparison to mine. You stand no chance of victory. Do you intend to obliterate the magnetic stone?" How naive! A pale blue energy barrier enveloped the magnetic stone. Home One fired a laser cannon, the dazzling beam striking directly against the energy shield before it was completely repelled. Prince Nine, undeterred, commanded, "Continue firing. Aim for the same spot." Home One unleashed a barrage of 5 or 6 laser blasts and missiles, all of which detonated harmlessly against the energy shield, inflicting no damage upon the magnetic stone. The king laughed heartily. I never imagined you could be so foolish. How could such a crucial energy nexus like the magnetic stone lack protection? With that toy of yours, do you truly believe you can destroy it? Even a nuclear weapon would fail to breach its energy barrier." 50,000 aerial forces had completely encircled Home One, creating a situation akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. The surrounding skies were filled with ominous spacecraft, blocking out all light, plunging the interior of Home One into darkness. Prince Nine slumped down, exclaiming, "It's over. We should prepare to surrender." Qin Lang asked, "Is there truly no way out? Perhaps we should resort to nuclear weapons against them." Prince Nine replied, "What nuclear weapons do we possess on our craft? Besides, they too have nuclear arms. A single miniature nuclear bomb from each would obliterate us." At that moment, a voice resonated from the ground. "You may strike the magnetic stone. Feel free to attack." Qin Lang and Prince Nine perked up, opening their eyes to see a figure emerging from the base of the magnetic stone. It was the high priest. Surrounding him were disheveled corpses, indicating that he had forcibly breached the energy shield generation facility to deactivate the barrier. The pale blue energy shield around the magnetic stone rapidly descended. The high priest aimed at the magnetic stone, unleashing a magnificent purple flame that struck true. A small explosion erupted upon the stone, and as the smoke dissipated, a crater emerged. The high priest shouted, "See, it can be attacked." A frantic scream from the king echoed through the air. "High priest, you wretched beast!" The high priest retorted, "You despicable king. I hope you and your nation meet a swift demise." The captain of the Millennium Eagle commanded urgently, "Quickly, attack Home One. We must not allow him to destroy the magnetic stone." In a swift turn of events, Home One released 3 penetrating laser blasts that struck the magnetic stone. Boom rumble! The immense magnetic stone erupted violently, sending a brilliant column of light soaring into the heavens. The statue of the woman and the dragon shattered into countless fragments, scattering like shrapnel and forming a massive cloud of dust that slowly ascended. The king lamented, "It's over. The dragon nation is finished." Finished. The mechanical ships in the sky froze in place, then cascaded down like hail. Upon landing, a violent collision with an army tank ensued, resulting in a series of explosions that illuminated the surroundings with fiery bursts. The realm of the dragon folk was engulfed in a sea of flames. Towering edifices crumbled one after another, crashing heavily to the ground and raising clouds of dust. The awnings of small vendors were ablaze. The king's voice echoed through the air. "Mai, look at what you have wrought. High priest, behold what you have done. Do you honor the ancestors of the dragon folk who have stood for millennia?" The captain of the Millennium Eagle interjected, "Your Majesty, cease your lamentations. We must hasten our descent and seek a safe haven. Our energy reserves are dwindling." At that moment, a terrifying sound reverberated from above, a tremendous crackling. All eyes turned skyward, where half of the clouds had dissipated, revealing an immense, hemispherical brown stone wall unlike anything they had ever beheld, spanning approximately 100 miles. Adorned with several black fissures, This was the true visage of the heavens above the dragonfolk realm, concealed for 4 millennia. Chapter 78. Qin Lang's escape from peril at the eastern edge of the hemispherical brownstone wall. A substantial opening gushed forth an immense torrent of seawater, cascading into the sea of forgetfulness. The aperture continued to widen, its edges fracturing with deep fissures that resembled black lightning, multiplying relentlessly. Dozens of streams of seawater began to pour down from these crevices, heralding a deluge over the land of the Dragon Clan. The water level on the ground rose ominously. Qin Lang inquired, "Your Highness, can this airship transform into a submarine?" The ninth prince replied, "It cannot." "Then let us hurry to the edge of the sea of forgetfulness and locate our submarine. We are running out of time." Qin Lang wooged. "Our vessel will soon exhaust its power." He caught sight of the high priest near the shattered pedestal of the magnetic stone and called out, "High priest, this place is doomed. Will you join us?" The high priest resolutely responded, "You all may leave. I shall remain to share the fate of the Dragon Clan. I have become an eternal sinner in their history, unable to flee for my life. I must perish here to atone for my sins. Even if I escape, my existence would hold no meaning. Then we must depart." Qin Lang insisted. Quickly, the airship, utilizing its last reserves of energy, soared for over 10 minutes before halting at the brink of the sea of forgetfulness. Fortunately, the Nautilus remained intact. Upon sighting the vessel, the captain was filled with nostalgia, exclaiming, "At last, I behold this ship again. It feels like a lifetime has passed." Reflecting on their ordeal, the crew endured considerable hardship, having been taken captive immediately upon disembarking, traversing from the county office to the capital, and becoming pawns amidst the clash between Lu De and the Wind Dragon sect. "Let us board the Nautilus swiftly. We cannot afford to delay," Qin Lang urged. At that moment, the sky revealed several large openings, from which thick cascades of white water descended, akin to verses from ancient poetry, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the heavens. A true spectacle. Yet, no one possessed the heart to admire it, for the region was on the brink of inundation, with the water level already knee-deep. Qin Lang and his companions, along with the captain and several crew members of the Nautilus, hastily entered the vessel. The captain activated the engines, steering the Nautilus towards the ocean center, before sealing the ship in a fully enclosed submarine mode. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, startling all present. The entire dome shattered. Without the dual support of the Kongtong seal and the magnetic stone, the cavernous walls, spanning 100 miles, could no longer withstand the pressure of the 10,000-meter deep waters. Crumbling into oblivion, the structure first fractured into larger pieces of brown stone, which, during their descent, were crushed into countless smaller fragments by the relentless flood that followed, cascading down alongside the infinite torrents. It was as though the entire world was engulfed in a monumental downpour. Torrential, white waters fell from the sky, descending from all angles, with the surging mist drawing ever closer, instilling a profound sense of dread. The king and his companions emerged from the airship, gazing upwards at the celestial dome in solemn silence. The white waves descending from the heavens resembled a colossal avalanche, drawing ever closer. The briny scent of the ocean palpable in the air. The pilot implored, "Your Majesty, let us retreat to the submarine. Perhaps we can endure a little longer." The king replied, "But the submarine is devoid of power, is it not? How much longer can we survive? 10 seconds? A minute?" Silence enveloped the group. The king continued, "Thus, I would rather remain here to witness the final day of the kingdom of dragons and humans. The prophecy foretells our demise. Yet a few foreigners will aid us in opening a path to the outside world. I have earnestly endeavored to lead my people into that realm. Why has it culminated in this? The more I sought to evade this fate, the more swiftly it has befallen us." The pilot bowed his head. "Indeed, the path to the outside has been opened, but not in the manner we had envisioned." Before their eyes, the towering white waves crashed against the mountains, sending forth a massive spray of white water as the dense trees were uprooted and carried aloft by the surging tide. The relentless wave cascaded from the peaks to the plains below, obliterating houses, trees, and everything in their path into mere dust. The towering waves, reaching heights of dozens of meters, surged toward the king and his companions, resembling a great white giant poised to consume them whole. The king cried out, "What have I done wrong?" Only to be swept away, vanishing without a trace in the cataclysmic deluge. The monstrous waves also struck the sea of forgetfulness, where the captain of the Nautilus shouted, "Dive! Quickly dive! This water pressure could crush us." The Nautilus plunged swiftly to depths of several hundred meters. In the dim abyss, countless stones plummeted from the surface, accompanied by bubbles sinking into the depths. The captain activated the searchlight, navigating cautiously, maneuvering to avoid the falling boulders. Although the submarine descended, the entire sea level was rising rapidly. Before long, a vast opening in the eastern wall had submerged underwater. Glancing upwards, they found the cavern's ceiling had vanished, revealing an expanse of inky black sea. The submarine began its ascent. Qin Lang peered below, where a murky seabed lay shrouded in darkness. Having just endured the onslaught of countless boulders, now enveloped in thick clouds of dust, the kingdom of dragons and humans had been erased from existence. What the king and the high priest? Asked Xiaoyu. Qin Lang shook his head. They are lost. Under 10,000 meters of water pressure, the bodies of ordinary people are crushed to mere fragments. None could survive. The magnetic stone has been destroyed, and our submarine is rendered useless. The ninth prince remained silent, his expression complex. He had harbored a lifetime of hatred for the king, yet his elder brother had perished in such an unforeseen manner. He found himself at a loss for words. No matter the animosity towards the king, the kingdom of dragons and humans was, after all, his homeland. Its obliteration stirred a pang of sorrow within him. Qin Lang gazed at the Kongtong seal in his hand. It had finally come into his possession. This verdant circular jade seal was one of the 10 divine artifacts. 2 of the artifacts had now been secured. This underwater journey proved to be worthwhile, a resounding success. Chisongzi instructed Qin Lang, "Let a drop of your blood fall upon the Kongtong seal, and, using your inner strength, evaporate it. The seal will then recognize you as its master." Following his guidance, Qin Lang complied, and the Kongtong seal emitted a faint tremor, acknowledging him as its rightful master. The submarine swiftly ascended, and the seawater began to transform, becoming bright and blue, with a gradual increase in the presence of fish. 3 hours later, the submarine resurfaced. It was noon, with a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, the sea breeze wafting gently, and the radiant sunlight illuminating everyone. The captain switched the submarine to yacht mode and opened the portholes. The crew gathered on the deck, marveling at the resplendent azure ocean, the magnificent clouds resembling floating islands, and the dazzling sun erupting in cheers. At long last, they had returned, successfully back to the realm of humanity. The ninth prince was equally exhilarated. This was a world at sea that his kin had never encountered in their lifetimes. It was his first glimpse of the sun and genuine clouds. How breathtaking! No wonder they had yearned to experience the terrestrial realm. So this is what the sun is like, truly beautiful. Qin Lang glanced at the date on his watch. Astonishingly, it had only been 3 days since they set sail. In those 3 days, they had endured an abundance of experiences, making it feel as though a month had passed. Chapter 79. Settling the ninth prince in the headquarters office of the Wind Dragon sect in the capital. A chilling aura permeated the atmosphere. Chen Xianquan, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, addressed Zhou Ying, the manager of the Resurrection Project. "I have heard that 4 days ago, you dispatched a group led by Deng Zhong, the master of the Dragon King Hall from Fuhua Province, to pursue Qin Lang and his companions into the sea in search of the second artifact. They have since met with disaster, returning not a single soul." Zhou Ying, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, stammered, "Perhaps they will return later. It's possible they encountered some delays at sea." Chen Xianquan slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Today, I received reports from the Dragon King Hall that Qin Lang and his group have returned. They have most likely secured the artifact. As for Deng Zhong and his men, they are completely untraceable." In despair, Zhou Ying fell to his knees, pleading, "Chairman, spare me. I have truly done my utmost. I had no idea Deng Zhong would prove so inept. Next time, I I shall dispatch more teams to deal with Qin Lang. Electricity crackled in Chun Chinquan's hand. Next time? Will there even be a next time? You have already botched my affairs twice, allowing 2 artifacts to fall into the hands of the enemy. With a manager like you, when will I ever achieve resurrection? Meanwhile, the enemy advances steadily, on the verge of reviving the Yellow Emperor. If they succeed, I, as a corporeal being, will be powerless against them. We shall all face demise because of your incompetence. With a forceful strike, he sent Zhou Ying flying, crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. A tall man behind him, displaying a mix of compassion and concern, interjected, "Chairman, in truth, the successful return of Qin Lang and his companions may hold advantages for us. They have brought back a pivotal individual." Chun Chinquan inquired. "Who?" The man replied, "According to my calculations, Qin Lang's group has retrieved a unique man from the depths of the sea, whose birth chart aligns perfectly with one of the 2 Yangs in the 5 Yin and 2 Yang configuration. If we capture him next time, we will have gathered 2 of the necessary individuals." Chun Chinquan responded, "Excellent. Master Tianhua, I entrust the task of capturing this individual to you. Additionally, ascertain what artifact Qin Lang has brought back and how the beings of the Divine Human Alliance became aware of its location. I want clarity on all these matters." Tianhua affirmed, "Understood. I shall not fail in my mission." Upon their return to the Divine Human Alliance, Qin Lang and his companions were warmly welcomed by President Ouyang. Utilizing an artifact detection device, President Ouyang confirmed repeatedly that the Kongtong seal brought back by Qin Lang was indeed one of the 10 great artifacts, without question. However, even more than the Kongtong seal, it was the 9th prince they had brought back that captured President Ouyang's attention. At first glance, he noticed the striking young man adorned with a pair of dragon horns. "Who is this individual?" Qin Lang replied, "This is the 9th prince Ma Yi, whom we retrieved from the Dragon Nation. The Kongtong seal is the national treasure of the Dragon Nation. Not only did we bring back the 9th prince, but several of his crew members are also waiting downstairs. I will first introduce the 9th prince to you." President Ouyang remarked, "In his current state, he is far too conspicuous. We must first arrange for him to undergo plastic surgery to remove the dragon horns, and then devise a means for him to integrate into our society. Truthfully, I'm more concerned about you, Qin Lang. Did you resort to using lightning again during your battles in the Dragon Nation?" Qin Lang shrugged, acknowledging the unavoidable necessity of using his abilities in the face of formidable foes. He rolled up his sleeves to inspect his hands. Qin Lang noticed that the dark line on his right arm had lengthened slightly. President Ouyang remarked, "As expected, each time you employ lightning, that dark line extends further. The day it reaches your shoulder marks your demise, unless you cultivate to the golden elixir stage, allowing your body to withstand the power of thunder. Only then will the line dissipate." Qin Lang inquired, "What is my current realm?" Ouyang chuckled softly. "You remain at the initial stage of foundation establishment, still far from your goal. During this period, I suggest you rest at home, diligently practice your skills, and strive to advance to the intermediate stage of foundation establishment. I will inform you when the next artifact comes to fruition." According to Yi's calculations, there was still a considerable time before the emergence of the next artifact, so they were encouraged to take a well-deserved respite. Luda clicked his tongue. "There is another artifact? We barely escaped with our lives after diving into the depths of the ocean, and now we must continue to risk our lives for these treasures?" Zhang Yang added, "This time, Xiaoyu and I contributed significantly and performed admirably. With everyone putting in such effort, will there be any rewards for us?" President Ouyang replied with a smile, "Do not fret. I will deposit 10 million each into your accounts as a token of appreciation. This evening, we shall indulge in a lavish feast at Chaoyang Hotel. So enjoy yourselves." Cheers erupted from the group. After the extravagant banquet, which exceeded all expectations, Qin Lang returned home with the 9th prince and his entourage. It had been quite some time since his last visit, and his parents greeted him with harsh words. "Are you planning to return? How long has it been? Living like a wild man out there. Do you think we aren't worried?" Qin Lang trembled slightly. "I was only away for 3 days. His parents responded, 3 days away, and you didn't come home at all? Isn't that enough? You're already married. How can you still be out all night? Doesn't Xiaoyu mind?" Qin Lang replied, "She doesn't mind, as I took her along." His parents raised their eyebrows. Oh, a honeymoon trip? That's more acceptable. Just as Qin Lang sighed in relief, his parents pointed at the ninth prince and his followers, but you returned with a group of men. What does that mean? Are you involved in human trafficking? That's illegal. His mother's gaze turned suggestive. Could it be? You've changed your tastes and prefer men now? Qin Lang was at a loss for words. You're reading too much into this. These are just foreigners we encountered abroad who have become homeless. I felt pity for them and brought them home for shelter. His parents scrutinized the ninth prince and his companions with curiosity. Why do these foreigners have dragon horns? Is this cosplay? It doesn't look good. Qin Lang could only respond with an exasperated smile. Yes, it's cosplay. Please handle the situation appropriately. They cannot remain at home for an extended period, certainly not exceeding 3 days. At last, the parents have departed. Qin Lang feels overwhelmed. What should he do? After some contemplation, he addressed the ninth prince. Let us proceed as follows. Tomorrow, I will assist you in renting a residence. Find a cosmetic surgery clinic to remove the dragon horns and help you secure employment and obtain identification. This way, you can reside here. The ninth prince exclaimed. Remove the dragon horns? How could that be possible? In fact, I intended to mention that removing the dragon horns would lead to our demise. Others joined in, vociferously expressing their opinions. The dragon horns are our greatest honor. To remove them is to suffer the utmost disgrace. Death will be preferable. The dragon horns are akin to our limbs. Without them, we will be disabled. After their removal, will we still be considered members of the dragon human race? We will be less than dogs. Qin Lang, feeling a surge of frustration, retorted, Your dragon human nation has already perished. The dragon human race is extinct. You are the last remnants. Your sole means of survival is to live within our realm. However, to thrive here, you must relinquish your dragon horns. Otherwise, you will be regarded as monsters, subjected to ridicule, and unable to find work, barely surviving a single day. In such a case, your dragon human lineage will truly vanish from this world. Consider this. Does your course of action honor the memory of the fallen dragon human nation? Chapter 80. The ninth prince becomes a model as Qin Lang was speaking. A video call came through. It was Dengzimeng. Qin Lang had nearly forgotten about this old classmate. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Qin Lang. I'm calling to express my gratitude. You lent me 400,000 last time, and I started a small modeling agency. However, I'm struggling to recruit suitable models, as the more exceptional ones are reluctant to sign with my modest company. Do you happen to know any handsome men or beautiful women? Please introduce them to us. Qin Lang's eyes brightened. After all, the ninth prince was indeed strikingly handsome, coming from the esteemed dragon clan's royal lineage. He and his peers were undoubtedly among the most attractive individuals one could encounter. With heights exceeding 6 feet, they possessed an unparalleled elegance and charm, perfect candidates for modeling. Even his subordinates boasted heights nearing 6 feet, with not a single one lacking in good looks. All could easily become models. However, he first needed to address their peculiar antler adornments. Actually, Dengzimeng, I have recently met some friends who are quite good-looking, and I can introduce them to your company. But we'll take some time. Are they here now? I would like to see them. They are indeed here, but what? I want to see their height and appearance right now. Qin Lang hesitated, but they are currently in cosplay, with makeup on. That's fine. After all, they will need to be made up for performances at our company. I just want to take a look. Reluctantly, Qin Lang pointed his phone's camera at the ninth prince and his companions. After a few seconds, Dengzimeng exclaimed, Wow, they are so handsome. Where did you find this group of gorgeous men? They're all right, I suppose. Hee. Can they work as models at your company? Absolutely. But why do they all have antlers on their heads? Is it part of their cosplay? Yes. This antler makeup looks fantastic. It might appear dreadful on ordinary individuals, but on them, it enhances their appeal and adds a unique flair. Let them come to our company for auditions tomorrow, wearing their antler makeup. But they have no knowledge of modeling. Can they really audition like this? Don't worry, in the modeling industry, height and looks are paramount. Everything else can be learned. They are all incredibly handsome, especially the one in front. He is simply extraordinarily handsome, fit to be an actor. If he were to pursue acting, his looks would overshadow 99.9% of idle male stars. Come on, you're exaggerating. Not all. I'm being quite modest. In reality, his appearance could surpass 100% of male stars. Even all the top-tier handsome men combined cannot compare to him. His visage alone could command a perfect score of 100. He must pursue a career as a model and is destined for fame. Our company hinges on his success. As for other modeling knowledge, our firm can provide comprehensive training. Very well, I shall bring them to your company for interviews tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lang informed Prince Jiao and his companions, I have secured employment for you all. There is no need to sever your dragon horns for the time being. Splendid, came a chorus of cheers. The following day, Qin Lang escorted Prince Jiao and his entourage to Deng Zemin's new star modeling company, where they successfully passed the interview with remarkable ease. The beauty of Prince Jiao astonished all the female employees, while even the male staff were left in awe, lamenting the unfairness of fate for not bestowing upon them such exquisite countenance. Introducing himself as Ma-Yi, a name agreed upon with Qin Lang, Prince Jiao endeavored to create a fitting identity. Qin Lang explained to Deng Zemin that they were all from the northern Mist Kingdom, having faced unfortunate circumstances and fortuitously rescued by him, with plans to secure their identification cards soon. Deng Zemin made no objections, accommodating them in the company's staff dormitory. Ultimately, he warmly grasped Qin Lang's hand, exclaiming, Brother Qin, you are truly remarkable, lending me a fortune and providing me with employees. Once I start earning, I shall be sure to express my gratitude. With a heart full of joy, Qin Lang departed, finally liberated from the burden of Prince Jiao, feeling an indescribable sense of ease. In the ensuing 6 months, he and Bufian reveled in daily outings, exploring underground markets, visiting Yua, strolling through Bubageo New World, playing billiards, and enjoying late-night snacks. He could not help but ponder. No longer would he seek some extraordinary artifact. What relevance did such relics hold for him? What significance did the resurrection of the Yellow Emperor or the Thunder God's battle have for his life? These matters felt as distant as the sun's extinction in 1 billion years, the extinction of species in 500 years, or the disappearance of glaciers in a century. Seemingly connected, yet utterly irrelevant. If the sky were to fall, it ought not to be his sole burden to bear. What of the 70 billion others? Were they merely idle? At times, he would attend a couple of art classes, relishing the familiarity of returning to campus. The students all recognized him as the revered master of painting, greeting him enthusiastically as he walked by. Teacher, please come teach us. It has been so long since we last saw you. Teacher, you are the nationally renowned master of painting. Would you create a piece for me? He chuckled inwardly at their innocence. The price of his artwork was such that those children would not be able to afford it even if they worked tirelessly throughout their lives without eating or drinking. During class, discipline improved significantly. Children displayed a healthy respect for a celebrity of his stature. Utilizing his own prepared materials, he meticulously elucidated art knowledge, deriving genuine pleasure from witnessing the entire class listen intently. An ordinary life, too, held its charms. It need not be fraught with conflict and violence. Bu Xiaoyu, however, yearned to learn martial arts, frequently seeking instruction from Chairman Ouyang in grappling techniques and internal energy practices, later engaging in sparring sessions with Qin Lang. According to her, she did not wish to remain a woman forever reliant on others for protection, nor did she desire to be a burden to Qin Lang. Under this mindset, her martial prowess advanced by leaps and bounds. Within 6 months, she could single-handedly confront 5 or 6 intruders with ease. She did not merely learn techniques. Her foundation in internal energy was also remarkably solid. In just half a year, she had already mastered the ability to project her internal energy outward, striking down a vase 3 meters away with her genuine chi. According to Taoist cultivation levels, she had reached the threshold of the initial stage of foundation establishment. Should she wield the dragon-slaying saber, she could effortlessly take on an army of hundreds. It would be utterly impossible for Li Ying and the Wind Dragon sect to abduct her again, besides honing her internal and martial skills. She took great pleasure in browsing short videos online. One day, she suddenly exclaimed to Qin Lang, "The Ninth Prince is set to participate in the Chuanzhou 6 Wolves fashion show. Let us hurry and watch." Chapter 81. Taking the stage by any means necessary. Qin Lang How long has the ninth prince been modeling? And now he is to participate in such a grand national showcase? His training period must have just concluded. Xiao Yu. This demonstrates his extraordinary talent. Let's go to Chuanzhou to see some handsome men. Qin Lang. I have no interest in handsome men. I wish to see beautiful women. Xiao Yu pinches his cheek. Are you not yet satiated by gazing at me, this beauty, every day? Qin Lang struggles to retort. What about you? Haven't you had enough of looking at me, this handsome man? I shall not permit you to go. What if you encounter some handsome man and run off with him? After some time, the two arrived at the summer fashion show in Xuanzhou, located in the artistic space on the western bank of the Hongjun River. An hour remained before the show commenced, and the venue was teeming with people. Numerous entrepreneurs, prominent figures, and government leaders were present, including this year's Golden Rooster Award Best Actor. Xiao Yu surveyed the crowd. So many important individuals have arrived. This fashion show must be quite prestigious. Qin Lang. Deng Ziming is impressive. His modeling agency has only recently opened, yet he qualifies for such a high-caliber show. Xiao Yu. But can the ninth prince really manage? His training has been so brief. At 7 p.m., the host took the stage to deliver the opening remarks for the fashion show. Tonight, the Xuanzhou Summer Fashion Show, organized by the Global Fashion Designers Association, is about to commence. We have invited several top brands to participate, including Fuzhou Six Wolves, Zhujiang Myzabangwai, and Zhonghai Handa Women's House, each showcasing their unique styles to enhance this summer fashion exhibition. Now, I declare the Xuanzhou Summer Fashion Show officially begins. A flurry of colorful confetti filled the air as the show commenced. First to appear was a line of beautiful women, adorned in swimwear, camisoles, and gossamer skirts, each presenting themselves with grace and elegance. Qin Lang's eyes widened. These beauties stood over 175 meters tall. Their proportions were impeccable, complemented by exquisite lace garments, truly divine creations. Nearby, two men engaged in fervent discussion. Look at this model wearing a transparent camisole. One can see right through it. How vulgar. Haven't you seen enough of your wife? Look at this one. Her dress is entirely lace and quite short, resembling paper cuttings. It is both elegant and leaves much to the imagination. They are all dressed so lightly, even in bikinis that look stunning. I maintain that summer fashion shows are the best. There's so much to appreciate. This top is made of sheer black silk. How audacious. The standards have certainly escalated this time. Unfortunately, this model is not particularly attractive. You simply do not understand. A model must primarily possess height. Beauty is not an absolute requirement. Yet they must have distinctive features that make them memorable. Remember the lead actress from Sister Act, whose looks are quite distinctive. Would you consider her as a model? Look at this one. Surely she is quite beautiful. Xiao Yu scoffed. What are these men even saying? Do they understand art at all? Qin Lang, what are you doing? Qin Lang. I am observing this model clad in a bubble skirt. Unlike them, I do not merely gaze upon the revealing. Where is the ninth prince? Why the haste? Only after these female models conclude their walk will the male models emerge. Little do they know, a tempest brews backstage. Su Sir, the head of the summer fashion show, abruptly informed Deng Ziming. Apologies, but your company's models cannot participate. Deng Ziming felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Why? Su Sir replied. Our chairman just called. Myzabangwai's models require additional styles and a longer duration, leaving insufficient time for yours. You may register again next time. I shall refund your participation fee immediately. Deng Ziming protested. You cannot do this. Our models and garments have passed the review. You cannot simply dismiss us. Su Sir stated, I have already refunded your fee. This matter is non-negotiable. Deng Ziming retorted. You are breaching the contract. Your unilateral termination is illegal, and I shall take legal action against you. Su Sir, growing irate, countered. You intend to sue us? Had it not been for your acquaintance with our association's vice president, you wouldn't even have qualified to register. Have you considered your company's qualifications? How long have you been established? How many modeling competitions have you participated in? And have you won any awards? None, I presume. How long have your models even been trained? You had no right to partake in such a national showcase. He pointed at the model photographs. Look at your company's models. Why do they sport horns? Are they even human? Our fashion show has a fundamental requirement. Models must be human, not monsters. If monsters were allowed to perform, this world would be in chaos. Deng Zemin furiously retorted. You speak nonsense. Your unilateral breach of contract is unlawful, and now you personally attack our models. Your company registered monsters as models. I have yet to report you for violating animal protection laws, and you dare to accuse me. Su Sir turned away, leaving Deng Zemin feeling as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. The ninth prince and his entourage approached. Boss, what shall we do? Deng Zemin felt a chilling despair. What to do? I am at a loss. All publicity has been released, and now everyone will witness my humiliation. The ninth prince summoned two of his subordinates to a secluded area, stating, Leave this matter to you. Ensure we can perform. Very well. That individual insulted us as monsters. Such an affront cannot be tolerated. Let him experience the might of our dragon clan. Su Sir was on the phone when suddenly a fist struck the back of his neck. The blow was powerful, yet not fatal, rendering him unconscious. The ninth prince's two subordinates carried him to the resting area, gently covering him with a blanket, addressing those nearby. Su Sir is simply exhausted and requires rest. Please do not disturb him. One subordinate approached the mythical dressing room, announcing to their team leader, I am the clothing inspector. I must check your garments prior to the performance. As he examined the garments, he discreetly applied pressure, and a hole appeared instantly. He then revealed the attire. Wow, how can your outfits be so riddled with holes? Do you intend for the audience to witness your beggar's attire? The team leader scrutinized the scene, utterly bewildered. It wasn't like this just moments ago. What has transpired? An associate replied, regardless, these tattered pieces cannot be presented on stage, or your performance privileges will be irrevocably revoked. Yes, understood. Another subordinate, busily engaged, utilized Su Sir's phone to impersonate his voice and contacted the host. Host, please wait a moment. When you announce, following the six wolves, you shall introduce the dragon style of the new star model company. But hasn't the performance of the new star model company been canceled? There has been a situation with mythical, and their performance time will be shortened. So the president informed me that the new star model company will proceed as initially scheduled. All right, Chapter 82. The ninth prince's meteoric rise. As the female fashion show concluded, male models began to grace the stage, in stark contrast to their female counterparts. The summer attire of the male models was rather subdued. They donned semi-transparent chiffon shirts and tailored shorts, strutting back and forth across the platform. The audience's enthusiasm waned significantly, including that of the female spectators. Goodness, not a single handsome fellow among this year's male models, lamented one stylishly dressed mother. Their outfits are utterly mundane. What is there to see? Her intrigued friend inquired. Did you take time off to watch the male models? Did your husband know? The mother scoffed. Of course he knows. In my presence, he wouldn't dare utter a word. Male attire is undoubtedly more appealing in spring and autumn. Summer fashion simply falls short. Shall you have been waiting for half an hour? Why hasn't the ninth prince appeared yet? She asked. Qin Lang replied, No need to rush. He'll be out soon. At last, the host announced, Now, let's welcome the Dragon Century team from New Star Model Company to the stage. The ninth prince finally emerged, adorned with a pair of dragon horns atop his head and draped in a flowing cape embellished with iridescent purple and dark gold sequins. He resembled shimmering dragon scales. Clad in golden armor and wearing a resplendent helmet, the armor was intricately adorned with turquoise, forming ancient patterns. At the back, the armor formed a halo-like circle, reminiscent of divine illumination. As the spotlight illuminated him, he sparkled like a true deity. Beneath his thick, arched brows lay a pair of childlike eyes, radiant like stars. His naturally rosy lips required no embellishment. When his handsome visage appeared on the giant screen, the women in the audience erupted into ecstatic cheers. How extraordinarily handsome, they exclaimed in unison. Such a beauty exists in this world. My heart has been struck. Only he is worthy of such magnificent armor. I can scarcely believe my eyes. Even the gods of ancient Greece would tremble at his sight. This is my dream prince. After all these years, how is it that he has finally arrived? Marry me, handsome. I would deplete my entire fortune to win your affection. I would grant you anything. The city's richest woman cried out in a frenzy. This was nothing short of a dragon god descending to earth. No mere mortal could possess such beauty. The other male models could take their leave. We only wish to behold him. Handsome, don't leave. The entire female audience began to inch toward the stage, eager to touch and kiss the ninth prince, desperate to confirm that this was not a mere figment of their imagination. The male spectators, burning with jealousy, also began to advance, feeling as though the ninth prince had rendered them mere toads in comparison. They sought to confront him. The flash of cameras frantically captured this once-in-a-century spectacle, while the surging crowd swept Qin Lang and Bu Xiaoyu apart. Xiaoyu, we must leave. These people have lost their minds. What shall we do about the ninth prince? You cannot thwart them alone. We must retreat and regroup outside. By the time the crowd surges onto the tea stage, the ninth prince has already made his escape. The following day, newspapers across Huangdi prominently featured this sensational news. The Huangdi Summer Fashion Show unveils the dazzling male model Ma Yi, igniting a frenzy among spectators. Ma Yi from the New Star model agency redefines beauty standards, leading a new trend in national style with dragon armor. Ma Yi, a male model from the New Star agency, sets new aesthetic standards for men. The city's wealthiest heiress vows to court him. The ninth prince, or rather, Ma Yi, has risen to stardom, brilliantly radiant like the dawn sun. Deng Xiaomin's New Star model agency has also skyrocketed to fame. Within a day, Deng received over 100 performance invitations, all beckoning Ma Yi. With appearance fees starting at 5 million, Ma Yi ascended from an apprentice model to the upper echelons of the modeling world in a single bound. Upon awakening, Su Sir, the head of the Huangdi Summer Fashion Show, learned that the event had gained national attention due to the remarkable Ma Yi, landing in the top 3 of local trending topics, with the show's video surpassing 1 billion views online. He bore no grudge about being knocked unconscious by a member of the New Star agency, who impersonated his voice to contact the host. Instead, he proactively called Deng Xiaomin to invite Ma Yi to the Huangdi Autumn Fashion Show. Given that this summer show attracted numerous government officials, film stars, and entrepreneurs, Ma Yi's striking appearance had stirred the upper echelons of society nationwide, even reaching the